Joker runs into Pirtle and turns it over. Loose ball Barrett. 4-on-1 Toronto. Layup good and a foul as well on Westbrook. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Nuggets are down by 13, and Mitchell can make it 14. Jokic gets double teamed. Back to Strother. Deep three. Good! That's a big bucket. Strother puts it on the floor. He's inside the arc. Bounce pass. Najee dunk, 2 hands. Big play there. These are non-Jokic minutes, people. Westbrook goes to the left hand, leans in, layup good. He wanted a whistle, didn't get the call. Denver's within 7. Jokic has it inside the arc, starts backing down Mobo. Gets in the paint, throws out of it. Christian 3. Yes! Denver's within 2. Loose ball Jokic, front court Porter. Wrap around Peyton Watson 3. Got it! Oh, man! Denver's back in the lead by 1. 118 to 117. Mobo looks in. Throws it off in the corner over to Barrett. 4 seconds. Puts it on the floor. Stutter step and a drive on Westbrook. Takes a 3. Missed it at the horn! Denver survives Toronto! That thing was in and it came back out. Final tonight from Denver. 121 to 119.
Good touch, Nelly. Jurassic Park theme to open things up. A win over the Raptors last night. I feel like I've said this for every win outside the Utah win for the Nuggets. Not pretty, but you got there. Somehow, you got to the finish line. Hey, look. Win's a win. You take them any way they come. You're obviously sort of shorthanded here because you're without Jamal heading into that game. Aaron Gordon leaves really, really early, right after the start. Cannot return, so that's something to keep an eye on and monitor. Now, beyond that, Jamal's going to miss, this is what Malone said before the game started, likely the next couple of games. That was including that game last night against Toronto. So hopefully he'll be back from concussion protocol soon. But I give the Nuggets credit in this sense. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't a game to where you're like, hey, put that one in the Louvre and hang it up next to the Mona Lisa. But as long as you get a win, that's the most important detail. And you did that. Like, think about what you were running out there last night. You had Zeke Naji playing big minutes. You had Hunter Tyson playing big minutes. You're finishing the game with a lineup that looks like Jokic, Porter, Brown, Strother, and Watson. And in that lineup, you were able to erase an 11-point deficit with about 5.5 left to go. Like, it's, in that sense, it's a good win. But they still have a lot to clean up. Defensively, they were not good last night, and I think that's a big reason is, Aaron Gordon leaves early. The Raptors they're 2-6. I don't think they're that bad. They still got Bruce Brown on the bench and waiting for him to come off and do something. Grady Dick's a pretty good player. A kid can shoot. He can find some open space and knock down a floater if he has to. Like, they got a couple of guys who can play on that team. RJ Barrett was miserable in that game last night, and he ended up missing the final shot. Jokic gets his triple-double, 28, 14, and 13, but turned the ball over a lot last night, shot less than 50%, which is a rarity for him. But you were kind of buoyed by some good performances from, you got the full Russell Westbrook experience again last night, a lot of the good and a lot of the what the hell was that stuff. But overall, I thought Russell played well. He was aggressive. Christian Braun gets another A+ last night. And nice to see Peyton Watson step up when you had to. Like, Peyton Watson was really good at getting to the foul line. Knocked down some big shots, a huge 3 towards the end of that game. So, listen, not going to be over the top about this. Not going to be super crazy and thinking how they played some amazing game last night, but they found a way to finish shorthanded, which I think is no small feat, no small detail. Had to do it, by the way. You know, as the Nuggets are trying to figure out sort of what rotations are, who's going to play when, like all this different stuff, just being able to keep pace and get some wins early in the season before all of that gets ironed out, I think is a big thing. They get the Thunder again as they play them tomorrow, followed by the Heat, the Mavericks, the Pelicans, back-to-back with the Grizzlies on the road after that, which is, if you've been watching the Grizzlies, you know, I made note of this last year. When they have Ja Morant in the lineup, they're a pretty good team. When they don't, they're terrible. But Ja Morant is in the lineup right now. So you've got a tough stretch coming up here of games that's going to kind of give you a sense of where you are.
You said one of those games against the Grizzlies will be in Denver. Is it a home-and-home back-to-back deal?
No. It's they play the 17th, they get a night off, and they play the 19th, both games in Memphis.
Shoot. Okay, because I was going to say, if one of those games is in Denver, all you have to do is get Ja Morant to shotgun Willies. That is a duh.
Yeah, you got to wait. You got to wait later in the year for that one.
I'll tell you what. Ever since Ja Morant got his head surgically removed from his rectum, he's been playing amazing ball.
Oh, Ja Morant's a phenomenal player. It's just, look, I think people forgot how good Memphis was when he was healthy and not suspended. Both of those. Because remember, he got suspended, then the team fell apart. Then he came back for a couple of weeks, and then he had the season-ending injury. So we just haven't seen them with Ja Morant for a long time.
They also got rid of Dylan Brooks getting up on everyone's chili. They seem to be playing a little smoother without him.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks is an interesting character. I don't know what to think of him. His ego outmatches his talent, but he does do some things pretty well on the floor. Regardless of that, it's a much-needed win last night. Again, when you're short-staffed like that, if I told you Jamal is not playing, Gordon is basically not going to play, and Jokic has 7 turnovers and goes 10 of 22 from the field, that's a pretty exact recipe for a Nuggets loss. And that's against almost anybody in the league. But Christian Braun was and has been so damn good this season. He gives you 17. Peyton Watson, who has to step up into a larger role and play 31 minutes last night, gets you 16 points. Strother off the bench gets you 13. Westbrook gets you 21. Porter wasn't great from 3, hit a couple of timely ones, but I thought he was really good on the boards last night. Like, you needed some other guys to step up and play beyond expectation level because a couple of your guys were out and your star player didn't. Again, we can look at 28, 14, and 13 and say that's incredible, and we judge Jokic way too harshly on, quote, what's a good and bad game for him. But for Jokic standards, that wasn't his normal self, is what I'd say. Not bad, but just wasn't his normal self. So, able to, I think, sneak one and steal one out against Toronto in that game last night. And then you got a really tough proving ground stretch coming up. There's some rumors out there that the Nuggets are interested in Lonnie Walker Jr. as another guy that can come off the bench and give you a little bit of depth. Now, I don't know money-wise how this works, if it's just like, I guess, a minimum contract he can come on.
I thought we were up to 4. Isn't he Lonnie Walker the 4th?
Yes, he's the 4th. I'm sorry. Yes, the 4th.
I was going to say, Junior is probably not in any shape to be playing for the Nuggets right now, but I'll take the 4th.
But he's been a pretty solid player everywhere he's gone. I don't know why he's not on a roster right now. You know, this is somebody who basically averages around 10 points a game, plays solid defense, pretty consistent three-point shooter, shot 38.5% last year. Like, I'd take it. Just get a little bit more depth in there. But they're still in a very much in a sort of proving ground of let's see what this team's got as constituted. I don't know if they're just like, if they're already done with the Dario Saric experiment, because Dario Saric now hasn't played for 2 games in a row. And in a game like that, I would have thought he got at least a little bit more run than what he did.
Well, let me pose a question to you, Brett. You remember as the Nuggets season was starting, I think it was after they kicked game 1 to the Thunder, Vic said, You got to give it 10 games. Give me 10 games before I start hitting any panic buttons or any buttons of any kind.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the Nuggets have played 7 games. So we have 3 games left before we're allowed to start passing judgments on this team or hitting any buttons, panic or otherwise. So my question to you and any of the texters out there, if you want to get in on this, what do you need to see from the Nuggets in those next 3 games before we can start evaluating this team, at least by Vic's metric?
I'm going to say something that's going to sound dumb, but I think you'll understand what I'm getting at. I just want to see it look right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the Nuggets haven't looked like the Nuggets so far this year. Like even last night, eat that win, but the Nuggets kind of pride themselves on playing good defense. That was not good defense last night. Gave up almost 120 points. That's a rarity for them. I want to see all of your sort of core players. Like more than anything else, I know that the bench is going to be a constant complaint all year. I've already prepared myself for it. I've got that, okay? I think that Julian Strawther can be a real bench piece. And if you combine that with, I think the grade for Russell Westbrook so far is like a passing grade. There's super, super lows in that, along with some highs. But I think so far he's kind of what he's been billed to be, which is a bad shooter that can maybe get to the rim and get to the free throw line occasionally and play tough defense and hustle and bring an attitude. Like, I think he's played as billed. But I want to see the starting 5 look like the starting 5. Because here's the thing, guys. Go look at Christian Braun's numbers compared to KCP. And I serve this as a warning shot to everybody else in the NBA. If you take somebody off the Nuggets starting 5 and you sign them to a big contract, you better have factored in the Jokic effect already. And you better have said, okay, if this guy's putting up 15 points a game on 40% from 3 and 48% from the field, take those percentages down at least 2 or 3% minimum. Take the points down probably a couple. The efficiency's not going to be there without that guy around him. And Christian Braun now elevated to all of these minutes with Jokic. I mean, look what he's done so far this year. Christian Braun and Nikola Jokic have been your 2 best players every single night on the floor. As far as consistency-wise. Christian's shooting 54% from the field, 45% from 3. 15 points a game. That is being KCP and then some. But I want to see holistically everything come together. Breaking news in the NFL as this is deadline day, and I want to get to this for the Broncos because they had a couple of moves yesterday. Zadarius Smith, this long sort of rumored thing that was happening, this from Adam Schefter. Zadarius Smith has been traded to the Detroit Lions from the Cleveland Browns. So that one, again, that feels like that's been reported for like a week and has finally come to fruition. But I want to get to the Broncos because it's an interesting thing that happened yesterday. They give one guy an extension. They trade another guy. It was rumored that the Browning trade was possible. But I got a tinfoil hat on today. And is there any more appropriate day for a tinfoil hat than Election Day? By the way, can I just say something? As I was doing the ballot yesterday, going to drop it off sometime today. Oh, yeah. Go vote. We all know. You don't need me or anybody else with a microphone in front of their face yelling at you again. Hey, guys, there's a very important thing you understand, okay? But I want to say something in regards to the vote. And this is, God, this is a plea. Please. Can you make these amendment things easier to understand? Because I needed to do like 10 minutes of research on each one of these just to figure out what's the question here. Like they throw in double negatives. It's like, don't want to do the thing with the tax, and then the tax makes the schools better, but better in the set. And it's like, can you just put it in English for me?
Yeah, it'll be like,
goodness,
the state shall not prohibit the ability to prohibit funding that will be redirected against. And I'm going, dude, just say we want to fund schools with this money.
Like,
yes or no?
Here's what I wanted to do, Nelly. I wanted to do like the true American thing, which is I go to a voting booth today and I start punching it in that way. But I was like, you know what? I'm so terrified if I get there, I'm not going to understand what I'm reading, that I need to like just do it the day before and get research done to make sure I know what I'm voting for.
Yeah, there's a reason that they send you a book that's as thick as like Harry Potter book 5 so you can understand all these friggin' amendments.
But like a text, I thought about this. The texture says those amendments are made and worded so you don't understand them and vote in the way the person wants you to vote for. They're a joke. But here's the thing. I don't know what I'm voting for. So I don't know if I'm voting for the way the person wanted to have me vote or not.
And also, there's so many of these things that when they see I see the results coming in on 9 News or something, and it'll say Amendment K passed, and I'll think, wait, which one was K? Did I vote yes? What did yes mean? Did that mean I was in favor of it?
Somebody was talking about this veterinary one, and I'm like, yeah. So that one was we're gonna make a new job that is a vet tech something assistant, blah blah blah, but you need a master's degree, and I'm just thinking to myself like. But what can you give me like underneath in parentheses? This is for blank, just to make me understand it better.
And sometimes,
and somebody says I didn't get a book. I didn't get a book that explained all these things. I had to go online to, I don't know what it's called, Ballotpedia or something like that helped explain it better. But goodness, I'm stupid, guys. Help me out. Anyway,
I'm with you, Brett. I feel you. And sometimes, I guess while we're doing this Seinfeld-esque rant, what's the deal with amendments? Sometimes we get these ones that I read and I go, this doesn't affect me at all. You really want me to vote on whether or not we're going to reintroduce mountain lions into the northern quadrant of the state? I'm not a farmer in Wellington or whatever.
Well,
I don't know anything.
Thing.
Why are you asking me, a city slicker who drives to work in a car, what I care about mountain lions? That's not my hump. Mountain lions are dope on National Geographic. Don't sick them on the farmers. But then again, I'm a city slicker. So
I know.
Sometimes I hate the fact that we're supposed to vote on these things. Don't ask. I've never been to the vet. I've never owned a pet. Don't ask me to vote on vets.
I see, and I'm with you, and that's why I tried my damnedest, and I think I understood them. But it's just the wording of it. I went to this website, it said, a vote yes means this. And I was like, all right, that's perfect. That's what I needed to hear. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Get to the Broncos, trade deadline stuff, all that coming up next.
I'm going to be honest with you. So here's one thing that I think is passed around a lot. I know how to score field goals slow, but when people talk about scoring touchdowns slow, I don't understand it. And it's always like, I understand using the clock. The only time I understand scoring touchdowns slow is when it becomes goal to go. All right. But if it's not goal to go, I don't know how to score slow touchdowns. And so, obviously, I know how to milk the clock and kick a later field goal, get inside the 10, goal to go. But outside the 10, I still haven't seen the analytics on that. I don't think they exist really. So I'm mindful of the time, but we're trying to score.
I kind of get it. Okay, let me explain this real quick. Just to that clip, we'll get to the Browning and Cooper news in a second. All right, listen, man. There are teams that you get to the end of half situation, you're playing against a really good offense on the other side, that you are very, very, very aware of. I cannot allow my offense to get off the field and leave the opposing offense that features a two-time MVP and one of the greatest running backs in a generation. I can't give them time to score. Because that's what this is about, right, Nelly? That was about the end of half situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you're trying to do something, you get on the board, and you left 50 seconds left for those guys to go down and try and get points again. I understand the frustration for the fan base, but I also want to remind you guys of this. Teams that are capable of like, hey, we're going to burn some clock and then do this and that, they're trying to get a touchdown, okay? I don't think your offense is good enough to play patty cake like that. The only thing you should be worrying about is scoring. And you have a good defense, so go out and trust them. I get it, they weren't playing well last weekend, but I kind of get what he's talking about here. I'm just worried about trying to get a touchdown on the board because points are at a premium this week. We aren't a super high-level offense. If we can get things that are productive, then let's do it. And not concerning yourself totally with the clock. You need to be aware of it. But let's be honest, the Broncos weren't in a position just to go out and like you don't have the confidence that, hey, if we burn this down to 30 seconds, we're at the 20-yard line, we'll still score. Who knows? I kind of get where he's coming from there. Is it ultimately a mistake? Hindsight being 20/20, yeah. But I don't think anybody expected a two-play 70-yard drive from the Ravens to follow that up. That too. Maybe he's saying, you know what, if we give up a field goal, fine, but I'm going to go for the TD. That seemed like a fair trade. It didn't work. By the way, last night, if you guys were watching the Chiefs game, I said this, and I know it sounded blasphemous when I said it at the end of the show yesterday. I said I wanted the Chiefs to win. You aren't going to win the division here. The Chiefs are going to take that anyway. I don't want a pissed off Chiefs team next week playing against the Broncos, and they're able to get that win in overtime against the Bucs. Really weird and interesting game. Bucs had control for a little bit. And end of the game, it's 24-17 KC with 27 seconds left. Mayfield throws a touchdown to tie the game. People are expecting or said that the Bucs should have went for two. I wouldn't have minded the call. But the Chiefs just feel like they got a horseshoe planted somewhere far up their rectum, doesn't it? Like everything that can go their way does. And so overtime starts. Kansas City, of course, wins the coin toss, receive the football, drive down the field, 10-play drive, burning off all the clock. They score a touchdown, game over. I mean, even in this way, The Chiefs have been incredibly fortunate with injury stuff, I think, for most of this little Super Bowl run that they've had. And you thought for a second in that game yesterday, as Mahomes throws a touchdown pass, I believe to P. Ryan, and takes a weird step and then can't, put weight on his left leg. Non-contact thing. You're like, oh my gosh, did he finally get hurt? And then he just goes back out and closes the game. Now, I'm sure he's got a really bad rolled ankle or something like that, whatever happened to him. But still, it's like they have a second of panic that is followed by total calm and relief.
By the way, I don't know what the over-under on uses of the word rectum was today during our show, but we've hit 2 so far, so that feels like hitting the over.
Have I said it twice?
I said it once, you said it once.
Oh.
So we're really
good
cooking
for
with
us.
gas. Yeah. But I had that same thought where Patrick Mahomes is rolling out to his right, and he pops his ankle, his Achilles, his calf, all at the same time, chucks a touchdown pass, limps off the field. I guess Taylor Swift put a hex on him because then he came back in and won a ball game for the Chiefs, which is insane. And look, I know we're going to do it again, not only on our show, but on every other show. We're going to inevitably talk about the NFL overtime rules. And if you watch the video from the coin flip, when the Chiefs win and they take the ball, you can visibly see Baker Mayfield go, because he knew that game was over. He knew he was never going to touch the ball.
I'm one of the rare people in this, I guess. I don't got an issue with this, man. I don't think it's asking your defense too much to get a single stop. Like, how many possessions were in that game for the Chiefs? I'll count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 heading into that final one.
10 possessions.
The Chiefs scored in those 10 possessions 3 touchdowns. I'm asking you to get one more. Don't let them go 70 yards. And over again, I see this. Defense plays soft. They allow you to pick up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yards at a time. And then next thing you know, they're on the goal line and the game's over. Like, play your actual defense. The only thing you can't have is a touchdown allowed. That's it. That's the only thing you can't allow. Play some defense. I don't think it's asking too much. That's just me. I know I'm in the minority on that. I'm just saying. Anyway, so some big news yesterday. And because it is Election Day, I have my tinfoil hat perfectly situated on the crown of my head. That balding crown. So the Broncos do 2 things yesterday. They signed Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year extension worth $60 million, which I think is a very smart signing. And I'll tell you this. It's never going to be a bad thing if you're Jonathan Cooper and you sign a contract like this, because he was a late-round draft pick, hasn't made a whole bunch of money in this league, and now he gets the opportunity to get some guaranteed cash that gives him some calm in the years to come, because he knows he's going to make some bread. Here's the other thing. He did potentially leave some money on the table. But I don't think this is a bad decision at all. And how did he potentially leave money on the table? Well, I'll explain it to you. Jonathan Cooper has been, I think, a very, very valuable piece to this team. No, he came over in the draft as an older player to start with. He was a 7th-round pick, 239th overall. In the years that he's played, he has tallied 2.5 sacks his rookie year, 2 sacks the year following. He had 8.5 last season, and through 9 games this year, just a little bit over halfway, he's got 5.5. So it is totally feasible that he gets to what, 9, maybe 10 at the end of the year? If you're a 10-sack guy going into a contract year, you're going to get paid a lot of money. But instead, what he did, he took the safer route, and he goes, you know what? I already got this on the table for me. I'll take that. Totally cool with me, and I think it's a smart move from the Broncos to try and get that done early before he hits some sort of premium. So that, all good. But in a subsequent move, after giving him the contract, they have traded away Baron Browning. Baron Browning was seen as a I guess, potentially big-time player just a couple of years ago within that lineup. And they sent him to the Cardinals for a 6th-round pick, which I'm also fine with. Browning wasn't playing all that much. And so if you can dish him out, get a little bit more draft capital. George Payton has been pretty good late in drafts at finding some gems who can play for you. That's fine with me too. But here's where the tinfoil hat comes in. Do you know what that leaves the Broncos, Nelly? An extra roster spot. You're at 51 right now. Or 52 right now, sorry. 52. Got one more spot on the 53-man roster. Could they be in the market to try and find somebody? I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. And I'm telling you right now, watching that Chiefs game last night, it's the same feeling I had all year. The Chiefs are okay offensively. They have Mahomes, so of course they're going to be okay. But they are not the same feared beast as what we saw in years past. And maybe if you can get some sort of, tight end worthy of playing time, if you can find somebody that's a little bit of a safety blanket, go ahead and do it. I just saw a report on David Njoku that they've received a whole bunch of calls in Cleveland about him. And they've been so far unwilling to move him. By the way, I just was talking to a buddy of mine, still follows the Lions closely. So the trade this morning was Zadarius Smith to Detroit. And I'm only bringing this up for David Njoku context, so hear me out. The trade that was made this morning of Zadarius Smith going from the Browns to the Lions, that deal was supposedly in place for a week, and owner Jimmy Haslam rejected it 3 times. And you'd think, why would he do that? Well, he's the owner of a team that spent a whole bunch of money on a quarterback going all in for a Super Bowl. Maybe he's been unwilling to admit that dream is dead. But now with the Zadarius Smith traded, perhaps that opens up more things like a David Njoku today. Who knows? But all I'm saying is, you got a roster spot open. Perhaps you try and find somebody that can help you on the offensive side of the football because playmakers are in dire need.
One thing did prove something to me, Brett. Every week, we come in here and we sound like a broken record. Oh, the Chiefs look mortal, man. It's not a good team, but they keep squeaking out wins. Eventually, that luck's going to run out. And then last night happened, man. What, 8, 9? How many times in a row are we going to play this same thing? How do I feel about the Chiefs in this game coming up this weekend? Why don't you tell them, Ric Flair?
But to be the man, you got to beat the man.
And the Chiefs are still the man, period.
Of course they are.
I don't have a good feeling about this game at all. Last night did not. Theoretically, I felt good about this game because of how the Chiefs are. But last night makes me feel terrible about this game coming up.
You want to know why?
They find a way.
You want to know why I do feel all right about this game? Is the Chiefs, here's the thing. If the Chiefs lose this game, they don't care. They're 8 and what? They go from 8-0 to 8-1? No big deal. Here's the other thing. Look at that Bucs team last night. You tell me. Is that offense more talented than the Broncos, really? They have no Mike Evans. They have no Chris Godwin. Tate Otton's a pretty good tight end, and he was the focal point of that offense last night. They couldn't run the football for jack. Baker Mayfield's had a pretty good year. Is he head and shoulders way, way, way better than Bo Nix? No. And yet they were this close to getting a victory at Arrowhead. I think the Broncos got a good shot to win. I don't know if I would say they are going to, but I think they got a good shot. Much better than the Baltimore game. Much. So again, a lot of stuff to monitor today as we have the trade deadline at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. We have some really good news from the Avs that we'll get to a little bit later. Lehkonen back in the lineup. Val Nichushkin is now skating and practicing with the team as he is close to getting off that protocol, whatever that thing's called, player assistance program list. Nuggets win last night by the skin of their teeth, but they do win. So vibes are, I think, pretty high this morning. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. College football stock up, stock down next. Do it every Tuesday following the college football weekend. It is college football stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. Maddox Madsen, quarterback out of Boise State. If you guys have been paying attention to Boise State, obviously for Ashton Jonty, that has 150 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns this past weekend, that would make total sense because he's really good. But you know who else is really good? Is this Madsen kid. 307 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a win over San Diego State this past weekend. He's got 17 touchdowns and 2 picks on the year, and 10 touchdowns and no picks in his last 4 games. It can't just be the rushing show with Ashton Jonty and have that be your one thing that you lean on to win football games. You got to get good quarterback play, too. And I'm telling you, this guy looks exactly like every Boise State quarterback you can imagine. Remember, like, Kellen Moore? Shorter guy, not a huge arm, super accurate. It's exactly what this kid is. He's 5'10", by the way. He's a sophomore, redshirt sophomore. But he is just super efficient. He completes 64% of his passes. And he just puts throws where they need to be. Now, with who Boise State's opponents are, it's not like they ever get incredibly tested or haven't been so far, and it looks like outside of maybe Oregon State towards the end of the year, that might be their last final big test. But they did play Oregon earlier this year and lost by 3. I just think the kid is playing at a super high level, and Boise State is going to have him for at least another year or 2. And he can be somebody who grows into a very, very prominent, big-time role within the college football ranks and with that team specifically. So Maddox Madsen, you get the stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. Game of the weekend, at least it was billed to be, was number 3 versus number 4, Ohio State and Penn State. Penn State looking for a home win and to finally get over that Ohio State hump. Their quarterback, Drew Aller, not great. If you guys watched the game, it was a weird watch because he looked scared to throw the football. He was 12 of 20 for 146 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick. But he ran the football a lot, especially early in that game. And if you got a quarterback in a game like that looks scared to throw the football and put it into tight windows, then you don't stand a chance. And look, the game was close. It was a 20-13 game because I don't think Ohio State is as good as they're billed to be either. But Penn State's got a lot of really good pieces on that team. A lot. And that was an opportunity that they could have taken and ran with. And they just didn't have the horse under center to go and do it. Not to beat up on the kid too much, but if you're playing against Ohio State, if you're playing against any upper-tier elite team in college football that you consider a top 10 championship-type contender, your quarterback's going to have to make plays for you. And he just didn't. They were trying to win that game in spite of him, and they've had a few moments this year where it's kind of looked like that. You know, Drew Aller hasn't been lighting up the score sheet or the box scores all year long. It's kind of been, all right, we'll kind of plod our way along, run the football, play good defense, and have that be enough to get wins. You know, I talk about with some of these teams, and one that we'll get to a little bit later, ones that can light up the scoreboard like that, they're just hard to keep up with and compete with. And so many occasions this year, you've seen, well, how about this? Since week 4 of the season, Penn State has scored 21 points, 27 points, 33 points, but that was an overtime game, 28 points last week, and now 13. They just aren't super prolific offensively. They don't have an extra gear they can go to. And you play against teams like OSU, you're going to have an extra gear. They don't have it. So he gets the stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up.
The Big 12!
Hey, I give it to Texas Tech. Got to, right? They go on the road against an undefeated Iowa State team and win 23-22. They got a great running game from Brooks, who had 122 yards in that game last weekend. Texas Tech is capable of doing that to a whole bunch of teams in the country. They're a 6-3 football team now. They are 4-2 in conference play. The thing is, they're coming off 2 consecutive losses to Baylor and TCU in back-to-back weeks, and then they go on the road at Iowa State and they get a win. Well, now they have a big game that we all know about. It's a home game against Colorado. That's a 2 o'clock game on Fox this weekend, and it's going to have huge implications on who's fighting for a Big 12 championship or not. Do I think that CU should take care of business? Yes, I do. The point spread in this game, by the way, 3. That's nothing in the college football world. But Texas Tech, if they play a sound, turnover-free style of football, they are capable of doing that to a whole bunch of teams in the Big 12, including really good ones like Iowa State. If they don't, then they're capable of getting blown out by a team like, TCU. They're just very Jekyll and Hyde. But you know what? They get their moment in the sun because that was a huge win last week. So Texas Tech stock up. Let's go Big 12 team stock down.
It's the Big 12!
Another team that really helped the case for CU to get in the Big 12 championship game, Kansas State. They just can't blow a game like that to Houston. They are a clearly and fundamentally in every way better team than Houston is. And they gave up 14 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to lose 24-19. The biggest problem with them, Kansas State does a lot of things really well. Their defense is okay to solid. Pretty good rushing defense, meh passing defense, but they are an elite running team. DJ Giddens is, I think, probably the class of the Big 12 as far as running backs. He's a very, very good back, and they got Dylan Edwards backing him up. Their quarterback can run the football. Here's the issue. He is wildly inconsistent throwing it. He'll have his moments like he did against Colorado where it's the end of the game, we need some big throws, and he makes some big throws. And then he'll turn the ball over twice, put your team in horrible positions, and literally lose him a football game by turning the ball over. And if they can't get that figured out from him, I know he's a young kid, but he's got to stop the dumb turnover stuff and be way more consistent in the pass game if Kansas State wants to be a real viable contender in the bigger picture. Not just the Big 12, but I'm talking college football overall. There's a world that exists where Kansas State is good enough to be a college football playoff team, not when they get quarterback play like that. And so because of the inconsistent quarterback play, they're going to put themselves in a giant hole now in the Big 12 and end up in the stock down category on this list. Let's go national team stock up.
College football!
I keep raving about this team. Indiana, they just won 47-10 over Michigan State. Michigan State might not be amazing, but they're at least decent. And they won by 37 points. They're now 9-0 on the year. They're 8th in the country. Indiana is. And they have their biggest test coming up the next couple of weeks. Not so much this week because they play Michigan. Michigan's always tough to play, but they aren't a very good football team this year. After that, they have Ohio State. That's where the real proving ground is. But I'm telling you right now, Curtis Rourke, their quarterback, is a super solid player. They run the football well. They got a tenacious defense. That Kurt Cignetti guy has infused some sort of confidence that Indiana hasn't had around there in a long time. They get the stock up. Let's go national team stock down. Texas A&M, a 24-point loss to South Carolina with a whole bunch on the line for them. I think they had people fooled. They turned the ball over way too much. They put the ball on the ground 4 times. I think they only lost 1 of those 4 fumbles, but throw an interception on top of that. They just can't take care of the football. Couldn't get a stop on defense last week to South Carolina. They're a good team, but they are not in the upper crust of the SEC. They were blanked in the second half. They gave up 28 points in the first and fourth quarters. That's a great way to lose a football game. So they get the stock down. Let's go Heisman, stock up. I said this was a 2-horse race. This is Travis Hunter and Ashton Jonty's Heisman to lose. Yeah, Cam Ward's going to put himself in the conversation now. Miami continues to win. His numbers are video game numbers. He had a 400-yard game with 5 touchdowns last week. He's got 29 touchdowns, 6 picks on the year. And I've just been hesitant to do it because they've had so many close games in which they probably should have lost and found a way to win. But he is remarkable. Like, he is so much fun to watch. And I'll go ahead and give him the stock up and throw him sort of third chair in that Heisman race. Let's skip Heisman stock down and let's go to upset of the week, Nelly.
Boo his ass!
There is a whole bunch of options you could choose from here. I think the Houston-Kansas State loss is probably the worst one considering what was on the line. You could go Louisville and Clemson. But you know what? Texas A&M getting boat raced like that by South Carolina by 24 points has to be the upset of the weekend. So South Carolina, congratulations. That is college football stock up, stock down. Do it every week following the college football weekend. Trade deadline day today. Nuggets win last night. Moves made by the Broncos. Avs back on the ice with our Tori Lehkonen today. A whole bunch to get to. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Joker runs into Pirtle and turns it over. Loose ball Barrett. 4-on-1 Toronto. Layup good and a foul as well on Westbrook. Rut-row Raggy. Nuggets are down by 13. And Mitchell can make it 14. Jokic gets double teamed. Back to Strother. Deep three. Good! That's a big bucket. Strother puts it on the floor. He's inside the arc. Bounce pass. Najee dunk, 2 hands. Big play there. These are non-Jokic minutes, people. Westbrook goes to the left hand, leans in, layup good. He wanted a whistle, didn't get the call. Denver's within 7. Jokic has it inside the arc. Starts backing down Mobo. Gets in the paint, throws out of it. Christian 3. Yes! Denver's within 2. Loose ball Jokic. Front court Porter. Wrap around Peyton Watson 3. Got it! Oh, man! Denver's back in the lead by 1. 118 to 117. Mobo looks in. Throws it off in the corner over to Barrett. 4 seconds. Puts it on the floor. Stutter step and a drive on Westbrook. Takes a 3. Missed it at the horn! Denver survives Toronto. That thing was in and it came back out. Final tonight from Denver. 121 to 119. Wow!
Very nice with the Jurassic Park music because they played the Raptors last night, Nelly. You're a magician.
That thing was way in before it came back out. Way in.
So, okay. I think out of the 4 wins the Nuggets have this year, this is the 3rd time I'll say this. Yeah, that wasn't pretty, but you found a way. And now, to be fair, if I told you guys that there's a game in which Murray does not play, Gordon virtually doesn't play, he's only got, 3-4 minutes last night, and Jokic has an off night for his standards, despite the 28-point triple-double. We all know.
A lot of turnovers.
A lot of turnovers. He shot less than 50% from the field, like very un-Jokic-like in that sense. If I gave you all 3 of those factors, it doesn't matter who you play, you're probably thinking it very easily could be a loss. And it looked like it was going to be. And you know what? I give credit to the finishing lineup, which featured Julian Strother and Peyton Watson closing out an 11-point lead or deficit, 11-point deficit with 5.5 left.
Yep. Defense, man. They made stops, and that defense emanates, the origin, I think, is Westbrook and Christian Braun. Because I think in the final minutes, those guys were all over the place. And they played the best defense of the night. Because they were getting surgically carved up.
Yep.
Mosier, I like your haircut, by the way. Carved up by Grady Richard. Grady Richard was all over him all night. The guy couldn't miss. Jakob Poeltl, for some reason, always kills the Nuggets. He gives Joker problems. I thought the key to that game is when Jakob Poeltl fouled out with just over 3 minutes to play. Very, very key. You got that big body out of there, and it was a lot easier to contain the Raptors.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead,
I
Mark.
hated that game. I hated watching it. I hated the way it made me feel. I hated the fact that AG went out with the calf strain. I hated missed shots. I did not like the Nuggets won. Excuse me, Vic. I was excited. I couldn't believe it. I thought for sure they were going to lose. Maybe that's me just being pessimistic. But I really disliked that basketball game. I don't want to see another game like that again this year.
Moj, remember the old days where there were certain games and the Nuggets would play them?
I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know, but I think this is the new normal. This is what it's going to be.
I don't want the new normal.
I know.
I don't want people to tell me it's new normal because you can't fix it.
I don't know if they can, if they will, but this is it. Do you know 3 of their 4 wins this year? They've got 4 wins. 3 of the 4, they've had to rally from 14 or more down.
Yeah. You know, again, that game a little bit weird last night because you didn't have Jamal and you didn't have Gordon for all intents and purposes, but I'll tell you this.
Dude, I know the Raptors got you in Toronto last week. I know that.
Hey.
They're not very good. Watching Grady Richard go off, some 20-year-old
He's a good player,
geek.
man.
Whatever.
God,
He's a good player.
Hey, I want to stop you a little bit, Brett. I want to stop you. Because I don't want to. This cannot be an excuse today. Not having Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon. I get it. The Raptors were without 2 of their best players. 3 of their best players. 3 of them. Okay? One of them got hurt the last time the Nuggets played. The other one hasn't played all season. Bruce Brown's in a Cowboy outfit. So we cannot say that every time the Nuggets struggle to win or struggle and lose. I get it. Key players are missing. I get it. Grady Richard, look at that pose. That was NBA draft night.
God dang it.
Yeah,
just call him by his real name, okay?
I understand.
His name is Grady Dick.
I understand everything that you're saying, Vic. But also, I would argue the Nuggets are probably one of the. I mean, they still have Jokic.
Don't say it. They're not very deep.
No, I was going to say they're one of the worst teams in the league without 2 members of their starting 5.
Yeah. Well, that's something they have to fix then. It's exactly
right.
See, I can't go through this season if one of the starters is outside of Joker. That changes everything. And they don't play well. You know, my retort is going to be pretty simple. And I guarantee Michael Malone has the same thought. Tough. Every team in the league has issues with injuries. And you better have a rotation. You better have a bench that can pick you up. Last night, they did. Last night, the bench picked them up when they needed to late. It was long and hard. It was a tough road back. Shut up, Nelly. That was a tough journey. But, they got it done. We can't do that, though. I get it. AG's a key piece. Jamal's a key piece. Every team in the league is missing key pieces at one point. You got to rely on your depth. That's why you have a team.
Well, I'll say this. It was another one of those put your hands up and enjoy the Russell Westbrook roller coaster last night because a lot of good and a lot of what the hell was that stuff happening. But overall, here's the thing with Russ. I think he's exactly his build. He's not a very good shooter, but pretty good at getting to the rim and getting to the foul line.
And he's
tenacious defender,
tenacious
brings
D,
an attitude. I think he's exactly what he's been billed to be. And so I can't get mad when Westbrook has a 2 for 11 game because I'm like, yeah, that's kind of who he is, though.
Yeah.
For a guy who's never been a great shooter.
And he didn't have that last night. I know he was 6 of 10 from the field, and he was good last night. But I'm just saying in general.
From range, he can't shoot. Okay, he needs to slash to the bucket. But for a guy who's never been a great shooter, and it seemingly has gotten worse as Father Time has kicked in, he's not just going to start shooting 45% from 3-point range. I mean,
it's not going to change.
Yeah, what do you expect? So just have him do what he does, and that's go to the bucket hard?
Have you ever seen, by the way,
hard?
Can you guys give me another example?
Right at Grady Richard.
Can you guys give me...
You go at Grady hard.
Okay. Can you guys give me another example, by the way?
All night.
Of somebody...
Do not stop.
...who has...
Ever.
Whether he likes it or not.
Give me an example of somebody who has more confidence in a skill he is so bad at than Russell Westbrook. Is there anybody else who is more confident in something they are poor at than Russell Westbrook in 3-point shooting? Because Russ is like, am I covered? Don't care. This is going in.
He looks the part. He absolutely looks the part.
To defend him, there are moments in the game where nobody else is shooting. Clock is
I love it.
He's got to shoot.
How about this? How about Kenny Powers?
No, but remember, Kenny was he was an all-star pitcher at one point.
At one point, yeah.
The thing about Russell Westbrook, and I can't believe 7 games through the season, we're seeing this unfold before our very eyes. As bad as he is shooting the ball as a jump shooter, he's among the worst in the NBA. Look at his numbers, statistically.
No, worst in NBA history by volume.
All right. He's among the worst right now in the league. And yet, I believe he's a net positive.
I totally agree. Totally.
Think about that for a second. He's not he's putrid at one of the most important elements of basketball, and yet they need him as a net positive.
Because he's really good at other things. He can make up for it. If he was brought in to be a shooter, and that's what he does, then it's terrible. But he does a lot of other things well. And this is what, I'm so encouraged by this, and I'm going to give a little PSA to the rest of the NBA. because it was something that I was skeptical about. Now, there's an offshoot conversation to this, but just to kind of kick this thing off. I don't think there's a world that exists where I am happier with the play of Christian Braun than I am right now. Like, I think he has been so amazingly good in these first 7 games. He's shooting 54% from the field and 45% from 3 while playing hard-ass, in-your-face defense. And I just was like, I was curious. So I was like, let me just do a little comparison here between what you got in your starting 5 right now as compared to what's happening on the other side of the ledger, which is KCP in Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, let's go ahead and look at KCP's numbers thus far into the season. KCP is averaging 6 points on 29% from the field.
That's not good.
And 22% from 3.
That's even worse.
And the PSA that I would give to the rest of the league is,
Be careful what you wish for.
Whenever you take somebody out of the Jokic ether, take his numbers that you're basing off of paying him and subtract about 5 percentage points from the field, about 5 percentage points from 3, and a good 3 to 4 points per game off the board.
Not everybody. Jeremy Grant found better numbers elsewhere.
Okay, fine.
That's
now, he
because
was
Jeremy
the number
Grant
one option.
Exactly right. That's why.
He was the number one option
in
there.
a like situation. Those guys are going to dip once they die.
Okay,
But here's the other. Just quickly, here's the other thing with Christian. As good as he has been, and God, am I so happy with the way he's played in the starting 5. He is equally missed as that guy to come off the bench and do that for you.
he hit a big 3 late, along with Peyton Watson. They both hit those corner 3s that were vital in the Nuggets comeback.
Well, it was the only 3 he took all night, and he knocked it down.
Vital, okay?
Yeah.
We looked at, on the show last night, we examined Christian Braun's numbers versus KCP's historically with Denver. All right? KCP's numbers with the Nuggets. Christian Braun is better in every category except assists. Every category.
Yep.
And not just better, decisively better.
What a
Decisively
ball hog.
better.
Total ball hog. Just hogs that ball. Won't give it up. I'm just kidding, Vic. I'm just kidding. All right, that's a joke.
I don't know, but I didn't know what you meant by that.
Well, he has 0
because
assists.
the assist thing.
He's a
He's
ball
calling him
hog.
No, he just doesn't have as many assists.
Sarcastically a ball hog.
I got
it.
That was.
He just doesn't have as many as KCP, and I can tell you, it's about time. And I know it's early; things can change. When the KCP thing happened, everybody was like, "Oh my God, it's over." Listen, they did the right thing. Would you look at it now and say they did the right thing? Yes or no? Did they do the right thing?
Yes.
Can you imagine $22 million for that?
No.
$22 million for that
Oh, you mean for what you're getting now?
out of KCP?
Yeah, I would hate it. It would drive me insane every single night.
By the way, Bruce Brown is perfectly fine. They're holding him out because they're going to trade him. That's my theory. That's my theory.
What Vic's,
Immediately to start the year.
Yes.
what do Vic's people say? All the people are saying, "Hey, you can't even do that." Yeah.
So, in conclusion, Christian Braun is not the problem.
Okay, wrap up this thesis, homie.
Yes.
Wrap it up.
Christian Braun is a net positive by a ton.
Dude, he's not a net positive. He's been like, even with Joker,
Their
he's
second best player.
arguably as consistent as Joker is night in, night out.
He's been their second best player.
Yeah.
I just want to be on record as saying I don't want to see any more games like that. I just hated it. I mean, the third quarter, I just was pulling my own hair out. They're down by what?
Yeah.
No, they were down by like 12 and then 10.
They were down 11 with 5 and a half left.
Something like this is just, it was grinding on me, Vic.
Yeah.
Grinding on me. And then I have to turn on the post game, and I see you and Dempsey yucking it up on the couch like two pretty boys. Hey, what are you guys doing?
Well, we had D-Mac on, so we didn't have
Then I saw his
pretty
face.
Pretty boys.
Couldn't he put makeup on that thing? A mask? I mean, anything.
Also,
Relax.
hey, man, give him credit for going on the air with whatever his face offers.
Yeah.
You wouldn't
Playing
do
hurt,
that.
dog.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it either. Hey, somebody just said it on the Twitch feed, and you're exactly right. Denver Jayhawk, you're exactly right. The Nuggets did the right thing, letting KCP go. However, it remains to be seen whether they did the right thing as a whole in free agency, because they still lack shooters.
Well,
They still do.
This is the elephant in the room here, Vic, is Christian Brown in the starting lineup has been fantastic, and you saved money. And then you used the money on a guy you have seemingly given up on 5 games into the year.
He hasn't played 2 straight now.
Yeah.
And Dario sits there, and you wonder. I've got a theory there too. Is he hurt? Is there something that
They'd have to
affected him
list
the first?
it, wouldn't they?
Well, it could be more than just being hurt. Is he mentally hurt?
Well, we'll get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. So today at 2 o'clock, the deadline is going to pass. A trade's already been made this morning. Felt like this one was done a week ago, right? From all the rumors and reports that were out there. Schefter said it yesterday.
Well, Dan Campbell's behavior would have told you it was already done.
Zadarius Smith traded to Detroit this morning, so one big domino already falling on trade deadline day. And the Broncos make a couple of moves yesterday, one with a contract extension, another with a trade. I like both of the moves. And then I got to thinking about it and started to put on a tinfoil hat for a second, and I got a theory of something that could happen today, which we'll get to with the Broncos next. Tulotero. That's right. It's the lottery app, the favorite of many, where you can take all your favorite Colorado Lotto games and do it straight from your phone, skip the convenience stores, the long lines, and just get it right there on your smartphone. Along with it tells you if you won or not immediately. So download Tulotero and use my code MAGIC when you do so, and you get a free credit to play in your first Colorado Lotto game, whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, all of your favorites right there in the app. And tonight, on Election Day, $303 million up for grabs in the Mega Millions jackpot. So download the Tulotero app right now and use my code MAGIC and get that free credit to play in that Mega Millions drawing of $303 million up for grabs for you on the Tulotero app. It's Tulotero. Download it now. It's Tulotero, your lottery app. All right, get to the Broncos in a second. I have to share something here that I experienced yesterday. And look, you guys don't need another 4 idiots with microphones in front of their face saying, hey, go out and vote today. It's super important. You know. We all know that you guys know. But I was trying to get this done yesterday so I could drop it off this morning. And I didn't get whatever booklet you guys got. I did not receive. The way that these amendments are worded, impossibility. Yeah. And I had to look up everything online look, it's your duty. You go online, you make sure you know what you're voting for. But what's the point with the double negatives and this amendment shall not prohibit the not doing of the, and I'm just like, put it in layman's terms, man. Come on, help me out here.
Try to fool you.
But how are they going to fool me if I don't know what I'm not voting for?
Because you're dumb.
Well, duh. But can you word it just a little bit easier? Okay, do I need to take the bar to understand what these amendments mean? Seriously? Help me. And everybody's like, the book explained it perfectly. I didn't get a book. I don't know what book you guys got.
Where do you get this book?
That's what I'm asking. Everybody said they got an amendment book, and I didn't get that.
Help, please.
I didn't get no book.
Nelly, did you get a book?
I did. I got a blue book in the mail that was pretty thick and explained everything that's on the ballot.
Really?
I didn't get no friggin' book.
That's what I'm saying.
Where's my friggin' book?
That's my only thing.
All I want is a friggin' book.
Just, guys, let me understand what it is that I'm writing down yes or no for, please. That's all I'm asking. Is that too much?
Jock and Rock says, I got 2 books.
So you get a book.
You probably have my book, Jock.
Like there was that one like, shall we allow in this new amendment vet tech for masters? I'm like, what does this mean? Should we have vets? Is that what you're asking? Because I think we should. I don't know what this is.
Shall we have food?
I am just like,
Except they say it, shall the government not prohibit not consuming food? And so am I eating or not?
Yeah, Vic,
I voted for food.
If it said, should we have food, I would be like, yes. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, but they don't write it that
AIR.
way.
Should air be allowed? Shall the government not infringe on the right of air to air in lungs
Just
air?
Make it easy for me.
Yeah.
Well, first of all,
and I didn't get a book.
First of all, the fact that it has to be a book to explain this tells you all you need to know. It's a book. I ain't reading all that.
Anyway, just had to share. That's what I was doing for about an hour and a half last night, is just making sure I was doing things properly in the way that I would like to vote. So anyway.
I was watching a boatload of sports, including Patrick Mahomes turn his ankle in the 4th quarter.
You know what? I'm watching that happen. And I'm seeing the Chiefs. And you're watching the game, and it doesn't matter what Tampa does. Tampa's hanging in there, and they get a score and all these different things. You're just like,
what is Todd Bowles doing at the end? What are you
go
doing?
for 2? That's what you're saying? Yeah.
What are you doing? You're playing Kansas City. They're a witch. It's on the road. You're going to lead this to a flip of a coin? What are you doing?
Well, here's the thing. I said this before the show ended yesterday. I said this might sound blasphemous, guys. I want Kansas City to win. I don't want a pissed off Kansas City team playing the Broncos next week. So ultimately, I got what I wanted. Look, you aren't winning the AFC West anyway. That's not what this is about. You aren't going to get there. But when I saw Patrick Mahomes hobble off the field to a non-contact thing, and they said it was an ankle issue, right? But it didn't look like he rolled his ankle.
He rolled his ankle last week. Okay?
So he just stepped awkwardly?
Correct. And he thought, it's the same ankle, so he thought to himself, oh, did I do something worse? Apparently he's okay because he has, quote, the loosest ankles in football. I know he's got the loosest knee in football. His kneecap went to the other side of his leg.
But when he hobbled off the field, did we all think the same thing? Like, oh, my God, are they actually going to have to figure out life without Mahomes for a little bit?
Wow.
Yeah. And then immediately he comes back in the game.
You know who the backup is there?
Carson.
Yeah. It's Carson Wentz. For those who aren't keeping updated on the latest backup quarterback situation around the league, Carson Wentz is in Kansas City, and they don't have anybody else. They've got Mahomes, they've got Wentz, and they've got nobody else listed.
You know something else? Maybe this is just me being a hater. I don't know. I know they're undefeated, and they always find a way. I feel good about the Broncos' chances this weekend. I really do. Like, did you guys see the Tell me this. Outside of Kate Otten, who I think is a decent tight end. Who the hell did they have on offense last night? Anybody? And that's what I'm getting at. Like a team that has lost their best offensive players in Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, all these different guys, hung in there offensively with the Chiefs.
Yeah, they
and
did.
should have beaten the damn Chiefs.
That's what I'm saying. It's why I was so much more fearful of the Baltimore game than I am this weekend of the KC game. I'm not saying the Broncos are going to win, but they should, at minimum, have a chance at the end of the game, much like Tampa did.
On our late-night show, D-Mac guaranteed a Broncos win.
Well,
I don't know about a guarantee.
he's concussed. That's why.
Well, yeah, I think that's actually a decent argument to make now.
They're 9.5-point dogs right now. It's
that seems silly.
It's the identical. It probably is, but it's the identical situation as they face going to Baltimore. Listen, I know they lacked a lot of talent. His top 2 wideouts were gone, and so on. And you're right. I mean, the Bucs don't have a ton of offensive talent right now. But I watched the pregame interview with Baker Mayfield, and he pretty much put it the way that Brett, you would put it, or Vic, you would put it, anybody. Look, nobody's crying for us. We got dudes. They're gonna have to run their patterns. We're gonna have to just do your job. That's all we can do. I mean,
they gave it a hell of a shot.
Yeah, and he seems like a pretty good leader. I mean, he could play on my football team, and so that's what they essentially did. I think they should have gone for 2. I mean, look, they're a 4-4 team. They're trailing the Falcons by a game.
You
now
have
it's 2
to
in the
go
loss
for
column.
2 there.
It feels like you have to go for 2.
You have to. You're playing the witch. Again, you knew the Chiefs were going to win that coin toss. I mean, how predictable was that?
They always win the coin toss.
You know, that's what pisses me off, too. They win a coin toss, they go down, drive down, and win. I mean, it was the same story with Buffalo, was it not? In the playoffs? I mean, it's like whoever wins the coin toss was going to win that game, and these guys always seem to find a way to have their coin.
You know
come
what
up.
though?
I know it's just frustrating. By the way, it was I got to give credit where credit is due. It was a long, sustained, pretty damn good drive.
I know I'm in the minority on this, in the severe minority. I don't have the issue with both teams aren't guaranteed the football thing. Just get a stop. Like, you bring up the Buffalo game, I'll bring up the Cincinnati game from the year afterwards, Moj. They played them in the AFC Championship game. Or, no, the divisional round, I think. Game goes into OT, and Cincinnati plays actual defense instead of soft defense, which every team does in OT for some reason. And they get a 3-and-out because they play defense. Like, just play your defense and stop playing soft. Oh, we'll give up 6 yards at a time. It's like, how about you just get them to punt the football? I don't get it. I don't understand why every coach does this. It's so stupid. But can I give you my tinfoil hat theory? Because I have 2 things that I can back up with information on this. Okay? So yesterday, I think the Broncos make a really smart move by signing Jonathan Cooper to an extension. 4 years, $60 million. That's a 7th-round draft pick, by the way. Older guy when he got into the league. That, I'll say for him, he declined a risky move in which he could have made more by taking the safer one. Either way, he's making a whole bunch of money.
It's still a lot of money.
But what I'm saying, Moj, is he's at 5.5 sacks already this year, 9 games in. If he gets up to 10 by the end of the year, that price tag goes up. And he said, you know what, I'll just take the deal now and not mess around with it.
It's probably one of those deals where both sides are happy with the outcome.
Yes, I think the team should be super happy.
Sure.
You got a good pass rusher on a decent price. But that led the way to trading Baron Browning yesterday for a 6th-round pick to Arizona. And that also makes sense because Browning wasn't playing all that much. He kind of fell out of the rotation with some of the better players like Benito's and Cooper's and now Jonah Ellis with his emergence.
Yeah.
That one makes sense.
Sometimes you trade good players because other players are just more serviceable. They play. And that's the difference here. Jonathan Cooper has been available. He plays. Mm-hmm. And Browning has not. He's had a series of injuries. He's a talented player. Our buddy Paul Calvisi called me yesterday because he works for the Cardinals, and he said, tell me about Browning. And I said, well, he's coming up at the end of his contract, and he's often injured. But he can play. Hell of a player.
Yeah.
It's just it's a gamble. It's a risk. Will he be on the field? That pretty much describes the difference between Jonathan Cooper and Baron Browning. Good player. They're still hurting in Arizona. Their fans can't believe that they let Zach Allen walk. That Zach Allen is now a Bronco.
Sure.
And now all of a sudden they find themselves leading the division. Halfway through the season, you could have knocked me over with a feather if you told me Arizona's going to lead the division halfway through the year, yet here they are, and they're making moves to try to shore it up.
They're building their team right, though. They got a good O-line. Look, Kyler's Kyler. Sometimes he can be really good. Sometimes he's not. But they got a good wideout now. They get some good defensive pieces. Like, I'm not totally I'm shocked that they're leading the division, but not totally shocked that they're 5-4. But here's the other thing. That leaves an open roster spot. Just throwing it out there. The Broncos are at 52 guys right now with Browning being traded. The deadline's at 2 o'clock today.
And they're shopping Greg Dulcich.
I'm just saying that leaves you a little bit more cash to play with, especially if you shop Greg Dulcich and find a suitor for him. Got a little bit more cash to play with. You got a roster spot open. And here's what I heard, by the way, from a Lions reporter that I know. So the trade for Zadarius Smith happens this morning. And I texted him this morning. I said, they finally got it done, huh? And he said, this deal was done a week ago. It was blocked 3 times by Haslam, the owner. And I was like, well, why would he do that?
Why?
And this is where the tinfoil hat comes in. I don't think Haslam wants to admit after giving a quarterback $250 million and going all in on a Super Bowl that the season's done and they're blowing it up. I don't think he wanted to admit it. And then it just became very clear over the weekend that they weren't competing.
If he didn't want to admit it, then he's an idiot because everybody can see that his football team is poor.
But the tinfoil hat thing, Moj, is, and I'm not saying necessarily for the Broncos, but maybe, because it's my dream, they've received a whole bunch of calls over the last week for Njoku, and they've rejected all of them. And I wonder if Haslam is now ready to admit, we're done, this is over, perhaps Njoku comes on the market today. And perhaps somebody gets a deal done. And maybe that's the Broncos, because that would be a lot of fun for me.
If Dulcich were Njoku straight up.
Yeah. If the word comes out that the Browns would trade him, you're going to have a number of suitors.
Sure.
Would you trade? I'll just throw Dulcich in it because he's not going to play, obviously. Would you trade Garrett Bowles and Dulcich for Njoku?
No.
You don't have any other tackles, bro.
Yeah. I'm not doing that.
Garrett Bowles' contract is up at the end of the, end of the year.
But, bro, what are you going to do for a tackle now, bro?
Dude, don't bro me.
I'm just bro.
Yeah, the Broncos
just got broed.
The Broncos are currently in a playoff spot. I'm not getting rid of your left tackle. But if you told me Njoku for like I don't know, 5th, 4th, I would heavily think about it.
What are they doing with their third-string quarterback? He's got value. And they know he's got value.
Throw him over to Cleveland.
I'm just saying right now.
Yeah, like Cleveland needs another quarterback.
Well, they probably don't, but this guy has value. Jeff Legwall tells you if the guy ever got waived, which he won't, he was traded to the Denver Broncos, he has value of some kind, then it's an insta-claim. So if a team will claim him, then a team will give up what you gave up for him.
You know, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with how the Broncos this season, we've seen it numerous times already, they have kept big news under wraps.
Mm-hmm.
Like this Jonathan Cooper thing happened over the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And a week later, we find out he signed an extension?
Bro.
Not his fault, but they kept the fact that they had a wide receiver who got shot twice.
Once in the head.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we didn't hear about that for a week.
That was. I don't know why they wouldn't come out and say it. It's going to get out eventually. They don't care. I don't know.
See, that's on you, Brett, for preparing for the show, not doing your due diligence to go get those stories.
For not listening to the police blotter.
Yeah.
And figuring
that's
that out.
the role of your position. I don't know if you're aware of this. You got to get the stories, you present them to Moj and I, and then we discuss them.
You got to go over the transcripts of the communication.
And I'm not in the news business.
From the dispatch.
I'm in the entertainment business.
Okay.
Have you ever listened to a police scanner? When I worked at Channel 4 for all those years,
yes.
Up at the assignment desk, they have the scanners. It's crazy, dude.
It's hard to understand what the hell's going on. I think once you're in the biz and you're an actual a cop or a dispatcher, you totally get it.
Or criminal.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever listened to air traffic control?
Not for fun, no.
Okay.
Oh, wait. They used to have those little headphone plugins on the arms.
On
the
United,
arm
you
stand.
could listen to the ATC, correct?
Yeah, you could listen to it. I did that a couple times.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're like, what to the ha. But once you do it, once you're in it, it all makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, when you hear all the 7-7 Whiskey Romeo approaching 2-9 or VFR, you're like, what does any of this mean?
Right.
I'm just telling you.
909
There
Juliet
isn't-
reporting over Standing Lake.
If you don't
And
think
on 1-1, right for a full stop
if it's not
with
in
Echo.
if it's not in Njoku, fine. But the Broncos have an open roster spot today. Just saying. Just throwing that out there for everybody. With no more Baron Browning, they have 52 men on a 53-man roster. I know they can call up a practice squad guy, but that does leave wiggle room for maybe something before 2 o'clock today. That's all I'm saying. Yeah? Cool?
What are they doing with my guy?
Who?
The Broncos. What are they doing with my guy?
Which guy?
You know who my guy is? The third guy. That's
Zach
my
Wilson?
guy. Yes. It's Zach Wilson. Of course that's my guy. Zach Wilson? Yes.
Mose, you have a million guys.
Yeah. Every week you adopt another guy.
Herman Marquez is my guy. I'm not talking about him.
I don't know if
Zach.
I don't know if there are people banging at the door for Zach Wilson.
If the Broncos made him available, he would be traded like that.
Texture says, Brett, why aren't you spending your nights at Shotguns reporting on Broncos players? What if this happened?
What if that's your assignment?
No. I didn't do that every night, but just that night, I happened to be at Shotguns. And I go, guys,
Have I got the story for you?
I was at the strip club last night, and I saw Josh Reynolds there, and then I heard a shootout happen on the highway afterwards.
Guys, me and my boys were at table 6.
Yeah.
Well, but your wife thought you were at a fantasy draft, so you can't really tell.
So I heard from a guy who heard from a guy.
So the police come knock on your door. You're an eyewitness to this. No, I was at the fantasy draft.
Of course not.
Are you kidding me? It was me?
I was at Cuba at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's where I was. I mean, come on. It was at Jack's Fish House, and I was just overlooking the situation. 303-504-0925.
How late is Sam's number 3 open?
Wait, are they 24 hours?
I don't know. Pete's Kitchen. I was at Pete's.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Hey, Mose, your boys are back at it with Arturi Lekkinen in the lineup tonight.
Love to see it. Speaking of, when we go play the Florida Panthers, sometimes we stay in Fort Lauderdale. That place exists still to this day.
What?
The Dollhouse in Fort Lauderdale. Just letting you know because you're all ready to go.
What is it?
It's a strip club, dude. What do you think it is? Motley Crue singing about, daycare?
It's girls. It's a farmer's market,
yes,
actually.
Exactly.
Girls.
Motley.
Looking at fresh avocados from the farm.
I mean, dude.
Is it a pumpkin patch?
It's Motley Crue 30 whatever years ago, dude.
It's a leaf peeping sanctuary.
Yeah,
That's where all the girls go.
Exactly. Maple leaves. Look at those aspens. They're turning brown. Come on, dude. What is it? Anyway, that's just a thought that popped into my head because it exists.
Okay, hockey,
so the
please.
deal is Arturi Lekkinen will play tonight, which is unbelievably good news. Did you see Val skating with his team yesterday?
How is he allowed to skate before the suspension is over?
Because, he's not allowed to play, but I think that the league, from what I've heard, everybody's happy with the way this thing has gone. That his responsibility has been awesome. The league is very pleased. The league is pleased. The assistance program is pleased. Everybody seems to be very positive about it, which is very good news.
What do his teammates think?
I don't know, Vic.
What do you mean you don't know? They're there. They're talking.
I'll find out. I'll call you from skate. And by the way, what they would say to Vic Lombardi's face may not be what they. I don't know, Vic. Here's what I do think.
I'll tell you what they're thinking.
They're probably.
I'll tell you what they're thinking.
They're thinking, damn, man, you screwed us twice.
Yeah.
But damn, we really need you.
Exactly. They're looking at it and saying, God, this guy's good. He is good.
What he does is very, very unique in the league.
But can I trust you?
Well, I think that's a very fair.
You know what?
It's a very fair question to ask.
At this point, I know the trust factor is gone with him, but Moshe, he is so bleeping necessary right now. Like, he is so necessary to this team. And let's say that he breaks the trust again. God forbid. Well, there's no way the NHL holds the Avs responsible after that.
Well, no, so here's where he's at.
But this is where I'm saying
he's in stage 3.
You kind of got carte blanche here, right? You get either one, a really good hockey player who helps you win, or two, he does something stupid again.
And then you can move on.
And then you can move on.
Yeah.
Like, I actually think this is a pretty good scenario.
That's a very good point. You're at the end of the road here.
Yeah.
The fork is sitting in front of you.
I've already laid that out for you. I'm hoping the best for the guy.
Obviously.
I've told you. Well, I mean, I've told you. It's not just because I'm selfishly calling the games and I want the Avs to win, which I do. But I very much like him as a guy. I very much like him as a person. I think he's a very interesting cat, Val Nichushkin. Plus, his story getting back into the National Hockey League is a really try-hard, do-good, kick-ass story. I mean, this is a guy who didn't have a goal for a year and a half or whatever it was. 0 goals in 57 games his last year in Dallas. I mean, this is a guy who just couldn't put it together at this level. And now look at him. He's arguably the outside of Kale. He was the next in line for the damn Conn Smythe, bro.
If he's allowed to practice now before he's the suspension is rescinded or ends, has he been allowed to practice with the team all season?
No, he has not.
Okay.
He's been on his own. And then I think this is the next step, anticipating a healthy and happy return here in about, let's see, today is the 5th. So I think he's eligible to be reinstated on the 13th and then active on the 14th. Their next game would be on the 15th. I think that's the way it goes. I don't know. Again, it's HIPAA, Vic. It's HIPAA, sucker. I don't know what goes on inside the player assistance program and the deal between the league, but it seems like they now allow the player to acclimate himself back to his teammates, acclimate himself back to his team, and then when he's active, he's ready to go. And which he looks like he will be, for sure.
I'm just, again, I said this from the very beginning, as tough as it might have been to, like, hey, forgive and forget 2 straight years sort of thing.
Time out.
I'm sorry. I got into an ENT today at 3.
Are you okay? You're wheezing now. I mean,
I know,
that was legit wheeze.
That was the doctor.
Oh,
so
it was?
what
Okay.
This right here,
Yeah.
I'm gonna instruct him to take it all out, everything, all of it.
I told you I'd do it for free.
Vix, have you seen Mad Max? Yes. Fury Road? He's going to look like Immortal Joe by the end of this thing today. They're just going to have that hook up, that rig on him like this.
Listen, I'm so desperate.
They
I'm
can't
so
do it
desperate.
in the office. They can't. I know
so
they can't do it in
desperate.
the office though.
I want to breathe so badly. I'd be willing to take on Mosier's face to have a normal breathing pattern. Normal.
I think that if people looked at both of our faces, straw poll.
Hold on. Hold, please.
Straw poll.
Blow.
Yeah.
Blow. Go ahead. Straw poll.
There go the brains.
If you had to have one of our faces, and Brett, you're not included because your beard is scraggly, but
Your face is jacked,
once you get
Brett.
cleaned up, you do pretty good. Nelly, you look weird without a beard. So if you had to have my face or Vic's face, would you choose Mose or Vic?
There's a couple of different things.
303-504-0925. Okay, there.
Say
We'll
Vic
put
or
it out
Moshe.
there.
Now, here's what I was going to say about Val. I've maintained this from the second that Val, well, I guess the second the offseason began. I'm just like, I know that it makes people upset when they think about the big-time, massive, huge games that he's missed and what you could have lost with him being suspended twice. He's so good for this team, though. Like, he's so good. And if they can just find a way to brush that off as best they can, you are a much better version of a hockey team with him on the ice than off, no matter what you could have done in the offseason. Let's say you actually got rid of the contract through a trade and you had the money left. You aren't finding somebody of the value of a Val Nichushkin for the money that you would have gotten back.
That is correct.
Like,
what he's
this
like,
is actually ideal, guys. It's an ideal scenario of Val being back on the ice for you.
And again, you listen to what his teammates say. Kale says a big boost. I mean, obviously they play big roles for us, talking about, if guys can come back, and Val's part of that. Coach Bednar, we need all the help we can get. Every guy gets back in. Things start to shape up a little bit the way we want them to look. Rantanen says, I threw a little joke to him like, it's good to see you, Val. I didn't know he was skating with the team until I saw him on the ice. I was excited to see him there. He helps. And again, here's Kale. I don't think there's anything that really needs to be said. I think Val is one of those guys. He's going to put the work in, and you've got to trust that. If he wants to lean on us, we can always help him. It's awesome to see him back. Awesome to see him around the rink, smiling, having fun, and just being back on the ice with the guys. Okay, so that's the situation. You're right, Brett. For the money that you're paying him, if you wanted to just go take that and even trade for a guy or go find a guy, it's hard because he's got a unique set of skills. He's not the greatest puck handler in the world, but he's fast. He back checks like crazy. He's long and stretchy. He's tough in front of the net.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you put him, Mose, when he comes back?
I'd stick him right next to Casey Middlestat and say, have fun.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. I'd put him right next. And by the way.
So Leckie goes up with Mikko and McKinnon, and then you put Val next to Middlestat?
I think for now that would be the idea. Now, listen, when he comes back, we'll see. But, boy, that's a big stout. If you put Val up with 29 and 96, that is a big stout.
Which they did a lot last year.
Line. Yeah. But I think what you want to do if you're Jared Bednar, you want to sort of
spread the love.
Correct. Spread some LUV around. We'll see. We'll see. Initially, I think that's where Leckie goes because the guy is just a hell of a gamer, and we all know that.
Hey, just before break, can you guys explain this one to me? And it just happened. Okay. So Jerry Jones was on his radio show, and he said that the Cowboys will be adding a receiver today before the deadline, a player they've admired since his college days. That now, from like literally 5 seconds ago, is Jonathan Mingo, I guess, according to Adam Schefter, who just got traded from the Panthers to the Cowboys. But he also said in that radio interview on 105.3 in Dallas, Dak Prescott is likely to be placed on injured reserve due to his hamstring injury. So hang on a second. The Cowboys are 3-5.
What are they doing?
They're going to put their quarterback on IR, and they're going to be buyers at the deadline? Can somebody explain that to me?
Jerry's a weirdie, man. He's you talk about Haslam's not delusional like this guy's delusional. This guy is absolutely delusional. And watch.
What is this?
He's trying to beat Father Time here.
Yeah, he is. Watch Cooper Rush come in and actually guide them some wins. And you know what they're paying Dak next year in 2025? You know
60, right?
But you know what his cap hit is?
Oh, 189.5.
89.5. 89.5. Good Lord Almighty. That's crazy bread. That's crazy money.
I know that with at least a certain owner in this town that a lot of people like to poke at that resides on Blake Street, there's a lot of complaints to be had about him. I don't think I would be more frustrated with any owner in sports than Jerry Jones.
Well,
because it just doesn't make sense.
He would drive me insane.
It doesn't make sense what he's doing.
I heard a Cowboys guy on the radio yesterday, national guy. He's a Cowboys fan. He goes, I'm so sick of this, though. Jerry always says the buck stops with me. No, Jerry, he's like, I'm tired of the buck stopping with you. No more buck stopping with you. Somebody else should stop the buck.
Let somebody else stop it.
Let somebody else stop the buck. You know what I mean?
Here's the problem with Jerry is he buys the Cowboys, makes wholesale changes, fires Tom Landry. I mean, it's just like, what is going on? And then he wins Super Bowls right away. He wins right away. And hasn't won since.
But he's got the irrational confidence that, obviously it's not my fault because I've done this over and over again. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
When you have that immediate success.
It's been 35 years.
Yeah, he probably thinks it's like 5 years ago. Has to.
I mean, I think he's feeling his own mortality.
But imagine this, guys.
That's what I think.
Imagine last
freaking.
year, the Broncos have Russell Wilson, and they're 3-5, and Russell Wilson's about to go on injured reserve, and the deadline's here, and the Broncos go, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go buy a couple of pieces.
Mingo.
And you're like, what? But why?
I don't know.
Why are we doing
Settle
that?
down just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
Oh, all right. There you go. 303-504-0925. Can get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
Was in Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic late last week, got my blood work done, and it was great. My low T's in really good shape right now. And the cool part is the stuff comes right to my house. I do it myself. Now, you don't have to. Maybe you have the willies about that, but I take care of it at home, and it's a really easy thing to do. It's fixable. You guys know what I'm talking about out there? Maybe you're putting on a little weight, you have a little brain fog, you wake up tired, that sort of thing. You just don't feel like you used to feel. Low testosterone happens. But there is something you can do about it. Your body's going to change. Go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic like I did and check it all out. Get tested. Don't wait a year like most guys do. Do it now. Fight back against Father Time. Appointments are easy. Just $99 includes a medical consult, a low T, and a PSA test. It's comprehensive. If you sign up that day, your appointment is free. So don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 different locations. Or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
Oh, this is great. Texter writes in, remember what we were talking about earlier? Is there anybody you can think of that has the confidence that Russell Westbrook has in a jump shot without the ability to actually hit it consistently? Like the irrational confidence in something you're bad at? Jerry Jones is irrationally confident in his ability to be a GM despite no results for 30 years. Like I think that's a perfect example. Like, I just saw the details for the trade, by the way. So, again, to recap this for you guys, the Cowboys suck. If you guys, did you guys see the video of Dak Prescott on the sideline last week, by the way, where he said that to his teammate? He goes, he turned to his teammate in the middle of the game. He goes, "We bleeping suck." He is now going to go on IR, likely to go on IR for a hamstring injury. They're 3-5. And Jerry Jones says, "You know what we need? To buy." And he goes out and he gets Jonathan Mingo. Jonathan Mingo, I just looked up his numbers. So he's a young guy. He's 23. In 2 years, he has 0 touchdowns and about 50 catches. They traded a 4th-round pick for this guy. 4th.
That seems a little bit higher than the going rate.
Moshe, Detroit this morning traded for an elite pass rusher and traded a 5th.
Understood.
What are you doing?
That seems like a little high for the going rate on wideouts. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy.
It's insane.
Crazy insane, he said.
Let me ask you something, though, in regards to the Broncos. Again, I'm not saying they're doing anything, but right now the Broncos have an open roster spot. They got 52 guys after trading Baron Browning yesterday. Not do you think they will. Do you want them to make a move? Or are you good?
They've already done more than we expected. Yesterday we brought this up with Adam Schefter. He didn't expect anything.
Right.
They've already done something. Yep. I'd be shocked.
They traded Browning for a 6th-round pick to Arizona.
Okay. Are you asking, would I mind if they added more? I'd love it. Would I be surprised if they don't? No.
I think I'm the same way. I think they have a plan. They have a patient plan. Maybe things are a little bit ahead of the game, but it doesn't mean you get away from your plan at this point. Are the Broncos ahead of where you thought they would be at 5-3?
Yeah, and that's kind of like
okay.
Again,
so maybe they're a little bit ahead of the game.
This is my preference.
You get a little bit anxious. You get a little bit wanty, needy, that kind of thing. I understand. I mean, I think it's natural, Brett. I just think that don't do anything to mess up your plan.
I'm just saying this is a preference. If they don't do anything, I'm not going to yell and scream. It's whatever. I mean, it's probably, I don't know if it's smart, but it's totally reasonable to not make a move. But if I'm just asking for a preference that I have, I would prefer that they spend some late-round pick, some late, 5th, 6th-round pick.
What do you think Njoku would cost?
I'm not even saying him necessarily. Like, he's the dream for me. I think a 4th, despite what Mingo just went for, I think a 4th would do it because he's getting near the end of his contract. Mm-hmm. He's a little bit older. He's a little bit more expensive. And I even think a 4th might be pushing it. A 5th might do the job. But I'm just saying, guys, right now, we're over halfway through the season, and the Broncos are in a wild card spot. And I think if you made a wild card game with a rookie QB, what a boost that would be, confidence and morale-wise. And if you can add something that can help you a little bit more, I'd love to see it. Now, I get it. Price has to be right, and contract has to work, and all that. There's a lot of, sort of hoops you got to jump through. But just in general, if I could make that happen, I would love to see it.
That's a great point, Vic. When you are a losing team and you've done a lot of losing, even if it's not horrific losing, but losing, to turn that mentality around and to become a believer and think that you're good and you can win on any given Sunday, that's a big deal. And Sean Payton's charge here.
How'd the Lions do it?
They got a lot of friggin' talent.
How did they go from
they got a lot
perennial losers, a franchise that only losers would pull for, to this?
Absolutely crushed the draft for 3 straight years.
That's
when I say
they crushed the draft, Vic, they've got some really good players.
They had a boost in this area. They didn't really start over with a quarterback. They had a proven veteran guy that could play the game already. So then it was just about getting the pieces around him because they didn't worry about that aspect of it.
And they turned that Stafford deal into some good stuff, man. They've done it the right way. Dan Campbell, I think, is probably a pretty good coach. I know I made fun of him for wanting to eat legs and kneecaps and chew his what did he want to do? Chew his way from the ankles all the way up? chew all the way up to the.
You get knocked down, you take a kneecap off on the way up. That's what you do.
Okay.
And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Okay, there you go. So,
And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
all right, whatever you need.
That's how you do it.
He should work for the mob.
So the idea that Sean Payton's charge was not just to make the Broncos good. You got to make them believe that they're actually decent or good. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. You change the whole mental mindset of a club is difficult. So he's starting to do that. And Brett, I completely agree, Vic. If the Broncos could make the postseason as a wild card, I think that would go so far for this team in the future. I mean, so far. Yes. What?
I just saw something else.
Uh-oh.
DeAndre Hopkins was traded for a conditional 5th-round pick, and Jonathan Mingo went for a 4th. I mean,
That's crazy.
There you go. There you
when
go.
you compare those picks, that's just crazy to me.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Moshe. You haven't made the postseason since Peyton Manning was here, and you're currently in a wild card spot. You know, I think if you can help your team just get a little bit extra of a boost, just a little leg up.
Hey, the Broncos need a better running back.
All right.
Okay?
They got to figure out if Estime can play, and they got to figure out if Audric Estime can hold on to the ball. I know the fear is he's been sloppy with the football the few times he's carried it, but let him go. It's got to be him the rest of the season. Let him go.
Yeah.
It's my opinion.
Well, here's the thing, though. Once you get caught between the moon and New York City, it gets to be it's a difficult place. Because all of a sudden, Brett, if you're above your expectation, you're 5-3. That may be all well and good, Vic, in an 8-9, 7-10 type of situation.
Yeah.
Hey, let's find out what we got in the young running back out of Notre Dame. Let's find out what we got. Okay. Well, now you've got an opportunity to win. Now you've got an opportunity. I don't think you're going to beat Kansas City. You're a 9.5-point dog, but I think you can win 3 straight after that.
Hey.
Especially because you have if you're playing the Falcons in Atlanta, that's going to stink. But you got them here. I think you could be an 8-5 team, Vic, and then you're not giving the ball to the rookie because you do worry about him putting it on the turf.
Mo, Sean Payton said it yesterday. He said his biggest takeaway from that game, the inability to establish a run game. They can't run it. They need better runners.
See, and I said this after the game on Sunday, Vic. You're first and goal at the 1. Do you really not have confidence you can punch it in?
You should.
With just a running back?
That's where you line up Estime and you go.
Yeah.
You go.
I agree. Texter says they are not a playoff team. They're in no position to be buyers. They sure as hell are right now a playoff team. If the season ended today, they're a playoff team. See, this is... I need people to understand something because I've been getting grief for this for about a week now, and I keep saying that the Broncos are a good team. You have to understand there's different tiers within the league, okay? There's elite juggernaut teams like Chiefs, Detroit, maybe Baltimore's in that conversation. There's great teams. Great teams look like Washington, right?
Washington's not great. They're good. Pretty. I say pretty dang good. I mean, great
They're
teams.
not great.
Yeah, great teams. Baltimore, I think, is great.
Okay. Baltimore, Buffalo?
I think Buffalo's pretty damn good. I think Kansas City's great. I think the Lions right now, they look great. I think they are great. I was thinking about this. There's not really – it felt like it used to be, man, a lot of teams can get it done. I don't know how many teams really can get it done at this point.
But this is what
Seems
I'm thinking.
like it's wide open.
The NFL seems to be separated between, like, here's the great teams in the league.
And that's maybe a handful.
And here's the garbage trash teams. And there's really not an in-between. And I think the Broncos are an in-between. Like, they're one of those.
I think the Steelers are an in-between. I think the Bengals are an in-between. I think that the Packers are an in-between. Falcons are in between.
Packers are
right
damn
now,
good.
the Rams and the Niners appear to be in-betweens.
How about if I specify in the AFC?
Okay.
The AFC, there's not a lot of in-between. It's either you're really good or you're pretty trash.
Okay.
The Broncos are one of the rare in-betweens to where that in-between team could make the postseason. And the point here is what we started this with. This isn't about, hey, can you rattle off 3 straight wins and make a Super Bowl? That's not happening. But just making the postseason is a hell of a thing to have in your back pocket for a rookie quarterback taking over in year 1. Like, pretty rare that a rookie quarterback's able to do that. And so all I'm saying is, when you use the term buyers, yeah, you aren't spending a first-round pick to go out and get some elite guy. Okay, don't do that. But you can find somebody at the back end that can help you. Like what Vic's talking about here. Could you get a running back for a 6th or 7th round pick that can maybe bolster that room a little bit? Yeah, of course you could. Could you get a tight end that can give you 3-4 catches a game? Be a little bit athletic after the catch? Yeah, I think you can find that for the right price.
What does bolstered mean?
In this era of running backs, man, you should be able to stack your team with running backs. They're available. Go find whatever fit you need. You don't have to be married to one or two.
But you're right, Vic. There's just something about Javonte that it's not working. It's not. Like there is no threat. How about this? There is no threat of an explosion on the ground, is there? There is no home run to be had in the running game for the Broncos.
Ever.
Unless it's Bo Nix. Bo Nix can be your home run threat
He's
somehow.
the best runner.
Okay, but how many teams around the league is there a threat for a home run?
I think there's
play?
a lot more than you think, Moj.
I
Even
just-
terrible
you know
teams.
what, I was even a little
Chuba Hubbard on potentially the worst team in the league, Carolina,
Yeah.
is a really good running back.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good. Even though I guess I was a little bit surprised that Jaleel is getting carries in like short yardage situations. You know, I don't know if that's his role, and he's in the game, and I'm like, I had some questions about that, but I don't know. I guess, Vic, I see what you're saying. I just, to put it in the hands of a rookie at this point, I think would be
Estime needs to
tough.
play. Estime needs to play. The end. And if he keeps fumbling, then you know what you have.
Wait,
you got to play him.
Are you saying putting the running back room in the hands of a rookie?
Estime needs to
I'm
play.
talking about putting the majority of the carries in the hands of a rookie at this point.
Yeah, that should be the easiest
okay,
transition
Yeah,
from
that's
league
not
to
a
league.
big deal. Teams
Okay.
do that all the time.
That's what you and I think, but is that what Sean Payton thinks? That's what I'm getting at. I don't know that he feels the same way that you do, Vic. I think he'd love to be able to get a gauge on his rookie running back. I think he'd like to get the temperature of the room in that regard. But at 5-3, I'm not sure you can afford to do that. I certainly would not put the rock in his hand the majority of the time this weekend. You're going to Kansas City. You're playing it at 11 a.m. Denver time.
Why are you so nervous about the idea of a rookie getting 15
Because
carries
you
a
can
game?
make the playoffs, and I don't want him to screw it up if he doesn't have to.
Well, how does a running back screw it up?
Putting the ball on the turf.
Well, yeah, you know what? Melvin
turnovers
Gordon was in the
all
league for
time.
8 years. He did that.
I understand that. He ain't here no more, is he?
He's here for a while.
Well, he ain't no more.
Jason Kelsey apologizes during ESPN's pregame show
Saw that.
for spiking that phone.
I
He
don't.
says, quote, "In a heated moment, I decided to greet hate with hate. I fell short."
I'm not sure you did, dude.
I think he did the right thing.
I'm not sure he fell short. I don't. You know who fell short? The kid's parents. That's who fell. The kid, number one, because the kid's a bonehead. Number two, the kid's parents failed that kid.
You know what that's called?
Failed that child.
ESPN walked up to him before he got on the set, and they go, "Dude, you just gotta. Can you just say sorry? We don't need. Look, you're probably in the right. You probably did what I would have done, but can you say sorry for us, just real quick?"
But I think his actions were better. I think he told people that's not acceptable. You can't act like that. You can't do that. Since when is that kind of stuff acceptable?
Wait, you talking about from him?
No, from the kid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's not
of course,
acceptable.
Of course.
Don't apologize to that snot-nosed
That's what I'm
brat.
saying. Look, we all got a
the guy's
limit, don't we?
The guy's a horrible human being. I don't apologize for being rude to a horrible human being.
All right,
Moj,
take it
if
easy.
I was-
he's just a kid. I mean, he's probably just
But you know what?
Vic, come on, man. Stop letting these
I ain't kidding.
Stop letting these kids off the hook.
Moj, if you're sitting down at a bar and I start barking and saying horrible things about your wife, at some point there's a limit to where you aren't going to take any more words about your wife anymore.
That's for sure. And her limit, if she's sitting there, is probably shorter than my limit. So you better watch out, Kaner.
Oh, trust me. This is a true story. I was at a bar about 2-3 years into dating with my wife, had my back turned. Me and my buddy were getting another drink.
I remember this story. Go ahead.
Have I told this on the air?
No, but I don't know if you've told it on the air.
I
You
haven't
told me.
heard
It's
it.
a great story.
She was drinking, I don't know, vodka cranberry or something. It was something red, okay? And she had this little wobbly circular table next to this bench. And this drunk guy sits down, like plops. As he plopped, the chair hit the table, drink spills on him. I don't know any of this is happening. I got my back to it. So I got 2 drinks in my hand. I turn around, and my wife and this guy are in each other's faces like this, pointing at each other.
What?
Yeah. So I sprint over, put the drinks down, push the guy away, and I'm like, what the bleep is going on here? And he starts saying, this bee spilled a drink, blah, blah, blah. She goes, you spilled it on yourself, you stupid. Like, it's just, it's getting crazy. This is a small bar, by the way.
So is that when you turn to your wife and go, what are you doing? Are you that person?
No. What I did was...
No, he said he put a ring on it right then. He got down on one knee.
I smacked the security guard in the shoulder who's standing 2 feet away. Bro, are you... I don't want to get into a fight in the middle of this bar and have police come. So the guy grabs him and kicks the guy out. As the guy's getting kicked out, turns out he's a bartender at this place, and it was his off night.
What?
And he goes, you'll never get a drink in here again. And I go, I'll be here tomorrow. Like, it just turned into that. So we get in the car on the way home. And it's a little bit silent. And I turn to my wife and I say, hey, I know that you were fired up. In a case like that, could you at least alert my attention in that direction before I go 30? Because who knows what that guy could have done.
Sure.
If he wailed off and hit her, I mean, I don't know. Somebody's going to jail, and it's probably me. And she said to me, and I quote Vic, he was a tiny dweeb, and I would have taken him. That's what she said. And I go, just for future reference, let me know first before any tiny dweebs start talking trash to you again.
Him.
So, yeah, I'm well aware, Mose, that there's a limit of things you can say to my wife before she blows up, okay? Well aware. You know what it was? It was that damn Touch Tunes in the corner. She had to play her TLC Waterfalls or whatever she listens to.
Well, I mean, when
that
you're
guy
having
didn't like it?
Well, no, he didn't
was
like
just
that the
a
drink
hammered
spilled
dude.
on
Yeah,
him.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
She's tough, dude. I'm telling you.
No, my
Tough.
wife she's scary. She can be scary.
Vic, your wife is scary. Your wife scared
all
me.
of our wives are a little scary.
The first time she said to me, what did she say when I shouted down something over the banister? And she said, she said, shut up, Mosier. I don't have time for your blank this morning, I think is what it was. I'm like, yes, ma'am. I will shut up right now. Yes, ma'am.
Don't call me that.
Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Again tonight, Avs and Kraken, 7 o'clock.
Got to win this game, dude.
7 o'clock
I'm
puck
telling you
drop.
right now, you've got to win this game.
You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, we're just a few short hours away until the deadline wraps up. Some moves already made this morning. A whole bunch to get to. Stick around.
I'm not happy with anything that took place. I'm not proud of it. And, you know, in a heated moment, I chose to greet hate with hate. And I just don't think that that's a productive thing. I really don't. I don't think that, you know, it leads to discourse, and it's the right way to go about things. And in that moment, I fell down to a level that I shouldn't have. So I think the bottom line is I try to live my life by the golden rule. That's what I've always been taught. I try to treat people with common decency and respect, and I'm going to keep doing that moving forward, even though I fell short this week.
Yeah, Jason, you're fine. Get a bodyguard.
Well, I just
get a bodyguard.
I appreciate where he's coming from. That's the adult way to handle it. Okay, what I don't appreciate are why people think they're so entitled to harass people and say horrible things for what, likes and views and whatever. I mean,
you know what?
You get these gangs going, and
Moj,
it's a classic. And did the kid learn a lesson? I don't know if he did or not, but the harassment is completely uncalled for and horrible.
Moj?
What?
It's election day.
Yeah.
Part of my platform would be if you're one of these like TikTok prank people, jail. Immediately.
What about if you do the boom dance?
No, those guys are fine.
Right to jail.
You
Right
know what?
away.
That's more of an us problem for consuming that content. Look, that's a nice little family that's doing their own thing, and they aren't hurting anybody.
I don't know, man. That kid.
The TikTok prank people, all of you immediately in prison. I mean, have you seen those ones where those guys are like, I'm in the roughest part of town, and they're like, I'm going to fake like I'm going to fight somebody on the street, and I'm just sitting there like, I hope you just get wrecked. Because every time somebody's about to hit them, they go, no, dude, it's a prank, look at the camera. It's like, yeah, you know what?
So what?
I think you still deserve one right on the nose.
Sure.
We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom.
Look, I'm annoyed by it. But again, this is just a nice little family trying to have some fun. It's our fault for making this, like, super popular, okay? It's our fault. These guys don't bother me. They don't. They bother me in that what's wrong with all of us that we like that content. That's what it's bothersome.
It's wholesome.
It's wholesome. It is. Now, you know what? Speaking of, if I make you guys the sports president, you guys had to run on a sports platform. What is it? What's the sports platform you run on? Your number one issue, day one as sports president in office, what would you do?
No flopping, no ties.
I like that.
Both teams get to touch the football in overtime. I know what you say. Just make a stop.
Get a stop.
Get a stop. Dude, hey, listen. The Kansas City Chiefs, and I'm going to give them full credit, are inherently better than every other team in the league in that situation. They simply, when the game is on the line and they have the ball in their hands, by far more often than not, they win. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
So I think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers should be afforded the opportunity to have the ball in Baker Mayfield's hands. They drove down the field and tied the damn game. Give them a shot in that crappy weather.
I agree with you. No flopping, no ties, two teams touching overtime, and salary caps in every pro competitive sport.
By a mile. Salary cap in baseball by a mile. It can be high.
Hang on. Don't jump on my platform.
Oh, that's your platform. My bad. Sorry.
Let me do my platform first before you start doing that.
I'm sorry.
I am running on the idea that all sports, if you're a professional sporting franchise in this country, salary cap rules are the same across the board. There's a floor and there's a max, and you cannot exceed the max, but you must spend at least X amount of money. Now, each sport, that price is going to be different depending on the revenue you bring in, but each sport is going to have that. There's no more aprons. There's no more tiers. There's no non-salary cap sports. Everything's going to have the same thing. You have a max salary cap of what you can spend, and you have a minimum that you have to spend. Every sport.
You know, the easiest way to control that spending and whether some teams spend or not, the easy way to do it is to do what Europe does, relegation. Relegation solves a lot of that.
I think
the fear of getting relegated.
Smart. Yeah.
But you will not have these franchises
You're right.
spending billions of dollars
You're
with a chance to be
exactly right.
not in the league getting
You're
that
exactly
revenue
right.
share.
It'll never work here. Because
I don't know the history. I don't know the history of how the Premier League has not been around that long. You understand that, right? Like I think like less than 30, maybe 30 years, less than 30 years, something like that. How did you agree to? How did you get all these teams to agree that this is going to be our structure, and you can work your way down the ladder as well? I mean, my team, the Brentford Bees, right? They were 2 leagues down when it all started. They worked their way up, and now they've been in the Premier League this is, I think, their 4th season.
Do you want the bitter truth?
Yeah.
Because I think in Europe, they take a fan-first approach to pro sports, while here in the U.S., it's a business-first approach to pro sports. That's the difference.
I think you're probably right.
Hey, you know what I want to see? I want to see the Cleveland Browns relegated to the MAC. That's what we should be doing, baby.
Well, listen.
Do you know what I mean by that when I say that? Fan first versus business first?
Oh, totally. Yeah. No. Sports in the U.S. are businesses. We know that. I mean, yes, they want to make fans happy and they want to win championships and all that stuff. But first and foremost, they're all about bottom dollar and am I going to get my return on my investment? That's what they're most concerned about.
The EPL only came into existence in 1992.
That is relatively young.
Yeah, they've got it figured. I mean, obviously all these teams have been around since the 1800s, but they've got it figured out, I think.
Hang on. I just got reminded of something because I was just talking to a group of friends the other day. We were talking to actually a city councilman about this. We're like, you need to do something. And he can't.
The English Premier League?
No. One of my homies in Aurora.
Oh, copy.
So this guy works in city council. We go, you really... He's not up for election this year? Yeah.
Wait, you have a homie in Aurora City Council?
Oh, yes.
He's got homies all over the place, man.
Dude, you don't understand. I'm with the A-Town peeps. I tell you, I don't just... This isn't fake. I rep A-Town.
Dude, what's all the scuttlebutt? Because there's a lot of fire going on in that Aurora City Council, brother.
Don't get into that. Vic, our little owl, what do you call a baby owl? Owlet?
Owlet.
Our little owlet has left the nest, bro. He's got his own owls now.
Making friends and stuff?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Dude, I know some high-end people in Aurora.
I know you do.
So here's the situation, though. I was talking to him, and I go, I know you can't really do anything about this, but can you please? Because here's what, if I had a local sports
you want
president
free golf at Murphy.
No, not free. Not free. No, hear me out. This is a real thing. When I go and play golf, and I pay for the cart, if somebody else is riding in the cart with me, you don't get to charge double for the cart. You cut my price in half. Because whether I ride alone in the cart, that's like $25. If somebody else rides with me, now it's $50 for the cart. That's ridiculous. That's
really?
Price gouging.
Welcome to the world of getting nickel and dimed at the golf course.
That's price gouging. Can't do that. That should be illegal.
Well, that's like saying...
I'm being dead serious.
That's like saying these 10 people are flying from Denver to Miami, and those seats are going to be empty anyway. Just give me a seat.
Not the same.
Okay.
Not the same at all because you hit your max. You hit it. Like, what I'm saying is, so what I proposed was, how about we all do this then? We go back to COVID rules and we say, you know what? We're each getting our own cart. So we get our full money for this thing.
No, that's,
and
I
then,
like
and
that.
then we'll see how the golf course reacts to that.
Oh, the course, last time I played, and hey, this guy has his own cart. You want to ride with him? I'm like, I want my own cart. I don't know this dude. I want to go and I want to go cruising around on my own, man. I don't want to be tied up in the rough with this guy's ball.
You got to tell me.
So what I did is I went into that guy's cart. He's a very nice guy.
That's neat. Tell me though, that's a racket. That's ridiculous.
Well, I got to make money somehow.
I think they're making plenty. You can't find a tea time anywhere in this town.
So what else? I don't want to step all over your platform. What other?
How about this platform?
Do you have anything else on your platform?
Somebody has this. My sports policy.
Many amendments.
8924. My sports policy is that all sports need to be available free on basic television. No more streaming, no more apps. Easier said than done. Here's what, listen, I don't disagree with you. In an ideal world, you flip on a television, you watch whatever the hell you want, whenever you want. Great. But I go back to premise number one. It's a business, first and foremost. And the business needs to make money to pay for its employees. So some of these sports, like the NFL, is on free TV. So, Moj, explain why the NFL is on free TV while most other leagues are not.
Because they only play 17 games in a regular season.
And
because they make billions.
Exactly
billions
right.
and billions.
They make
and billions
so
of
much
dollars.
money outside of the television deal. The national television deal that they get to be on free TV pays the league so much money they don't have to charge.
But now, I mean, look at all the different avenues now. I mean, Amazon's got the Thursday game, right? You gotta get the Peacock.
Let me tell you what would happen.
Stuff's getting on the Peacock.
See
Stuff
what people
is getting on the Paramount.
What people don't understand is this: if you took away pay TV in like baseball, basketball, hockey, who do you think would hurt the most? What's the first domino to fall? The players' salaries would drop first and foremost. Because a bulk of that money goes to the players'
the
salaries.
salary cap, you're talking about the National Football League, the salary cap is $273 million next year. If you took away that situation, you're right, Vic, that cap would drop by each team by $50 million easy.
So what I'm saying is everybody assumes that this television money just goes into the ether or somebody's just hoarding it at home. The bulk of it goes to players to pay their salaries.
Pretty much. The NBA, it certainly does. Yeah. I mean, and again, those deals go into the pot that is divided between the owners and the players, which is why you have the cap. Anyway, okay, so what other platforms?
Somebody says here, why not just rely on ad revenue? Because it's not enough. The simple answer is it's not enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't supply enough money to pay the players. So you have to do more.
You want my other mini amendments, Moj?
Sure, I got one too.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me yours.
In baseball, law, Dobermans and Rottweilers
For streakers?
on the field.
For streakers. Yeah?
He's just awful. Yes, for streakers, correct.
By the way, Moj.
For streakers and people who are running on and trying to get at other people, that sort of thing. You release a hound at them, and I'm telling you, right, it's going to stop like that.
By the way,
because
running around.
People will fight any man, but they will not fight a dog. Yeah.
I'm jogging Rocky Mountain Lake yesterday, and this dude
with that nose. How do you breathe?
Because it's funny because when I run, the nose clears.
Yeah.
It clears.
Well, then you ought to go full Forrest Gump right now. Start running in place.
Trust me, I should do it during the break. But anyway, so I'm running it, and this dude is walking. I think it was a Rottweiler. I can't identify dogs. So I don't know what the proper policy is. I'm approaching him. He can't see me. He's walking in the same direction. And he's got the dog on a leash, but I could tell that the leash is a little too long for me to get around. And I don't know what to do because, the dog's sort of minding his own business. So I'd take a long way around him. And as soon as I get parallel, what does that dog do? Oh my, it scared the living hell out of me.
Yeah.
I swear I just sped up like I couldn't stop running.
Dogs don't like to get creeped up on like that.
Here's what I hate. This is what scares me to death. I pull into King Soopers or Safeway. I got to go get some, coffee pot, whatever I got to get, I'm just walking through the parking lot. Everything's totally cool. Oh, there's a Buick.
God, okay.
Jesus Christ! And I'm like, you know what I mean? Like the windows partially down, and that dog.
Yep.
I mean, it's
Been
dude.
hit with those before.
If you ever need to resuscitate a human being, just walk their limp body through a parking lot, and an angry dog is there, dude. It'll wake him up in an instant.
Well, it woke me up right there.
But the worst one is, all right, so this guy had it on a leash. It's the ones that don't leash their dogs and they're walking the park.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I swear to God. Now, you're obviously trusting your dog. I don't trust your dog.
See,
you might. I don't.
Here's the problem, Vic. I got a dog that is, she's squirrely, okay? Bigger dog. And I see these people that are walking their dogs, and they're like, well, my dog is fine. I go, well, my dog's not. And I might need to walk by your dog, and I don't know if your dog comes over to say hi. Then what do you do?
Yeah, your big dog is a little psychotic.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why your dog should be on a leash. It's not about your dog and how it reacts to other things. It's about what about other people's dogs that need to get their dogs out for walks. What about that? Just quickly here. I got one more major one, okay? One more major one. People say I'm cooking this morning with these amendments I'm doing. I'm going to continue to cook. mentioned this a few days ago. I'm capping concession prices at every arena at $10. Whatever you want to sell, better be $10 or less. Has to be. No more paying $18 for like a 20-ounce beer. It's not going to happen anymore. Not on my watch. Okay? We aren't doing $12 nacho plates, okay? I know you guys, you sell those for like $1.15.
Okay,
at
does
market
that apply?
price.
That applies just to sports. Does that apply to every venue? Have you ever been to
Every venue?
Have you ever been to a Broadway play?
Yes, of
Vic,
course. Yeah, I
who the
have.
hell are you talking to?
Yes,
here?
I have.
Do you know how much, Moshe? So Terry and I went about a month ago. Do you know how much a glass of Cabernet costs at a Broadway play?
Mm-hmm.
A glass, one glass. Give me a guess.
Oh, it's got to be $20.
$27.
Jesus, Lord Almighty! You're a captive audience. That's why.
Exactly.
You're a captive audience.
Exactly.
That's why Vegas charges so much. Dude, the shot I get of J-Mo at Steve's Pub down the street.
Crazy.
You know, and the same shot of J-Mo, and then we're talking J-Mo. We ain't talking like the top shelf stuff here. The same shot of J-Mo someplace else is like $15.
No,
and I'm like, are you out of your mind?
That's the thing. I understand you go to a local establishment, and look, you can get a bottle of J-Mo for $20, and you could probably have, a million shots for whatever the price is. But they got to mark it up to make a little bit of revenue.
Crazy.
I get it. But at arenas, insanity.
How about golf rule? You're allowed to bring your own drinks to the course.
Oh, absolutely.
I had a buddy of mine. Who
I'm actually iffy on that one. They got to make some cash.
My buddy always carried a big bottle of Captain Morgan in his bag.
Yeah. In case you make a birdie.
Oh yeah.
yeah. 303-504-0925. Look see, I'm getting everybody's vote today. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is my platform, Brett Kane 2028. Vote for me. Back after this. Circus Sports, you got tonight, the Avs back in action in that brand new Circus Sports Colorado app. Has everything beautifully in front of it for you. And the Avs minus 171 on the money line, especially with Arturi Lehkonen back in the lineup. And you could find that and so much more. All the props you can imagine. Still a lot of futures bets you can get in on. You want to vote on... goodness gracious. You want to bet on CU making the Big 12 championship game? That is on the Circus Sports book. You want to take a look at the Broncos making the postseason? You can do that as well. All of that available on the Circus Sports book, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, hockey, boxing, soccer, whatever you want. It's right there on the Circus Sports book. So download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh my! It's
Oh, no, I want to hear it again, Nelly. That was so good. Just do a restart and give that to me again. That was fantastic. I think I cut it off before you put your headphones on, Moj. Listen to this.
oh my! It's
Oh,
I
that's
apologize if I scared people with my dog. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same for everybody when they're walking through a parking lot and the dog scares you to death. I apologize. Was it really loud? It was really loud, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think we have limiters on these, which
Okay,
make it
good.
at least bearable.
Good.
But
is there a particular brand of dog that does that more
it's
often?
not that I notice. It's just dogs. You know, they're in their car, and you know the window's partially down so they can breathe. They don't bake. You know, so they don't cook inside the vehicle while mom or dad is getting whatever they're getting in the store, and then you just happen to be cruising through the parking lot on the way in, and you just get nailed.
Texter's just standing in line to vote and laughing out loud. Good one, Nelly. Oh, that's perfect. I mean, it is like, it's shockingly like horrifying. You walk through a parking lot, you just go by a car, and you got that.
I don't want that, and you know what else I don't want? And I just want to be on record for those who did not listen at 7:02 in the morning. I don't ever want to see a Nuggets game like I saw last night ever again. I just don't. I don't want to see
You mean a win?
Despite the win, I'm happy about the win. That whole game for some reason, AG going out hurt my feelings. I hope he's going to be okay. I don't know what a right calf strain means for the long term. I don't know how to handle that.
Yeah.
It just was like ugly, starty, stoppy, missy. I didn't like anything about it, Vic.
Here's the reality. You can come back from 14 down to beat Toronto. Okay, they did it even without Jamal, without AG.
Right.
And whatever it takes. I never apologize for a win. Whatever it takes.
I completely agree with that.
The kids had to swim, right? Sink or swim. The kids had to swim. PW had a big 3. Christian Braun had a big 3. I thought Russell Westbrook was a net positive. He had 21, played well. Bottom line is this. That kind of game, good luck bringing that tomorrow night against OKC.
Yeah, I was going to mention, Vic. So here's what you got coming up. And, Vic, you kept talking about give me 10 games, get an evaluation. Well, here's what it looks like moving forward. Ready? Thunder, Heat, Mavs, at New Orleans, at Memphis, Dallas at home, at L.A., New York at home. Like, it's a tough stretch coming up the next, really the rest of the month.
Yes.
Is a bear of a schedule.
Yes, it is. And it is what it is. So, listen, I don't know when Jamal I would estimate Jamal's back Friday night, hopefully. Maybe Sunday night, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect AG to play tomorrow. He didn't return to the game last night. I don't know. But OKC is tough enough as it is. You got blown out by OKC when you had the full roster. These games are so important, too, because when it comes down to tiebreakers at the end of the year, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They're so important. And to play OKC twice in the first 2 weeks.
I don't want you to lose touch. Same kind of story with the Avalanche. What you can sort of survive right now. Even the Avs can do more than survive, but I mean, you can't lose touch with where you need to be. The Nuggets are 4-3 for crying out loud. They're number 8 in the West. It's still so dang early in the season, but I don't want to be piddling around, Vic, through November and then.
But you know what?
Then you've got to make some sort of massive run after the new year and all this.
We keep saying this. You got to throw the kids out there and let them run. Last night they threw the kids out there, and I saw some confidence. I saw the kids playing with a little more confidence. You're never going to know unless you see it, unless you try it.
Agreed. I don't know. It makes me nervous a little bit. Just makes me nervous. And Strother's playing big-time minutes. Hey, listen, he was on the free throw line late in that game. And he missed the first one. He made the second one. But I would agree with you. When was the last time Julian Strother was in a situation when he's at the foul line?
Gonzaga?
Exactly. I mean, it's been a couple of years since he was in college. He's got to make those free throws in crunch time to preserve a lead. At least he got him a 2-point lead late. I mean, that three that went in and out, it made my heart stop at the end.
Be objective on that three. Did Russell Westbrook foul R.J. Barrett?
I don't know. Probably.
I like the non-call at the end.
I know. Obviously, it's a non-call, but if that happened
in the second
5
quarter
minutes into the game, is that a foul?
Yeah,
it probably is. But
100% of
Barrett went for hero ball. I don't think he had to shoot the three.
Well, he got pushed back because I tell you what, I like Russ's demeanor. Right, he pushed him out of there. I said, "You're not driving on me, dude. What do you think you're doing? You're not driving the ball on me." It's all RJ had.
And Barrett did not have a good game shooting the ball at all. And
Grady Richards sure did.
What is up with that guy? He's only how old
He's
is
having
that
a breakout year. That's what's up with him.
How old is he? He's like 20, right? He's only 20 years old, dude.
Grady Package played well.
His name is Grady Dick. That's his name. You're allowed to say Dick when it's a guy's name. His name is Grady Dick.
Well, if you want to get us suspended by the FCC,
that's the guy's name. Okay, fine. Package.
Vic, by
Wang,
the way,
Grady Wang.
I was on the board I was on the board for the other Raptors game, and every cause really has a fun time, just if you'll pardon the pun, milking that name, and he just enunciates every single syllable, and it gave me a heart attack every time. I think I have this clip saved here from the last Raptors game.
Mitchell, top of the key to Dick. Dick penetrates, leans in, layup
good. I mean, it's too easy, right? It's just too easy.
Listen, Grady Junk had some shots last night that reminded me of Klay Thompson.
To me, he's like a 40-year-old in a 20-year-old's body. And I don't want to see – and Jakob Poeltl, there's no R in his name. I know he's from Austria. I know, but there's no R. There's a couple L's that equal an R. Is that what it is?
Yeah. And the key to that game last night, Moj?
Like an OEL equals an R in German?
Moj.
Yeah.
Poeltl had his way. They couldn't stop him.
No,
I mean,
they couldn't.
They couldn't stop him. He was just too strong.
And he was strong on the glass, too.
When he fouled out is when the Nuggets won the game.
Correct. I completely agree with you in that regard. I just didn't like – I love the win. You're 4-3. You should beat Toronto on your home floor, even with AG leaving after 4 minutes. I didn't like that game.
You know what they haven't had yet? This is what will help you, Moj.
Well, you got a lead, man,
hang on.
And you're sticking it to somebody.
If they gave you something that they've done for, I would say, the last 2 years at least, which was, look, it's not perfect, but when the starting five's in the game, I'm going to use a very vague term, that it looks right. You guys know what I'm talking about, don't you? Like, the last 2 years, it looked like Nuggets basketball and the starting five were on the floor. There was consistent shooting, good defense, stars were playing well, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten a game like that yet where it's, quote, looked right.
Poetic, rhythmic.
Yes.
You know, the anti-rhythm, that first half, the Nuggets had 12 turnovers.
Yeah.
How many turnovers just out of the blue? You know, Joker had a ton of turnovers.
He had 7 in the game, Vic. 7.
Yeah. They looked out of sorts. He was like waiting for a guy to drop or waiting for a guy to pull out to the wing, and they didn't do it. He'd leave a ball there. That pass late in the game to Peyton Watson at his feet, you know, they just look completely out of sorts.
You know, that's such a great point. I think when you look at their wins, at least in 3 of them, they've sort of won despite themselves, to be honest with you. That's the way I look at it. We don't have that flow game yet, that pretty,
you know,
that there's nothing, I mean, nothing is coming easy for this team right now. Nothing.
The 2-man game, top of the key, that results in an alley-oop to Gordon, who runs baseline. You know, the Nuggets play, right?
Yep.
Haven't seen much of that.
No, haven't.
303-504-0925. They just I want a game that just looks correct. And it's hard to do when AG leaves immediately into that game and Jamal Murray's out, but still, You got a tough stretch coming up here, and it's a nice little proving ground here in the next, really for the rest of the month to see what you're made of. 303-504-0925.
We're going to look around the league sometime?
We're going to look around the league at 9:20 this morning.
Cool.
When we come back, I have a set of election-related questions that will apply to the Denver Broncos. We'll get to it next.
Mitchell, top of the key to Dick. Dick penetrates, leans in, layup good.
Second Dick shot.
Gentlemen, welcome in. As we do around this time of year, we take a random anonymous polling from our voting block.
Hear ye, hear ye.
And we see what the pulse of Broncos fandom is as we head into this election day.
The honorable translucent one speaks.
I will be asking you guys a series of questions.
Honorable.
And you guys will tell me what your response is to the way the party should react. The party being the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
First and foremost, who would you vote as the leader of the party on the offensive side of the football? AKA MVP. I was saying MVP.
It's the rookie. I think it's the rookie.
Offensive MVP is Bo Nix?
I'd say, yeah. And, he and Cortland have a little something going, too, so I like that.
2 straight 100-yard receiving games for Cortland Sutton.
I like that. They got something cooking there.
The leader of the defensive party of the Denver Broncos should be who?
Zach Allen.
That's not a bad choice there, Moj. I think that one's a little more up in the air.
I think so, but I think, honestly, Franklin Myers impresses me on a weekly basis. They all do something pretty awesome.
I mean, PS2's probably got a decent argument.
PS2 is a stud. But when you play that man and you send, listen, I see why it happens. When you
I don't know to get the music.
When you blitz a lot and you're playing man to man, you're going to get penalized because you're on an island out there. Sometimes you got to save some things. So cut him some slack. But yeah, I
like the Zach Allen answer though. I can go with that. Zach Allen, I think, is a really good one.
He's just mean down low, man. Mean in the trenches.
Gentlemen.
Yep.
Do you believe in the leadership of the current Broncos party?
Yes.
I do.
I think they're going
I do.
Yes, I think Sean Payton has already changed the culture. Now they've got to add some talent. Yeah.
I would agree with what Vic said, yes. You got as a delegate, you have my vote.
What do you believe is the number one concern of this Broncos party as we move forward this year?
Inflation.
Meaning?
I'm just kidding. The number one concern is just
interest rates.
It's talent. They've got to increase the capacity of talent. That's it.
They have to.
They need a working class.
But see, Vic, you're not going to get it all at once, bro. Okay? So you need to chill down a little bit. You chill out or whatever you want to do. And it's going to be coming in the future, but you can't just have it all in flux right now. Yeah. You can't just get all you want.
So the Broncos' national debt problem will become a lot clearer next season.
Yeah, they're going to pay. Yeah, exactly right. They're going to pay down some of that debt, have a little bit more spending cash. Inflation will come down.
Dovetails to my next question. Have the Broncos taken the right steps in handling the Russell Wilson recession?
Yes.
They have. They
steps.
They took the situation head on, and they're facing it head on. And they're biting that right now and biting that bullet, but it's the right choice. Yes.
And they didn't go crazy on federal spending to fix it. They just sort of stayed the course.
Do you believe, after what you saw last week, the Broncos' defense ministry is strong enough?
Against the majority of the league, yes, it is. Against the best teams in the league, I guess we'll find out again this weekend. But you're not. No, to put it bluntly, the best offense in the league got you pretty good. Yeah. They got you pretty dang good.
Some people are going to complain about defense spending in the budget, but they've spent just enough, and this defense has played better than expected.
Should the Denver Broncos add a skill position player before Election Day ends?
Should they?
So a member of the cabinet?
See, this is
add a new member of the cabinet.
This is difficult, Brett, because do I want? Yeah, I want. Is it the best course of action? I want them to win now. I mean, they're in a playoff spot. God, they need a tight end.
If you could give me a guy who could provide explosive plays.
Yes.
If you could give me an explosive playmaker, yes. But if not, just stay the course.
There you go.
So you want to don't want to raise taxes.
Correct.
But if you can find something in the budget.
That is correct.
Then we can do it. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about threats these days. Russia, China, Iran.
Thoughts?
Who's the biggest threat to the Broncos' playoff hopes?
The Chargers.
Well, I think the Chargers are going to be in. So I'm not going to say.
And that's why they're the biggest threat. They're in your division. They've beaten you once already.
I think the Chargers are in, Vic. I think the biggest threat is, I'm going to say it right now, Cincinnati. Cincinnati's the biggest threat. Joe Burrow is playing his butt off for a team that hasn't really found another gear yet, but he's playing his butt off.
And then finally, do you believe the Denver Broncos are currently on the right path to victory?
Yes. I sure do. I'm starting to believe, man. I'm starting to think that Sean Payton and his prickly nature is just what the doctor ordered here. And I like what he's doing. He's got them to start believing in themselves, too, which is no easy task. Yeah, it's no easy task to turn around that kind of mentality. Yes.
Victor?
Ask not what your team can do for you, but what you can do for your team.
Damn right.
And that is getting the pulse on the Broncos electorate. I love it. Very, very nice on this election day today. We'll get to a look around the league soon. Go ahead, Mo.
Trade deadline is what, 2 o'clock you say?
2
2
o'clock
our time. Okay, that's a trade deadline. And also tonight, the college football playoff rankings come out, correct?
Yes, they do.
5 o'clock?
I asked you guys yesterday. I'll ask you again. The Broncos, the Buffs, are currently at number 21 in the country in the AP poll. Will they be higher, lower, or just the same?
I think they'll stay as is.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it sounds about right.
I think people need to see more out of them. I was looking at the ESPN, not the ESPN, my bad. USA Today. They have 1 through 134.
If you had to pick an opponent for the Buffs to play,
1 through 134.
Hey, let's say they don't get to the CFP. Let's say they get derailed or Iowa State doesn't lose, whatever. If you had to pick an opponent for the Buffs to play in a bowl game, an attractive opponent that would drum up interest, who would that be?
Now
it's got to be a team that doesn't make the CFP as well.
I think a Big Ten team that doesn't make it. You know, I think like maybe a Minnesota, somebody like that.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Give me an LSU.
Yes.
Oh, you want
like
give me an
that.
LSU.
So you want to?
Yes.
Go Tigers.
Mosier says Minnesota.
LSU.
Oh, yeah, they'll be standing in line for CU Minnesota.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying they will. I'm saying, what kind of game do you want? I think LSU. Well,
LSU's
where are they right now?
They're at number 14. They play Bama this week. They got Vandy left on their schedule, and they have one other ranked team that I can't remember.
If they went out, they're going. I don't care about the SEC title game. They're not going to that. But they are going to. They're going to be in that large.
Well, yeah, I just don't think they will.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I think they'll drop either.
Okay, let me give it. I'd love to see the I would love, and I mean LUV, to see the Buffaloes take on Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss if they don't get in. I would love that. Kiffin likes to throw that pig around the yard. That would be a hell of a game. Hell of a game.
I'm really curious to see what the CFP thinks of the Big 12. BYU is unbeaten right now. They're number 9 in the country. There's no way I think they're going to put them in the top 10. I think there's no way.
And that's all you'll need to know of what they think of the Big 12.
But it's, yeah. I'm telling you, there's a branding thing here that also goes into it. I know that nobody wants to hear it. There's a branding thing that happens, though.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Branding matters. Why do you think teams like Notre Dame are always up there? Alabama has second life. Georgia's still ranked number 2. Branding matters. It always will.
There are 2 unbeaten teams that are left, by the way, that are currently 8th and 9th, and that is Indiana and BYU. And I'm telling you, I want to keep thinking that Indiana's going to lose, and they got some tough games coming up. They got Michigan this weekend. I think it's Ohio State the weekend after that, so we'll know soon enough. I can't believe the way that Indiana is not just winning, but I mean pasting people. They won by 37 last week over Michigan State in East Lansing.
Dude,
37 points.
I just saw another interview with Signetti. This guy has me as a believer. Like
Have you seen that kid, Curtis Rourke, throw the football for them?
Yeah, and he lets him. They're going to beat Michigan. Dude, this is the unthinkable. They are going to beat Michigan at home this weekend, and they're going to be 10-0 before they go to the Horseshoe. That is an absolute fact. Book it. What's the line in that game? Indiana. When was the last time, Vic? In fact, I would argue not in your lifetime that Indiana was a 14-point favorite over Michigan.
Damn,
14?
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen. It's crazy. Michigan is obviously not very good. They got smoked at home by Oregon. I'm telling you, Indiana is for real. Now, do I think they'll win on the road in Columbus? No, I don't. I think that'll be their only loss. They'll smoke Purdue in the finale. But I think they can give Ohio State a damn good game. Indiana is for real. They're not a joke.
It is refreshing to see these traditional cupcakes, Indiana, come to life. Vanderbilt come to life.
Dude, Vandy's fun to watch.
I know.
But this is where, okay, what's that quarterback's name at Vandy?
Pavia. Diego Pavia.
So here's the thing. The portal is helping these teams. The portal's helping.
Dude, I said this yesterday. I'm like, this might sound nuts.
You can go get dudes.
It feels like it's evened out the playing field a little bit. Everybody thought it would just be all these other teams scooping up these good players, and that still happens. But for their third stringers who need to wait 2 years before they play, they'll go to Indiana and they'll play there. You know what I mean?
It's pretty simple. I win.
I think it's also reflective.
Google me.
It's reflective of talent evaluation. Like the big schools, they pay a lot of money for these big blue chip players. When sometimes it's the 3-star who ends up being really good.
Sure.
That Vandy ends up with. That Indiana ends up with.
You can watch the show on the Safeway Twitch feed, by the way. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors.
But think about it. Diego Pavia is playing for New Mexico State. I mean,
no, he's playing for Vandy.
I know, was playing for.
He was playing. I got you.
So he's here. He's just kicking around New Mexico State for a couple years. He's pretty good though. And Vandy says, "Hey, you want to come to the SEC? Like,
you want some of this?"
And he says, "Oh, I want all of that." Dude, Vandy, I love to see it. I don't know why. I've got, like you said, Vic, I've got a soft spot in my heart for these downtrodden
traditional
programs,
cupcakes,
the traditional crap that all of a sudden. This transfer portal, you get some dudes in. The dudes are playing like dudes.
As we get to break, I just saw this meme that I'd like to share with you guys. So it's a still shot of Tyreek Stevenson flexing at the crowd as receivers are 30 yards downfield.
Oh, God.
And over Tyreek Stevenson doing this to the crowd with his back to the play, it says, "Me celebrating the end of political ads." And where the receivers are, it says Mariah Carey Christmas music. It's coming.
You know, last night
coming.
at the Nuggets game, the halftime act, some were dressed in Santa outfits.
You're kidding.
Yeah, and it just hit me. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
If I catch my neighbor putting the Christmas, because my neighbor's notorious for this, early Christmas lights, if I see that happening, it's on here in the cul-de-sac.
Hey, listen, Vic. I was at Home Depot the other day, and they got the trees out already. They got the Santa Claus things out already. Like it's here.
No.
It's time.
Come on. No.
Yeah, the time.
Walgreens, I guarantee, has ripped out all the
100%.
Halloween candy, and they put candy canes in already.
Dude, the time for screwing around after Halloween is over. These people are on it like Donkey Kong.
When we come back, we'll take a look around the weekend that was in the NFL next. All right, let's take a look around the NFL in the weekend that was, starting with Falcons-Cowboys. Falcons beat Dallas 27-21. By the way, if you guys, if you've been paying attention to Atlanta, I said this beginning of the year, I thought the Falcons would win the NFC South. I didn't think it would be by this margin because I thought the Saints would be able to keep up, and they're horrible. But Kirk Cousins is exactly what you think he's going to be. He's really good for most weeks and really bad on some other ones, but not a surprise, but it's good to see. Bijan Robinson, you guys been watching him play lately? He's become bell cow back, not splitting anymore. Tyler Algier.
He's explosive too, man.
He is fun.
He is fun to watch.
Yeah, he's they got a dude. Also, last night I'm watching the beginning of Monday Night Football. They redid the Monday Night Football theme song with different musicians. It's not the old school one, you know.
What, with Stapleton and Snoop Dogg? Is that what you're
No,
talking
no, the dun 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 dun.
Oh yeah.
But they've redone it with like I don't know, Cincinnati Philharmonic or some bull crap. I don't know who it is. It's just not the same. Doesn't feel the same.
Okay. There's a random thing to say.
Yeah,
when
I'm
we're
just
talking
telling
about
you.
Sunday games.
That's neat.
I was going to say one other. Oh, yeah. I have a question real quick. Watching Bijan Robinson, who was, if you guys remember, 2 years ago, the 8th overall draft pick. Do you guys remember who was number 12 in that draft? Was Jahmyr Gibbs. We did not see running backs get taken that high in the draft for years. Do teams start looking at both those guys and be like, well, maybe we should think about it again?
Well, they're both difference makers.
Yeah.
They're both difference makers. You're exactly right.
We'll get to Gibbs in a second, but Bijan, I like
He I'm not saying he's this guy, but he looks a little bit like Derrick Henry sometimes, where he's just a massive individual who will run you over and run past you.
Yeah, but he's not. He's way shorter.
I understand. I'm just saying the style that he plays is like that. Anyway, Falcons 6-3, Cowboys 3-5. Bills play against the Dolphins. This is one, if you heard on Brady and his bets, I said, maybe take a look at the long shot money line. The Dolphins were 6-point dogs in this game, and I go, they're treating the Dolphins like they're the non-Tua Dolphins right now. When Tua plays for Miami, Miami's really good. Damn near won. It took a 61-yard field goal from Buffalo at the buzzer to win that game, but they do win 30-27.
I didn't watch that game, and I haven't paid close attention to Tua since he came back from that concussion thing.
He looked normal. He looks fine.
But is he even taking chances in the run game anymore?
He
or
took
is
a couple.
Going down?
He took a couple.
He's doing his Tua stuff, dude. I mean, if he's on the field, he's going to be Tua.
Yep. But with that loss, the Dolphins dropped to 2-6, Buffalo 7-2. Cincinnati against Vegas. Cincinnati blows them out 41-24. It's funny. Joe Burrow had 250 yards passing and 5 touchdowns, and he looked pissed at the end of the fourth quarter. And I don't know why that was, but he looked angry.
They were up 31-10 after 3, and they just sat back and chilled. I mean, I know they scored 10 in the fourth, but they allowed the Raiders to get a couple touches late. I don't know what his problem
Since that game, the Raiders have fired everybody. They're bringing in Norv Turner to run the offense now.
You're kidding me. They are really? When did that happen?
Today.
So the Raiders...
No offense on Norv. I didn't think he was going to be back in football anymore.
He's got to be up there, doesn't he?
He's got to be 70.
He's got to be in his 70s.
Oh, Vic, help me out, man. Norv Turner, 72.
Yeah, Norv was coaching...
Holy crap.
What, the Chargers 25 years ago or something? It's been a long time.
Started with the Cowboys.
Bengals 4-5, Raiders 2-7. I told you the Chargers are a weird team because they're now kind of boring but incredibly effective. They beat Cleveland in Cleveland 27-10, and that Jameis Winston magic.
It wasn't even that close.
That Jameis magic from last week as he throws for 330 and 3 touchdowns. Well, you got that full Russell Westbrook roller coaster because he threw 3 picks in that game.
She go.
Hey, here's what they've got. They're a 5-3 team like the Broncos. They're home against the Titans. That's a dub. They're home against the
Broncos
Ravens.
are 5-4, by the way. But
5-4, my bad. Yeah, you're right. Home against the Bengals, toughie. Home against the Ravens, toughie. At the Falcons, toughie. At the Chiefs, toughie. They've got, after that Titans game, they got 4 heavy hitters coming up.
Yep. But for now, 5-3, the Browns dropped to 2-7 and seem to be in seller mode as they traded Zadarius Smith this morning, and it looks like Njoku might be back on the market. Who knows? We'll see before 2 o'clock. And I assume fully that all of these moves will be made at about 10:01 when we get off the air. Next game, Titans and Patriots, 2 of the worst teams in the league. The Titans win that game as Drake May, he somehow, if you guys remember, avoids like 3 sacks with no time left on the clock to toss a touchdown to send it into OT.
That was crazy.
Which was an amazing play.
I think he was being sacked as he threw it, right?
He was, yes. But Titans find a way to get a field goal in overtime, and they win 20-17.
Guess the quarterback who won that game?
Mason Rudolph.
The ghost of Mason Rudolph. I can't believe it.
So Titans 2-6, Patriots 2-7. Commanders play against the Giants in what ended up being a tough game because the Giants put something together in the fourth quarter after doing nothing early in the game. But the Commanders hang on to win 27-22 as that division.
Yeah, they're lucky to play in a crap division, the Commanders are. Wow.
We'll see with Philadelphia. I don't know if I fully trust that Philadelphia is turning a corner, but they've been winning a lot of games as of late against some mid-tier opponents.
Sure.
But Commanders 7-2, Giants 2-7. How about Bryce Young, second start now after being back in the starting lineup. He gets the win against the Saints, who are just they've lost 7 straight games now, 23-22. Cam Jordan, longtime vet for the Saints, sent out a public, this is how bad the Panthers are, a public apology to the fans after losing to Carolina.
So game 1 of the year, the Saints.
And that game eventually led to Dennis Allen being fired
Correct.
shortly afterwards.
Game 1 of the season, they blow out the Panthers 47-10. Talking about the Saints. Game 2, they're on the road at Dallas. Remember that game, Vic? Does it even ring a bell to you?
Oh, yeah.
They drop kicked the Cowboys to Mars 44-19.
And then it turned.
And then everything went right down the crapper. Unbelievable.
Did you guys see the
the coach is gone.
Did you guys see the unhinged rants of Michael Thomas after that game, by the way?
I did.
He
He's
says
all over
that Derek Carr's throwing medicine balls to his receiver.
Well, he got Olave killed on that one throw that got him a bad concussion. It's going to keep him out. He left the game, obviously. Probably going to be out this week and maybe longer. Who knows?
I think the correct term is hospital ball.
Yeah, hospital. Medicine ball is a workout item.
That would be funny if he threw an actual medicine ball.
You know what? I've seen James Harrison play volleyball with medicine balls before. So,
but he was a special human being.
Yeah. So the Panthers, they improved to 2-7 as the Saints drop to 2-7. Speaking of the team we were talking about earlier, Philadelphia, tough game. It's like Sirianni, I swear to God, dude, I don't know what you do if you're Philly because they're 6-2 now after this win over Jacksonville. Sirianni did everything in his power to blow that game. Everything.
He went full Brandon Staley.
And they
full on Staley.
They won in spite of him. And they're 6-2, so they're in good shape. By the way, Saquon, I know that running backs don't win the MVP award anymore. He's got to be in consideration, doesn't he? He is a freak in Philly this year.
Hey, there are 2 running backs in consideration. He and Derrick Henry. When's the last time you've had 2 running backs up for that award?
Should be.
It's been quite a long time.
Here's the thing with the Eagles. They are a completely different team when A.J. Brown plays, and they're pretty bad when he doesn't. He left again in the middle of that game this past week, and I don't know if he's going to be out, for subsequent games afterwards, but that passing offense disappears when he's off the field. And so, yeah, you can ride Saquon Barkley as much as you want, but eventually you're going to have to throw the football.
They were completely over, not only on 4th downs, but on 2-point conversions.
So the Eagles 6-2.
What happened to the old
Jags 2-7?
Tush push. What happened to that?
It's still there. They still use it. I don't know what to feel about either of these teams, to be honest with you. So the Cardinals blow out the Bears 29-9.
The Cardinals are fun to watch.
They are. They're building their team, I think, in the proper way to try and get your team back in contention in a couple of years. And you're seeing some of that right now. Here's the thing. Kyler Murray he's an enigma. It's like sometimes Kyler Murray looks incredible, sometimes he looks awful. But on the other side, Caleb Williams has been highly inefficient for a roster that's kind of tailor-made for a quarterback to have success. You know what I mean? Like, the amount of weapons he has for a rookie QB is pretty staggering, and he's just not playing all that well. But here's the other thing. I saw this stat that I think is an NFL record. Matt Eberflus, the head coach of the Bears, has started his career 0-18 in Sunday road games.
Wow.
That's hard to do.
0-18. He's not won a Sunday road game ever
that
as
is
head coach of the Bears.
Incredible feat right there. I love watching James Conner on that Arizona team.
Yeah, dude, I was just going to say.
I love it.
You know, one thing the Cardinals do really, really, really well? They run the football pretty damn good. Kyler Murray doesn't have to go crazy through the air. Connor leads the way, but they've got dudes who can carry the rock for that team.
And Trey McBride, the CSU tight end.
He's having a year, man.
He's having a great year.
Fun to watch, man. He hurdles everybody.
Mm-hmm. Tough dude, as we all know, watching him at CSU. But think about this. The Bears should have been 5-2 if not for a Hail Mary, and now they find themselves 4-4.
But I wake up, and I'm thinking, all of a sudden I'm like, man, the Cardinals are kind of good.
Yeah, they are.
I'm watching the game with a Bears fan the other day, and he's got his full Bears gear on. I go, hey, man, I think the Cardinals are actually kind of good. I don't know if you should be free. He goes, I know they are.
The Cardinals have always been sort of like the Vanderbilt of the NFL, right? And then that year that Kurt Warner took them to the Super Bowl, and they should have won that damn Super Bowl.
Jake did some stuff with them, though, too, and then Kurt took over. Yeah, they should have won that one.
It was billed as the game of the weekend. It was Lions and Packers in Lambeau. It was your typical Lambeau game. Rainy, sloppy mess, little cold in the 30s. And you'd think advantage Packers. The Packers dropped balls like crazy. They fumbled 3 snaps. And the Lions looked like the ones that were more conditioned for the elements than the Packers. Fun fact about this, that was the Lions' first outdoor game this year. They only have one more left the rest of the season. It's week 16 in Chicago.
And it was a sloppy, ugly pig mess, Vic. Hey, Vic, I got a stat for you. It's going to blow your face off. You won't even have to go to the ENT today. You ready?
Tell me.
So on Sunday, Amon-Ra St. Brown was targeted 7 times. 7 catches in that sloppy mess for 56 yards and a touch. Okay. Targeting Amon-Ra St. Brown by Jared Goff. The targets. Jared Goff has not missed a pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown since September 22nd.
They just don't miss?
Dude, 30 straight completions. And even in that pig mess, 7 targets, 7 receptions for a touch. I mean, it's been a month and a half since. I mean, we see it every weekend.
Like,
it's insane. It's
that's
not
like
even
Joker to AG. The chemistry is unreal.
Yeah, you can't comprehend that. By the way, every time I throw the ball at this guy for the last month and a half, which is a lot, he catches it.
The things that offense is doing
Crazy.
is it feels like so completely unsustainable. I'll give you one more. You guys remember that stat about touchdowns to incompletions that the Lions had a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
The last 5 weeks, they have 30 touchdowns and 17 incompletions.
Jared Goff's completion.
30 touchdowns to 17 incompletions.
How does the guy that doesn't know where the sun rises or sets, how does he turn into the most...
I don't know.
The most efficient quarterback in the league.
Are you ready for this, Vic? I tell you, I'm going to blow your mind some more. His completion percentage is 82%.
That's what I'm saying. It feels totally unsustainable. You can't do this for 17 straight weeks.
Okay, but dude, we're halfway through the year, man.
By the way, on the opposite side, the Packers quarterback, this is more of a bad stat. He's thrown a pick in every game this year.
Yeah.
Every single one. And one of them was a killer. It was a pick 6 before half. But the Lions 7-1, Packers 6-3. I'm starting to think that the Rams are going to be a very dangerous team again. And all it took was Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua to get back into the lineup. Rams win in overtime 26-20 in Seattle, which is obviously a tough place to play. But the dart from Matthew Stafford in overtime to Demarcus Robinson, who made a one-handed catch to win the game, pretty damn cool. Rams are kind of scary when they're healthy, aren't they?
They also had how long was that pick 6? 102 yards?
Long ways,
103-yard pick 6,
I think
something like that?
103, yeah.
103?
Well, Stafford makes them scary. That's one of those teams you want to stay away from come playoff time.
Vic, that last drive, he looked like 10 years ago, Matt Stafford. He looked perfect.
So in the NFC West, the Rams are 4-4. They are a half game back of the division lead, who the leader right now is the Cardinals with a 5-4 record. The Niners are 4-4 so far this year, and they get Christian McCaffrey back this weekend, reportedly. And the Seahawks went from first place entering that game to last place with a 4-5 record.
It's so funny.
Pretty wild.
That's crazy.
Sunday night game, Vikings and Colts. Vikings pull it out 21-13 after being blanked in the first half, put up 21 in the second, and they escape the Joe Flacco led Colts.
Flacco was terrible.
Dudes, the Sam Darnold reunion tour continues to roll right along, man.
Look good in that game.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he's thrown 17 touches and 7 picks. He hasn't thrown this many touchdowns since 2019 with the Jets when he threw 19 total.
Yeah.
His entire rookie season, in 2018, he threw 17 touches. He's already got 17 right now. I don't know. To me, this is good because I think this is good for a guy like my guy, Zach Wilson, that, hey, you know what? Reclamation project, top overall pick. Let's get him in and let's build him back up. If the Broncos ever let him go.
6-2 record for the Vikings, 4-5 for the Colts. And obviously last night the Chiefs win in overtime 30-24 over Tampa Bay.
I think it's great that the Chiefs won in terms of waiting on the Broncos. Now, let me ask you guys an obvious question, and this is where I like Sean Payton. If that were the Denver Broncos last night and you're at the doorstep, you just scored a touchdown to cut it to 1, you're in KC, does Sean Payton go for 2?
I think you have to.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Here's the thing, though. I would say this. It depends. Is your offense playing well enough to where you're feeling really confident about getting 2 yards?
You've got to go for 2 in Kansas City. Come on.
I generally agree with you. Yes, I generally agree. But Chiefs get the ball, win the kickoff or win the coin toss in overtime, and go 10 plays, 70 yards.
Just look at the odds. I hate to get into all this analytics, right? So you're saying to yourself, I got to stop that witch. Put my defense on the field. There's a chance a coin flip goes to him. He can win. The odds favor going for 2. They just do.
Well, the odds of the Chiefs, if they win the coin toss, driving down for a touchdown are significant.
Almost 100%.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The history of that team, and not only that, the history of those. Would you talk about those last second drives? What's that crazy stat that they have, Brett, that you whip out every now and again?
Oh, that's a postseason stat, but he's something like 8 for 8 in game-winning drive situations in the postseason.
It's just the way it works for them. They're really good, dude. That's why the Broncos are a 9.5-point dog this weekend already.
That is a look around the NFL. When we come back, get one last look at the Avs game for tonight. Also, a rumor out there about a potential addition to the Nuggets. Get to it next. All right, look, I'm just following the theme of what this show has always been, which is we get off the air and something happens at 10:02. So I would say stay tuned to Raj and Samfrey coming up here in just a second because they'll probably get a whole bunch of breaking news coming their way. I still can't get over this, by the way. I saw this yesterday. The Broncos are down with shopping Greg Dulcich, and that is maybe the quickest build a guy up in the offseason to let's end this experiment immediately sort of thing that I've seen in a while. I mean, how often, guys, did we talk in the offseason, hey, if Dulcich can be a weapon in the pass game, like what a coup that would be for the Broncos offense. And it took like 2 weeks for them to be like, all right,
weird.
Enough.
So he can't block. So
is that what it is, Vic? He just can't block?
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I told you guys, I saw a graph. This was like the week he got benched and never played again, that he was the worst in the NFL among qualified tight ends in catch rate, which meant the amount of times that ball is thrown to you and you catch it and not drop it, and yards after catch. Out of anybody in the league, he was dead worst in both categories. So they had that X and Y axis, and he was like all the way in the bottom left corner, which is not a good place to be.
It's weird, and maybe this is my fault. I fully admit it. I thought, man, once he's fully healthy, sky's the limit.
Well, I've been fooled on this twice.
Sky's the limit.
Moshe, I've been fooled on this twice. Him and who's another giant tight end who was super athletic? Alberto.
Oh, you're talking
like
about
both of them. I thought were going to be studs.
Ogbonegabum.
Well, Noah Fant.
Ogboneg. See, but at least
Fant's
Fant's still a starting
he's
tight end in the
there,
league.
yeah.
He's not anywhere near where he was billed to be as a first-round pick, but he's still a starter. Yeah. I don't know.
That's just weird because
we'll see.
Under the previous regime, Dulcich would have been your guy, and he was given an opportunity. It's pretty interesting.
So just quickly before we get to the Avs, Vic, what do you think of these Lonnie Walker IV rumors that are out there about the Nuggets sniffing around?
Yeah, he got cut by the Celtics. I believe he signed a deal with a team in Lithuania in the meantime to play professional ball. They would have to buy out that contract, but it's a lot of roster gymnastics. The Nuggets would also have to make room on their roster. They would have to cut somebody.
What's the situation here with him in particular, though? He's a guy who averages like 10 or 11 points a game, 35 to 38% three-point guy. Why did he not find a job?
Who knows? There's something probably behind the scenes that teams know about that they're aware of. You know, he seems like a talented veteran.
Well, it seems it's exactly right. A guy with his ability should not, and he's only 25. A guy with his ability should not be in Lithuania, bro.
So is this what was homeboy who was the big
Boogie Cousins?
No. Oh God, what's his name? The big man who could shoot a three,
Well, you
but
really narrowed it down. A big man in the NBA.
The big man who can shoot threes, but he had like a lot of off the court issues. That's why he bounced around to like 7 teams in 6 years.
It's not Boogie.
Okay.
What?
You loved this guy for a second, Vic. You're like, go get this guy. I can't remember who he was. It was last year. Textures, help me.
Yeah.
Twitchers, help me.
And it's not Boogie DeMarcus Cousins because he really fits that description.
I mean, you're talking just about.
I think
he's
the Lakers
Cousins.
The Lakers picked him up at like the deadline last year. He was in like Detroit beforehand. The hell's his name? I'll figure it out. It's going to drive me nuts. I can't do it. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I got to figure this out. It's going to drive me nuts.
Couple Twitchers have thrown out Bull and Dario Saric.
No,
Are either of those?
no.
Muggsy Bogues?
Nope, not that.
Hi, Vic.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
Hey, what's up, bud?
What time's your appointment? What time's your appointment today?
3 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get my nose rooted.
Cool.
So he said,
Michael Beasley?
No,
You mean Malik Beasley?
Malik
Somebody said
Beasley? What did
Andre
Malik Beasley?
Drummond. Another
No.
texter threw that out.
No.
a 3-point
Beasley?
shooting center.
No.
Played in Detroit.
All right, here's the thing.
You're a
I'm
liar.
going to find who this guy is, and you guys are going to go, oh.
Well,
so that's
he's
what's gonna
obviously
happen.
not a very influential player if we can't
Vic,
figure it out.
Well, Vic, you started yelling this guy's name over and over
Don't
again.
accuse me of that.
Ask me a question about the Avs tonight.
The Avs
Gotta
play
win.
the Seattle
Gotta
Kraken.
win.
Who is
Gotta
the
win.
post-game?
Christian Wood! Thank you.
Oh, yes!
This is the part where Vic goes,
Nobody wants-
oh, because I was yelling his name for a while.
Nobody wants him.
Well, yeah, no kidding now.
Yeah, that was the one where we go, he's the poster child of, why doesn't anybody want him? This guy can play.
That is what I was saying about Lonnie Walker IV. And
Okay,
Vic,
so then there's
say because you said his name a
you
thousand
did.
times.
You
Give me a
did.
break.
Say,
I didn't say him as in bring him in. I said, how is he out there?
Moj.
Can you at least pretend?
Moj,
Just pretend, Vic.
Moj,
Just pretend.
Moj. He said he wanted Christian Wood.
Yeah, he did. Just pretend like you're like, oh yeah.
I think you made a joke about I want the wood or something like that.
Who would you rather have, Christian Wood or Grady Dick?
I'll take Grady.
But Kevin Johnson.
Steve Wang. Alan Junk. Junque.
We were going for actual
Second dick shot.
Moj, we were going for actual names of players, not made up names.
You can't
But
just
go
make
ahead.
up names, dude.
Amari Wang sounds pretty good to me.
I like that you went for the.
That guy can really go to the. Okay.
You went for the French Canadian spelling of junk.
Junk, right? Correct. That's correct. That is correct.
Remember that Twins outfielder, Junk Jones? Remember
Yes,
him?
Yeah, sure do.
Anyway, regards the Avs game.
Texture just says Daniel Penis.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Nice.
Why is it a little too on the nose for the joke?
This poor kid from Kansas. He's 20 years old. He's having a breakout year. He's a hell of a player.
I love the fact that he's got game.
His name's Grady Dick, and you guys act like little children every time we talk about it.
You know what? I think I've said this on the air before, but my buddy's last name is Hohl. It's spelled Hohl. So when we were in the dugout, we were in the dugout. We were trying to think of names like, what could you name your kid? And we're like, oh, Richard.
Pie.
You could name him all this different.
Pie.
And some idiot on our team goes, yeah, or you could name him Ass. And it's like, that's not the game that we're playing, dude. It's not how you do this.
All right, anyway.
Yeah. Hockey?
Yeah. Stuff going on tonight.
If I see a
dick penetrates.
Okay.
That's just calling the game. Who are we going to see tonight? Are we going to see Joey Decord for the Seattle Kraken between the pipes? He's the only one that has a winning record. Or are we going to see, like we did in game one between these two teams,
Miles Wood.
Groovy.
Who are we going to see from the Avs between the pipes?
I'm assuming I don't know. I'm
two teams that we don't know.
I don't, Vic, I'll get over the skate today. I don't know actually I do know. That's my bad. Onanen's going to go tonight. It'll be listen to me. Georgie, I think in Winnipeg on Thursday, and beyond that, it's wide open.
I know, Vic. We got to stop looking at it. I know.
We're so stupid.
I mean,
look, at the base of this show, when you cut everything, we're dumb, stupid people.
I mean, a lot of you texters went to the Mark Mosier School of Subtlety.
Ace.
I had a couple people last night doing the post-game show that say they love the show, they listen to the show every day.
Liars.
And as I look in their eyes, I say, you listen are they listening to this segment?
Yeah, I know.
Right now?
Was this Capo Kakinen?
Okay.
You do it with like a Boston accent, maybe?
Jack Glasscock. Jack Glasscock is still hovering around someplace.
Capo Kakinen in the Kennedy household would work.
Christian Peter.
Where's Jack Glasscock buried?
Oh.
Under some tree, making it grow. You know all about that, Moj.
Yeah, of course, the Pete Dye tree. Why is this something you're curious about? Are you going to go visit his gravestone?
He was born and died in Wheeling, West Virginia. I would assume that he's buried there.
All right, great. Hey, if you give me a 5...
Well, maybe I should go visit it. I don't find a grave. Here we go. Jack Glasscock. Memorials.
If you give me a 5-2 result tonight, what's the last 3 games have been 5-2? If you give me 5-2, I'm going to slap you tomorrow.
No, you mean, what if the Avs are winning 5-2? You
That's
take
fine.
that all day. Yeah,
I don't want to see 5-2 the other way.
Okay. Hey, check this out, man.
If it's about Jack Glasscock's grave, I'm going to lose it.
It's not about his grave. It's about him. He was a close cousin to Baseball Hall of Famer Jesse Cale Burkett, known as the Crab, who also grew up in Wheeling.
All right, nobody cares. 8563 says Danny Woodhead is in this conversation.
Don't forget about Lance Cocktail, Ryan says on the text line.
Okay. That's God. You know, on a day like this, I need this to round out the show. I really do.
Dick Hammer. Remember Dick Trickle?
Of course,
Dick Trickle,
yeah.
NASCAR?
Of course.
Anyway, I'm expecting. Look, Moshe, I know
Bones
Oh God.
Oh, you people. Oh God, we need this.
Okay. I am absolutely, Moshe, expecting somewhat.
What was the exchange student in 16 Candles?
No.
What was the exchange student in 16 Candles?
No.
I remember.
Dick Monfort. All right, so listen.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I'm expecting a at least somewhat different look to this with Lekanen back in the lineup, as you should.
Well, I mean, the guy hasn't played in 173 days.
But
man.
it's just there's a presence about somebody who's got ability.
There's no doubt about it. There is, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
All right, Dick's got to shut it down.
Dick Pound wants it.
Oh, Dick Pound! I forgot about him.
What is he? The IOC, right?
Yeah, is he still alive? He was. Yeah, hon. Is he still alive? Dick Pound is still alive. He's 82.
I actually remember this. Somebody says, so wait, was Jim Bob Cooter, was he a coach in town here?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was, when I was in Michigan, he was the OC for Detroit. And it's like, it sounds like a name off of, like, the Duke boys would be friends with.
Yeah, exactly. Duke's a hazard.
Well, I think there was a dude named Cooter. He drove the tow truck, I think.
Like Jim Bob, just to start with. I mean, crazy. Okay.
Dick Pound is still around, man. He lives in Quebec. That's cool.
Does he?
Yeah.
Canadian guy.
He's a Canadian guy, yeah.
All right.
Good for him. Nelly.
How about the guy who
Save
hired
us.
me as the Nuggets ball boy? Mike Babcock, former Nuggets GM.
Like Mike Bag, that's a
former NHL coach, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
His brother was Rob Babcock.
Nelly.
Great.
Just
Yeah, Nelly, if you got a fact checker that
please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker.
This thing has run its
Presented
course.
by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Ron Tugnut wants in.
Don't even get us started on Mike Bone. So earlier we were talking about the Premier League, and here's a pop quiz. Do you know who the current chief executive of the Premier League is?
I don't.
His name is Richard Masters.
How about that?
Yeah. Wonder what his nickname is.
Rich.
Rich. Yeah. Yeah, Richie. Oh,
Hey, Richie.
Richie Masters, yeah.
Hey. What a dismount. By the way, there's an election today. As you guys come here for all of your favorite information. Again, we aren't going to be the idiots that are like, hey, I have a microphone. I'm important. You need to go out and vote. No, you guys know. You guys know.
Do whatever you want.
But do whatever you want. Look, big game tonight for the Avs. Need 2 points tonight. Need
Vote
them.
yes
need
on
them,
Proposition
need them.
Food.
How do we forget Nick Chubb?
You know what? Because I'm scared of him. I watch that man
He's a stud.
I watch that man squat
He's a stud.
so much that the bar bent on his back.
Like a Volkswagen Beetle. He's
That
a
guy's
stud.
name is not to be made fun of.
But-
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi and Kane. Have a great
Come on,
day. We'll
Avs.
talk to you tomorrow.
2 points, baby. Let's
Love
go.
you all. Bye.
Nuggets storm back against Toronto. Bench comes up big without Jamal in the lineup. And Kansas City, well, with a team on the doorstep and a chance with under 30 seconds to go for two and win the game on the road, they don't do it again. And guess what happens? The Chiefs get the ball in overtime. They march down the field. They get a touchdown, and they win. Welcome in, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Coach, so much to get to today. NFL trade deadline is at 2 p.m. Mountain. But what the hell is Todd Bowles doing? How many times do these coaches have to see what happens with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce and late game situations? How dumb do you have to be to realize that dude's going to beat you unless you take a chance?
It's a bad decision. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. Did you watch the Super Bowl? Did you see it? Yeah, it's mind-blowing, and that is a bit of the personality that you see with Todd Bowles as a head coach. He's a complete stoic, old-school coach, been around the game a long time. Obviously, modern analytics would tell you absolutely go for two in that scenario on the road when you have the witch playing, who, by the way, was able to go to the sideline after what looked like he blew out his knee and put another curse on whatever injury came his way and was just fine after that.
It's amazing. Not only is the guy the greatest quarterback, likely will go down as like the greatest quarterback ever to play, right? He's very much on that trajectory. They just don't lose. He's somehow immune to injury. I'm not rooting for him to be injured, but like this is the second time now that we have seen him take a knee injury on. And didn't what happened in the Broncos game a couple of years ago or right before it, where he buckles his knee a little bit and you go, oh my God. Because for 99% of guys, that's a torn meniscus or an ACL gets torn or an LCL is at least like partially torn and the guy's out for 6 to 8 weeks. I'm not hoping that happens. But this guy, you call him a witch, he is. He's not only the best quarterback in the league, but he is immune to injury. And that's the reason why we're going to talk about him the same way we did about Brady. And Brady wasn't even immune to it.
How about DeAndre Hopkins as the addition? He looked pretty good, didn't he? Did you see that? It's particularly one of the catches that he made in the flat.
The Titans should be arrested for collusion.
It's ridiculous. He looked really good.
You're just going to give him that guy?
Think about how much fun he's having, like to have a real quarterback.
Yeah, I know.
Like even the one that Patrick Mahomes threw, like it was a hot route.
The 3rd and 1
yes,
late
on
in the
3rd
game.
and 1, and it could have been intercepted. It could have been game, set, match. He's just like, yeah, this guy's playing chess. I need to start playing chess. I'm playing checkers because I've been playing with, you name whatever Titans quarterback or was he a Texan before that? I think he had one other team mixed in there, but DeAndre Hopkins has not played with a lot of really next level quarterbacks. He's like, dude, I'm 32 years old. And I'm about to enter the prime of my career because I got Patrick Mahomes throwing me the football.
He had Will Levis.
What's the other guy?
Malik Willis.
Tannehill. What about Ryan Tannehill?
Ryan Tannehill. Who do you have in Arizona?
I like this guy,
ball?
Ryan Tannehill.
Who was throwing him the ball in Arizona? Was that
Kyler?
Kyler? He overlapped with Kyler? He certainly did. Kyler Murray.
Was he a Texan? Am I wrong?
He started
that was
his
who
career.
He drafted by, right?
Yeah.
And the Texans were Schaubin. Was it Matt Schaub? And
he was a 3-time All-Pro first team between the years of 2018 or 2017, 2019 with Houston. And Houston, who's your quarterback back then? Bill O'Brien's the head coach. Who's their quarterback? I can't find the quarterback.
Coach Carter. It was Matt Schaub, and then it went to Watson before he became Watson.
Deshaun. Forgot about that.
The massage enthusiast.
It's just unbelievable to me that these coaches just and I hope to God that Sean Payton doesn't make the same mistake this coming week if he's in that position. If you're in that position, and you know what? He was very aggressive against Baltimore. And as you wrote in your column for the Gazette, he was aggressive enough. Like, that's how you have to game plan against Baltimore. Your decisions when you are in goal to go or late game situations have to change based on the opponent that is in front of you. You can't make that same decision week in and week out because that is, the right play call to make there. It's different when you're playing the Ravens than when you're going up against the Titans. It's different when you're playing even like the Seahawks as compared to playing against Kansas City here at the end of the game. I thought the timeout that Bowles called with 30 seconds to go in the game was insane. Insane. Did you watch the playoffs 2 years ago when he only needed 17 seconds to go down the field and beat the Bills? He needed 17 seconds, and you gave him 30 with multiple timeouts. Insane thought process. You get a beautiful play to a wide open tight end for a touchdown to get within one with 27 seconds to go? And then you decide, oh yeah, the dude who needs 17 seconds to get down the field, who has a brand new toy in his arsenal, I'm going to give him the ball back tied and then take the chance that a coin flip goes my direction. Sean Payton, don't make the same dumb mistake that Todd Bowles did last night.
Agreed. And I don't think Sean Payton will. I think Sean Payton knows what he has. And I actually think that he is going out of his way, and I believe that the trip to Baltimore was exhibit A for this, is he's going out of his way to show his offensive players where he's at in terms of how he wants to call a game. And you better be ready to make the plays in critical situations. And we're going to move on. And I think that's going to end up being the case because you're going into week 10, Raj, right? This is not early on in the season, and you're starting to look at next season. Clearly, Bo Nix is a part of that. There's no doubting that. There's no questioning that. But it's about the playmakers around Bo Nix. How many times has Sean Payton said that? Like, I'm going to call extremely aggressive plays in these situations. You better make the plays or you won't be here. And that's what I believe these last 8 weeks are going to be all about.
If you believe that they don't have the horses and he's still going to make those calls, what happens today in the next 4 hours, 3 hours and 50 minutes?
Absolutely nothing for the Denver Broncos.
But they don't have the horses, Coach. They don't have the players around Bo Nix to make the run. Why not try and do something?
They also don't have the room with the salary cap to make that type of an impact. And I believe that part of it isn't solely that you don't want to buy a rental player because you don't want a rental player in a quote-unquote rebuild, but just assume that rental player would command a very large salary in a restructured deal after this season. You don't have the room for that really either because you're still eating a smaller percentage, but some of Russ's cap space in 2025. I think it's more about you don't want your young rookie quarterback to find this shiny new object and all of a sudden he's gone a year from now. So I think that plays into this decision that Sean Payton even called it. Superman's not walking into that door. He's not coming into this building anytime soon.
The Lions have traded for Zadarius Smith. We expected that to happen yesterday on Moshe Lombardi and Kane. Schefter said, this thing is basically being done. They get a pass rusher after not having Aiden Hutchinson. They haven't missed a beat without, Hutchinson's got to be a top 3 edge rusher in the league right now, right?
Yeah, there's Watt, there's him.
Bosa.
Are there 2 Bosas still?
Still 2 Bosas, yes.
One's always hurt.
Joey and Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you're at least the top 3.
Cowboys have acquired wide receiver Jonathan Mingo and a 2025 7th-round pick from the Panthers for a 2025 4th-round pick is the latest trade that we've seen going into the deadline. Again, deadline is 2 p.m. Mountain today. The Cowboys are a team that's really odd, that you're trading for offensive weapons when you're about to put Dak Prescott on IR. That baffles me, and it's funny because I don't want the Broncos to go out and make a trade to bring someone in. God forbid they give up a first, a second, or a third because they think that they're closer than they actually are. I loved the move to get rid of Baron Browning. You weren't going to re-sign him in the offseason. You extend Jonathan Cooper on a 4-year, $60 million deal. That was a good piece of front office work to recoup something before the guy walks for free. And Dallas making a move to bring in talent with a mid-round pick. It piques my interest right now, Coach, because of everything that Sean Payton has said about his running backs in the past couple of days. All of this thought about going toward Audric Estime, young, cheap, knowing that you don't have the consistency or the splash from Javonte Williams. Could you take advantage of a panicking, overzealous Dallas front office, Jerry Jones, a team that needs running backs? Could you offload Javonte Williams onto Dallas for something, knowing that you're probably not going to move forward with him in the future?
If the deal's on the table, you take that and run with it and go and smile and laugh all the way to the bank. Because right now, I don't think that's going to be the case. He he's not a top 20 running back in the National Football League right now. Statistically, it doesn't.
Yeah, but like, who is Jonathan Mingo? He just fetched you a fourth, and it took you a seventh round swap for that.
I'm not really well versed on the Jonathan Mingo myself, so I don't know much about the Mingster. Do you know much about Jonathan Mingo, KJ?
I do not, outside of the fact that he is overrated.
Second round pick, 2023 out of where did he go to college? Ole Miss. Hasn't done all that much in the league. His biggest game last year was a 69-yard game in week 5. 0 touchdowns receiving last season. He has 0 touchdowns receiving this season. His biggest game was last week, 5 targets, 2 receptions, 40 yards, and a 47-10 blowout loss against the Saints. So
they got
that
a fourth?
Dude, the deal is a 7th-round pick. Sorry, I got to find it. I go back on it right now. I've been way too deep in it. Dallas Cowboys acquire wide receiver Jonathan Mingo and a 2025 7th-round pick from Carolina for a 2025 4th-rounder. You got a 4th for that guy.
So a pick swap, right? A 7th for a 4th?
7th for a 4th, and you send the player out.
That's a great deal.
It's a great deal for
Carolina's
Carolina.
laughing.
You can't find a trade partner with a panicky team for a guy like Javonte Williams? At least Javonte's got a handful of touchdowns.
Yeah. I mean, Javonte hasn't been terrible. But yeah, when you start to see that, I could see Cowboys might get a little antsy, or somebody. Trying to think what other teams are just completely deficient of any type of running back depth. I mean, definitely the Cowboys. They've had all the issues at the position. I mean, maybe I'm trying to think of what other team would fit that. But if you can get something for Javonte, I would do it, Raj. Absolutely.
Have to try and find a way to kick the tires on these teams. 2 p.m. is your trade deadline today. We'll have an NHL Hot Lap coming up at 10:45. NFL Notes at 11:15. By the way, we're giving away a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's OKC Nuggets game. Oklahoma City has not lost yet this year. Nuggets are playing injured without Jamal Murray. Who knows what's going to happen with Aaron Gordon? We'll get into their comeback win on the other side. We will have text-in keywords for you coming up at 10:20 and 11:20. You can enter 2 times. All right, so you can enter once, you'll still have a chance to win it. But if you enter twice, you'll have a better opportunity to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Nuggets and Oklahoma City game. Your first keyword is coming up next, and your next one is at 11:20. It's a 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Text those in to 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person in 1 hour. KJ will play your favorite 90s and 2000s tunes throughout the day. Also, we have an opportunity for you guys to win a pair of Nuggets tickets to the Oklahoma City game coming up tomorrow. Your first keyword of 2. You can enter once or you can enter twice. I would suggest hanging around until 11:20 when we give you that second keyword. But your first one is this. Undefeated. Undefeated is your first keyword that you need to text into 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you will be entered for a chance to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game.
As in the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, that's
coming to Ball Arena.
Those guys are the kings of the West right now. That's a tough looking team. And I don't know what the level of health for Aaron Gordon's going to be after last night. He leaves, doesn't return to the game. The Nuggets find a way to overcome that, not having Jamal or AG, thanks to Russell Westbrook, who puts up 21 points in the 121-119 win. You obviously get a triple-double from Nikola Jokic, but going up against a juggernaut in OKC, possibly without those two guys, that's going to be a tough one.
Can we talk about just how dang good Christian Braun's been this year?
Fire.
He's just been great. He's been great. He's playing the role when he needs to play the role of being the off-ball player that can slash, that can play vertical around the rim. He's playing tremendous defense. 3 rebounds defensively, 1 offensive rebound, a steal. 17 points. He's the second best player this season on the Denver Nuggets.
He's averaging 14.5. 5 rebounds a game, a block a game, which I didn't think he was going to be nearly that high. Maybe that's outperforming expectation. But the biggest story for Christian Braun thus far, and the volume hasn't been there, and that's probably why this number is so high. Just shoots one of them last night, but he makes a huge one on the baseline. And if he doesn't make that, you don't win the game.
He's had clutch 3-pointers in 2 wins that the Nuggets have had this year.
He's shooting 42% from beyond the arc.
Let's go.
That's all you need to know about him either rising to expectation or outperforming what you thought he was going to do. If he's a guy that can sit between 38 and 42% from beyond the arc, you forget about KCP really quickly. Really quickly.
What I also like is that you're getting minutes right now for Julian Strawther and Peyton Watson. They played well last night.
I was fine with Strawther. I was really nervous about him defending, and he looked fine last night. Again, against likely a non-playoff team in Toronto.
2 steals
but I like
Jay Straw.
He stayed out of foul trouble. Like, that's been his big thing.
Block shot?
The block shot was awesome. The SWAT in was that third quarter that happened last night? The SWAT that he had last night was nuts. That thing was sweet. A little backdoor help.
P. Swatson doing what he does too, getting 2 of them.
But again, it comes off the bench, 2 of 4 from beyond 3. You get 13 points from him in 26 minutes. You get 31 minutes from Peyton Watson, and this is Michael Malone turning over a new leaf. Like, he's playing the young guys and knows he has to. Unfortunately, I think he's going to have to do it against a much better team in OKC on Wednesday night. And maybe that's the true test of, like, is Coach Malone really committed to letting the kids run? I think you'll learn that tomorrow night.
It is the right decision. I mean, it without question, with Jamal Murray being out with still concussion protocol. Am I fair in saying that?
Yes.
No news on when that might be, when Jamal might become
He was
available.
putting up shots in the gym over the last couple of days. I don't expect him to play on Wednesday, no.
Yeah. Great. I want to see now a more confident Julian Strawther coming off of good back-to-back games. Peyton Watson needed that game so badly. He needed to just get in the flow of a game where he's starting to see some shots go down. Because I love the athleticism and length that you get with Peyton Watson. I love the possibility of Julian Strawther being a 3-point shooter. And the more and more those guys play at this stage of the season, the better and better it's going to bode for the Nuggets.
And it was this is what you're going to get out of Russell Westbrook too, especially when he's coming in. And if there's going to be rest days for Jamal, or if he's injured like he is with this concussion right now, the days where you get 30 plus minutes out of Russ, you're going to get the situations where he chucks up either deep 2s or 5 3s like he did last night and didn't have a prayer of hitting one of them. He goes 1 for 5, but like, I wasn't confident he was going to hit anything from beyond the arc. You're going to have that. But He pours in 21. He gets to the stripe 10 times. 5 times, but 10 free throw opportunities. And he also helps with 6 assists and 6 rebounds. Like, you are going to get this up and down. Oh my God, I love him on the defensive side. Holy crap, what a great slash to the rim. Nice job getting, Jakob Poeltl in foul trouble yet again. And then, oh crap, he's wide open and he doesn't have like the fortitude not to shoot the ball. That's what this year is going to be. And I'm here for it, man. It makes game 6 exciting.
It does. I'm all for everything that Russell Westbrook's doing. Even shooting 5 3-pointers. You made 1, 20%, not great, but we'll take it. Just got to get the turnover numbers down a little bit. Just some of the out of control nature that he plays with at times.
He's 35. You're not going to change that. That's not coachable right now. That is not changeable. Russ is who Russ is. Like, you have to be able to, if you want the intensity on defense, and you want this dude getting 2s, 3s, and 4s on the opposite team into foul trouble. If you want that, unfortunately, you have to accept the turnovers that are going to inevitably come with it. You have to accept it. It's not going anywhere. Malone's not coaching that out of him. Come on. If that was going to get coached out of him, it would have been a decade ago.
That's true. I see here from the Safeway Twitch feed, could this shelving of Murray be a test to see how they play without Murray? Obviously, that's not the case from the standpoint of the contract that was just signed by Jamal Murray, but insofar as he's not available, you get to know this roster, this team, and how they play together if indeed he's not 100%, say in the postseason. That's not necessarily bad. I would rather have either a completely 100% Jamal Murray that's full send, let's roll, let's do it, or no Jamal Murray at 75 to 85%. That's how I feel. Because I feel like that 75% Jamal Murray, I believe, holds this franchise hostage.
Whoa.
75%. And as a coach, like, those types of situations and how to coach around it, it creates a big challenge for you in terms of how you navigate minutes and, well, yeah, he can't really do this on the defensive end, or he can't really play this way in transition basketball. I'd like to see either a long-term sitting of Jamal Murray that gets him to 100% in time for the back half of the season, or if he's just not there, let's see what we got.
Again, I think that's the reason why Wednesday night's game against OKC is so intriguing to find out whether or not Coach Malone is truly committed to, we have to play this young crop of players to see if we've truly extended the window for Nikola Jokic, right? Because if it doesn't work this year, Michael Porter Jr. said it out loud, right? The article that came out with Ramona Shelburne, was it last week? Late last week on Friday, I believe, Friday morning. He said, listen, if we don't get it done, if we don't win it this year, they're going to have to break this thing up. And what this thing is, it's the 2 max contracts of Jamal and MPJ, the extension of AG, obviously your MVP and Nikola, and whether or not this second round of draft picks from Calvin Booth is going to work out, because the first one hasn't done so far. Zeke Nashi has been a bust. Pickett's been a bust. But Hunter Tyson, Julian Strawther, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, can you extend that window? Going into Wednesday night's game, if you don't have Aaron Gordon, that's going to be it will be a great benchmark for you to say, we're around what OKC can put out with all these young guys, or it's probably going to be an uphill battle for us the rest of the way out.
Hunter Tyson's the one that I'm interested to see play more, just from the perspective of it's more about the unknown with Hunter Tyson at the NBA level. Had a really good summer league a year ago, I believe that was kind of the peak of what he's been able to accomplish when he was first drafted here in this franchise. But, 15 minutes, no scoring, had a steal, block, 1 rebound. Like, for 15 minutes, I want to see more. And I think he should be afforded that opportunity. He was drafted by this franchise to show what he's capable of doing. And clearly we're going to get to see here.
NFL trades so far on trade deadline day. 2 p.m. is when it comes up Mountain Time. Jonathan Mingo and a 7th-round pick go to Dallas from Carolina. They'll receive a 2025 4th-rounder. Khalil Herbert has landed in Cincinnati to help out Joe Burrow in his 5 touchdown passes last week. He goes for a 7th-rounder. Okay. From Cincy. Zadarius Smith, this was a trade that was expected for the past week or so, goes from Cleveland to Detroit along with a 2026 7th-rounder. Detroit sends a 5th and a 6th the opposite way to Cleveland. And yesterday, the only move that the Broncos have made, they send edge rusher Baron Browning to the Arizona Cardinals for a 2025 6th-rounder. Khalil Herbert, was that a move that you expected Cincinnati to make, considering they had moved on from Joe Mixon? They've been all right. Was it Chase Brown and Zach Moss are the running backs there? Am I correct, KJ?
Yep. And then Zach Moss is out right now with a neck injury.
Thank you.
And there has been a major void in not having Mixon for that team. Mixon was one of the most underrated players in the National Football League. You can just sense that there's not the same balance that does make the pass game go with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. You got to have that balance. And so Khalil Herbert, who on the season, not a lot going so far. He's averaging 19.4 rushing yards per game.
He's not who he was 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's really only, he's drafted in 2021. He's a young player, but that's one thing the Bears strangely do have is depth at the running back position. So this is, I think he's a more talented player than Javonte Williams. I do. Javonte Williams has been more productive this season than Khalil Herbert has been.
Again, I look at this Dallas Cowboys move for Jonathan Mingo. They gave up more for Mingo than Kansas City gave up for DeAndre Hopkins. And I understand that Mingo is a younger player. He's got to be 23, 24 at the very most right now. Hopkins is in his early 30s, at 32 or 33, certainly on the back half of his career. But he looked great last night. You give up more for Jonathan Mingo than the Chiefs did to get DeAndre Hopkins. And again, if you're the Broncos, you should be shopping these veteran contracts. If someone wants Courtland Sutton, there's a mid-round pick to be had for him right now. Does that punt on the season for the playoffs? Probably, because he is an impact player right now. Say what you want about Courtland not being a number one. He's been their number one for the past couple of weeks.
He's been their number one now for the past couple of years as well, right, Raj? I mean, is it the right one?
Well, playing to a number one level the past couple of weeks is what I should probably say.
Right.
Back-to-back 100-yard reception games. I know he had a fumble 2 weeks ago, no touchdowns.
You just can't do that to your rookie quarterback. I don't believe. For his development and his trajectory, you go back-to-back weeks against the Panthers, against the Ravens, where that is the guy that Bo Nix feels comfortable finding off schedule. And that's some of the stuff that Bo Nix is finding a lot of his yards when he is outside of the pocket, not on the first play. And that's such a luxury to have for Sean Payton to be able to use in the development of Bo Nix. You can't do it.
It's a luxury right now, but is it going to be a luxury when the time comes to actually compete for an AFC championship, which is 2 years from right now? Maybe it's as accelerated as next season, but you still have a little bit of a crutch that you have to deal with in terms of the Russell Wilson dead cap money. You're not going to be picking top 5, top 7, so it's not like you're getting a number one wideout in the draft this year, likely. You're kind of right in that middle of the first round, where is there a possibility Ashton Genty falls to you, and then you have to hope to get a true number one in the second, third, or fourth rounds, or maybe you have to overpay for it in free agency?
The Courtland Sutton conversation is one that the only bright spot of that would be, does this force Devon Vele more into those roles? Right now, the bigger body type, the sure-handed pass catcher, the ultimate competitor, which I believe Devon Vele has shown on his game film, not just his practice tape, which he was phenomenal in training camp. That might be a stretch, Raj, to thrust a 7th-round pick into that type of a position this early in his career. But Devon Vele is not a 19, 20-year-old rookie. I think he's 25 years old. And so I don't think that it would be the worst thing for Bo Nix.
26, man.
26, yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, he played at Utah forever. He went
what
on
am
a
I
mission.
doing with my life?
A 26-year-old rookie?
Oh, my gosh. Should I go out for the NFL?
Are you 6'4", 220 pounds, KJ?
I sure am.
All right. Be my guest. Open tryouts for the Broncos wideouts, man.
Just for everybody that's listening, just so we don't paint an improper picture, KJ is not 6'4". Okay, and he's not going to be accused.
Why you got to do that to the guy?
He's not going to be accused.
He's in radio. No one knows that unless you just blow his cover. That was rude.
I'm really big in the whole truth in media space, and I just don't.
Okay.
I don't want people like being really disappointed when we
it's
do
election day, so Sanford's real into the truth.
When we do our first offsite, and thousands of people are going to come out to meet KJ. I know that he's the only guy that people truly love on this program.
I've never heard anyone say anything bad about KJ on the text line.
Never.
So you're right.
Never.
Well, not on the text line, but the Safeway Twitch stream that's a totally different story.
Those are different animals on that side.
They get mad at you because some of your creative drops don't always make it over to the Twitch stream.
Oh, we'll keep it rolling. Go through a hot lap in the NHL with me next. Really big news for the Avalanche. Something happened yesterday. Something's going to happen tonight. I'll tell you about injury reports around the league as the Avs look to climb back to 500. You can listen to the Avs and Kraken tonight. 6:30 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. tip from Ball Arena. Get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com. lap time around the NHL. Coach Mike Sanford alongside myself, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys can join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitwins.com. That is willheitwins.com. Coach, we had a big day yesterday around Avs territory. Arturi Lehkonen was back in a blue jersey.
Lucky!
Skating with the first line.
We've got Fins back.
Sexy
He's
Lexi.
going to be...
Fins up.
He's going to be in the lineup. Fins to the left, Fins to the right. The Jimmy Buffett line, Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Arturi Lehkonen. They are back together tonight as the Avs take on the Seattle Kraken. Huge news for Avs fans. Huge news for that forward group that is desperately missing a scoring punch. I think I called it a tip, 7 p.m. tip tonight. It's a puck drop.
That's right. It's your first time talking about hockey.
Yeah, first time ever. Don't know the sport.
Fins to the left, Fins to the right. But, Raj, are we going to have Finn in the net?
I would hope so. I don't know what's happening at morning skate. That's just about underway right now. I'm sure Connor will text us here in a few minutes to let us know who the goalie, and he's going to hate me for this, is in the starter's crease at morning skate today. I would hope it's Justus Annunen. You need to win this game. You're 2 games under 500. You're starting to get healthy. This is a team that you should beat in Seattle that I do not believe is a Western Conference playoff team. You handled your business against them last time. You got to find a way to get a win this evening. And it's going to start with, can anyone but the top line score? I think I'm expecting Nathan McKinnon to come out and have another 1 or 2 point night. Cale Makar, I think, is going to do that as well. Those guys have been on absolute fire to start the season. They both carry 12-game season-opening point streaks into tonight's game. Makar's looking to match his longest run at any point of a season, not just to start a year.
So we were told it was a day-to-day, week-to-week on Miles Wood.
He's on IR retroactive to October 28.
Okay, and then also Ross Colton is out for
6 to 8 weeks, man.
Yeah.
So that's a foot injury. That's a broken foot or a heavy bone. It's a broken foot.
What about the status of Ivan?
Ivan was a roster move to make sure that you have cap room throughout the entire season. So you're going to see players like Ivan and Prishapov and all these guys with 2-way contracts. You're going to see, the Eagles have recalled them. They've sent them down to the AHL. When you see names like Ivan on there or, Kovalenko or TJ Tynan or Chris Wagner, in the back of your head until the Avs get healthy, what that should scream to you is they're going to get called up the day before the game.
So is Ivan playing tonight?
Ivan's going to play tonight.
Let's go.
I would expect Ivan
I needed
to be in the lineup this evening.
And I know all of our listeners wanted to make sure that Ivan was going to be there at Ball Arena on the ice.
Those are a couple of your injury news. However, suspension news came out yesterday. Jared Bednar let the media know Valerian Nichushkin eligible to play November 15th.
Yes.
He will be in the lineup on November 15th. I'm not entirely sure who the Avs play on that day, but they're expecting their big-time wing to be back there. November 15, as I pull up the schedule, is the final home game of a 4-game homestand against Alexander Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals.
10 days away.
10 days away. So you're getting healthy, and that's the reason why I look at this Seattle game, because of what comes up after that. At Winnipeg, they're on fire. They're 11-1 to start the season. Great regular season team, but we know what happens to Hellebuck when he gets to the playoffs. Home against Carolina. Again, first of a 4-game homestand. Carolina is they're always an Eastern Conference contender. I don't think they have the firepower to win it, but they're not an easy team to play against. Nashville is at the basement of the Central Division right now. You should have beaten them on the road. You just had a power play outage.
You just 5-2'd them. You took the old 5-2.
I think you got to beat Seattle. I think you got to beat Nashville. I think you got to beat LA. And then if Nichushkin comes back on that 15th, man, you're largely healthy, right? Because then you have Val playing on the side of Middlestat and maybe Drouin's back at that point. So Drouin goes up to the top line. He plays with McKinnon and Rantanen. Your second line is then Middlestat, Lehkonen, Nichushkin. At that point, I go, all right, no more excuses. Go win hockey games. Time to roll. Go win hockey games.
No longer have the conversation of the Avs just need to stay afloat. And Raj, I'm going to get a little greedy here. I'm going to get my little fingers together, greedy sign. The month of November, 10 days away, the return of Valeri Nichushkin. The month of November, will we see Gabe Landeskog?
I don't think so. I don't. I made the comment, and it's all because of what Bednar said yesterday in his media availability. He hasn't been on the ice recently, but he's been back in the gym. The way that Bednar said that yesterday was, oh crap, was there a setback? And I was the person that said, because of the progression that he made at the end of last season and certainly over the summer, I thought Gabe was going to be back right around the same time that Nichushkin was.
Not looking good.
I worried that there's been a setback. And now, if there's been a setback, I'm putting Gabe Landeskog out of my thoughts until the calendar turns to 2025.
Should we just call up Bedsy right now? See if he'll answer, on the open skate.
He's currently on the ice.
Yeah. Do you think he'd answer?
Hey, you know what would be great is, remember over the past couple of years, we had done the midday show. I'd been on this show from morning skate at Ball Arena in the penalty box. I think, Coach, let me know if you think this is a good idea. I think we should do that a little bit more often this season.
I want to.
So that we could just pull a Scotty Hastings and just go, Bedsy, when's he back? And all he has to do is blow.
Hey, Beds! Was there a setback?
Beds, he playing tonight? And then he's going to turn around. He's going to go, who the hell are you guys? Shake his head no. And that'll be your answer.
And I'll just tell Bedsy, I'm the flat bill guy. We're both flat bill guys. You know me.
He does know you as the flat bill. Flat bill guy and the short dude who won't shut up. We should build the show that way.
That'd be good.
Landy suffered a setback. Nichushkin, or we expect that he suffered a setback. Nichushkin back as early as November 15. Again, I think this is a game you have to have tonight against Seattle. And then by the time November 15 comes around, you expect to have maybe Drouin back, certainly Nichushkin. That is when you go on that East Coast trip, Philadelphia, Washington, Florida, Tampa Bay, right around Thanksgiving time. My expectations are start to win hockey games, start to climb back up from the hole that unfortunately was dug for you.
Like win-win.
Win-win.
Yeah.
Start like you beat Philly, you beat Washington, and you still won either at Florida or at Tampa Bay, and I'm happy with the 3 out of 4 on that road trip. But you can't come back 1-3 when you start to get healthy like this. This is put up or shut up. Mosier said on the morning show that Ananen is starting, so Fins to the left, Fins to the right, Fins in between the pipes.
So many Fins.
It's a shame Jimmy Buffett isn't here for us anymore.
And
because
a Finn in the radio booth here with Alex Ryan-Hemi. How about that? There's so many Fins.
If only Jimmy was here. We had Blink 182. Like, all the small things was fun. But I'm an island guy. I love a Mai Tai in my hand.
I'm a mountains and snow guy.
You're not going to turn around a mojito, though.
I do enjoy an island.
Love a good mojito guy.
Enjoy an island.
Lime. Flat bill in the mouth, says Brian. It's like Triple X and the Nerd in the afternoon.
Welcome to the Flat Bill in the Mouth show.
It does sound like 1996 shock jock radio. I'm all about it. Other news around the National Hockey League, Coach. Connor McDavid got back on the ice with the Oilers yesterday, so he's back.
Pickles, good to be back, buddy.
2 or 3 week absence with him. He's also the guy. Like, he's like Patrick Mahomes to me, man. Not only is he the best player on planet Earth.
No, he wasn't last year.
Well, he didn't get the award.
Yeah, it was here. Happened in our town.
Coach, awards don't necessarily mean you are the best player on planet Earth.
Yeah, I guess Lamar won it over Mahomes last year. Yeah.
Is Lamar a better player than Patrick Mahomes is?
Sure as hell looked like it last Sunday.
He looked great against the Broncos. Don't get me wrong, but if I'm starting a franchise, I think I go with the guy who's got the rings on his finger as opposed to the player who, he turtles in the playoffs.
Yep.
That's the reason why the Ravens are never going to be real to me until they actually prove that they can get it done.
I think this might be the year. And I haven't said that forever. I've been so anti Lamar the postseason. Yeah, I haven't bought it, but after seeing it and the growth and development as a passer, and doing that and scoring 41 in the absence of having to use your legs at all, dude, you're making a believer of me right now, Lamar. Making a believer.
And that defense didn't look like all that gettable against Denver.
No.
That was supposed to be the thing. You could throw the ball on Baltimore, and they didn't.
Yeah, and Hamilton's been in and out. He's been dealing with some injury stuff. They're a good team. And I stand by after last night. Okay, we're gonna get a little. This is the hot lap. I totally understand that.
No, our hot lap's over.
We're done with the hot lap.
Yeah, it doesn't take all 15 minutes. All good. We got to your biggest stories. My biggest stories are Lecky's playing tonight. Nichushkin's back on the 15th. Onanen starts in net. McDavid's back for the Oilers within like a week. He's skating or something like that. Those are my biggest
of course,
stories.
the biggest story is just all things Fins.
All things Fins.
That was a huge story.
Yeah, that's your hot lap.
Yeah.
I think my lap is over. I need to get some water.
So
get
here's
off
my
the
hot
bench.
lap. Here's my hot lap around last night's Monday Night Football game. I am going to stand taller and say it even more with my chest that the Denver Broncos are going to take their talents to Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. And I feel it even more after last night.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that on the other side. We are giving away a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. That is tomorrow evening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your tip is at 7 p.m., 6:30 pregame with Mark Bertinoli tomorrow. Same exact timing for tonight with the Avs and the Kraken. 6:30 pregame, 7 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahey. We already gave you your keyword at 10:20. But if you missed that, don't worry. Another one is coming up at 11:20. So stick around. We'll give you that keyword. All you'll have to do is text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We will give away that pair of tickets at 11:45. So much more to come up in the second hour. Coach is going to defend his statement that the Broncos are beating the Chiefs. Undefeated no more is what Coach says coming up next Sunday.
Not beating the Cheeks, beating the Chiefs.
The Saints are trading cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, the 4-time Pro Bowler, to the Commanders, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. That's the latest from the NFL trade deadline, which comes 2 hours and 59 minutes from right now, 2 p.m. Mountain Time. Broncos have not made a move today, but the Commanders know where they are right now. They know that they have a hit in a rookie quarterback. That's a big-time move. That signals we might not be Detroit, but we might be in a big-time game against Detroit.
The Commanders are the team to watch right now in the National Football League. And not just that they're going to continue to win games, but it's how they win games. They're fun to watch. Dan Quinn has got that team believing in all three phases. And that's what I do say. When you have a transformational quarterback, he transcends everything. Everybody around him elevates their play, and you're getting that right now with Jaden Daniels. Dude is a baller.
It's a solid trade for them. I don't know what's going back the other direction. I haven't been able to find that on Twitter or on ESPN. Rappaport says, again, Marshawn Lattimore to the Commanders for a premium draft pick. Most of the ones that we have seen recently have been 4th, 5th, 6th, pick swaps on day 2 and day 3 of the draft.
Not premium seating, more like loge level.
Yeah. That type of stuff. Head on the concrete level type of seating.
NB 374, nosebleed 374 type draft picks.
Again, we'll let you guys know if the Broncos end up doing anything. Speaking of those Broncos, Coach, you made a very demonstrative statement before we went to break. Would you care to repeat it and then defend it?
Yes. The Denver Broncos are going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They're going to beat them this Sunday.
Beat them, Chiefs!
They're going to beat them because, the Chiefs they're 8-0. Awesome.
They should not have been 8-0, by the way.
They are, though.
They should have lost last night.
They're 8-0.
Todd Bowles, you suck.
But they're for the getting right now. And here's why. They're not scoring at an just enormous rate like you would think that the Chiefs are scoring at. Certainly a lot of that was early season injury situations at the receiver position, running back position. Isaiah Pacheco's not in there. Kareem Hunt looks good. I just really like this Denver Broncos defense, period. It had its worst day of the season in Baltimore against by far the best offense right now in football. But, Raj, this is not a game where you have to prepare for Patrick Mahomes being a dynamic runner of the football. You can pin your ears back and sack a guy that is there for the taking. Patrick Mahomes is not an elite mover right now. He always seems to find a way to get it done in the postseason. But I think that this pass rush that now has been, yes, bolstered by Jonathan Cooper being signed, and now you get to unlock Nick Bonito and Jonah Ellis because you don't have to rotate quite as much with Baron Browning. And I still believe in this secondary tandem at the corner position, really the triad that exists between PS2, Riley Moss, and Jaquan McMillan. And then I think Bo Nix is going to have a sneaky, awesome performance in Kansas City.
That's not an easy team to pass the football against, though, Coach.
I don't know that it's all going to be necessarily passing the football. I think that Sean Payton knows that this is one of those signature moments for his young quarterback. Lean into the ground game with Bo Nix. Utilize his legs in and around the red zone on third down. Let him go do what he does best to build his confidence. And that's for him to feel the game. And he feels the game when he is physical in the game, when he takes off and runs and finishes runs. How many times have we seen Bo Nix get up, even when they were down against the Chargers, rips off a big run, points the first down? Like, that's when Bo Nix is playing his best football. That's going to happen in Kansas City.
You mentioned he's a very momentum-driven quarterback. How do you sustain momentum against teams that are, again, in a different weight class than you are right now? Baltimore, you could not sustain momentum, and therefore, second half, you weren't as excited second half as I was first half of Bo Nix against Baltimore. I looked at that and I went, oh, like I'm totally cool with this, but you were out of the game, and then all of the juice from Bo kind of fell away from me. How do you sustain that in games that I don't think they're going to get blown out by Kansas City, but I don't know how close it's going to be consistently.
You just completely lean into the strengths of Bo Nix just to continue to matriculate the football down the field and score 7 when you're in the red zone. And a big part of that, I do believe, is the designed run game with him, which you haven't tapped into all that often. So it's not there on the tape for Spags to concern himself with. He's going to think about this game more, and I'm talking about Spagnuolo. He's going to think about this game schematically more about how can I give Bo Nix all of the protection looks that I can potentially make his day miserable. And the great equalizer for a lot of that stuff is it's not sound against the run game, particularly the quarterback run game, which is available to you when you are in empty backfield sets. And I'm not advocating for Bo Nix to carry it 15 times, but I am advocating it when you are past the 20-yard line and you're knocking on the door. Hey, we need to score a touchdown. That's when Bo Nix's legs need to be used.
I mean, I wouldn't hate to see them do it. Like, if they get stuffed on 1st and 10, and it's very clearly, because they've done this a handful of times. You stuffed on 1st and 10, you run left guard for 2 yards, now it's 3rd and 8. You get stuffed on 1st down, I would entertain more often than not a designed run on 2nd down. Bo's at least going to get you a handful. He's at least going to make it 3rd and 5.
It's a great down to do it.
Backs right now.
So Raj, that's a great down to do it from an analytics standpoint, because it's not the obvious quarterback driven run down and distance. And so the numbers and defensive coordinators go highly off of tendencies that are built up over, a combination of what you've done in games, what you've done in high leverage situations. And so far, you haven't seen a lot of 2nd down quarterback driven runs. And I think that's a part of the game that could help open up this run game even more. And if you think about why does Derrick Henry look so damn good, it's because the threat of Lamar Jackson is adding to what is already a beast of a running back. Bo Nix is right now a top 7 runner of the football in the National Football League at the quarterback position. Lean into it. That's a special skill set. He also is built durably. He's not a guy he doesn't look like Jaden Daniels in terms of long, linear, lanky. I would get nervous if I was the play caller at Washington, knowing that you have a legitimate chance in the postseason to run that dude too much. I don't feel that way with Bo Nix. He's built sturdily. It's thick.
On the offensive side for Kansas City, I did get a little nervous, and granted, it's Tampa Bay. They're 4-5. You also mentioned something before we got back on the air here. Tampa now being 4-5 means
you're raining
what?
on my parade, man.
It means what? I have to keep you humble here.
You know what it means? It means that the Kansas City Cheeks are looking at the Broncos. And they're saying, these guys haven't beat anybody. Every single one of the Broncos' 5 victories are against teams that now have a losing record.
Uh-huh.
Every one of them.
But they're going to walk into Kansas City and beat the Chiefs for the first time in a decade on the road.
It's the National Football League. Crazy stuff happens.
And it should crazy stuff happened last night. Tampa had that game in their hands. And all they had to do was go for it on the 2-point conversion. That's all. And maybe you're not successful. But the amount of times that Mahomes gets the ball back with under a minute to go, timeouts or not, and marches down the field for a field goal, or doesn't do that, and then inevitably, because he's a witch, they just win the toss, you're not getting the ball back in that situation. It was ridiculous what Todd Bowles did. However, I think they found something on offense.
The Bucs?
The Chiefs. 14 receptions.
DeAndre Hopkins.
14 receptions for Travis Kelce and 100 yards. 106 yards on 27 carries from Kareem Hunt. And it also opened up DeAndre Hopkins to go 8 receptions, 2 touchdowns, 86 yards. He would have been over 100 had he looked back on a 3rd and 1 pass.
What has been the most thorough, complete offensive performance for the Denver Broncos on this season against the team not named the Saints or the Panthers?
The Bucs?
Yes, the Bucs defense is awful. They stink. They're not the Broncos defense.
I just don't know if you're not helping your point right now. They're going to go in and beat the Kansas City Chiefs, but they can't beat anyone good. They're going to go in, they're going to go put up points on a really good defense, but the only times they put up points is against a bad defense. Tampa Bay, what are we doing?
My point being is that the Bucs offense, they looked pretty damn good against the Chiefs defense yesterday. Did they not? Did Baker Mayfield not carve up the secondary of the Chiefs at times throughout that game to give them a chance to go into overtime?
Yeah, they didn't do much on the ground.
They looked pretty good. How did that same Tampa Bay defense, how did that Tampa offense look against the Broncos?
They put up 7 points.
Yes, 7. Where was it? Was it on the road?
It was at home.
Yeah, it was at home. 7 points. I like my matchup, and I stand by it. And I'm going to say it from the rooftops of Denver, Colorado. Broncos beating the Chiefs.
Listen, I hope it happens. I'm not banking on it. I still think this season for them comes down to, in terms of playoff eligibility, it comes down to taking care of business against Indy, against Vegas, against Cleveland, and whether or not you can beat Atlanta at home or Kansas City at home in Week 18. I don't think the Kansas City game that you need to win is Week 10. I think it's the one where Patrick Mahomes is going to be sitting, and DeAndre Hopkins is going to be sitting, and Travis Kelce is going to be sitting, and you have to go up against Carson Wentz in Week 18 with your playoff lives on the line. I think that's the one that matters. This is just, for me, this is just measuring stick. This is, all right, we knew we can't stand up against Baltimore, but against a Kansas City team that, while they're undefeated, it's amazing to say, they're undefeated, but they don't look like the Chiefs we expected. This is another stepping stone for this rebuild. I don't think you need to win here.
If this stepping stone moment of the rebuild is back-to-back terrible performances, that would be a horrible indictment, in my opinion, on what is
horrible, though. Why? I don't think it would be horrible because, again,
You're 5-4, Raj.
I feel through 9 weeks we know who the Broncos are. They are better than the bad teams. They are not as good as the great teams. I don't think that's a terrible indictment. That means you're a step ahead of progress right now. You shouldn't even be here at this point right now with the rookie quarterback with $45 million of dead cap this year. You shouldn't be here right now. So if they get their doors blown off them by Kansas City in Week 10 on the road, I'm not going to sit here and say the sky's falling. I'm going to say this is what we should have expected.
You have a really, really, really good defense, and that travels. Did it travel to Baltimore? No, it did not. It didn't, and I can't paint that any other way. I agree. But I believe that this defense matches up well with what Kansas City does. This is a better defense than a year ago. And in neither of those two games against the Chiefs did Patrick Mahomes look phenomenal, untouchable. This is not going to be a crazy high-scoring affair. This is going to be a game that you can go and steal an Arrowhead for a team that's 8-0 that right now doesn't have their eyes set on going 17-0. And if they are, they're not the franchise I thought they were.
Josina Anderson says the trade terms of the Saints and Washington trade today. Marshawn Lattimore traded and a 5th for a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th. So Lattimore and a 5th round pick go from New Orleans to Washington in return for a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th. The 3rd is the marquee pick. And the 4th and the 6th there are your pick swaps. That's not a bad deal for Washington, man. I thought they were going to have to overpay for a cornerback like that. That's solid. The other name that's been thrown out on trade deadline day has been DK Metcalf with the Seahawks. And that was rumored on Sunday that if the Seahawks don't find a way to win, that Metcalf would be shopped. Schefter, however, tweeted out earlier today, despite any speculation, the Seahawks will not be trading wide receiver DK Metcalf by today's 4 p.m. trade deadline. Seeing as to what the rest of the league's wide receiver trade market had been, anything short of a first for DK Metcalf, I think Seahawk fans would have burned the building down.
Correct, as they should.
Right, and what the market has told you is teams aren't trading marquee picks for wideouts.
And the Seahawks are still a competitive team. They've fallen on tough times, but even watching their game this past weekend, they are still throwing the ball very well. They still have a defense that's tricky to figure out. So I don't think that you can, and they're in the NFC West.
I was going to say, they're not out of it. Look at the NFC West
was
right
a four-way tie?
They're three-way tie for second place. Arizona currently holds the lead at 5-4. The Rams are 4-4, a half game behind. So are the 49ers, a half game behind. They get Christian McCaffrey back this week, by the way, so watch out. And the Seahawks, a full game behind at 4-5. Very much in it.
Yeah, you can't make any move like that.
No,
when you're in a postseason, you have a window right now, and DK Metcalf is one of the best he's on planet Earth at what he does.
It feels weird for me to say that, though. Like, I look at the Seahawks and I go, you're a game back of the NFC West crown. Therefore, you can't trade DK Metcalf. But out of the other side of my mouth, and I've said this today on the program, The Broncos are in a playoff spot right now. And I'm telling you guys rather, if there's a trade for Cortland Sutton or Javonte Williams, I'm entertaining it. But what's my disconnect?
Well, your disconnect, at least on the Javonte Williams front, you and I gave a week ago, we went through midseason grades. We gave out grades. Do you remember what our grade was on Javonte Williams? It's a C-. So to me, it's more about the performance has been less than expectation. It has not met or exceeded expectation. Cortland Sutton, I disagree with, just flat out. I just think that you don't mess with a rookie quarterback that's found a guy that he feels comfortable with.
How high would the pick have to be for you to say yes?
Oh man,
This is not you saying what you think you can get for Cortland, but if someone
Three.
tells a 3,
Yeah.
and I think that's impossible.
You're not getting it.
You would never get a 3 for him. But if someone goes, I'll give you a 3 for Cortland, like if the Niners say we'll give you a 3 for Sutton, just to throw a team off the top of my head.
Yeah, third round, you can get some.
It'd be tough to turn it down. It'd be tough to turn it down, Coach. All right, we are giving away a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Thunder coming up right after this break. We gave you guys a keyword earlier on in the program. If you missed that, don't worry. We're giving you another keyword on the other side. We'll let you know what it is right before NFL Notes. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ranemi. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every single day here we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. And on Tuesdays, we recap the previous week of the NFL season. Before we get to that, I told you we're giving away a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Nuggets and Oklahoma City game. Your keyword this hour is revenge. Text revenge to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you will be qualified to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game at Ball Arena. We're going to give that away coming up at 10:45 today. So again, text that in, 303-504-0925. Your keyword is revenge.
If you like Alex Ryanemi and the coacher, you need to text 303-504-0925 and text revenge with your first and last name, because we want to beat the cheeks off of DMAC, Hastings, and Columbus. We want to have more entries, way more. I want revenge on them.
I would also argue that, like, even if you don't like us, you should probably text in. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you can text us.
I know. I'm not gonna discriminate on who gets the tickets, whether or not you like me or you hate me.
Yeah.
Just text. Get your thumbs zipping around. Come on, do it. Like less work than going to vote today. All right, let's get to our scores, Coach. Week 10 is in the books with the NFL. Let's start with last night's game. An overtime thriller. Kareem Hunt punches it in to beat the Bucs.
Caliendo comes in. He's eligible. Here is Hunt for the touchdown. Kansas City remains unbeaten. 8-0 and a win in overtime.
Exactly what I wanted to see happen last night to fulfill the prophecy that the Broncos will beat the Chiefs. I wouldn't have liked if the Chiefs lost a game at home at Arrowhead against the Bucs.
I did have that in the back of my head. I was like, an upset Chiefs team is not what I want to see. This is a Chiefs team that's probably like, oh, we can still win without playing our best.
Fat and happy.
You know what? I will agree with you. There is something, you're kind of winning me over. You've got a few days to win me over.
Yeah.
I'll give you until the end of Turn the Page Thursday. Sound good?
Apparently you can go plus 320 on the money line with the Broncos. Somebody said if you really believe this, you bet $1,000, Coach.
Jesus.
Well,
Coach.
guess what? I don't bet because I've been a coach and I get fired. So I don't do that. But I do put myself out there.
I hate Todd Bowles. Just go for 2, and we don't have to talk about the Chiefs winning yet another overtime game. Just go for 2. Just do it. Ha! Vikings get a 21-13 win at home over the Colts. Colts dropped to 4-5, so they help the Broncos' playoff chances. We love that. Sam Darnold continues his resurgence. 28 of 34, nearly 300 yards, 3 touchdowns.
I'm not buying that Sam Darnold's a legitimate MVP candidate.
He's not an MVP candidate, but comeback player of the year?
Yeah, comeback player of the year for sure. I just think that he's going to turn into a pumpkin here pretty soon. When the Vikings start seeing NFC North team after NFC North team after NFC North team, which they've avoided to this point, I do believe that Sam Darnold's going to be revealed for what he is, and that's a mid-quarterback in the National Football League.
We have heard that the Seahawks will not be shopping DK Metcalf ahead of the trade deadline, which comes up at 2 p.m. Mountain today. That coming off the heels of an overtime loss in Demarcus Robinson's one-handed OT winner.
Second down and 6. Fake to Williams. Stafford fires downfield. It is caught for a touchdown by Robinson. The Rams win it.
The Rams are a scary team. They are trending at the right time of the season. Kyron Williams is a man-child running that football. Stafford's starting to look confident. They're winning close games. McVay's having fun again. He's not thinking about retiring at age 33 or whatever he was.
I never bought that the first time it came up.
Yeah, it was weird.
Shut up.
Yeah, I agree. Even if you felt it, don't tell the whole world. Shut up.
Come on, man. They've won 3 straight. Raiders, Vikings, Seahawks. So the wins have gotten better as they've moved along. Seahawks still just a game back in the West. But I agree. The Rams are that sneaky team in the NFC because they have that experience, even though that they're actively turning over that roster. Like you still have Stafford. You still have Cooper Kupp there. That could be a team.
Puka Nacua had a little, threw a small haymaker.
Threw a little punch.
It was so weak.
All the fights most of the fights in the NFL are pretty weak.
Like, that was worthy of ejecting an incredible player. I may or may not have had him on my fantasy football team. I was a little upset about that. But that was ridiculous, man. Like, he got a little cheap shot. You know, you poke the bear, it's what you expect.
Lions beat the Packers 24-14. Jordan Love, 273 yards and an interception. Amon-Ra St. Brown had like the coolest touchdown celebration we've seen all year, where he just stands on top of his head. But the Rams, the Lions, man, they're unbeatable. They're unbeatable. That's the team that's coming out of the NFC. Hands down.
100%. It's not the Vikings. Tell you that.
Cardinals beat the Bears 29-9. Caleb Williams goes 22 of 14, 217 yards. James Conner leads the way for the Cardinals with 107 yards on the ground there. Kyler Murray not asked to do all that much in this game, just 154 through the air. But the Cardinals take care of business. They improved to 5-4, and the Bears down to 4-4.
Bears it's a bad deal. It's a bad situation over there.
Bad situation.
Yeah, Eberflus. He was never the guy. He was never the head coach. You look at it, you realize the last time the Bears won a road game on a Sunday? December of 2021.
How's that even possible?
Winning doesn't make you a winner.
How's that even possible?
Dude, I mean, if you watch the Hard Knocks with the Bears, you realize that speaking in cliches 100% of the time, it's just not really a good way to coach a football team.
Eagles beat the hapless Jaguars 28-23 thanks to Nakobe Dean saving Nick Sirianni's job with this.
1:42 on the clock. There's plenty of time for the Jags to do whatever they want.
Lawrence has time, looking for Johnson, and it's picked off! Nakobe Dean!
Philly tried every which way to lose that game to a bad Jaguars team. Trevor Lawrence throws 2 picks. Somehow they're still in the game because he rushes for 2 of those things. And Nakobe Dean, at the end, right on the goal line, brings the Eagles to 6-2. For a team that's 6-2, all I hear every single week, and it's funny, I listen to a decent amount of Philly radio. Nobody wants Nick Sirianni to have that job.
If you listen to a decent amount of Philly radio, it tells me a lot about who you are.
It's my job.
That is, you want to talk about choosing violence? Philly radio is on. It's next level.
It is really nice. When I think that people are being mean to us, I just turn it on, like WIP out there.
Oh, it's so good. It's anytime I've recruited the state of Pennsylvania, I've always jumped on the old Philly sports talk radio, and it is wild.
It's the second time that you've done a Gruden for us today, and I'm very happy about it.
Hey, Raj, who's getting it worse in Philly right now? Embiid or Sirianni?
Embiid. It's not even close. It's Embiid.
Sirianni's 6-2, man.
Like, at least he's winning. Like, Joel just doesn't play. He doesn't play. It's Embiid 100%.
I know this has been talked about, but Saquon Barkley with like the reverse.
So cool.
Oh my gosh.
Like one of the coolest things I've ever seen in an NFL game.
It looked like Ja Morant's layup yesterday.
Jaws little spinny reverse right-handed layup.
I just love watching elite athletes do things that nobody else on planet Earth can do, and yet they're all of us out of shape humans like myself on X criticizing their play. They're like, watch this, dude.
It's one of the coolest things we've ever seen.
So sick.
Like Cam Newton flipping into the end zone and landing on his feet was also really dope. I thought that I always look back to the Reggie Bush play where he holds up and throws the ball behind his own back and lets a safety cut in front of him, and then he runs down the field. This might be the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It really is. Like the combination of Ja Morant and Saquon Barkley, it reminds us here locally, at least me, of Nikola Jokic selling a foul that he took and kind of flopping around. Like that's elite, man. Elite level of athleticism. You might not notice it, but selling a flop foul on a would-be stealer of the basketball, it's pretty awesome.
Pair of 2-7 teams. We have a happy Bryce Young.
Bryce, coming off a 5-game losing streak, fans are so loud on their feet. Talk about what this one means and what it feels like in this moment.
Yeah, this is huge. One game, obviously, we got to keep building, keep doing things, clean stuff up. But, 24-hour rule, we'll enjoy it while it is. And then, we'll clean up on Monday.
The smile's not going away for 24 hours, is it?
Nah, probably not. But we'll be back to work soon.
Enjoy it. Congratulations, Bryce.
This gave me all the positive feels of Bryce Young, who's been through so much. We had his quarterback trainer on our airwaves a week and a half ago ahead of the Broncos-Panthers game. It gave me all the feels because it reminded me of when my 10-year-old son is going through hard times in Little League Baseball and then he gets a win, because that's what Bryce Young looks like. He looks like just a sweet little leaguer, doesn't he?
You couldn't just say a nice thing about the kid.
He's so young looking, man.
You had to give him that hard of a backhanded slap comment?
I mean, did you
could have just been nice to him. He wasn't the reason they won the game. It was Chuba Hubbard and the fact that Derek Carr sucked in that game.
Bryce played well, man.
He played okay.
Give the 8th grade young fella some props.
You didn't have to give him the too short treatment. You do that to me every day. Moving on. Commanders 27-22 over the Giants. They improved to 7-2 on the season. Jaden Daniels continues his march to Rookie of the Year, and honestly, he should be in the MVP consideration, although that's probably going to go to a Ravens player at the end of the season. Manders, though, big splash today. They trade for Marshawn Lattimore.
It's a big move. Manders are... I don't know that they're in the Super Bowl conversation, but they sure as hell are going to make the postseason interesting.
Without a doubt. Titans beat the Patriots 20-17 in overtime. Mason Rudolph throws for 240 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Chargers get a 27-10 victory over the Browns. Did we hear what Coach Harbaugh had to say about his quarterback?
Justin Herbert is the toughest quarterback in the history of the National Football League.
I love a good Harbaugh glaze sesh.
Yeah,
the old
he is never afraid to state some hyperbole.
KJ loved that one. KJ's dying behind the glass.
Hey, his new nickname for me, Haktua Harbaugh.
Get him on caller daddy.
Is it Harb Tua? It's a Harb Tua situation.
Oh, my God. Bengals 41-24 over the Raiders. They get 5 touchdowns from Joe Burrow. Don't look now, but the Bengals are bangling.
They sure are, and the Raiders also are raidering. Just fire everybody on the offensive side of the ball. Don't worry about your defense, AP, Antonio Pierce, that gave up 50 or 41 points and 5 touchdowns to Joe Burrow. Can't fire yourself, apparently.
Bengals-Bills is my AFC championship prediction. That's the way I think it's gonna come out. And they trade for a running back after Chase Brown goes for 120 yards in this game.
Yeah, Chase Brown's playing good. It's against the Raiders. Big caveat there.
Tyler Bastrill's a 61-yarder to beat the Fish. This is how it sounded.
Nobody's back for the Dolphins. I would expect somebody to be back in the end zone and maybe...
Wind is subsided. 61-yard try for the lead. It is. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Above 50, 1 of 1. And with this one, 2 of 2. And it was a beauty and could have gone even deeper if it had to.
First off, Kevin Harlan, magician.
The man.
Just a magician.
Myth, the legend.
Second off, someone in the end zone? They need someone in the third row.
Smoked
a 61-yarder.
It was good from 70.
That was it, straight down the middle, nothing about it. Made it look like it was a 48-yarder to end the game.
The Dolphins are, even with Tua, man, they're falling on tough times.
Oh, they certainly are. Falcons get a 27-21 win over the Cowboys. Dak Prescott injured, expected to go to IR, tells everyone, because it's very easy to read his lips, we bleeping suck, and then his head coach shatters a tablet.
Yeah, and then they go out and say, you know what the solution to all these problems here are?
Go trade for a wide receiver.
I'm gonna go get somebody who has no production from the worst team in the National Football League and go get Mingo from the Panthers.
I don't understand it.
Ask these questions, man.
So that Cooper Rush has someone to throw to? So that Trey Lance has someone to throw? What are you doing out there? That's the reason why I said, listen, if you want to trade Javonte Williams in the next hour and a half, give old Jerry a call. He'll give you a fifth or a sixth rounder.
How about Dempster's Cowboys?
Well, they are who we thought they were.
Oh, I'm excited for tomorrow. A little NBA baseline tomorrow. We got a little
just hijack it, half the NBA baseline with Dempsey, just rip on him for how bad the Cowboys are.
Straight back to the old Dak versus Baker Mayfield conversation.
I love a good pile on Demps segment. I always feel so bad because he's so nice.
He's the best.
News, however, from trade deadline: Steelers trade for wide receiver Mike Williams. They send a 5th round pick from Pittsburgh to the New York Jets.
All right,
I think that's about like. If Sutton were to be traded, there's your value.
Yeah.
Sutton's not getting traded, but that's your value.
How old is Mike Williams? He's got to be he's early 30s, isn't he?
Mike Williams is 30 years old.
30. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers didn't like him.
No, he didn't. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, this is the Thursday night game of Week 10. Your final 21-3. The coolest thing that we saw. And again, I thought this was the coolest play I'd ever seen in NFL history outside of like the OBJ grab until Saquon hurdled the dude going backwards. Garrett Wilson had the catch of the year.
It was nasty.
4-man rush. Rodgers to the end zone. And Wilson, can he one-handed and stay in bounds? They say he was out. Out.
The only chance would be the knee if it came down. He has the ball. What a catch. Waiting for that other foot, just doesn't get down. The knee is close. That's what the crowd is reacting to.
What a grab, though. One-handed.
Oh, my gosh. Ridiculous catch.
Jets stay alive. They're very far back, but alive. 3-6. 3 games out. 2 games out, technically.
Yeah, that trophy's going to be made of paper mache. That thing is not going to sustain. They're a house of cards. Just one more week of drama, and this thing's going to fall back apart.
There's your look through the NFL's Week 10 on NFL Notes, sponsored by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Again, text the word REVENGE to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. You will be entered to win tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow. We're giving away those tickets next.
Mike's a good guy. He'll be good in that locker room. Obviously, got a lot of great veteran leadership. He's had a nice career, and sometimes change of scenery is great for certain guys. I mean, she was great for me. It was fun, kind of get re-enthused and stuff. And we kind of knew with Devontae coming in that there'd be less targets for everybody because G's leading league in targets. He's gonna get his targets, and Tay's dynamic player. He's gonna get his targets. So if this gives Mike more opportunities, that's awesome. And we wish Mike well.
The real-time reaction from Aaron Rodgers to Mike Williams being traded for a 5th-round pick from the Jets to the Steelers. That's the most recent trade that we've seen coming up. There is an hour and 13 minutes to go until the NFL closes all non-waiver passing trades.
Interesting to hear the old saying, a change of scenery can be a nice thing, from the guy that made the decision to change your scenery. Aaron Rodgers, clearly not a big Mike Williams
He's
guy.
just moving the chess pieces, Coach. Just moving the chess pieces.
I think they're checker pieces.
Other big trades that we have seen thus far today, Marshawn Lattimore goes from the Saints to the Commanders. That's the biggest trade that we've seen. That's the only team that I think that it's put its stamp on. We're in a completely different spot than we expected to be this year.
Yeah, that's an interesting one just because Dan Quinn hired for his defensive chops. They've played well, above expectation, but now you're able to add a piece that is at least a top 15 corner in the National Football League. Probably not a top 5, but top 15.
I mean, he was certainly a top 3 guy when he was back-to-back Pro Bowl years.
Yeah.
Was he ever a first-team pro, Marshawn Lattimore? He must have knocked on the door of it at one point. But that's the only deal that I've seen that has been a true all-in deal. Zadarius Smith does go to Detroit from Cleveland, but we all kind of thought that was going to happen within the last week. Schefter was putting out flares that was in the works. The Khalil Herbert deal from Chicago to Cincinnati, it's a deal that makes them deeper in the running back room, but that's not like a home run. Jonathan Mingo gets traded to Dallas, who's not going to sniff the playoffs this year. That makes no sense to me. But that Washington deal is the only one that, they're planting a flag. And I think it's very telling that Denver hasn't done something similar. Denver knows who they are. They're not going out of their way to make a big-time deal to bring in a playmaker for Bo because it's not about this year.
Denver also doesn't have the cap space.
They don't. They would have to have a lot of help
to get a Lattimore type of a player. So, yeah, they're in two different situations. I mean, they have already identified that there is no ifs, ands, or buts. They've hit on their drafted rookie quarterback. Time to go for it.
Again, just a couple of minutes for you guys to continue to text in the word revenge to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Denver Nuggets take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow night. You can hear that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the 6:30 p.m. pregame show. Mark Bertinoli hosting that, and Kaz has a 7 p.m. tip. If you do not win those today, tickets are still available for the Thunder game and upcoming matchups with the Heat or on Friday, or with Luka and the Mavs on Sunday. Visit nuggets.com/tickets and do not miss a second of Nuggets and Jokic Magic at Ball Arena. Also, go up to the Colorado Social. Had their first Nugget show up there last night. They threw D-Mac's messed up face on there. I don't know how that happened.
He's typically got a face for TV, but right now he doesn't quite have.
Oh yeah, he smashed his face into the pavement. The fact that dude showed up, did it happen the night before you guys did Altitude After Dark and he was still doing a show?
It happened hours before. Like he had gone ass over tea kettle.
That's a hockey player, man.
Exactly right. And he showed right up, and there was still fresh blood on that face.
It's a hockey player.
I was convinced it was a Halloween costume. Convinced.
Was that Halloween night that it actually happened?
Yeah, we did the show on Thursday night on Halloween night, and he had fresh blood on his face.
We'll give away our winner here in just a couple of minutes. Avs and Kraken tonight, 92.5, 6:30 pregame, 7 p.m. puck drop with McGahee. News coming from the Avs yesterday. Arturi Lehkonen is playing tonight, so you're getting healthy starting this evening. Onanen will get the start against Seattle, a very beatable team. Val Nichushkin is coming back 10 days from right now. He will play a home game against the Washington Capitals and Alex Ovechkin on the night of November 15th.
Arturi Lehkonen give me from your vantage point, Raj, his greatest attribute as a Nav.
Neutral zone forecheck. His neutral zone forecheck and back pressure is it is unrivaled in the National Hockey League.
Top 5 or top 7 most important Av player?
Your most important Avs players are in this order: Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, Mikko Rantanen, Val Nichushkin, Mikko Rantanen, and I think I could throw Arturi there at number 5. There is a conversation to be had for the 5th spot between Devon Taves.
That's where I would have gone.
Lehkonen and Casey Middlestat. And you don't think about Casey because he's so new to this team, right? You just got him at the trade deadline last year. You signed him to the extension, but he's been so damn good this season.
So talented.
So talented, still so young on a good bridgy deal. Middlestat has an argument to be there because of how vital it is to have second center locked down. We saw that with the Avs. Like when they won in 2022, part of the reason why they won is because Naz Kadri had a career year with 87 points. That's how important second line center is. You haven't had that figured out for the last 2 seasons, and it's part of the reason. It's not the only reason. Like we know the big elephant in the room is like Nichushkin wasn't available to you in the Seattle series and in the Dallas series because he's gone. That's the big elephant, but part of it was you didn't have a bona fide second center, and Casey was just new last year.
Where's Landy go if he's activated?
Who is Landy when he's activated? I think that's the better question.
Let's say right in between the best version that you could possibly imagine coming back from what he came back from and the worst possible version that you could imagine him coming back from.
He'd be in the conversation for top 7 most important Avs. Because there's other guys right now that like I think Drouin playing at a top 6 pace like he did last year and being a perfect handcuff to Nathan McKinnon is everything at a $2.5 million cap hit. I think Gabe, if he returns to bona fide top 15 power forward in the league, jumps into the top 5 conversation without a doubt. But I have no idea who he's going to be. I have no clue. No clue. And at this point, with what Bednar said yesterday, well, he hasn't been on the ice for a while, that screams setback. I have to put him out of my thought process until New Year's. I have to.
Well, before New Year's, can you ask Bedsy just if it was a setback? That'd be nice. Like just
yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, thank you.
We can ask Bedsy that. What was there actually a setback, or was this just more abundance of caution? Which is again
that's a setback.
That's growing thin on Avs fans, man. The abundance of caution. It's either for them, it's like put up or shut up, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can only tote that line for so long before it's like he can either play or he can't.
Before we wrap up here, Raj, I want to give a shout out to some of the Northern Coloradans that are rooting on their Colorado State Rams en route to a potential Mountain West Championship game appearance. Humongous win for Jay Norvell and the boys at Nevada. They're in a good spot right now.
We'll keep getting into the NCAA football talk a little bit later on in the week. That's Coach Mike Sanford for KJ Granderson behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Congratulations to Nanette Martinez, who's going to see the Nuggets take on the Thunder tomorrow night. Congratulations.
Revenge tour.
Revenge tour. You guys can still win tickets coming up with PhD, and also go to nuggets.com. A great slate of games coming up for the Nuggets. Avs take on the Kraken tonight at 7 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But for Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning coming up at 10 a.m.
What a beautiful day, man. Gorgeous November afternoon. Big day. Big day for a lot of reasons, but we're glad to be with you guys.
Well, it feels like fall, though, doesn't it?
It feels like fall, not like it's about to be winter.
I'm digging it.
It's awesome, yeah. Love the vibe of
Although
it.
I do not like it being dark at 5 o'clock.
Oh, my. How much does that suck?
I freaking hate it.
How much does that suck?
It's depressing. I got neck problems. I can barely look up at you right now. Is it because of that? Is it the weather? Am I just in pain because football hurts people? I
No,
don't
it's
know.
the weather. It's the weather. Cool weather coming in. I gotta read something. Can you give me?
I can leave the room.
No, it's not that important. No, today November 5th. Choke me up. November 5th. Hey, just want to tell you guys today, November 5th. Pretty critical day in America. People have been on edge the past couple of months. Today, it comes all to an end. No matter who you support, you'll be tuning in all day with your eyes peeled to the news. Some people go to bed happy. Some will go to bed feeling like their team didn't do enough. But the NFL trade deadline ends today at 4 p.m. So just
well, not to rain on your quote, it's actually 2 p.m. our time.
Well, 4 p.m. Eastern.
4 p.m. Eastern, yeah. So we have 2 hours until.
Scott, I thought they told us not to do this.
Yeah.
2 hours until Leggy will join us right after the trade deadline's done. That'll be good. We'll get the latest and greatest. I did hear through a couple little birdies, running back, maybe slot receiver, but don't hold your breath. I also heard that they were trying to get a 5th-round pick for Baron Browning, and the best they could do was a 6th-rounder. So, okay. Tight ends, no chance. No go on any of the tight ends. Ain't happening. So for whatever it's worth, that's what I'm anticipating over the next couple hours, if anything. If anything, and it might be nothing.
Yeah, we're running out of time here. I'd be the deals get done at deadline all the time, so it's not like it's over with. But I would be very surprised if we heard anything more.
Well,
here's what I've done this suggestion out a bunch of years ago, and I still believe in it. And when these guys draft for the big draft day, they got boards galore. Right, they've got basically on every eligible rookie coming in, they've got something said. Even guys that they may have to pick up as a college free agent, right? So they've got, I'm sure they've got it by positions. Here's all the tight end groups, and here's who we like. I would go down on the tight end list of guys you kind of liked on your draft grades.
Mm-hmm.
And if one of those cats are on somebody's practice squad, because you can pick them off and put them on your roster. Cut Dulcich, pick a dude off somebody's practice squad and put him on your roster. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
Fine by me. I believe you can improve things big and small.
And it didn't cost you anything.
There's all sorts of ways you can get better. Not everything has to be like some sort of seismic, huge thing. Just try to get better.
Well, the Bills just released safety Mike Edwards. So that's a guy you could add to the team if you wanted to release somebody. He's a pretty good football player.
They just released him?
He just asked for the release, and they just let him go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I think they were trying to trade him, but they apparently couldn't get anything done, so they just outright released him.
Wow.
So he's on the street right now, which is definitely a name to keep an eye on.
Man, that's a disgruntled dude right there with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual that the Bills would just outright release him.
So it just goes to show you that
playing for a 7-2 team?
It just goes to show you there must have been stuff going on behind the scenes that they were like, yeah, just get out of here.
Yeah, was he not playing? Was he reduced? I don't know. I haven't followed the Bills secondary all that much.
He only had 1 tackle in 3 games that he played this year.
Okay, so he wasn't really playing for him.
He can stay on the list.
Wow, he would prefer just to be unemployed, huh? Just take his chances somewhere else.
Well, I guess he says, I'm not playing here. I'll take my chances to go play somewhere else.
Okay. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. And you got to live in Buffalo. I mean, at least, you should be playing. You got that going for you.
And when's the guaranteed deadline? Is there a guaranteed date on salary?
Ooh, I think that is come and gone.
What do you mean?
Well, it used to be, I thought, like if you were on the team past
that's week
3,
1. So it's week 1. If you're a vested veteran, if you've got 4 years of service and you're on the opening roster day 1, you get your full year
Salary,
guaranteed.
so-
but you only get to do that one time in your career. So if you get released after week one time in your career, you get to collect your full salary. But if that happens to you
How's
your
that
second year,
By the way, what's wrong with your union?
I know.
Just one time?
Oh, they're the
Yeah.
worst.
yeah.
Why is it
So
just
if
one
it
time?
happens to you the second year, you're SOL.
The NFLPA is
You
ridiculous.
guys, players, you're bad.
Oh, it's
Hey,
terrible.
stop talking to him. Don't talk to me.
Bad. When your neck hurts.
I am in like severe pain. I'm struggling to even look at you guys.
Do you need
Me too.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for chiming in on that one. Appreciate it. I was on the Altitude show last night, the TV show.
Oh, I saw you.
Yeah, I couldn't believe.
You took your jacket off.
Should I have left it on?
Oh, you look comfortable.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the post game setting is kind of relaxed, sitting in a chair.
Yeah, I
or
did
couch.
not. I kind of chickened out a little bit last night with Malone, just a touch.
Oh, I know. I called you out afterwards too.
Rightfully so. I that's weird. I felt a little self-conscious and about how my face looked. By the way, the big scabs in my nose just kind of naturally fell off after the TV thing.
Hey, let's see if Kevin found it.
Would Kevin be looking there?
Well,
do you know?
He might have wiped it off.
Maybe in an hour or two after lunch.
Might be on a piece of toilet paper.
Oh, that's actually really funny. Wow with the TV set and what they got going on for the post-game show.
Now, they're trying to do some neat new things.
It's like a late night talk show mixed in. And like, I wasn't sure exactly what they wanted to do because I'm sitting there and then they started rolling highlights. And I'm like, do you want me to just start? Is this like Chuck and Shaq? Should we be like, should I be chiming in here? And I was like, no, why not? And I just started, whoa, look at that. And look
Need
at
a
this.
coffee table. If you're going to have the couches, they need a coffee table there.
Small suggestion. Because first of all, outstanding. And the fact they allow people to, it doesn't matter. You do not have to have a club level seat to go in there wherever. You're in the building, come on in. And I think they're going to keep the bar open there a little bit longer. It wasn't last night, but I believe that's the plan.
The plan was it was supposed to be.
They had
Of course,
about,
last night was a late game.
dude, they had about 50 people there watching a TV show. I mean, like really interacting, laughing,
But can I say
clapping.
something?
Like,
And guess what those 50 people did after the show was over?
what?
The traffic was done.
Well, that's for sure.
Smart.
Hey, you're not battling with that. It was really cool, and I hung around and talked to a few of the fans that were there afterwards. And a small suggestion: get Vic or Kiefer, I assume, will be the host. Get him a desk. Get him a desk and really have fun.
Make it like late night.
Make it like a late night thing, and there's a functional purpose. Vic actually does need a place to set down a couple of papers when he's going through highlights and other sort of numbers and that sort of thing. He could actually use something sitting up there, and it would give it a cool kind of vibe. Small suggestion, but I think the whole thing is incredible. I think it's awesome. So I had a blast being on there. I'm sure we'll all be on there at one point or another, but it was really fun. It was a good deal. So kudos to
I
them.
think the prerequisite is to have a bike injury. And then they allow you on. Listen, that's why we're never on the morning show. Vic doesn't want anybody on his show that's prettier than him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's get D-Mac. He's had an accident. He's got a black eye.
Yeah.
I thought it was good, and I guess whoever the host is, like if it's Vic or Kiefer, like you're whoever, you're the late night guy, you're Jimmy Fallon.
D-Mac's doing the most TV stuff he's ever done with all his face all messed up.
Tyler-
I saw you on that with Aaron also.
I know.
I'm like, good Lord, man, you guys like say no. You should you probably should have said no.
I gotta tell you. Well, the Fox 31 thing, that's every Monday. But I told him, I sent him a photo of myself. I said, this is what it looks like. Yeah, sure. And they were both like, yeah, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, how low have the standards been taken down for television? Like, what we really, this is fine. Okay. This is acceptable. This is all right. But apparently so.
It should be the substance and not the
well, there you go.
The substance of the conversation and not the looks of the presenter.
All of a sudden I'm doing this TV thing and like you're performing in front of an audience. It was kind of
that's the best way to do it.
It was pretty fun, man. Yeah. Like, can I get a laugh
you never
here?
played in front of 90,000 people before?
Well, no, I have not. But
you never been on the David Letterman show?
I have not, but I have. I got you beat on something. I have sung a song in front of a sold-out crowd in Red Rocks. I have done that.
Huh.
We did a parody song, Bob with the Bob, Bork with the Bork. back for KBPI's birthday bash in between Bush and Godsmack, sold-out crowd. Myself, Mark Stout, Willie B, we sang Bork with the Bork in front of 10,000 people. It was one of the biggest, like, the Avs were so hot. This is like 2000, 2001, something like that. Springtime, everybody's pumped up. The Avs were just so hot. The song was, a big hit. 10,000 people. So, I got that going.
I have to ask you this because I've told you my story. How good looking though is Gavin Rossdale?
He's a beautiful man.
It's still. Have you seen him lately? I saw him at concert.
Is he still beautiful?
He's still beautiful.
Yeah.
He's like 50-some years old.
As beautiful as he is, Gwen Stefani thought she could do better.
She did.
Did she?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Not in the looks department.
I don't know about that. He's a pretty good looking man.
You think Blake Shelton is better looking than Gavin Rossdale?
Blake's Shelton
pretty good looking dude.
Nah, I'm not saying he's a bad looking guy, but he ain't Gavin Rossdale.
Sexy.
Come on.
He's got his own ranch.
No, I didn't say he wasn't cool. I didn't say he wasn't a great guy.
Who's got more gold hits or platinum albums?
I would assume Blake Shelton does, because country, they give it away like peanut brittle. They just pass it out.
Kevin Rossdale's weird looking. You guys are crazy. That's a weird looking dude.
In person, he's
Blake
really
Shelton's got a 10. He's like, he's got this dude crushed.
Well, Blake Shelton is America. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. America. I mean, Gavin Rossdale is skinny jeans and,
He must have something because he got pop star Gwen Stefani to move to Oklahoma.
He got Gwen Stefani. Good for her. Good game by the Nuggets last night, and we'll follow along with everything going on with the NFL draft. We'll get to that real quick on the Nuggets. Malone said it afterwards too. That was weird looking, and AG's got a calf strain. Malone even said he was surprised he played in the last game against Utah. So I'm a little nervous about AG. Probably needs to rest that bad boy for a little bit.
Well, I saw him in Minnesota, and I was in there doing interviews, and he came out of the train room. And he had his calf wrapped up from about midway calf all the way back up into the back of the hamstring, the low hamstring area.
Yeah.
He had that thing. It was the biggest ice pack I've ever seen in my life.
All right. Well,
it's a bummer that AG's out, and you're already shorthanded going into the game, but it turned out to be a pretty cool game. The young guys all got a nice little run in there. I mean, Peyton Watson hit that huge three at the end of the game that was enormous. I thought Peyton Watson nailed the three in there. Young guys got a nice little run. Christian continues to do his deal. In hindsight, my gosh, like all the conversations about whether Christian was going to be ready to contribute at a high level, letting KCP go in favor of Christian, that certainly feels like a good deal now.
It was just so weird to see the combination.
You
of
would
people.
not like what's KCP getting paid? 20s?
Oh yeah, gotta be.
He signed. Yeah, he signed like a 3-year, 58 or.
It's got to be something like that.
Yeah.
Like that. Well, listen, there's only two guys on the Nuggets who scored in double figures every game. Christian Braun and Nikola Jokic.
They're playing well together. It was just such a weird. We're closing with like Strother and Peyton Watson and Jokic, MPJ, and even Westbrook was on the bench. And why? And Malone explains that I can't play a 17-year guy 40 minutes. And I'm like, oh, wow. And I looked at his time. 34 minutes. Played well, but he was just trying to give him a little bit of a breather down the stretch. He put him in with like 2 minutes to go. He didn't put him back in the game.
Even Hunter Tyson, man. I mean, that block he had when it was like, what was it, probably 38, 33, something like that. That was a huge moment that felt like turned the tide.
Strother had a big block in the last 5 minutes on transition.
If the Nuggets, young guys, can understand we're young guys, we should play with a lot of energy, they are going to be all right. But it's a different pace than Jokic, sort of. Jokic is always pushing the pace, but they can't stand around and just look at Jokic. They got to go play. And when they did that, they played well.
You'd rather, and we talked about this with the Avs, same thing, rather if you got to go through an injury window, and it seems like every team does, go through it early. If you got to go through a chemistry window, you want to go through the chemistry in November, December, not March, April, right, when the season's ending. So, listen, I thought it was huge. 3 giant plays late in the last, and again, they beat Toronto twice. You beat them up there, you're down 10 with 2 minutes, you're down 8 with 3 something, I think. Strother hits an unbelievable, like a beautiful layup, right? Christian Brown hits a big three late. Peyton Watson, who hadn't made a three since Hector was a pup.
That must have felt so good for him.
Knocked a monster three down.
Yep.
Hey,
man, let's face it. I thought that R.J. Barrett three was going in. I really did. It was a beautiful shot. It was right there, and they would have lost had that dropped.
And you know what it was? And it was a tough because Westbrook didn't make it easy on him. I mean, he kind of had slung it up there. When I saw him shoot it, went, that ain't got a chance because he had to sling it. And then I saw it in the air, and I went,
dude,
my
he
gosh.
was right at it. All right, off and running here. We are the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Anything you want to get off your mind, kind of a potpourri day here on a Tuesday. So you got something you want to voice, hey, throw it out there. Also, we've got tickets. Huge game against the Thunder. Thunder are undefeated. Thunder haven't lost the game, and we got to dig into that Chiefs game from last night. One of the dumber coaching decisions of all time cost the Bucks a chance to win. Details coming up next.
If you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out Phil Longford of Denver. You're going to love your experience. Tyler Plum is here. I've been buying all my cars there since my rookie year in the NFL, the only dealership that I'm ever going to deal with because I know him, I love him, I trust him. I've built a long-term relationship, and I value relationships, and you're going to have a long-term relationship once you buy a vehicle from Phil Long because you're going to realize it's a different car dealership. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to respect your time, and you're going to get the best price, and you will find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you will find that vehicle at Phil Long. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. We're talking about cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, and even commercial fleet vehicles for as far as you can see. The inventory is incredible. We're talking about one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership. Get the best price in a haggle-free environment. And once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford because they've got an award-winning service department. They know their stuff. They're going to keep that ride beautiful for a very long time, and you will remain a Phil Long customer for life. I'm telling you, it's a great car dealership, and you will find the vehicle of your dreams. Let them know that Tyler Polumbus sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
throws out of it to Strother. Denver's got to score here. Back over to Jokic. Jokic gets double teamed. Back to Strother. Deep three. Good! That's a big bucket. 93-88. Shot clock is turned off. Denver needs a one stop here to close out the quarter.
All right, here's the deal. We have tickets. I mean, it's early in the season, so big is relative. But the Thunder are undefeated, 7-0. They're off to a good start. They whooped up on the Nuggets opening night. Yeah, they're back here pretty quick after that butt kicking.
Which is weird, isn't it?
Feels weird.
I was told they do
Feels
scheduling.
weird.
It used to do it individual, but basically it's a computer. Because now it makes no sense.
The weird ones to me feels like, because it's just 4 times against the Thunder, right?
Yeah.
So we're done with them after this.
Well,
right?
we're done with
Here.
them at home. And you're 1-2 in the league in the division last year. So
Yeah.
when you want to kind of play these late.
Yeah.
And then they play early March in a back-to-back in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that's the other weird part of the NBA schedule. The back-to-backs in the same city.
With the same team.
Yeah, it's like it's the playoffs or something. Playoffs. Anyways, good news, though. We're giving a pair of tickets away to tomorrow night's game. Text Strawther. Oof. S-T-R-A-W. Straw. Thur. T-H. Thur.
Nope.
Thur. T-H-E-R. 303-504-0925. And you're entered to win. We'll pick a winner at 2:45. All right, let's get into the game last night. I think the game last night could not have been better for the Broncos. If I could draw something up, it would have looked a lot like last night. But in terms of the Broncos, we'll get to that in a second. Let's just talk about the decision to not go for 2 by Todd Bowles with how much time was left? 30 seconds, something like that, with less than a minute to go?
Was it even that long?
It might not even been. It wasn't a lot of time.
It might have been 27 seconds.
It was enough either way that it was more than you would want it to be. I know that much.
Yeah, it was enough that I thought, Mahomes could get him in field goal position. Like there was. Anyways, we could look it up. The point is they did not go for the win. I got an interesting number on this. But here's Bowles afterwards about not going for 2.
We have communications upstairs about decisions, analytically, things of that nature. Did they advise you not to go for 2? What was...
No, we went for 1. We took our shots. We had our chances all game. We just lost the game. It didn't come down to that.
Oh, my God.
So
wow.
I actually think the reason why he did not go for 2 is because there was too much time left on the clock. And he was looking at it like, well, either way, they're going to march down the field.
Then why didn't he say that?
Well, I don't know. I'm just giving you my opinion
I still
here.
think there was 27 seconds.
Yeah. Was that all it was? I thought it was a lot more than that.
No.
Okay, if it's 27 seconds, then it's inexcusable because now you're talking about 1 or 2 football plays. Hopefully you get them backed up and you're in good shape. You're the general rule of thumb when you're going for 2, if you're the better opponent, you don't go for 2. When you're the inferior opponent, you always go for 2 to end it. I'll never forget my rookie year when we were playing the Chargers. Mike Shanahan went for 2 at home, which was a little bit unusual. We went for 2 at the end of that game against the Chargers, and we went and we got it. What was it?
27 seconds.
27 seconds?
Yeah.
All right, then that's actually insane. Yeah. I was thinking it was more time than that for some reason. But
when I grew up, the old adage was on the road, you always win for the win.
Basketball,
whatever, you always win for the win.
For me, it's more so not on the road or at home, just if you're the inferior opponent. Like if and especially it's Kansas City. It's just Kansas City.
No doubt. And the overtime rules are stupid. It's just a dumb way to do overtime. So you have to take that in consideration as well. That means if you lose the coin flip, 50-50, right? Coin flip, 50-50. You lose the coin flip, you may lose the game or you lose a good chance of the game. Do you know what the percentage is? Looked it up. Of converting a 2-point conversion in general?
Well, it's got to be pretty high. I mean, it's not very far.
48%.
Pretty good.
It's virtually the same as the coin flip. So what would you rather do to try to win the game? Win a coin flip or make a 2-yard play? I mean, the odds are roughly the same.
Well, let me ask this. Is Todd Bowles' question today for not going for 2? Yeah.
He should be.
Would Todd Bowles be questioned today had he gone for 2 and not gotten it?
I don't think so.
I would have patted him on the back. I said, way to go.
Yeah,
I would have too.
And yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if you go for it, you go down swinging. All right, it didn't work out.
They've got Patrick Mahomes. It's in Kansas City. What is there to really think about here?
Well,
he just mentally choked on what to do in that situation.
They had 27 seconds and either 2 or 3 timeouts left. Maybe 2. And the first pass is Kelsey for about 14 yards, and he drops it. I think it was deflected when it got to him. Next one was an incomplete, and then all of a sudden it's 4th and 11 or 10, and they actually punted it away, I think, with a few. Well, then they let the ball roll, and downed it at the end of the clock. So they went for it. They were going to go to try to win it. No, it was halftime. I did my interview. I went back in and finished because the game, it was down the last minute.
I'm impressed you caught all that.
There's a stunning amount of other sports you can watch when you're actually at a game. It's actually kind of ridiculous.
Well,
I feel like I'm cheating sometimes.
I saw no of overtime, but I'll tell you what. So I was in there with some of the crew. I did my halftime interview with the coach. Went back in because, they just scored, tied it up. In fact, they tied it up while I was doing the interview.
Yeah.
Walked back in. I watched the last 27 seconds.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But I can't stay for overtime, unlike Vic would have stayed for overtime. I said, okay, I'll go back out to my seat. By the time I got to my seat, one of the crew came out there and said, Kansas City won.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, of course. And that wasn't even that
But it was
interesting.
that quick.
Yeah.
All right, so do we agree that it was dumb to not go for 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you win or lose?
I think the Broncos won.
No, but did Tampa Bay win or lose?
They lost.
Yeah, it was a dumb decision.
Okay.
But would have been done if they went for 2 and they lost.
No, I'd have said ballsy.
Yeah.
I would have too. What are we doing here? As Joe Flacco famously said, what are we doing here? You have a chance to beat the Chiefs on the road. Comes down to one play. Go for it. What are you pointing out? Talk to me.
The middle TV. You think we stole an idea from anybody?
Okay, here's where I think it worked out great for the Broncos. I wanted the Chiefs to be undefeated.
I did too.
Okay.
Fat and happy.
I wanted them to be exhausted in the game.
Short week, overtime.
Cold, little rainy.
I'm not rooting karma-wise for injuries. That's
well, you
not.
Put it out there on that show last night.
But it is the worst thing in the world that Mahomes, got a little ankle thing going on. Is that the worst thing in the world?
No.
On a short week for them?
On a short week. He was sick last.
Patrick Mahomes, how many times has he done this, by the way, where you think the dude's dead?
Dude, he won an AFC championship game, and they weren't even sure he could play after the game before that.
I know, but I'm pretty confident he enjoys the embrace of the moment,
Oh, you think he's Roethlisbergering it a little bit?
I'm just saying, dude, he's got a little Garrett Bowles in him. He does. like, hey, Sonka, you dead? Yeah, man. Yeah.
So when he was getting helped off the field, his arms around players and trainers, you think that was a little...
Well, how do you get helped? How do you have to get helped off the field?
I know.
You can't even walk off the field and then you come back? Give me a break.
Okay. I like where you're going there.
You remember Bernie Kosar in the one game, played with a broken foot, completed the pass, dudes would carry him down to the next thing. Boom, snap, make a play. Guys were carrying him down. But he had an actual broken foot.
When you see moments like that, do you ever wonder, geez, how bad is your backup? Your backup must be awful. Like, that's a better option?
Let me ask you this, seriously. We'll just use with the Nuggets. 50% Nikola Jokic or their backup?
Who would that be?
On the team right
now. By
the
way, which one of you said DeAndre Jordan wasn't going to play this year?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
It was a nice little dunk he had. That was cool.
No, he's played in multiple games now.
Well, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
hey, talk to me at the end of the year. Let's see what those minutes look like, pal.
I get it.
Don't take a victory lap right now.
I'll take a mini lap because I thought this is what it would. Well, listen, I'll give you this. I did not think Saric was going to be this lost. I didn't.
I didn't either.
So, okay.
I still think this is a cool down time, and you'll see him get a chance soon.
Yeah, of course. He needs to be incorporated at some point. I mean, or that is just such a bust. It's ridiculous because you don't have, I don't know what you do then. You got to go find somebody because DJ ain't going to be the answer all the time. But DJ's not bad with the minutes that he played last night. That was fine.
He was better the game before. He had a couple drops, I thought, in this game.
It's whatever. He takes up space. He'll fight hard under the basket. How many minutes did he even have? 6, 8? Was it more than that?
Well, he played the first half and not the second half. They put
6.
Zeke in the second.
6 minutes. Yeah.
How many did Zeke get?
Zeke played all right, I thought. Zeke played 14. Yeah, did he play all right? I don't know. He really didn't do anything either. Oh, that's right. I don't get Zeke. But you know what? Malone said usually we don't play 10, 11 guys. He played 10 last night. Get used to it. You're going to have to do that.
Regular season, when I was with Pistons, you played 10 guys. Regular season, playoffs game, you played 8. Okay. And that's what they did when they won the championship. Now, 9 and 10 aren't playing 25 a night, but they're playing 14, 15, 16.
Well, in Malone's usual rotation, it's usually the second team is usually 4 guys and he staggers. So even playing that one extra guy, now I get it because AG was hurt, so that might have changed it. But I'm not against it, man. And it looked weird. So I'm
might
all
get
about
Hunter Tyson starting against OKC.
It wouldn't starting
if Gordon's out.
Not Peyton Watson. We're starting Hunter Tyson over Peyton Watson. Really? Okay. That's interesting. Well, you're going to have to do something.
One of those two anyway, right?
One of them. It's going to be weirdos. Yeah. I mean, sure. I don't. Hunter Tyson needs so with Malone. He's going to. What did he say about leading the league in technical fouls?
He's only played in 3 games and he's got 2 double technicals. But here's the funny. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this stuff, but I will. He and Michael Porter were having a conversation, just those two, because Michael said something. Said, "Hey, another technical." Blah blah blah, and then Michael goes, I knew if you got in the game, it was going to be like that. I remember practice one time, you having the ball. I got so mad at you, and that's what he did. And what did to Barrett? He D'd the hell out of Barrett, got in his chest, and made him take a bad drive, shut him down, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 he comes down and Barrett hits him. I want a defender that does that.
Yeah, I got no problems with it at all, and I don't think Malone has a problem. Here he is talking about Hunter Tyson.
Well, I wouldn't say apologize. It's like when you're a parent and you have kids, it's like a half-hearted apologies, but also blaming the other person. And I was more talking to him like, listen, that's over with, man. Just keep your head. The play before that, Russell Westbrook had the ball on the post, went to throw the ball, and Hunter was hiding behind the defense. Turnover. So you got to get in Russ's vision. That's your turnover that you didn't make yourself available. But Hunter's a competitor, man. I love that. You just got to drink some of that calm down juice.
You could tell Malone likes him, though, a little bit.
Get some of that CBD.
Of course. A kid comes up to you and apologizes, then throws somebody. It's not my fault. I'm sorry. It was his fault.
He hit me first. But I like that you got a kid that's, in all intents and purposes, he has now played more minutes in these 3 games that he's played this year.
Yep.
Or 4 games. He's got trash.
I like it.
He got trash minutes in game 1. I think that he played all last year already.
He's playing significant minutes. He needs to. I think it's good. Let's see what you got out here. The Nuggets are going through a weird stretch here. When's Jamal supposed to be back?
Well, what did he say in the last game? 6 or 7 days?
So no Jamal on Wednesday, maybe.
Why does it take twice as long to get back from concussion protocol in NBA than it does in
because they have real doctors that are bought by the team.
Your sport is ridiculous.
Doctors not bought by the team.
It blows my mind. You could go out there, bang your head for a living, and you're back in 4 days. And in basketball, it takes like a month.
I don't
I'm not
understand
making fun of basketball players. I'm jealous of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And this isn't Jamal. I mean, now maybe Jamal said I still don't feel good, and if he doesn't, if he says that, he shouldn't. But I know the doctors there, and I know the Nuggets especially. They don't play.
We had an interesting moment before the Monday night game, and it's something we talked about in depth yesterday. But I don't know if the result was what you guys were expecting or even approve of. You'll hear it coming up next. What's going on? C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Oh, my God. Who needs that? Garbage. You don't need that. It is a medical condition like any other, and it's fully treatable. So how do you get your sex life back? How do you get back the ability to enjoy intimacy without the anxiety?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were asking a question. I'm sorry. My bad.
Well, I got the answer. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Scott. I'm just volunteering some other information. Listen, I got it. The pills or herbals, hey, they don't work for everybody. They have treatment success rates well over 90%. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. In terms of your personality, just read a book every now and then. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, I like sports, not sports. This is a great sports, not sports question. Or not question, sound. So we know that Jason Kelce. By the way, I saw another video of that whole because there were like 20 people filming.
Right. There has to be at least 15 angles of this.
There are, and there was one that continued. So he smashed the kid's phone at Penn State, who was saying homophobic slurs about Jason Kelce's brother, Travis, about Taylor Swift, like really outrageous things. Like, again, the people that are probably the most embarrassed are this kid's parents. It's ridiculous. Jason Kelce takes this punk's phone, smashes it on the pavement, picks it up, and carries it. Well, that's the video I saw stop, but I saw a video that continued a little bit later. He actually walked maybe like 20 feet, and then he ditched the phone again. He threw it on the ground. But as soon as he threw it on the ground, I think he realized, I don't know, he went to go pick it back up again, and then the kid like ran up on him. And I mean, I thought Jason Kelce was about to slug this kid.
Dude, what are you thinking? Jason Kelce threw around 300-pound men for a living at the highest of high levels. This dude is so freaking lucky that he didn't end up in a hospital. It's unbelievable. This I don't know how drunk you got to be to do this.
All right, so he's on the Monday night show with Scott Van Pelt, a couple guys. Very curious what you think about this because he did apologize. So here we go from last night.
Some stuff on your mind, and I want to give you the floor to say what's on your mind.
Yeah. Listen, I think everybody's seen on social media everything that took place this week.
Mm-hmm.
That's what listen, I'm not happy with anything that took place. I'm not proud of it. And, in a heated moment, I chose to greet hate with hate. And I just don't think that that's a productive thing. I really don't. I don't think that, it leads to discourse, and it's the right way to go about things. And in that moment, I fell down to a level that I shouldn't have. So I think the bottom line is, I want to live my life. I try to live my life by the golden rule. That's what I've always been taught. I try to treat people with common decency and respect, and I'm going to keep doing that moving forward. Even though I fell short this week, I'm going to do that moving forward and continue to do that. So, I think we got a game to focus on. Obviously, a matchup. I don't think this is the platform to necessarily go into more detail. So let's get ready for this Chiefs game.
Okay, what do you think?
I didn't think it was required. I mean, I don't think it was a necessity.
You wonder if it was.
Yeah, required is the wrong word. It probably was required by ESPN.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't think it was a necessity, but he did it. And I'll say this, I mean, good for him for doing it on that platform because, quite frankly, a lot of people watching the game probably had no clue what he was even talking about. I know it was a huge deal on social media, but we all know social media isn't real life. And there's a lot of people who probably watched that for the first time, like, what's he even apologizing about? I don't know, man. I mean, I'd say he did a good job with the apology, and I guess good for him for doing it, although I think it was unnecessary. Quite frankly, I think what's wrong with these kids, and I hope this doesn't get myself in trouble.
I didn't think he apologized.
Well, hold on. Go ahead. You think what?
Well, I'm saying what I think is wrong with these kids, that kid, and what's going on in society today is that, honestly, kids have never been punched before. And I'm being dead serious about that. And so they think that there's not consequences for things in life.
Okay.
I do kind of agree with that statement. The problem is you can't.
I got it.
Son, it's time for your punching. You turned 12 years old today.
Now, if that kid walked up and took a swing at Kelsey, then Kelsey should have laid him out.
Right
there. But then,
the kid did come up on him. Like, he did come up on him to the degree where, like, he's bending over Kelsey to pick the phone up. The kid's right on his hip. Like, you could probably feel him right on you. It wouldn't have taken much for Kelsey to turn and pop.
Because you don't know that kid. I mean, the kid wasn't little.
He was not. That kid was, I think, taller than Jason Kelce.
Yeah, so that kid might know a little jiu-jitsu. All of a sudden, you swing on him, he all of a sudden wraps you in a figure four leg lock.
Punk-ass kid. You just take a whiff at him, he's going down.
I didn't think he apologized to the kid. Which I'm okay with that because you don't know if the kid's going to be stupid and go to court or
He
whatever.
apologized for his behavior.
He apologized for lowering his level of behavior. And I, you know what,
that's good. That's a subtle difference.
After I watched it, I went, he didn't really say, "Hey kid, I'm sorry for knocking the head out." After he said, the word. But he apologized to fans for lowering his standard.
Yeah.
And I was okay with that. That's cool. Hey, we all fall short of the grace of God. I mean, you're taught that.
I think Jason Kelsey has a very lovable, huggable, friendly grizzly bear sort of image. And it didn't look like that all of a sudden. And he's got a lot of business stuff going on. But it's funny, I didn't think of that until you said it.
I was walking through Target yesterday, and I'm seeing cereal boxes with Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce. And I mean, they are beyond larger than life right now. They're absolutely everywhere. And Jason's got a lot to lose, man. So he can't lower himself because of everything that he has to lose.
Tyler, you know what people love when you're at the top of the mountain?
Fall from grace.
Oh, man. They love that.
Let me ask this. If Kelsey would have acted that same way and all the kid goes, "You suck," then I think there'd be even more fallback on Kelsey. But because the kid threw out a very inappropriate homophobic term, I think he said, "Well, Kelsey probably couldn't do that, but I get why you did."
Do you think ESPN made him apologize?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so, too. And I think that's why he had to eat shizzle on set, and that's what was killing him right there. But you do it, you get over it. People will have his side.
Everybody has his side.
Nobody's going to support the punk-ass kid.
Everybody has his side. And you know what? That kid, that's actually unusual. Most people talk trash on Twitter, and then when they see you in real life, you're their hero. So actually, what that kid was doing that's not even normal.
Well, I can give you a get off my lawn moment here. I mean, if you're in the TikTok viral world of things, it's incredible what people are willing to do, pranks they play, what they're trying to get to have those kind of moments. It is wild.
Vernon Maxwell went up into the crowd in Portland. This is a bunch of years ago, before TikTok and before bright phones with cameras and everything else. Went up in the crowd and confronted this guy. And I don't know if he pushed the guy or put his hands on him, but I mean, he went 4 rows deep into this crowd. This one guy sitting right on the aisle and got his face. League suspended him. Now, he was always a hothead anyway, but league suspended him for 10 games and took a lot of money and can't go in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's your consequence. Because there was no recording, there was no cameras on the guy. Vernon Maxwell, earlier that same season, had lost his infant daughter, SIDS or something like that, but a young child lost.
That's awful, yeah.
And the guy was up there saying, "You didn't deserve for your kid to live."
Oh, my God, dude.
So,
wow. Now, like he's not dead.
To me, and I was on, I don't know if it was Art Bell, but it was
Art Bell, late night.
It was one
UFOs.
of those late night KOA things. I came home after game, and I'm on it was a syndicated national show.
Yeah.
It was a major story.
Yeah.
And you can't go in there. And I said, because in the league at the time, here's what was said.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you shouldn't. Same thing with Kelsey. Probably shouldn't have done that. Dude, there's certain buttons that, and after losing a child, and a guy to sit there and make fun of the loss of that child and say you deserved your child to die, dude, I would have been all right if he'd have pummeled the guy to half dead.
Yeah.
All right.
But he still got
someone
10
sent in a
games.
great quote from Mike Tyson that listen, not endorsing it, certainly not endorsing it.
Well, it sounded like it.
Social media made y'all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it.
Yeah, Tyson's quote is a great quote. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the nose and punched in the face, So what age?
Well, no, this is a literal Tyson quote about social media. Like this is an actual quote.
What age would be the right time for the good the good punch in the face to sort of understand?
Well, that kid
what's
must have
going
been a college kid, so
13,
right then.
How old were you? How young were you? Young were you when you got in your first fight?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay, Scott.
5th or 6th grade.
Yeah.
And then really nothing until I think I had 10 or 11.
I'll tell you what happened to mine. I was getting bullied like crazy. Like in middle school was brutal for me. Like I was coming home crying. That's how bad it was, right?
Yeah.
Like it was absolutely brutal for me. I came home one night and I was crying and I turned to my dad and I said, Dad, I can't take this anymore. I think I'm going to get in a fight. And my dad doesn't say a word. Totally calm, thinks for about 10 seconds. Son, if you swing, don't stop. That was his advice.
That's good advice, I guess.
In other words, if you get in a fight, you better damn win it.
I got in a fight in 5th grade, too. It was really the only fight I've actually really been in. But you know what? I don't know if you need to get...
That.
What's that?
We could change it.
Against who?
Dan.
He'd beat me up. I'd lose a fight to anybody.
You got in a fight with the pavement recently.
I did. Guess who won that one? I mean, I know what it feels to get punched in the face.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I don't know if it could be any worse than what I went through. But to give you a little credit on something, Tyler, there's something about being in a real confrontation, maybe at a younger age, that sort of lasts with you for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he is a little bit of a baby, this kid. Yeah, I don't know what kind of little adversities he went through that he thinks he can do what he did.
And say what he said.
I mean, it is wildly outrageous.
Kelsey's got to be bigger than that, roll it off. And he said, really? You're going to say that? Really?
But Kelsey had to apologize without giving a conditional apology because it would not have come off right, even though he would have been justified to say, I shouldn't have acted like that. But you know what? You want to throw that language out. You can't do that. If you are right about that. If you're apologizing, you can't give a but or if or anything like that. You just got to do it.
I let my standards go lower than they should be.
Yeah. But
that was good.
He did the right thing. Everybody has his back. And, that's that. It moves on. This kid looks like an idiot, which he is. I can't even imagine being that kid's parents. I'd be so embarrassed.
How about the parents of the kid? You're best friends with that guy?
Oh, Jesus.
We've had 2 moments on social media in the last couple of weeks that have been like universal. Like the dude just got embarrassed by everybody. One was that Ravens fan that was out there just fighting people on the street for no reason, got arrested. He's going to be in jail for a long, long time. And now we got this one.
Hey, how good is Zadarius Smith?
He's pretty good.
Lions just got him. You think Lions are going all in?
Well, let's go through. Wow, that is a nice pickup for them. Holy cow. Let's go through all the trade stuff. I know there is some news. No new news with the Broncos yet. Jeff Legwald will join us after 2 o'clock. There's 1 hour on the clock for the trade deadlines. PhD on 92.5. Oh, Dan. Kind of in a chill mood here on a Tuesday? What are you feeling here? Is this the vibe today? Just rolling on a Tuesday. Yeah, laid back. Let me tell you. I'm sorry, huh?
I think there was a naughty word.
Well, I think so, too. All right, Jeff Legwald will join us in an hour as the trade deadline wraps up. At 1:45, we will have Travel Around the NFL, sponsored by the Jason Kelsey Travel Agency. Yeah.
Should have some good ones there.
Yeah. So who knew that?
We'll punch the ticket for you.
Well, there you go. Who knew Jason Kelsey developed a travel agency? But Around the NFL brought to you by the Jason Kelsey Travel Agency on the way. KJ, my man, thank you very much. I heard Prime today. We'll get to Prime in a little bit. Man, I don't know about, winning games mellow Prime. I kind of liked off the rails, going nuts Prime.
There's a part of me that thinks Deion actually might be an absolute genius. Looking back on things and how he handled things last year, I think it was 100% intentional. He knew what he was doing, but he was setting a tone for his team that this is what we're going to get to. Like all the tough talk, the brash, all the trash talk, all of it, right? It's kind of like the Indiana head coach. He was doing the same thing out there, and now they start winning games, and he dials it back. But first, to get there, he needed them to believe that mindset, and now he dials it back. I think he's done this very intentionally.
Oh, man, you're giving him a lot of credit.
I am.
I think he does respect George.
Rick George. I agree.
I think he respects him. And I think that Rick and him probably had some coffees and some lunch, some meditation, prayer moments or something. But I think Rick said, listen, dog, don't be the reason teams get more up for you than they need to. Every team's going to play us hard because you and Shedeur, the rhetoric, because the rhetoric hasn't been there this year that was there last year. I mean, he talks shizzle almost through the first half of the season.
He leaned into today where every team's Super Bowl, every game's a Super Bowl.
But he's true with that. He don't need to say it probably, but he's right.
He is right, especially when every damn game's on national TV. I was wrong about that, brother. Tyler, you were totally right.
Literally the entire season.
Yep.
There will not be a game, and they just announced that Fox is getting the big noon kickoff for the Utah game, I think?
Utah's the 10 a.m. one. The only one that's not nationally televised right now would be the Kansas game.
It will be.
If
they win and Colorado's on a path for trying to compete for a playoff berth, it will be.
Yeah, it's the only one that's kind of like meh, because not because of CU, it's because of Kansas.
KU is a little bit like the Toronto Raptors.
Oh, so
they've got a bunch of losses, but they're really close games. They haven't been able to finish.
They were really good just last year.
I feel like a 8th grader watching the Raptors because they got a player called Grady Dick. Who's really good. Or
I'll tell you a story off the line.
Don't do that. You don't say that.
During break. No, it wasn't bad. But
you got a Grady Dick story?
No, I made a faux pas. Unintentional to Christian Brown.
Oh.
And the question, and it was not on camera, and I asked him.
It involved a Richard?
Well, I said, hey, did you play with? And he goes, what? I said, Grady. And I really... he goes, what?
Did you play with Richard?
He goes, what?
And Vic actually had Vic had a funny line.
Did you play with that last night?
Wow.
And it was completely, because I just
see play with Richard last night?
If they went to KU together. He said, no, we played a lot of games and knew each other in the summer times and stuff like that.
Were you trying to be funny?
No. It was just, we could just call guys by their last names all the time. Probably ain't knowing me, because you know me names. I probably didn't remember his first name was Grady until I got the... Because I wasn't thinking anything about it, and he goes, what? And I went, Grady.
Yeah, good old Grady.
Yeah.
That's his name, Grady.
Can you not hear the name Grady? What do you think of when you hear the name Grady?
Grady?
Sanford and Sons.
Oh, my God. Yeah. That was the best friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the guy who lived next door to the Lamont.
Greedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's go through the trade deadline stuff, and we'll have ways for you to win Nuggets Thunder tickets. We'll give you info on that in about 7 minutes. So we're seeing here, what did I see? Lattimore goes, what did I just miss there?
Lattimore goes to Washington.
Washington.
Oh, yeah. That was one that Adam Schefter brought up early this morning to keep an eye out for that one. So Washington's staying all in on it. Don't know what the terms of that one was. We've got the Lions have picked up a pass rusher from Zadarius Smith from Cleveland. The Cowboys, oh gosh dang it, who did they another pass rusher, but they gave up way too much for him. Drawing a blank on who it was right now. If any of you can remember, help me out here. Cowboys trade.
I asked DeAndre Jordan last night, again off the thing. I said, DeAndre, what's the Cowboys do? He stood up and he had to go say something. He goes, get rid of everybody.
Wow.
Fire them all. Yes, you're right. That's what they should have done. But instead, they give up a 4th rounder for Jonathan Mingo, who is like, dude, no chance is that worthy of a 4th rounder. Like maybe a 6th, maybe a 7th, but a 4th rounder for Jonathan
Baron
Mingo.
Browning had garnered more than a 6 had they been able to wait a day or two?
No.
I don't think so.
No, as a turn. No, I don't think so. They were hoping. They were trying.
I see some people flipping out about the Baron Browning trade.
Really?
Yeah, because they're like, well, you could have kept him. You could have tried to re-sign him. If you didn't, you would have gotten the compensatory pick. But what people lose sight of with the compensatory picks is that's offset by whatever you get in free agency, right? So like you only get a high compensatory pick. You only get that value if you don't sign any free agents. Do we think the Broncos will sign a free agent or two? Probably. So it all gets washed out no matter what. You can guarantee yourself a 6th rounder right now. And at the end of the day, it wasn't even about the 6th rounder. It was about the fact that you had made a decision now. You're not going to give him a contract.
How many Broncos fans know the name DeAndre Tillman? How many do you think?
6.
6 people? How about the fact DeAndre Tillman has more sacks than Baron Browning for the Broncos this season? Which is true. This was the right thing to do.
Product of the USFL, by the way.
That's right.
Holy cow, squirrel moment. I'm sorry. I heard something on the show before us, Coach, that I had not heard. And either I'm living in a hole or this has just not been discussed. Do you guys realize that Vele is 26 years old?
Yeah.
26-year-old rookie.
We talked about that. He went on a Mormon mission.
I'm losing my mind here.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that. I'm oh my gosh, 26?
Yeah.
So he's a grown.
Was he one of those like 7-year COVID guys?
No. Well, COVID was probably part of it, but he went on a 2-year mission because he went to Utah. So he's one of those guys.
We thought Bowles was old when he came out.
Bowles, yeah, he was. So these Utah guys. How old's Jonah Ellis? He's another Utah guy. I don't know if he went on a mission though, but he might be a little bit older. Yeah, no, that Vele being old was a big topic of conversation.
Jonah's only 21.
Oh, okay, all right. So he didn't do his mission work, but Vele did.
He didn't take the silver platter.
Hey, listen, man, Vele is overcoming a lot of doubters, haters.
It explains a lot about why he is so comfortable as a rookie. It does.
Sure.
There's something about just age and wisdom and comfort and belief in yourself, and maturity in your body as well.
All right, what are we hoping the Broncos do or not do here in the next 45 minutes?
Get a Lunchable in return for Greg Dulcich.
Deal Greg Dulcich?
Get it for a Lunchable.
It's funny you say that. You realize that the Uncrustables they order 700 Uncrustables a week for the Broncos players.
Dude, Uncrustables are the bomb.
700 a week.
I crush probably 10 of those a week myself. They're so perfect for an athlete, though. They're perfect. Carbs, sugar.
Yeah.
It's like instant satisfaction for an athlete.
Yeah, the guy who apparently likes them most inside the Broncos locker room is Pat Surtain, and he doesn't have an ounce of fat on him. He is ripped. There you go.
A little protein with the peanut butter, a little sugar.
So we talked about Vele, and I'm just an idiot.
You're not an idiot, but I mean, his age was a big part of his story when he was drafted, for sure. I mean, it was definitely a big deal.
But you also said something correct. Because of that, he's been on a mission. He's had to be on his own. He's a grown man.
Oh, yeah.
And he may be a rookie by title, That's why the moment's too big. That's why are we playing little Jordan Humphreys instead of Vele?
It got me.
He could handle that. He could handle that.
You know what little Jordan Humphrey's biggest sin in that game was? It wasn't the interception that D-Mac and I fought about. It was he could have caught a touchdown later in the game. The touchdown at the back of the end zone there. Like, come down with the freaking ball, dude.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
So you think that was a catchable ball?
I think that one was way more catchable than the interception.
I agree with you on that. And I thought
more.
I thought he should have fought harder for a first down too earlier in the game, and they ended up getting stoned on that one as well. Didn't work out their way. I just think he is who he is. He's a a bump around NFL practice squad sort of guy. I think that's just who he is.
I took a still shot.
Probably a special teams guy.
Not getting in a fight about it at all, but I took a still shot. Unfortunately, I left it on my computer. I forgot. I was watching all 22 of the interception. Dude, that ball, he is fully extended. The ball hits like the tips of his fingers. I would put it like 60-40. I'd put it 60 Bo, 40 on little Jordan Humphrey. Maybe.
Well, all right.
I'm saying 60-40 because I don't want to be in a fight.
Yeah.
I would ask this question. I would ask this question of a receiver. It'd be fun to get like Ed McCaffrey or somebody on. When you are in traffic and you get a pass like that, should you go for it with two hands the best you can, dive for it, or just knock that bad boy down knowing what's around? I mean,
he couldn't have gotten his right hand there. I mean, when you're reaching fully across your left side, your right hand's going to come up about 2 feet shorter.
It seems to me that a sin of a receiver is just to reach for a ball that you kind of can't catch in a situation like that, just to wave at it. You may be better off just letting it go, period.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, if you don't make any effort, then you're questioned on it. I mean, it's a tough.
Then why not? All right,
a tough break.
Why not dive for it? Why not extend
How about this?
yourself?
Why
Jump
not throw the
for
ball
it?
in his chest?
Because there was a pass rusher. I'll tell you. Well, on that play, there was a pass.
How about taking a little something off and just go over the top of the pass rusher?
Okay. Well, you know.
The sin in it of it all was the pace of the ball. There was a 7-yard throw. I still shot it. I counted. It's a 7-yard throw. You can't throw it like a rocket.
Okay, but all right, but there was a player in Bo's face with his hand up. You had to throw it over that dude, and Bo had a couple passes batted down. You got to put a little.
He was beyond him.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you're the one sticking up for little Jordan Humphrey, not me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I've
agreed with you. I just disagreed on that particular play.
Yeah, that was a bad pass.
Little Jordan Humphrey shouldn't be on the football field anymore.
All right.
I'm with you.
Well, we agree.
We're on the same page.
We
with
agree
that.
on the big thing. That's for sure.
You just can't see a flaw in your guy.
I don't see a lot of flaws in Bo Nix. I'll give you that. I don't see a lot. I see a lot of good in Bo. Listen, man, I can't wait for this game on Sunday. I think the Broncos are going to win. I think the Chiefs are probably a little burned out. 6 of their 8 wins by 7 points or less, including an overtime win here. I love it. I don't think anything could be better for the Broncos going into this.
Playing them at the right time.
Don't you think?
Weather shouldn't be stupid.
Whatever.
Because I mean, you've had sleet storms in Kansas City before.
Yeah. And I think Mahomes is dealing with something. He'll play. I'm sure he'll play. But I think he's dealing with something. Okay, we have a way for you to win Nuggets Thunder tickets. Details on that. No dumb questions on the way. And we'll hear from Deion Sanders as PhD on 92.5.
Guys, stop settling in life. Don't settle for not having good energy. Don't settle for your workouts not going far. Don't settle for not feeling sharp. Call my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here, and they're going to help you feel so much better. I've been going there for 7 years because that's how good they are. Guys, testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. They'll come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. Look better, feel better, sleep better. Don't you want all those things? Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over. They've got 3 locations, so they're close to you no matter where you live. And find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Here comes Mitchell the other way. Get a stop. Don't give him free throws. Mitchell has it on the high left side. Throws it on the right side over to Barrett in the paint. The ball's deflected and stolen. There's a stop. Loose ball Jokic. Front court Porter. Wrap around. Peyton Watson 3. Got it! Oh, man! Denver's back in the lead by 118 to 117. First time the Nuggets have led since the 5-minute mark of the first quarter.
All right, we're giving away a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Nuggets Thunder game. Undefeated Thunder. I was asked after the game, better chance of winning. Nuggets beating the Thunder or Broncos beating the Chiefs?
Nuggets.
I said Nuggets. Text
But
Watson.
I thought your hot take is the Broncos are winning.
They
Why'd
are,
you say that?
But it's a
So you don't believe your own hot take.
I believe my own hot take.
You didn't even take it across as a hot take. If you didn't answer that with Broncos, you don't believe in yourself.
Well, I just think the Nuggets have a better chance. That's all I was asked. I think they both win.
You don't believe?
Text Watson to 303-504-0925, and you're entered to win those tickets for the Nuggets and the Thunder. We pick a winner at 2:45. Tickets are still available for the Thunder game and upcoming matchups with the Heat on Friday. Luka. He lives on the second floor with the Mavs on Sunday. Visit nuggets.com/tickets and don't miss a single second of Nuggets and Jokic magic at Ball Arena. There you go. That's nuggets.com. Deion Sanders and Mark Kisla. We good? Yeah. Talking about winning and losing, and I got to give it to Prime, man. There are some fun moments with him and his level of confidence and who he is and where he sits in life. That is kind of cool to hear and a little bit arrogant too, but it's not like he hasn't earned it. Go ahead, Dan.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Right.
Is we all fail. I know I have a lot.
It depends on what you call failing.
Yeah. Or had setbacks, adversity,
Okay.
whatever. But, so I think actually dealing, this is my opinion, I'm going to get your opinion, dealing with failure might be easier than dealing with success. And,
I don't know about that.
okay.
I don't know about that.
Yes, depends on how bad the failure is.
Well, I haven't really been in that other category quite a lot in my life, but I understand. I'm sorry. And I'm not bragging or boasting, but I'm a winner. Okay, I'm talking to you from a winner's perspective. I'm talking to you from a person who has had setbacks, trials, and tribulations, but I don't rest in failure. I don't rest in complacency. I don't rest in areas like that because I know who I am, what I am, how I am, where I'm going, and how to get there. So it is tough, but you got to do a better job of recruiting to identify those type of players that if this happens, how would they respond to that? And somewhere in life, somebody, either the guy in the barbershop that's been cutting his hair since he was a kid, either the youth football coach, either the high school coach, one of the administrators, the math teacher, or the English teacher, somebody in that school knows this young man. And you got to do a better job of evaluating who he is. But it's us to create the resources to help them get over those type of hurdles. That's on us. That's on us. Tremendously on us.
It's a fun response.
It's kind of confusing. I wasn't quite sure what he was talking about.
I think what he's saying.
Was there a player that they were discussing?
Not really.
That was just.
It was just kind of in general. Like, well, first of all, Deion's a winner. He's happy to tell you that. So he looks at everything from a winner's perspective.
I think it's a great attitude, though.
Well, what he said, which was the perfect line, is that I don't rest in failure.
Yeah.
Right. That's an amazing line that. Man, I wish I could adapt to my life because I'm terrible at it, man. My mistakes, I sit on it, I stew on it. I mean, it absorbs me, right? And to have the ability to not rest in your mistake and not let that be your identity, right? Yeah, I made a mistake, but that's not my identity. My identity is who I am here.
Then we got to find kids like that. I think that's pretty tough. I don't think that's easy to figure out.
Well, that goes back to the story I've told before with Tom Cable. When I was out there, when I got out to Seattle, I was at my lowest of lows. I'd been with Josh McDaniels. He beat me down. He made me believe that I was a terrible football player. Mm-hmm. I actually believed that about myself when I got to Seattle, right? Mm-hmm. And when I got to Seattle, all of a sudden I got coaches that believed in me. They liked me. They wanted me. They're pouring into me. And Tom Cable pulls me aside one time, and they just drafted Russell Okung, like number 10 overall or whatever it was. And he says, Tyler, what's the difference between you and Russell Okung? And I'm like, I don't know. He's first rounder. He's probably better than me. He's like, no, he doesn't have anything on you that you don't have except for the ability to flush a bad play. You've got a problem. When you've got a bad play, it turns into 2 or 3. He's got the ability to flush that thing, and once you learn how to flush it, you'll be the same player as Russell Okung. And you know what? That took me some time in my career to get to that point, and I did get there. But that's not an easy process for young players.
I bet.
I don't know when this mindset hit me. And I don't know if it was developed over time, if it was developed with coaches, mentors, teachers, whatever. And maybe it was just self-motivated, inflicted. But I realized, okay, I'm a bench guy. And Malone talked about this the other day.
That's a tough one to accept.
Don't be a role player, be a role star. I think it's a great line. I sat there and listened. I said, I thought that's a great line. Because I look back at my career, and that's what I wanted to be. Because I say, okay, if I'm the best 12th man in the league, somebody else asks, why is Scott playing? Or why, Scott's not playing. He's like, listen, we trust him. He can do this. But if you screw up, you go, well, that's why he's the 12th man.
Right.
So I'd rather have the positive story being told about me. So I came into a mindset that I kept, and I always had some of my better games, maybe not statistically, but played well against Ewing, Moses Malone, Kareem, big guys, Bird.
Sure.
And my philosophy is this. They're better than me. They jump better. They're faster. They're quicker. But not one of those guys can play harder than I play. And so I took that in every game. So when I went against Patrick Ewing in the Hall of Fame, great player, couldn't play harder than me. And that, I don't know.
Bird couldn't play harder than you?
He can't play hard.
Really?
He couldn't play harder.
Play better, but
he might play better than me.
Bird couldn't play harder than you, huh?
In my head,
okay,
you can judge how you want to judge
well,
it.
He played pretty hard. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand. But and that's why he's an all-star. Great players that know how to play hard become superstars. They're, You know what they are? They're Nikola Jokic. But how many great players have we seen? Football, basketball, baseball. Great players really don't work hard.
Yep.
Really don't work hard. But they're so gifted that it makes up. I wasn't as gifted as those guys, but my mindset was when I walked on that court, no one's going to play harder than I do. No one's going to hit harder. No one's going to block out better. And so that helped me. I kind of feel like it is now.
That's awesome. One more fun one. So Travis Hunter was down with Prime in Texas during the bye week. But he went to like 4 different states on one day. So Prime is telling a story today. This is pretty wild about Travis being with him. Prime not even knowing that Travis got on a airplane. Here's the story we got, Dan. 14B there, Dan. 14B.
The funny thing to me, I just saw him. It had to be 1 o'clock in the morning. He riding 4-wheelers around the property, just, and I'm just hearing this, like thinking to myself, you better not fall off this darn 4-wheeler. The whole country is going to be at my throat if you fall off this 4-wheeler. But the 4-wheeler just gives off the sound that it's going faster than he was because he knows better. Then I see deer flashing from one side of the property and he chasing the deer. I'm like, oh my God. I'm not lying. Then next thing I know, we got a shooting range. We do things and he's pop, pop, pop. I'm hearing all that. Like then I'm thinking my mama's gonna go crazy because she's trying to sleep. But then I'm thinking, well, my mama can't hear like she used to hear, so she probably can't even hear it. I'm thinking all these thoughts are going in my head. Then I wake up because I didn't go to bed to 2-something or whatever that night because we was playing taboo, like family taboo, couples taboo or whatever. And Travis, I wake up and see him on television. I just bust out laughing. Like, you just left. Like, when did you leave? Like, I didn't even know he was going to make the rounds that early. But we know we have a private airport, I think, 15 minutes from the crib. And he must have got up. He had to only sleep on the plane. There's no way. And I'm sitting there thinking, only Travis has that type of energy that he could go all day like that and go city to city. I think he was in like 4 different cities in one day.
What a story. I got to admit, man, when Prime gets into his storytelling modes, they're really good. He's a good storyteller.
I mean, my takeaway is I want to go hang at Deion's place.
No kidding.
That's his place in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a big ranch down there, or property that's ranch-like. That's pretty cool, man.
Dude,
So
ranch life in Texas is unbelievable. It is so fun.
That story is a riot. He's out there having fun, doing whatever, 1 o'clock in the morning. He wakes up. Prime wakes up. The last thing he knows,
he's in Happy Valley
Yeah.
at 10 a.m. in the morning.
He's in Pennsylvania.
10 a.m. our side time.
yeah, at some point, Travis got on a PJ from their small airport and ended up in Happy Valley. And the last primer, he was in the backyard, like, with an ATV. That's a riot, I think. I think that's hysterical.
But it also shows
It's good to be young, man.
The father relationship that he must have with Travis Hunter.
Well, yeah, obviously. I don't have any problems with that. They've had that their entire lives. That's I don't think that's favoritism. I think he's one of his sons, and that's just the way it is.
Well, I think there's probably a little favoritism, and I'm okay with it. But somebody will replace if Deion Sanders stays at the University of Colorado. He will have a next new son. He will. I can mark my words. He will call the next kid his son.
We have some unfortunate breaking news. This is coming from Shams. This is Aaron Gordon will miss multiple weeks due to a right calf strain. Wow.
My thought when I read that, you might want to turn that into a month. Just might want to go and just turn that into a month because you don't want to be messing with calf strains. You're early in the season. It sucks that it's happening, but calf strains don't go away now. And if you get that early in the season, the last thing you want is that coming back on you. I would be extremely cautious on Aaron Gordon's return.
I tore a gastroc muscle in the playoffs, like 80.
Boy, you just said something I've never heard of.
You have 3 muscles in your calf.
All right, talk to me.
Gastrocs.
I'm sorry, you're what?
Gastroc.
Gastroc?
Yeah, look it up. Have Dan look
I'm
it
not
up.
going to look it up. I trust you.
Muscle. I think there's 3 of them. But anyway,
okay.
Tore one of them. Actually, and I would sit on the bench, put a sleeve over it. It felt like when I was running, I started to run, and I thought somebody kicked me. I turned around and looked, wasn't nobody around me, and I could run straight fine, but as soon as I planted and tried to cut, it felt like a knife was in there. But I did that in like 85-6 in the postseason. Fast forward to about 95, I'm out of the league. I'm playing a handball. And I still have to wear a sleeve on my thing because it hurts so much. Yeah, the gastroc nemesis.
Dr. Tanner putting graphics up for all of us. Thank you, Dr. Tanner. Appreciate it. The gastroc. The Nimius, soleus, and plantaris.
Well, and I told you he had that thing on the upper calf all the way at the hamstring. It says it medial head originates from the medial femoral condyle, and lateral head that originates from the lateral femoral condyle.
Oh, my Lord. Nobody said there would be science on this show.
What did he ever just speak
when we're at our best?
English?
PhD.
All right, it's time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Hey, Dan, if I send you a picture, can you put it up there?
Yes. Just text it to me.
I'm texting you right now, and this will be part of my No Dumb Questions.
Wow, we got some speed here that we got to throw into this segment.
We'll throw it in there real fast.
And technology. Speed and technology.
Elevator music.
We got to say.
We got it going. I'll say No Dumb Questions brought to you by Old Chicago. You can go to oldchicago.com to order online. Find a location near you.
I did this. I did sidelines again yesterday, which I really love doing sidelines because one,
you're good at it.
As an analyst, it gives you a different perspective. I'm up in the stands. I'm seeing different things. I don't have to be, I can watch. Like I knew that Hunter Tyson and R.J. Barrett got into the thing, and I'm in my microphone going, R.J. Barrett, Hunter, because we like to watch those guys, see if anything gets going on. They both get into double technical. So it's a cool, different perspective. So we do a thing called Toyota Talk. It used to be Toyota Tweets. Everybody else wants to do tweets. And even Andy, our producer, goes, did you find a tweet? I said, it's not Toyota Tweets, it's Toyota Talk.
Okay.
So I said, I brought this picture up on Toyota Talk last night. said a random person sent me this picture, and I just wanted the question is, the no dumb question is, too soon.
Of what?
Well,
what disaster? What accident? What moment of tragedy in somebody's life are we?
Is this an election joke?
Going to highlight?
No. But the question on the picture you're about to see.
Is it too soon?
Is it too soon?
Is it the sinking? Can I take some guesses?
Yeah, you've got no question. What do you think I'm talking
Sinking
about?
of the Titanic.
Is that too soon? Okay.
Is that the picture?
No.
All right. What else? Some sort of disaster, but it has to go back a ways. It's gonna go back a ways. I'm thinking of like a bridge collapse.
Is
or
it Sean
something.
Payton related?
No.
Is it like a earthquake in San Francisco?
No.
Jeez.
Well,
we're going to natural disasters?
Well, that's what I think he's going. I think he's about to go somewhere like that. It's something famous.
Too soon.
No, and he's being funny with it.
Okay.
Because it's obviously a long time ago, and it's definitely a disaster of some kind.
When the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor.
Dan, he let you open it?
It's not letting me open it. I'm trying.
Oh, do you just
How
have to
many
show
people
us?
are about to yell at me for being stupid right now?
A lot, because they don't know Animal House, but I get it.
So
I
here's
love
the
it.
picture I put. Dan can't open it.
Oh, you're just with Christmas stuff. It's not it. Well, you're
Good Lord, you set that thing up like.
Is it too soon?
Scott,
God.
you've been talking about your Christmas
Oh, my
bathroom for a
Lord.
week now.
well,
there's no new news there.
Is
I
it
am
too
talking about
soon?
wait, so I just asked the question.
And the answer is yes. It's too soon to have
too
a
soon.
Christmas bathroom. I walked into Target yesterday, second Target story of the day, and they had Christmas music on, and it bothered me. It's not time for
I
Christmas
listened
music.
to it on the way home the other night.
There's snow on the ground. There's snow up in the
No,
Rockies
no.
when you
It's
look to the
cool,
west.
brisk.
It's fine.
Guys, one holiday at a time here. Okay,
What-
one holiday at a time.
How do you decorate the house for Thanksgiving?
You put up fall decor. You
You
put up
pumpkins.
Yeah,
What,
you
don't- hey.
use leftover. You can use some pumpkins from Halloween. Yeah, you can use some of that.
I got no beefs with it. I'm surprised. Well, I think it goes to how much you love Christmas.
I am
Oh, here we
very
go.
anti skipping holidays.
Oh my God!
So
is that your bathroom?
I can't, that's our half bathroom.
All right, so
downstairs.
let me describe it. He's got a couple of hand towels, the Christmas trees on it. He's got some sort. It's not is that a nativity display with a gargantuan Christmas tree?
I believe it's like a Peanuts type of.
It's like a Peanuts. It's not nativity.
Nativity,
but
but it's
What
like,
about
no,
that
it might be
left-
Santa Claus in the middle, just like Santa Claus Village.
That left towel
The
looks
big
like it's
tree.
got a red wiener on it.
It's a truck with a Christmas tree on it.
And then you got, I don't know what this other Christmas tree ornament is.
It's just a Christmas tree ornament.
It's fine, Scott. You
No, it's not.
You and Julia love
It's not.
this
It's
stuff.
not fine. And I'm talking to the warden right now. Like, you're very festive, and I love that. But enjoy Thanksgiving and then go to Christmas.
Wait, hold on. Good question. A dumb question.
This is
Do
about-
you wait? Hold on.
this is
Hold
about
on.
the
Hold
toilet.
on. Okay. Do you also decorate for Thanksgiving too?
No, we'll leave some of the Halloween stuff up.
Tell me you don't
Okay.
turn lights on before Thanksgiving.
Oh, we had lights on during Halloween.
No, no, but they were festive for
They're
Halloween,
orange.
right? Yeah, no,
we have
that's
outdoor lights.
different.
We have 3 outdoor lights that you can
When
change
do you
colors.
set
Okay, that's
up?
fine,
When
that's
do you
fine,
set
but
up
when
the inflatable snowman?
When?
Yes, when?
If
If you say a week ago, I might.
Friday.
Oh my God!
Last Friday. Julia
It's
found
already up.
Julia found an inflatable
It's already up.
that has a countdown clock to Christmas on it.
You set up your inflatable snowman
When you
on
say
November
you,
1st.
you
It's
mean
absurd.
her.
The day after Halloween, you set up an inflatable
In
snowman.
fact, it was the day before. It was actually Wednesday, the day before Halloween.
That's terrible.
She has this
That's
little
ridiculous.
inflatable
snowman
of a Christmas. It's a little Christmas
in
white
October.
Santa Claus, and it has a countdown clock to Christmas on it. It's
Absurd.
like in 50-some days.
Okay, that's
Now, here's what I do with my lights. I put them on for during a nice day before Thanksgiving, but I don't turn them on until after Thanksgiving. Day after Thanksgiving, the lights get flipped on.
I've already got 2 stations on my thing for Christmas.
oh my
music.
Lord.
So that's a no dumb question, Dan. Too soon? I sent you another picture. The next picture is above the toilet. But so the question is just no dumb question. Too
Does
soon?
it make you feel good?
I kind of like it.
Scott, my
Okay,
dad
that's
texted
all.
me an hour ago. Him and my mom put up their Christmas tree today.
I'm sorry, what?
I've got one in the garage that's already put up that's just ready to be taken in the house.
It's insane.
Normally they wait till after Thanksgiving, so I've got to ask my dad why
You're
so early.
So disrespectful to the Pilgrims. It's not even funny.
You probably do have some Pilgrim Hate coming your way.
I took over England. I was a Viking.
Actually, so I felt this way a lot. Somebody says, "How has Tyler not punched D-Mac before?" This is beyond me.
I
feel that way almost every day. Yesterday, I really wanted to, but I actually don't know what happened today. I really wasn't mad about it.
To this day, I'd like to punch him in the face.
Oh my God, very violent.
So the answer is yes. Too soon.
Mm-hmm.
No, because
yes,
it makes
I want to punch D-Mac in the face.
No, conditional. No, because it makes you happy. But I do think
it's just a half.
A snowman in October is ridiculous. But if it makes you happy, that's all that matters.
It's not about him. That was the dumbest thing you've ever said. If it makes him happy.
I asked him, does it make you happy? He said yes.
You know, when COVID started, we had a Christmas tree we kept up for 2 years.
Listen.
And we just every holiday we
got.
Hold on, I'm being dead serious.
We gotta take a break. Yes.
Don't throw away any of your stuff. There's a guy that could use all your decorations because I know you got way too much. There's a guy that you know that could use some of that.
Well, listen. Take the money and run. When he bought his first place, the warden gave a bunch of extra stuff to him.
Hey, yeah, warden, I will take any decorations you're throwing away.
All right. We'll come back with Around the NFL, brought to you by the Jason Kelsey Travel Agency. That's next. All right, C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. If you're putting a snowman and a Santa Claus in your yard and you say, I need a better manger. Well, AAA Home Improvements can do whatever the home project is, from design to build to permitting to whatever. 20 years of home renovation with Toby Hurdle and his crew. They are the best. Here is Nick in Golden. AAA did a wonderful job on the addition to our home. I have recommended them dozens of times to my clients and friends. You will too. The before and afters at AAAHomeImprovements.com, AAAHomeImprovements.com are amazing. They will do such a great job for you no matter what the project is. From kitchen renovations to finished basements, master bath renovations, and they'll stay close in communication with you the entire time. That is so important. So hit up my friends because their schedule does fill up quickly. AAAHomeImprovements.com, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. All right. We start with the Bengals and the Raiders. The Bengals smashed the Raiders 41-24. Two questions here. How low will the Raiders go as they've fired basically their entire offensive staff?
Norv Turner's like an offensive consultant now.
Okay. Well, that's cool. And how high are the Bengals about to go? Both teams on the schedule for the Broncos. Where are these two teams going, do you think?
Oh, Bengals are just so predictable. It's crazy. This year actually felt unusually slow for their normal slow starts. This was unusually slow, but it's the most predictable thing in the world that you don't want to face them when it's all said and done.
I think the Bengals are still tracking to the playoffs, and the Raiders are tracking to the lottery. They don't have a lottery.
We move on to Orchard Park. It's Around the NFL, brought to you by the Jason Kelsey Travel Agency.
Shut up!
Let's go to Buffalo.
Wind is subsided. 61-yard try for the lead. It is. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Above 50, 1 of 1. And with this one, 2 of 2.
Are you surprised, even with Tua back, the Dolphins are just, it ain't their year, obviously. And was it just Tua missing so many games? Or is there something else going on there?
There's a lot of flash down there in Miami, and they really bought into themselves. I think they were feeling themselves a lot going into this season, and probably deservedly so. I mean, the amount of talent on that team is kind of outrageous. I think just sometimes you get into a season, and when it's been that bad for so long, even when you get your dude back, and it's kind of like a cautious get him back, right? It's not like an overly enthusiastic, you got him back. It's like, God, I hope we don't kill this dude, get him back. It's just a lot going on down there. I wouldn't be shocked at all. I heard that the Dolphins were interested in trading Calais Campbell.
Oh, wow.
Which would make a lot of sense.
Sure. You know, the Bills may have that division wrapped up by Thanksgiving. You can put out a snowman on that one. It's incredible how bad the AFC East actually is. Bills are good, but, I mean, it is more of a story, I think, of a bad division.
Oh, it's terrible.
Well, it wasn't like Tua sucked in that. His first game back, he was
25
of 28.
Hey, dude, it took a walk-off field goal for them to get the win. I believe, was that 61 yards? Was it a ridiculously long field goal, too?
61 yards.
61 yards, right?
There's never been more 50-plus yard field goals kicked and made ever than this year.
A 50-yarder feels like a chip shot these days in the NFL. It feels like it's almost automatic. The kickers have gotten ridiculously good. We move on to our next game, the Eagles and the Jaguars. It's brought to you by the Jason Kelsey Travel Agency. When you're sticking up for your brother, you can tell somebody to go somewhere. I don't know if that's a real destination where you tell them to go off to, but maybe it works in the moment. Let's go to Saquon Barkley jumping over people backwards.
1:42 on the clock. There's plenty of time for the Jags to do whatever they want.
Lawrence has time, looking for Johnson, and it's picked off! Nakobe Dean!
All right, 28-23. Jag season's obviously a dumpster fire. But let's just talk about that one moment where Saquon Barkley jumped over a dude backwards.
There's been a lot of really cool moments, obviously, every single year. Ja put on a couple ridiculous moments last night in the NBA. Is it fair to say that was the most unique highlight you've ever seen in the NFL?
I've never seen anything like
Nothing.
I've never seen anything like it.
You know how unique it was? You forget the spin move that picked up 3 or 4 extra yards right before it, which was of by itself. You'd go, oh, my God. And then he still kind of, the momentum takes it, so he just jumps backwards and picks up another 3 or 4. Unreal. It was like the greatest 9-yard run you'll see.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the sideline reaction to it where they put it in slow-mo? They got the whole sideline, and everybody's like throwing their hats, hands up in the air, like just most crazy expressions you've ever seen. When you see a sideline react like that, you know it's unique.
Well, you remember when Christian Brown last week dunked on Gobert?
Yeah.
They showed even Malone. Malone was going crazy. Bruce Brown comes up to me and goes, what about Christian? He said, I can't stop watching that video.
Here we go. Is this the sideline?
a little swing
Watch
pass.
watch the sideline though.
Spin.
It's so
Okay, watch the
ridiculous.
sideline.
Look at 90. Look at that.
32, hands on their head.
That's
This dude
ridiculous.
50 ain't even watching.
Yeah, turn around, bro. You're about to see the play of the year. Yeah. Zip. And backwards over you. It's stupid. It's the dumbest thing ever.
90 just starts shaking his head.
The dude down there on the bench sitting there, yeah, he's sitting there holding his head.
All right, well, that's Around the NFL, brought to you by the Jason Kelsey Travel Agency. We will have Jeff Legwald on in just a couple of minutes as the trade deadline is about to expire. Now, sometimes deals get filed and they drip in. Right now, it appears the Broncos have not been buyers. Right move. Leggy joins us next.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. It's a bad feeling, and you're probably searching for answers. You get on the internet, you start cruising around looking for solutions. You're buying things that don't work. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook's getting thinner, and your hair's getting thinner all at the same time. Invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Tyler Plum is here. I worked with Advanced Hair Restoration. I received their Advanced FUE, and it's an incredible, life-changing experience, guys. They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. The Advanced FUE is changing lives. So if you've got a receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot, Advanced Hair can address all of those concerns with their simple one-day treatment, and it's going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely incredible. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and now it's your turn. Guys, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and they guarantee it will grow for life. So call today, get yourself a free consultation, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. 720-459-HAIR or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
The most
brother's
important.
the worst at this. You ready? He's
I
the
bet.
worst at free agency, and he's the worst at the trade deadline. And he just wants to see action. And then right after the action takes place, he never goes back and reflects and says, "Well, that was a bad signing or that was a bad trade." But and I say that, I kid him, but I think that there's so much more that goes into it relative to whether you're trading a player or acquiring a player.
Well, it's 2:02. The most important hour of the day.
You know he's talking to D-Mac there, right?
He's
D-Mac
talking-
just wants action.
He's talking about his brother.
Yeah. Also talking to you.
I think his brother's a smart guy.
Yeah, let's trade for somebody. We won 4 games. Let's trade.
That's-
Let's go get everything.
That's Stan Payton. There's Sean Payton, then there's Stan Payton. Stan wants action. And the Broncos, as we're 3 minutes past the deadline, the most important thing happening today, the NFL trade deadline, by a mile. The Broncos do nothing in terms of being buyers, so it appears. Jeff Legwall will join us in a second to clarify if there's something going on, something happening. But the big question is, we good with that?
I love it. I think it's the right thing to do. Desperate teams are generally the teams that are buyers at the trade deadline or teams that are all in, right? So one of the two. Obviously, the Lions are not a desperate team, and they're making moves because they're all in. Cowboys, that's a desperate team. That's a desperate team that made a stupid trade today, giving up way too much value for Mingo. The Broncos are in a rebuild year, man. And this weekend, I'm almost glad that they got beat the way they did against the Ravens, because if it was any tighter, they might have been tempted. But that game was so revealing. There's a big league, there's a little league. The Broncos are trying to get to the big league. They ain't there.
They probably shouldn't have made a moves. However,
we bringing Sexy back?
Oh, come on. Let's go.
When you make a trade this late and you feel like you're helping your team, you know what you're doing? You're bringing Sexy back. So as a fan,
yeah,
I'd like them to bring a little Sexy back.
What's that look like?
It honestly doesn't matter.
Yeah, but Scott, I'm looking for a long-term relationship.
Yeah, I'm not. Then you gotta get married, and then you gotta, the money gets exchanged, and give me an 8-game stand.
You think the Broncos are going to win this Sunday?
No.
I do.
You and Coach Mike Sanford said it also.
Do you think the Broncos, of the next 4 games they have, I'll just say it's a loss. The next 4 games they have, Falcons, Raiders, Colts, Browns. How many of those games did they win?
3.
Okay. All right. So that puts them...
Listen, I do think this week is the best opportunity they've had in a long time to go into Kansas City and win a game. I think they will. I'll be disappointed on Monday if they're not competitive. How's that?
Falcons, Raiders, Browns, Colts.
How many wins
you got? You got the Falcons and the Browns at home. The other 2 on the road. You damn sure better win 3 of them.
Okay. Let's say you lose Kansas City.
You better win 3.
All right. You lose Kansas City like you guys think. I think differently, but fine. We go there. You win 3 of your next 4. You're 8-6. You're looking Chargers, at Bengals, hosting Kansas City. And maybe Kansas City's the number 1 overall seed. I mean, if you're going to lose, you should hope that KC just wins the rest of their games and goes undefeated, I guess. How are you going to do in those final 3 games? Let's assume Kansas City's the number 1 seed, too.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Man. Probably 1 and 2.
Right.
You could.
That means
you could go 0-3 though.
For the sake of argument, you just went 9-7. You had your first winning season since 2016.
9-8.
9-8. Sorry, thank you. You went 9-8, first winning season since 2016, but you just missed the playoffs. So are we sure, if we think conservatively that might happen, that the right thing to do was nothing right here? When 1 more win somewhere along that line could have got you to the playoffs this year.
Yeah, because it's a fool's gold experiment, right? If you make the playoffs, it'd be fun for a weekend. It'd be really fun for a weekend. And don't get me wrong, it'd be nice to get that monkey off our back. But whatever you bring to the table is not going to turn this team into a championship level team. We just watched what the big leagues look like, okay? Mm-hmm. We just watched it. That's it. The Ravens, that's the big leagues. And when you get to the playoffs, it's time to play in the big leagues. Whatever you add might have been good enough to get you that one extra win, but it dang sure isn't getting you over the hump.
Wow, I'm seeing something on a text line. Albert O just got released? Yeah. Can we confirm that? Do you see that?
I'm looking for it.
Albert O just got released.
Well, Washington
that's kind of interesting.
But Washington just made that trade, so they probably needed a spot, right?
Okay.
He's been on the IR.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I did not know that. All
so
right.
it might be a injury settlement.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind
then. Somebody fact check me on that. I'm pretty sure he's been on the IR.
I understand the Broncos not making moves.
Yeah.
I get it.
He was.
He was on IR?
Oh, I thought Scott was.
No, I agree. Yeah. Soon they are making moves.
I'm a little frustrated because I think there's possibilities of them being a little sexy. I mean, you missed the playoffs by one game. You don't look at the trade deadline and say, shouldn't we put on a satin shirt and some tight pants?
Sean was talking to you. I told you.
I mean, don't you put on a nice fedora and some shiny shoes? You stick on that white belt and have.
Don't you buy a bottle of red wine instead of grabbing a box?
You know what I'm saying? Don't you get a little
box of what?
Box of Grey Goose. Well, that'd be weird.
How is a box of Grey Goose any weirder than a box of red wine?
I don't know.
It's a fair question,
right?
I think I was trying to say a box of Boone's Farm.
Do they have boxed alcohol like they do wine?
I'm not seeing it if they do.
Yeah.
Why don't we start a box of booze company?
Yeah.
I'm just going to sit here happily.
Then you keep it in your fridge chilled?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Guys, if
you can even put it in your freezer.
If they are sitting there at 8-8 against the Chiefs like they were last year, and they pull that game off, because Sean Payton, remember last year, how important it was to have a winning record for Sean Payton last year.
Who are you trading for that's going to put you in the big leagues?
I don't know. That ain't my job.
DeAndre Hopkins.
I don't get paid millions of dollars to figure that out. If I got paid millions of dollars, I'd figure it out.
Well, but this is why you got to think this through, right? Like it's fun to say it in theory, like Sean Payton's brother, but then you think about it healthily and you think about it organically and you look at the holistic view of the football team and you say, okay, if you got us one win, then what? Then what's that doing?
Well, if you got one win, you may be in the playoffs and you're looking pretty damn sexy. Okay.
That was
close.
close.
A stretch, yeah, I know.
We have delay.
All right.
Dan's on a delay.
Let me put it this way. Should the Nuggets have done something at the trade deadline last year?
In hindsight, absolutely.
Okay. Tyler?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Anthony Davis.
But that was way different. No, hold on, D-Mac.
Just guess for people.
D-Mac, the Nuggets were and are a championship level team. They are in the big leagues. So, yeah, that's why you make a trade, because you're in the big leagues and you're ready to make a push at this thing and you're trying to win right now. Broncos ain't in the big leagues. That's not a comparable. That's not an apples to apples.
You finish one win away from the playoffs, you're not in the big leagues?
No.
So next year is totally different.
Look at the NFC West right now. You're going to have a team make the playoffs with a 500 record.
Oh, okay, but next year is totally different, right? Because next year, you got to be pushing for the playoffs, right?
You would think.
Well, I mean, I'm asking. What's your opinion? Yes or no?
Yes, yeah. Year 3 for
If
Sean.
you're not a playoff team next year, then there'll be bodies moved.
Yeah, year 3 is usually do or die time.
By the way, you guys are giving me so much slack and me giving Bo Nix a pass on this, that, the other thing. I understand what this year is. I'm just getting a little greedy. But it's a different tune next year. He can't make some of the mistakes that he's making this year next year. No. All right?
Let him grow. He's a starter.
Hey, man, and I do believe you're not a rookie at a certain point in your rookie season if you played enough.
Oh, well, we're there.
I agree.
We're past that point.
I agree. I think every lesson that reasonably could be learned as a starter has been learned, okay? You've made some silly mistakes. You've had some good moments. You've had to come from behind. You failed. You've had your moments of ups and downs. Good enough, I think. You're not a rookie anymore, and here we go. You played in big games with more big games to come. And Sean Payton said, we'll have bigger games after the Panthers. Well, here you go, bro. It doesn't get any bigger than this one on Sunday. This is it. Because you're probably talking about you're right on the edge of making the playoffs.
If you're a playoff team, this is hindsight. If you're a playoff team, we can ask Leggy about this. You would have beaten Seattle in Seattle, and you would have beat Pittsburgh at home to start the season.
You've lost to every playoff caliber team, and you've beat every team with a 500 or less record.
All right, we bring on Jeff Legwold from ESPN. Jeff Legwold is, oh my God, where is my, I got it. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Okay, Jeff, walk us through today for the Broncos. What did they consider? What did they not consider? How was the past 24 hours for the Broncos?
Well, D-Mac, I think they considered what they did. I think the only real surplus they felt they had was that edge rusher. And Baron Browning's playing time he was on pace for a career low in playing time this year. So I think they made the one move they felt like they could make and not ding the roster too hard at this point. So, and they made a choice, given their cap situation is so brutal. They decided getting Jonathan Cooper locked up was more important for them right now than keeping them both. So, and they get a pretty good draft pick. And as far as you look at all the other deals getting done, I think they got a pretty good draft pick for Baron Browning.
D-Mac's all antsy over here trying to make a trade. Even Scott's falling into it a little bit, which is surprising
I just like
me.
sexy.
You like sexy. Okay. All right. I'll ask you this. Was there a player out there that would have put the Broncos in the big leagues, ready to compete with teams like the Ravens?
Well, I'll ask you, what player could you get that could do that with $94 million of your salary cap you cannot use?
Well, ask D-Mac. Don't ask me.
I don't have an answer to it. I told you that's
because he doesn't exist, D-Mac. That player doesn't exist. The Broncos have 94. You can't have both, D-Mac. You can't say get rid of Russell Wilson and then trade for a good player.
We're going
$94 million of salary cap space they cannot use this year. 81 of that, 86 or 81, 81.8 dead money right now. Denver Broncos. That's why they can't trade for the kind of player you want them to trade for.
What does that do for next year, though? If 81.8, does that go off the books? How does the cap look for the following season?
They've already got 37 on the books for next year already. So, and to sign, this team's not really doing great with the cap right now. They've added voidable years, which will be dead money in those years to every contract they can except Garrett Bowles. I mean, Mike McGlinchey is going to be on the books in 2028 because of voidable years on his contract. So I'm just telling you, yes, it would have been great if I'm a fan. Yeah, I want him to trade for somebody cool, but you can't do it both ways. You can't release a starting quarterback in the first year of his mammoth contract and then think the team's going to turn around and have the flexibility to sign the players you want and trade for the players you want.
Could they have been more aggressive for Njoku?
I mean, maybe, but again, I think they can't be buyer. You have to take Njoku's contract. Where are you going to put that? I mean, that's my question. It'd be great to add great players, but great players have bigger contracts. And when you trade, even for a short-term rental, you're paying 8 weeks of the guy's contract, and they don't have the salary cap room to do that for any player making any kind of money.
Were they sniffing around anybody or any position in particular? Was there anything going on with Broncos?
I never heard from another GM any real specific pursuits. I think the Broncos were more inclined to listen to what they could get.
Mm.
You know, their quarterbacks had some interest. You know, at least general managers I talked to said, yeah, you know, that intrigues me a little bit. But again, it's more of, you know, Zach Wilson probably carries some trade value, but he already carries a pretty big contract too. So that's, even if you're in the playoff hunt, that's not a position you're looking for if your starter is still going.
Yeah, personally, I'm not so sure that Zach really does have much value at all. Maybe a 6th rounder or something like that, but they couldn't even get a box of rocks for Greg Dulcich.
Well, I mean, you know how it works, Tyler. When you tell the league, we don't think this guy can play, you're not really helping his trade value very much. And he's been a healthy scratch or healthy inactive for several weeks now. But, you know, they're just not in a position. You know, the Steelers are one of the best teams in the league at managing the cap. That's why they could surrender a 5th round pick and get Mike Williams and a 7th round pick and get Preston Smith, because they can add those contracts even over the short term easily because they manage the cap. You know, Baltimore manages the cap great. That's when you can do whatever you want. You can add sexy when you do the non-sexy thing, like manage your salary cap. And, you know.
Yeah.
I'm proud of it. Hey, what's the rules?
You need a checkbook to be sexy. The Broncos do not have a checkbook
they got a
right
checkbook.
now. They got a checkbook, but you can't use it.
But it's been locked up. What are the rules on stealing other people's practice squads at this time of year? Does that become a thing you cannot do now after the trade deadline, or is that still available?
No, you can always sign somebody off somebody's practice squad, but you have to keep them a minimum number of weeks. So you can't just do it to do it. And the current team always gets the first swing at it. What happens after the trade deadline is everyone goes through waivers now. So if you want to elevate a guy or you want to release a guy and bring him back to your practice squad, it can be more difficult because those players go through waivers now rather than if you're a vested guy, you could just sign back if you felt like it.
Give it a grade then, Jeff. Broncos at the trade deadline. Get a what?
I don't know. I give them, I guess, a C because they did. And the one sort of average move they could make is they got a little something for a player they probably weren't going to re-sign. So, you know, I guess that draft pick has to be better than Baron Browning for it to get above a C.
So we got to take our punishment, the Russell Wilson punishment.
Well, you know, you want them to do both, dude. I get it, but you know, you can't cast off the quarterback.
I think I was just surprised that the season feels like it's better than I expected it to be. That's all. And so you sit here and you look at the schedule, Jeff, and I feel like, hey, there's hay to be made.
Well, maybe. And I guess, you know, if I was, say, you know, planning vacations or making that choice, do I take a vacation or buy season tickets? Yeah, I want them out there doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, the season, I don't know yet if it's better. I mean, they beat 3 2-6 teams and 1-7 team. So it may be what Tyler was saying. You know, there's a heavyweight division in the league, and if you're not prepared to fight in that division, then going all in is kind of silly.
All right. Well, the sexiest of sexy ESPN guys right there.
Yep. And next week we'll ask you about rookie quarterbacks changing Sean Payton's play call and why he didn't get yelled at.
Oh,
man. I don't know. You know,
he yelled at him.
Russell Wilson looks pretty willing to hand off and run play action in the Steelers offense, but I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, he does.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
All right. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career.
Sean's scared of him. Last time he yelled at him, he got yelled back at. He doesn't want to do that again.
The snarky factor with you and Jeff Legwald is just like
Who loves you, though?
Dude, if 10 is the top, the snarkiness with you guys is 100.
We're about like 6.
No, you are not. You get in your snarky Russ, Sean Payton comments left and right. I got it.
Just like same measures.
I got it.
Can we talk about sometime during the show today?
No.
What DeAndre Hopkins is going to mean to Kansas City?
Sure. Let's Football Goes coming up next. All right, we thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Man, Mountain High Appliance is so cool. MountainHighAppliance.com. You know, Scott was having like a questionable. And I think Dan Bud Squints Tanner is here to answer that. It's like a Uncrustable. It's an Uncrustable, not a Crustable, right? Crustable.
It's Uncrustable. Crustable would be a regular peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah,
I like a good Crustable once in a while, too.
All right, Dan Bud Squints Tanner.
How about a Crustable cheese sandwich with some tomato soup?
Let's go. What am I, 90? Let's go, Dan.
All right, fellas, just talked to Leggy. Obviously, and Mike Kliss tweets out, no trades for the Broncos today. Kliss says they had talks here and there, but nothing materialized. So the only move was dealing away outside linebacker Baron Browning for a 6th-round draft pick. Browning is a free agent after this season. So Kliss is saying it was the right move. And also, Scott, this is for you, former Arkansas Razorback Drew Sanders may be back soon. So just final initial thoughts.
Where did he tear his Achilles?
It's like 6-7 months, something like that. It's right around that time.
Was it in OTAs, though?
Yeah, I think
it
so.
was.
It was, yeah. Yeah, that I kind of forgot about him. And I think he's going to need the full, like you activate him and you get 3 weeks until you come back. I think he's going to need all that time. But that is an interesting dude to perhaps be coming back.
Seems pretty quick.
Well, you know, young, healthy guy, I guess.
June? When was OTAs? June?
No, like April.
It was May 20th.
May.
June, July, August, September, October.
Stop showing off.
Going on 6 months.
So
isn't that like insanely quick?
Well, for 25, maybe not, but for 64,
my Lord, can you imagine?
It is.
So right move for the Broncos guys to more or less, other than Browning, to stand pat at the deadline with a young, up-and-coming, rebuilding team. Was this the right move from Sean and George?
Yeah, the Baron Browning deal, in my opinion, it didn't have anything to do with Drew Sanders. It was simply, we made a decision, we are not going to give you a contract in 6 months, so we'll get rid of you now. You guys know how I feel about things, and I know you feel differently, D-Mac, but I think this is absolutely the correct thing to do. What I love about what the Nuggets did, what feels like forever ago now, was they bought into a mission. They stayed true to the mission. They developed their young players. They stayed true to it. They never went outside, right? And I'm not saying never make a trade or never get a free agent, but do it organically, do it healthy, and make sure everything you do for the next 2 to 3 years is a long-term decision.
I think the Broncos just waved the white flag, and they told the fans today that it ain't about the playoffs this year. And while that makes developmental sense, I get it. It's still a little disappointing in my opinion.
It's disappointing from the bringing Sexy back point, but Leggy plays it all out. You can't. I mean, you just can't.
I roll my eyes because it always seems like teams that buy figure out a way, and it always seems like money is malleable.
But you got to pay the piper eventually. You can always find a way to find a short-term solution. But why find a short-term solution right now when we're looking for long-term success?
I just said the Broncos just told the fan base it ain't about the playoffs this year. If it happens, it's nice, but that's not what the deal is this year. I get it.
I'm not even sure what kind of player they could have gotten that would have made an impact on the playoffs this year.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Maybe, but maybe not. I mean, DeAndre is in the perfect situation for him. Perfect. He's finally got a QB, man. That dude was practically crying after that game. When they were interviewing him, he is so grateful to be somewhere. He's like, oh, my gosh, I've got a quarterback. I don't know what this is.
That's a great pickup for them because of that, because they had like 3 wide receivers drop out, right, hurt and all the other stuff. And now you got a guy who's hungry, who's never won a championship, who's been at one time one of the best wide receivers in the league.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for
and now
years.
You're playing for this. And now for a team who's, here we go again, got to win another Super Bowl. And the grind of that mentality, now you get a guy who's pretty talented going, yeah, let's go. We get a chance. He brings enthusiasm. I think that was the greatest. That's going to be that and what went on in Detroit are the 2 best pickups.
How many years in a row have the Broncos been sellers at the trade deadline, not buyers?
8.
Right? Thought this year was a little bit different.
Why?
But $81.8 million.
Seriously, what is different about this year? We just watched it this weekend. We ain't there. We're not there.
How many wins they get this year?
8 or 9.
Which one? That's a huge difference.
I don't know, D-Mac. 8 or 9. Neither of them get into the playoffs in all likelihood.
Well, eight wins is the same record as last year. You're out of the playoffs. 9 wins is the first winning season.
Okay, let's call it 9. I'll give you 9.
Well, 9. If you got 9 wins, man, I would seriously look at could you have got 10. If you just get 8 wins, all right, you're 2 games away from a playoff spot. You get 9 wins, that's damn frustrating to me that there wasn't anything you could do. We're all right with little Jordan Humphrey.
But I mean,
we're okay.
Outside of the any given Sunday thing, you get to the playoffs, you got to play teams like the Ravens.
Okay, and
we ain't ready. And there is not a person out there, even David Njoku. If you got him, that would not make this team ready to compete in the big leagues.
So it's a year ago today. Fast forward, time machine, DeLorean. We're sitting here. The same thing happens. They don't add somebody. You cry in a different tune?
It probably is a little bit different next year. Yes, it is different because now we actually are getting into do or die time for Sean Payton in particular.
I guess the question is, at what point are our expectations more for this team?
Next year.
Not this year.
Do you think Sean Payton feels like that? Do you think he honestly feels like that?
Doesn't it go back to that article we read last week with the front office and the coaching staff with the Nugs? It's the same thing. Coaches, it doesn't matter the sport. They want to win now.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, any coach worth his salt wants to win now. So, yeah, no, that's not good enough for Payton or Sean Payton. And if it is, then that surprised me with that ego because I think he wants to win every single game.
I do too.
But is it realistic? The realistic goal for him, to be honest with you, I think they probably get 7, maybe a chance to win 8 that week 17. And that's fine, too, with a rookie quarterback. I think that's absolutely fine. The over and under was 5 or 5.5.
Well,
right?
I'll tell you this. If they've got 7 with a chance to win 8, I hope they lose. Because that's
can I ask
that's just hurting you.
What is the big difference between 8 and 9?
Well, if you win 9 games, to me, you could have won 10, and winning that 10th game gets you in the playoffs. You won
20th pick instead of 16th.
Yeah, I mean, the draft to me is kind of irrelevant on that. What matters more to me, well, first of all, if you're 8-8, I hope you lose. I think it was good for the Broncos to lose. Broncos losing the last game of the year last year got them Bo Nix. That's a positive. So, it depends on how you get there.
But no matter how you look at it, you are at best, like let's say best case scenario, you are a middle-of-the-road football team. Not a bottom feeder, not at the top. Best case scenario, you're middle of the road football team. But we've got an opportunity if we do this right, and if your guy is who you think he is, we've actually got a real opportunity of having something for a sustainable future.
Well,
so let's do this the right way.
Every year, a middle of the road AFC and NFC team makes the playoffs. Every single year.
Right.
So the question to me is there value
and
to
that'll
make...
be Cincinnati this year.
Well, it might be. That's a good one. I mean, they're 4-5 or something like that. They could go on a run. You play them the second last game of the season.
And they'll probably have to have that.
I'm just sitting here sort of a little bummed out to realize that the expectations for this team are to not make the playoffs.
That's not what it is. That's not what they're saying.
Well, that's what it feels like to me today.
What they're saying is we're committed. You of all people should love this. They're committed to Bo. They're committed to building this thing the correct way with this guy. And they understand that, we've got to value these picks. We have not had draft picks in years and years and years. And we got a lot of people to blame for that, but we finally got it. And they're so committed to the guy that they're not willing to make a rush decision to that. That's the way I look at this thing.
I just wish they got a little bit better, and they didn't. Michael Burton, subpar. Javonte Williams, subpar. Jaleel McLaughlin, average at best. Audra Gressme, who knows? They won't play him. Play him a little bit more. Little Jordan Humphrey, subpar. Hold on. Subpar.
You're not even done. How many names you just list?
I don't know. A few.
A
5,
bunch,
6.
right?
I got more to go.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. A trade deadline ain't solving that.
All right, I get it. I just was.
I think you're exactly right when you say that.
I think I'm the optimist here.
We've got a bunch of dudes that are middle of the road and that we need to get better at, and that requires a lot of picks.
Well, I think it's pretty remarkable. They won the games that they won, and they got to where they got. And I'm not paying attention to that Ravens game. Do they beat the Chiefs? I don't know. I'd like to think so, but they didn't do anything that's all that interesting. I want to see him do something else then, man. I want to see him bring up David Sills or Bandy from the practice squad. Something else. I want to see Audric Estime get 20 carries. Something
Well, he's
else.
going to get more.
Good.
He had a couple really nice runs against the Ravens.
Okay.
And didn't fumble.
Yep.
So I hope little Jordan Humphrey is deactivated. I think Dulcich has had his time off. You didn't get rid of him. He's still on the team. Perhaps it's time for him to get back on the field and do something for you. I don't know, something. But if you just sit, and I'm a little scarred. I'm not going to lie to you about the Nuggets, bro. I'm a little scarred by the Nuggets just doing absolutely nothing. And I get it. The Broncos didn't have the same future as the Nuggets. But you needed to do something, Scott, at the trade deadline, and you didn't.
But they were a championship team looking to win a championship.
As it turned out, they were a second-round loser team. That's how they turned out. That's who they were.
You're right, but they certainly weren't thinking that way at the trade deadline.
And guess what? The Nuggets lost to a team who lost to a team who lost to a team. They weren't even that close. And you did nothing at the trade deadline?
Well, and so you've been here over a year, right?
And a year and a couple days.
Okay, so did I not say early in last season that they need to do something to improve the bench? The bench has to be better.
Mm-hmm.
And did we not get texters on there and go, oh, once you go to the playoffs, it doesn't matter about the bench? Yeah, it does.
Yes, it did.
You got to have at least 8 solid dudes that you're going to rotate in. The championship year, you had Bruce Brown, Christian Brown, and Jeff Green.
The Crayola box crew.
The Crayolas came in and gave great quality bench minutes during that run.
But what you also had was a way to, and if you remember the final 10 games of that season, you were playing Peyton Watson, you were playing other guys to give other dudes some rest and just move some guys around. And then last year, it was just like pedal to the metal, exhaustion. You know, you lost that game in San Antonio, second last game of the season. And it's actually, that shows you where the Lakers were, that you beat the Lakers in 5 games. And then you ran out of gas when it mattered the most. And I feel right now, unfortunately, I feel like the Broncos are going to fall just a bit short. Just a bit short.
Then this year,
no, it's success. It ain't short. It's success.
Right.
This season is flat out success.
It's either got to be, and I know because I'm with you. I don't want offensive linemen in my first round, and yet it's a necessity to build a team. Well, but I mean,
shut your face.
It's not sexy. Is it needed? Is it a necessity? Absolutely. But let's be honest. Every dude like me wants a dude that's had 16 sacks is last year in college, or 1,000 yards receiving in college, or ran for 1,450 and 20 touchdowns. That's sexy.
All right.
Interior lineman at 340, not sexy.
You got a few minutes here, so I just want to throw it out there. We're giving away a pair of tickets for tomorrow night's Nuggets Thunder game. You still got a few minutes. Text Tyson to 303-504-0925. Tyson, 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner here in a few minutes, so you got some time. Tickets are available for the Thunder game and upcoming matchups with the Heat on Friday and Luka and the Mavs on Sunday. Visit nuggets.com/tickets. And don't miss a second of Nuggets and Jokic magic at Ball Arena. It's PhD on 92.5. Oh, you should say that on the. Can you say that on the air? It's a funny story.
So if you don't ever listen to the postgame show, I don't know if they ran it. Sometimes we do interviews, they don't run them. So I asked Michael all the questions in the locker room.
Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
And he's got a beard going too.
He's got a real.
His
new
hair
look.
looks fantastic, by the way.
He's a good-looking feller.
So I asked him all the basketball questions. He was real good. He's the one that made that pass to Pete Dub in the corner and made the great shot, blah, blah, blah. But so my last question, I always try to leave on humor, especially after a win, because you get enough of, Brandon was waiting, so I know he was going to do that. So.
Wow.
Hey, it's been a rough 24 hours.
I know,
Brandon.
man. No
come
mercy.
on.
He fell back into the gorilla.
Okay, go ahead.
And I talked to him yesterday a bunch of too. So I said, kind of a squirrel question here. I said, you, me, and Joker, and John grabbed my beard. I said, who's doing the best?
Yeah.
Big smile.
Yeah.
Kind of had a little giggle. He goes, I have to say I'm winning. I'm first.
I'd agree.
He said, you're second. I don't know what Joker's got going on over there.
Joker's beard it's
It's
a little
not
different.
patchy.
Well, it's different colors.
It's not good.
Like his
red and brown.
His goatee is red,
Right.
and everything else is brown.
No, it's
Or it's almost like yellow looking. It's a
But I
way
like that
different
he's
color.
rocking it.
I don't think he knows what he's doing with it. Like
No,
Tyler's
it's
beard
respect.
has shape and form. It was getting a little crazy, but it actually looks pretty good right
But
now.
hold on, did you do it that well the first time you ever tried to grow a beard?
No, it was terrible looking.
Yeah.
No, it's terrible looking
So
about
it's
3 weeks
his
ago.
His first time trying to grow a beard.
It looks good now. You got it but Jokic is totally out of control, but he's definitely doing it on purpose though. I mean, it's not just lazy or an accident.
That right there is, dude, I've got so much other stuff I got to do in my life. I got a kid, I got carry a team, I got to rehab, I got to fix this, I got to do this, I'm tired of shaving.
Shaving's a waste of time.
Yeah,
It's tired of shaving. Look,
I think though, guys, he did cut it at one point so that it would grow like that. I don't think it's just a lazy.
No,
I
he's
think
definitely
he'll trim it up eventually.
he trims it
Yeah.
because the side is short,
Right.
and then the goatee's longer, so he definitely trims
I
it.
like that he goes it. But
So
when
wait,
I
are
asked
you
him-
saying that he's? I'll work on this for. You know what? I'll stop now because I'm done with it. I can't.
Well,
I'll do it for a little bit
how
and
many
stop.
times in the summer do you go, man, I ain't shaving, and you just let it go? When I was younger, it was a patchy.
Well, I've done that for the last 8 years.
Well, sometimes in summertime I
But
just don't
but I asked
shower.
Joker on the floor about that too. I said, who's doing it better?
What do you say?
And he smiled. He goes, me and you, brother. Me and you. I
Well,
got a brother.
I'm walking into the not my friend.
No, he goes,
My
he
friend
said-
is
he
bad.
said something, we in this
Oh
together.
yeah, we never paid off if Malone said anything about
I
you.
chickened out a little bit.
Let me do D-Mac. If you're watching on Twitch, this is D-Mac while Malone was asking questions.
Shut up. For reals?
Not exactly, but I did not ask a question.
He put the camera right here, right over on the side of his left side of his face. And
I had a straight. The camera was there, but yeah.
I did notice you doing that on the podcast. You got the microphone right in front of that whole thing.
Well, that's just where the microphone's set up. I'm really not trying to hide from it, but I did feel a little self-conscious. Plus, I didn't even know what to ask him really about the game last night. I don't know, man.
Since when do you not have a question?
All the time. All the time. Because a lot of games, to me, there are really no... You came out with a pretty good question right off the bat.
Right off the bat, he had a long answer for
He
it.
did, and he gave the Hunter Tyson stuff.
You didn't play that?
So you didn't have an interaction with him or Jokic? Because we were teasing both those.
Jokic, I wasn't able... What do we got here? Oh, okay. We'll get to that in a second. Jokic was a little bit different because I was doing the TV show, The Altitude, the Vic Lombardi, Chris Dempsey show. Incredible set. I said at the beginning of the show, I'll say it again. If you want to have a total ball arena experience, you should absolutely... Hockey and basketball, after the game...
Tonight's hockey.
Don't rush out of there. Go to the club level. Social, what's it called? Social.
Yeah, Colorado Social.
Colorado Social.
They're called the COSO.
COSO. Anybody can go there after the game and watch a TV show. It's like watching and it's like a variety show. It's not a stiff thing. It's on couches. I think they should add a desk. I think that'd be kind of fun.
Let the host have a desk.
It'd be fun and functional. And just treat it. It was fun, man. The people are asking questions. They're putting up goofy photos.
It'll be interesting how that goes in a big lawsuit.
Well,
Can I say something? You said
yeah.
about 40 or 50 people hung around last night?
Yeah.
And that's a Monday on a late start.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
You keep that bar open an extra hour
But it
on
wasn't,
a
it
Friday
wasn't open
night.
Well, they play Friday against Miami.
The update is Joel Embiid has been suspended for 3 games for shoving a muggle. You can't do it. You can't physically assault somebody. I don't know if Jason Kelsey had to apologize, but you definitely cannot shove a muggle. Can't do it. So he's probably pumped that he's missing 3 games, right?
Well, the only difference is he's probably going to miss.
He wasn't going to play anyways.
Yeah, he's going to miss the 3 games. The bad thing is now because they say it's a suspension, you'll miss those 3 games and you won't get 3 checks.
Right.
Well, speaking of the Nuggets, they take on the Thunder tomorrow night. We do have a winner, Dan Tanner, who is our lucky winner.
Congrats to Cody Harmon from Denver.
Way to go, Cody. Thank you for listening. A reminder, tickets are available for the Thunder game and other matchups. Just go to nuggets.com/tickets. All right, guys. Fun day, fun show. We'll see what America looks like tomorrow, and we'll start prepping for the Chiefs and go for it from there. So, final thoughts on the Broncos not really doing anything. You good with it? You want to give them a grade? Give them a grade.
Incomplete because let's see. Whatever, they got an extra draft pick.
Jeff gave him a C, and I was kind of surprised by it. I'd give him an A. You did what you could. You got rid of a player. You got some value back, a dude that you weren't going to give a contract to anyways, and you didn't do anything desperate. I'll give you an A.
I'll upgrade it from Jeff, but just a little bit, maybe like a B-. I still inherently think you could have done something. And the whole hey, you can't do things for financial reasons. There always feels like there's a way that you can manage it one way or another. But, okay, this is the team. Like Sean Payton said, my brother's an idiot, and Superman's not coming through the door. We'll get the reaction from Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Y'all have a good day.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Timmy, what is it? It's a velociraptor.
Murray, bottom part of the midcourt circle. Through the window to Joker. Kick out three, Christian. Missed it. Rebound tipped and grabbed by Pirtle. Outlet pass off over to Barrett. Three-pointer wins it. Jumper, no good. Tip won't go. Second tip won't go, and there's the horn. Man, what a game. Nuggets get their first win of the year in overtime. 127 to 125, the final in Toronto. Oh.
Several days later.
Less than 3 minutes to go. You got to get going, boys. Jokic has it inside the arc. Starts backing down Mobo. Gets in the paint, throws out of it. Christian three. Yes! Denver's within two. Mitchell has it on the high left side. Throws it on the right side over to Barrett in the paint. The ball's deflected and stolen. There's the stop. Loose ball Jokic. Front court quarter. Wrap around. Peyton Watson three. Got it! Oh, man! Mobo looks in. Throws it off in the corner over to Barrett. 4 seconds. Puts it on the floor. Stunner step and a drive on Westbrook. Takes a three. Missed it at the horn! Denver survives Toronto! That thing was in and it came back out. Final tonight from Denver, 121 to 119. Wow!
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, they survived the Raptors again. 2-0 against Toronto this year. Couple of snug affairs. But Denver gets the victory last night. Costly, to be sure. But nonetheless, a win is a win is a win is a win is a win. Nikola Jokic, not his best game. And yet, Andy, you look up at the end of the night, 28, 14, 13. Is the best basketball player on the planet. He's one of the greatest that has ever lived, even though he had 7 turnovers and was invisible on the defensive end of the floor and let Jakob Poeltl kind of do his thing. Even with all of that, you look up at the end of the night and, oh, yeah, no, he's awesome. Nuggets get the win. RJ Barrett, whoo, that thing was in. And then it was out. And then it was in. And then it was really out. Nuggets win.
Yeah.
Nothing more to it. They win.
That's all that's going to matter here.
Yeah.
News of the day. Just go get what you can get.
Get that dub.
How are the Avs and Nuggets feeling like they're going through somewhat the same thing? Weird starts to the season, and now we keep getting injury news we don't really want to hear.
Yes. Today the news is that Aaron Gordon will miss time. That's what you need to know. It's going to be time. He is expected to miss multiple weeks, according to Shams and sources confirming to other reporters. Multiple weeks. That's more than 1 week.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that's several weeks. So what happens with the starting lineup? Unclear. Peyton Watson probably gets first crack at it, I guess. Over Saric or over Zeke. That's probably the move for now is you go Peyton Watson. Watson hit a big shot last night. He played great in that game last night. There's a lot of good happening with this Nuggets team, Andy. Yeah, I know they're only 4-3 and they're barely beating crap teams, but there is much good that is happening. Michael Porter, I know he didn't shoot great last night, but he had a very good rebounding night. Russell Westbrook had a good scoring night last night, and he made all of 5 of his shots from inside the arc. Christian Braun looks like... Here's what I'm loving right now about Christian Braun is he's playing like the best version of himself, or at least what was the best version of himself before this year, but he's playing like that every night. So he's now consistently that guy. And here's the thing is maybe there is another level even still to what Braun has been so far. He's been nothing but absolutely wonderful. Peyton Watson played great. I thought Strother played well last night. There was a lot of good in that game, and you got to survive tough games against bad teams in the early season. Because one of the things about bad teams in the early season is they all haven't necessarily bought in that they're bad yet. So they'll play you hard every single night, and I think that's what we're seeing out of the Raptors right now.
Yeah, I think somebody. You didn't get quite that line last night, but as you called a little basketball, and as I heard a little of the postgame show,
yeah,
I think Tad Boyle had something to say about that. And he was talking about Division II teams coming in and playing a little bit, above their skis, and that lasted about a half. But not Division II, but how should I put that? What's Eastern Washington?
Smaller conference
There
school.
you go.
They're in the
There
Big
you
Sky. We'll call them a smaller conference school.
But they wanted to show up against the big boys.
They did. Fun one last night in Boulder. Colorado, you talk about a new look team. Colorado opened up last night with Eastern Washington, found themselves down 17 in the first half, came back, won that game by 20. Bad beat if you took the points on Eastern Washington in that one. But Colorado, they're trying to find themselves right now. Tad's group is a long ways away. They were picked to finish 15th in the Big 12, which is not great. But none of the dudes are back.
Right.
They had 3 guys go in the NBA draft. They had 3 guys. Their other 3, the next 3 in minutes, all went into the portal and are gone. Like Javon Hadley's at Louisville and Eddie Lampkin's at Syracuse. Everybody left. And so Tad had to basically rebuild his team completely. Last night started the college basketball season. CU gets a win. CSU gets a win over North Dakota. But right now, I don't know what any of these teams are. But I was talking to somebody about CSU earlier today, and they pointed out, nobody knows who anyone is in college basketball right now. Unless you're Kansas, nobody knows what you are because everybody is just leaving. That's the way of college basketball now. Welcome to the NIL.
Well, it's becoming like football. This feels like
but it's more so because there's fewer guys.
Yeah,
you lose 4 dudes to the portal in college basketball, that decimates you.
Yeah,
you're now a completely new team. Yeah, and that's kind of what Tad is doing right now. Again, in pro sports, there's always movement. It's nothing like it is in college athletics right now.
We had a good call last night. All right, you asked me the question. I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah.
What do you do with AG out? Look, you invested in your starting 4, and you couldn't make your starting 5. Of course, we know about the KCP stuff, although, look, Christian Braun right now is playing at a level that you're excited about, I think. So hopefully that continues. Now, KCP was able to do it in the playoffs. We'll see if Braun can do the same. But Braun's already been a big contributor to that championship run.
Real quick, too, and I want to point something out here because I do think this is getting pitted into a KCP or Christian Braun part of the discussion. And it's almost like, you were wrong, Malone. You were wrong to want KCP. No, he wasn't wrong to want KCP. Michael Malone wanted KCP and Christian Braun. He wanted both of those guys. He was willing. He wanted to see this team go into the second apron of the luxury tax so he could have both of those guys. So it's not that either like Calvin Booth might look at it and say, your starting 5 is just as good with Christian Braun, but Michael Malone's response is going to be, my bench is worse.
Yeah, he probably still wanted Bruce Brown, too.
Right.
He was hanging out in cowboy clothes last night. So,
hey, where's Brucey B going?
Yeah. So, I think he would like the same team from 2 years ago back.
He sure would.
That's not the NBA. He'd probably go get Uncle Jeff. Where'd Uncle Jeff go? Is he still doing it?
Where is Uncle Jeff?
Didn't he go to Houston or something?
He was there last year. Is he still there?
Is he just living in that house in Florida we heard that they all retreated to during the Miami series?
He is still playing for Houston.
And good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of...
Uncle Jeff has played 3 minutes this year.
Did you get a little love for Russ last night? What are we going to have a Russ is ours now game? I don't know. I don't hold the same feistiness for him that maybe, like I told you, back in my fan days of being a fan, that is, just Neil Smith. Took me a minute to be like, all right, you're our guy now. Frankly, that minute didn't come till the playoffs because he was not terribly active during the regular season. Is there a minute? Have we had a Russ game? Was it last night? Was it when he went and decided he'd go after Gobert with the psycho eyes and made Gobert kind of a little bit came out of the back end?
I mean, this is the thing is that Westbrook's all in.
Oh, yeah.
He's a Denver Nugget.
Yeah, he's your guy once he's on your team.
He will lay down on the tracks for the Denver Nuggets. To me, he became a Nugget the moment, when there was all the discussion about Denver could go after Westbrook. The moment we found out Jokic wants him. That was when I was like, he's a Nugget.
He'll be here.
Oh, he's this dude. Yeah. Jokic likes you. You're here. Yeah. All day long. Again, he doesn't shoot well.
Now, there was a weird possession at the last possession of the first half. He tried to feed it in, I think, to Hunter Tyson.
I think it was to DJ,
or
wasn't
it?
it?
To DJ.
It was a bad turnover.
To somebody. It just was like, what happened there? And then it led to a bucket the other way, and
Yep.
you're like, well, that's not what you were looking for.
Uh-huh.
So you're still going to get a little of that.
I tell you what I love about Russ right now, his defense. He's become a really good defender. And you go back like, Thunder days with Russell Westbrook, Houston days. Here's the thing, he didn't try. Like his attitude was, well, I'll just put up a triple-double at the other end and that'll be that. Right now, though, like he plays really hard defensively and he's a good defender. He's a really good perimeter defender, the likes of which Denver hasn't had in some time, of like a true, I can D up a point guard and I can stay in front of this guy. Christian Braun can do a good job on those guys. Aaron Gordon can do a good job on those guys sometimes. But Russ gives them something else they hadn't had. I love what he is defensively. The shot, we're going to be smacking our head against cement all year long watching that guy shoot the basketball. That's just what he is.
Well, we're going to have a discussion at some point of who goes into the starting five now, but this could be a good thing. I don't think it's negativity necessarily. I think this can be a good thing because I think you get a chance to look at your young players.
Yeah, Hunter Tyson's starting to get some minutes now since they subtracted Jamal from the rotation. Hunter Tyson started to get some minutes. He plays hard. He didn't play great last night, but he plays hard.
Well, it'd be if he could get a shot to go. Hastings was talking about this in post game a little bit.
Big thing.
Can you just get a shot to go? You
Yeah.
know, I think Strother needs a little of that. Let's just get some three balls falling, guys. Be great to see some three-point shooting. It does drive me nuts how easy it is for other teams to just glide down the floor and hoist up a three.
Yep. Nuggets 10 of 31 from three last night. Percentage-wise, they've been okay.
It's getting better.
Since starting poorly. We got a lot to do today here on this show. First off, it's Tuesday. We got power rankings. Oh, we're ranking the power. How far did the Broncos plunge after getting blown out at Baltimore? We'll tell you that today here on the show. We got the Avalanche going up against the Kraken, and we are giving away a pair of tickets to Nuggets Thunder tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. By the way, tickets are still available, but we're giving away tickets for tomorrow night. Visit nuggets.com/tickets. Don't miss a second of Nuggets and Jokic Magic at Ball Arena, but we will tell you how you can win those tickets coming up next here on the other side. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer producing the program. Got to survive those Velociraptors. Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. If you need truck or 4x4 accessories, and we're getting a taste of it this week, right? I don't know how much longer winter is going to hang around, but it looks like through this week, we got a lot to deal with. You got the snow falling. There's a little stuff for overnight tonight into tomorrow, and more apparently showing up through the end of the weekend. You need a bed cover so you can keep stuff in the back of your truck. They're the place to go. Bed covers come in all shapes and sizes, different forms, soft, hard shell, fold up, automatic. Jerry Jones has got them all, and he's got displays right there in his showroom, so you can check it out and make it work for you. I got a remote start from him years ago. That's key. As we about to, again, plunge in the temperatures, it's a great way to warm your car up while you're still inside, and you can walk out and not break any puffer laws because your cars aren't in the ignition, your keys aren't in the ignition, and your car's warming up ready for you when you're ready to head outside. Floor mats, step rails, mud flaps. He's got it all. If you need something for a truck or 4x4, you need something to get you ready to go up the hill and ski in the mountains, he can do it for you. It's Colorado Off-Road. Been working with these folks for 5 years. They're going to treat you right. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com, 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show, and we do have tickets for Nuggets Thunder tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and you do have a chance to be able to win these tickets right now, but you have to text us at 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. That's the Shop Mazda text line. Again, that number, 303-504-0925. You have to text in this keyword right now. We'll be giving another one at 4:20 and then one at 5:20. Your keyword to text in right now? Chet.
Chet.
Chet. Yes, Chet. Not as in Detroit Tigers legend Chet Lemon, but as in Oklahoma City Thunder extremely tall person Chet Holmgren. I believe is what we're going for right there. I don't believe he's any relation to Mike. Chet Holmgren out of Gonzaga. We're going with Chet as the word right now.
Chet.
Chet is the word.
I am like you because you mentioned it to Spring.
Uh-huh.
I think of Chet from Weird Science.
Every time.
Now, was that Pullman? Who was that, Bill Paxton or Pullman? I can never remember. One of them is with us. One of them isn't.
I think that was a Paxton. I think that's a Bill Paxton.
Paxton. He was in Twister.
And not a Bill Pullman. That's a Paxton.
Pullman was the president from Independence Day.
Pullman was Spaceballs.
Yes.
Paxton... My favorite Bill Paxton role was True Lies with Arnold and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Okay.
Yeah, he's genius in that movie. Obviously, Weird Science as well. But yeah, I instantly go to Chet from Weird Science.
You stewed, buttwad.
Yeah, that guy who gets turned into something extremely unfortunate later in that movie.
Worst big brother ever. You never wanted to have your big brother be Chet. Anyway, that's the keyword, Chet.
There you go.
303-504-0925. Also, of what I understand, because I always knew Chet as maybe being like short for Chester.
Okay.
However, a la Bo Nix, Chet Holmgren's name is just Chet.
Yes.
Chet Thomas Holmgren is the big man for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Okay.
He is not a Chester.
Is he becoming quickly a villain in Nuggets land?
I mean, he's really good, and he plays for a rival and one of the teams that could stop you from
him yamming
winning
all
a
over
title.
you the other night just was bugging the crap out of him.
Yeah, it's kind of what he does.
Just getting kind of tired of the guy being there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Pretty good. Thunder haven't lost yet, by the way. They keep doing that thing.
Yeah, this
right
is not
now.
an ideal time for guys to get injured.
Not really. No. In fact, and I'm looking at this, the Thunder, they don't have a single, follow me on this, single-digit win. They have won every game by double figures so far this year. Their most recent victory was Orlando last night, and they beat them by 16 at home. By the way, Tristan DeSilva starting now for the Magic. He had 9 points last night.
Good for him.
Good way to go, man.
Good for him.
Chet, on the other hand, 14, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 of 2 from behind the arc. SGA went for 21. Jalen Williams went for 23. Yeah, they're good. They're good. They add Alex Caruso. They have Lou Dort. They have 2 of the best defensive guards in all of basketball. They have a really good coach. Yeah, the Thunder are good. Right now, they're
a problem.
If they stay healthy, they're probably the best team in the NBA.
Yeah, they are a problem.
It's them in Boston. Nuggets are in the little bit of the underdog role, but I mean, one of these things that is good is this year is going to be tougher for the Nuggets, and we know that about them. Like, younger guys are getting minutes. You're dealing with injuries right now. It's going to be challenging. Silver lining, maybe you're a better team in March and April. Maybe you're improved. And you have guys, you have Peyton Watson that has fully come into his own. Maybe Hunter Tyson becomes a viable NBA player. Julian Strawther becomes more dependable and gets better on the defensive end of the court. And these guys coming off the bench are going to rely on more and more. Westbrook will find his spots better and be more comfortable, and that is something that'll help this team. I hope. That is as positive as I can get for you right there, Andy. You like that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the bottom line. I go off the Hastings theory of the first 20 games where you kind of find yourself, and they're within the first 20 games, okay?
Find yourself.
Find your young guys.
Yeah.
If nothing else,
like a kid going off to college, you got to find yourself.
Yeah, I like that. But now Michael Malone can play the full rotation, play the young guys, not have questions of if I would have played AG, if I would have played Murray at the moment until he gets out of the concussion protocol. He doesn't have to have those questions. He can just play these guys, see what they've got, see what he's got. Nikola Jokic and Russ, and I know Russ talked about it last night. He had the quote about, you need to play in these minutes. You need to play. And I turned it, it's not just about basketball. It's about life, all that stuff. But, yeah, you got to see how you respond in close games. You got to see how you respond with the, game on the line and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So that's good.
Yeah, life.
It's good.
I get all that. Power rankings coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Trade deadline, it arrived and then it departed today, Andy. And the Broncos did nothing. It was Baron Browning. They moved him yesterday. They got a 6th-round pick. Broncos didn't buy at the deadline. They made a sale on a player they didn't really want anyway that somebody else did. And you got a 6th-rounder, which will serve as a piece of currency to have next year in the draft. Or if you want to, you can just take somebody in the 6th round if there's
the right guy.
If there's a safety out of Conference USA that you can't live without, then go and have them.
Who's to say there's not another Tom Brady or another Terrell Davis?
That's always how it works.
Was Nailing a 6th or a 7th?
He was
rounder?
a 7th.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
right.
He was 7th out of Boston College.
7th.
Played for Tom Coughlin at Boston College.
You must have enjoyed that.
Yeah, think about that. Think of it as he used to say, Tom Coughlin stole his childhood.
Yeah, I get a little more insight into why Tom maybe is the way he is when I hear that.
Does Tom Coughlin, because he's one of the guys that's up for the Pro Football Hall of Fame this year with Shanahan and Reeves and Holmgren and everybody else that's up for it?
He should not be in before Shanahan. I know that.
Is Tom Coughlin, is he most famous for winning 2 Super Bowls, for having an extremely red face?
Yeah, and the old Giants-Packers playoff game?
Or for inventing the notion that if you're not 5 minutes early, you're late?
Well, I can't say I knew that.
Or did Coughlin invent that? Because I remember that was like his thing.
Well, that's all the football's thing, I feel like.
But I feel like Coughlin was the first I heard it from. It might,
okay.
It could have started with Parcells. It could have started with Vince Lombardi, for all we know.
Yes.
It
could have.
With George Hallis. We have no idea. We don't know who actually invented that, but it was a big Coughlinism.
Curly Lambeau used to tell you that if you're 5 minutes early, you're 5 minutes late.
I'm never early for anything.
I'm with you. I could not have done the football.
I don't have time to be early.
No, the pro football would not have fit me well.
No.
I don't. I'm trying to soak every last minute out of something else before I get to the next thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. When you say Tom Coughlin, I think of him and his frostbitten face.
The reddest face.
In Lambeau Field, beating the Packers, I think on their way to go and beat the Patriots one of those Super Bowl
Coughlin's
runs.
one of those people you can't imagine smiling.
No,
like
doesn't seem happy.
If the edges of his mouth ever curled upwards, it's like his face would just like crack and fall off.
Right, as if it's as cold as that same day. He's the king of that. Seriously. So someone said it's called Lombardi time, so I'm sure Lombardi started that.
There you go.
Now C. Hastings is chiming in and saying Sutton told him that in '76. All right, I don't know who started it. It's a pro athlete thing. I got it. I don't adhere to it. Some people seem surprised / disappointed the Broncos didn't make a move. Do you fall into that category?
I don't. I'm what I would consider myself is pleased they didn't do anything. They didn't give up a single draft pick.
Are you upset they didn't trade anything? How about we go that way?
Well, they moved Browning.
Well, I get it, but here's the thing. I told you this
Should they have
yesterday.
sold? I don't think they should sell.
Well, if
they're a playoff team today.
The Garrett Bowles thing. You haven't messed with his contract. Here's why I would have been okay trading Garrett, okay? Not because of the holding last week or anything like that.
Or the holding the week before, the holding the week before.
But he's still a good offense. Look, he's not great, but he is what he is. He's a guy that plays good left tackle, but holds occasionally. And it's going to frustrate you when he does it.
Holds occasionally, holds regularly.
He's not okay, but again, he's not getting whooped the way he once was.
Sure.
He has improved as a player.
Yeah, he's a viable NFL left tackle.
Had you said this guy's available, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they did. Had you said this guy's available, I'm sure a few people would have called you about him, right? Teams that need left tackles.
Okay, but doesn't this fall into the category of you don't want to stunt the development of Bo Nix, so don't mess with the offensive line?
Yeah, there's that theory, so that's why I'm okay with it. I'm not upset about it. But if you're not going to keep Bowles, then I am in the because as Leggy's pointed out to us, Garrett's the only guy who they've not added years to the contract, which could signal the philosophy of their thoughts on his future.
He won't be a Bronco next year.
Probably not.
But and I tell you what, if the Broncos they're 5-4 today, if they were 3-6, 2-7,
trade away
by all means, and they probably would have been a much bigger seller at the deadline. Instead, you're 5-4. There's something to be made of this season. Whatever 7th rounder you were going to get for Garrett Bowles and his contract wasn't worth it anyway. Who cares? Make a playoff push this year.
Isn't it amazing? See, this is where my point was going to end up, because I told you this yesterday, and you and I have talked about this. We both. Everybody wants the 2nd or 3rd rounder. It never happens.
No.
And it is amazing as you watch what things are traded. Like good players, I think it was one of the corners went with a 7th rounder for, it's like a 2026 7th rounder for a 2025 7th rounder. And somehow another team gets a guy out of it. Like, what are we doing?
Detroit gets Za'Darius, for example. Here's a good example. Za'Darius Smith going to Detroit. They needed a pass rusher. That's a good addition right there. Cleveland gets a 5th and a 6th. And the Lions also got a 7th.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, we improved. We got an additional pick. If you're Cleveland and Za'Darius Smith goes to Detroit and the Lions are in a Super Bowl window, they're not going to care about that 5th and 6th rounder anyway.
No, because it's basically, again, if you win as much as they think they're gonna, that's practically the round later, because it's so late in the round.
Quite frankly, getting a 6 for Baron Browning, and Baron Browning's cheap. Like Arizona wasn't going to have to pay him anything, but that's a nice little get for them.
Yeah, they get to see if they like the guy enough to sign him. It's like an internship for Baron Browning.
Yeah.
If they like you, they'll sign you. If not, they'll let you hit the market, and off you go.
How about the Cowboys giving up a 4th for Jonathan Mingo?
Yeah, I saw that. I think
get your damn act together.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
He needs to.
What are you doing? And it is just strange when you look at, compare that to DeAndre Hopkins or Mike Williams today, as the Steelers gave up a 5th to get Mike Williams. The Cowboys must have really liked Jonathan Mingo.
All right, so now that they've not made any trades, are they going to be in free agent mode this offseason?
They still have another year of Russ dead money, but it will be much more palatable. It's what, 35, I think, for the upcoming year. This year was the 50. Next year's the 35. So much more palatable. They have Garrett Bowles, who will be going off the books this year. I'm presuming Bowles is done. That
Chesky did play left tackle in camp last year.
And Sean Payton moves on, and you're already paying 3 dudes on the O-line. You don't want to be paying 4. Good enough, okay? And you actually have your high draft picks, so most likely you're going to have a different left tackle next season. Okay. I think they're more active next year in free agency, but they're still not like a massive player. But put it this way, they're not going to be like the year that Peyton got here, where they went and got Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey and Zach Allen and were spending like drunken sailors. Now, they're not going to be the Dodgers, spending $1.4 billion or whatever in an offseason, even though most of that went to Shohei. But I think they can be more selectively active next year.
All right.
Selectively active is the term that I will use.
I'm not upset.
Remember that one.
I don't think they should have done. Nobody wants to hear it. This is not fun on trade deadline day.
They didn't need to do anything.
But there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing you could have done that would have improved your fortunes that drastically.
Right now, this is Bronco reality. For what they're trying to do, and to their credit, for the first time in a long time, I'm able to decipher what they're trying to do. It's like, oh, I get it. I get what you're doing right now. I get what you're trying to build. They both have a philosophy. They're sticking to that philosophy. They're 5-4 right now. They're beating bad teams. They've got a nice enough chance at going to the postseason. Seriously, this is going great right now for the Broncos. It's weird to say after you just got your butt handed to you by 31 points the other day, but really, it's going really well for all the mistakes and all of the mind-numbing moves this franchise has made. They're in a pretty good spot at the moment.
What are the 2 games that you think this thing hinges on? How big is the Atlanta game? Is that the next big game we're looking at?
Yeah, because
we didn't really get into that. I feel like Atlanta and Cincy are the wild cards because I don't know what Cincy's going to be. Again, they're
wild
already
cards to be a wild card.
They're already tweeting out Cincy's going to be without T. Higgins on Thursday. It's trending that way. So they continue to be beat up. They made a trade for a running back. They went and got Khalil Herbert from the Bears, I believe, today.
Yep.
So they'll have a new running back in the mix for them. But T. Higgins has kind of been in and out of the lineup the whole year. They've lost a couple offensive linemen, and the defense is rough. So I think Cincy and Atlanta, because I think they need to get to 10. They're at 5 now.
Yeah, because I'm right now. I'm putting Cleveland,
Indy, and Raiders feel like the wins.
Raiders, Cleveland, Indy as wins. Okay, I'm putting those as the Broncos are better than those teams, and the Broncos this year have pretty much always beaten teams that they better
should
than.
have.
Yes, exactly. So I'm putting those as dubs. Yeah, probably Atlanta and Cincinnati, and then steal one from the Chiefs, although it sounds like Mahomes is fine.
Yeah.
Todd Bowles, what are you doing? What are you doing? Go for 2.
I don't care.
Why do you think that you have any shot in overtime on the road?
I don't care who you are.
What are you doing?
I don't even need analytics for this. They're the dang Super Bowl champions playing at home. It took to the last second for you to get the game tied
Win
or
the
whatever
game.
it was. Go for 2.
You have a chance.
Go for 2 against the Chiefs. Do you not figure this out? Because they're going to go beat you in overtime.
You just scored from the 1. So now score from the 2.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Did you see how that overtime went?
God, what are you doing? God, did you see Baker Mayfield, by the way? They lose the toss, and he
knew.
He looked at this guy and was just like, nope, we missed. We had him and we missed. How do you not go for 2
because
right
that's
there?
the greatness of the Chiefs. Everybody wants to look. I hate saying this in Denver, but the reality is, you could talk about greatness where you just smack everybody around.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady said it on the broadcast of them a couple weeks ago. Tell them what they need, and that's what they go get.
Yeah.
Oh, we need a touchdown in this thing. We're gonna go get a touchdown, and we win 7-0.
2 points means you win, or guess what? You lose in regulation. You were gonna lose in overtime anyway.
Yeah.
Hey. My least favorite one of those decisions to this day remains Jay Norvell, Rocky Mountain Showdown in Boulder. What in God's name are you thinking? Why did you think double overtime was a good idea? Deion took the ball first. He gift-wrapped you a chance to win that game on the road, and you just said, nah, I'm good. I don't need to win that thing. That one, mind-numbing. That one last night. What are you doing? You're an Arrowhead. Go win the game. What a loser decision. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Oh, the holiday season is nearly upon us. You need to be getting the favorite person on your list, or even the second, third, or fourth favorite person on your list. An e-bike. Everybody's life is better with an e-bike, and Rad Power Bikes is the undisputed industry leader. We're talking about 16-plus years of innovation setting Rad Power Bikes apart. Replace your car with an e-bike. They're fun. They get you outside. They're super easy to ride. They are super low maintenance. I'm telling you, these things are really, really easy to take care of. You get 50 to 60 miles per charge on your Rad Power Bike, guys. And right now, Rad Power Bike's doing everything they can to make these bikes more affordable. First off, you can use Colorado's e-bike tax credit, $450 off the cost of an e-bike. Also, financing through Affirm, 6, 12, 18-month options. Go to radpowerbikes.com, get all the information. Go see their store, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. That's Andy. I'm Nate. We're raging against the machine here on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. Chiefs win last night. We mentioned it before. Mahomes had the left ankle injury on that flip to Samaje Perine. Reports out of the Kansas City locker room after the game, Andy, no walking boot, no limp. It's fine. He's fine. He's Superman. He's going to be okay. And he's going to play on Sunday against the Broncos. By the way, we get a Kevin Harlan affair this week. Our buddy Kevin Harlan on the call, Trent Green, Melanie Collins. So the quality of broadcast crew has improved. Now, granted, they played the Ravens and the Chiefs, who always get the good broadcasters, but still, that's the Broncos are moving up a little bit these days.
Okay, what is now that the trade deadline's passed, and again, I really want to be clear about this. I don't think anybody should be shocked they didn't make a move, and I think it's okay.
You shouldn't be.
Right. You shouldn't be advocating for it. The Broncos have got to avoid the Saints trap that they've fallen into. Old roster, overpriced roster, money kicked down the road, $90 million over the cap, they said next year. $90 million.
Andy, the most valuable thing an NFL team can do is to know themselves. Know yourself. Irsay goes and tells Steichen, change quarterbacks because I think we're a playoff team. I think we got talent. No, you don't.
And then Bronco Joe Flacco shows up for your game against Minnesota.
Because guess what? Like Joe Flacco, he's still Joe Flacco, okay? And you might not be able to recreate the magic, and maybe you did a little bit earlier in the year when Richardson was hurt, but guess what? He turns back into Joe Flacco, all right? So know what you are right now. And I think Truth Serum, remember that little floating thing from Star Wars with the needle? If that thing was coming at George Payton and Sean Payton, they would be able to tell you, we're not contending for anything right now.
Okay, so but that's the right attitude to have. Isn't it time to maybe adjust the lineup to that too? Is it time, like, should Dulcich get back in? Do you take a look at Dulcich again? How much do you play some young guys? I talked about this with the Nuggets. The good news for the Nuggets, in my opinion, is you don't have any regrets about what veteran you could have pulled off the bench at 9 minutes in the fourth quarter at the sacrifice of figuring out if some of your bench young guys can play.
Yeah.
So does Mims need to take over a different position at receiver or something? Do you need, like, little Jordan Humphrey? Do we need to see little Jordan Humphrey play as much? Do we need to see, they promise more Audric Estime minutes? Now, the problem is I don't think Javonte is all that bad, but I'm just asking, where do you play the young guys in order to figure out what you are? Do we have young guys that are even intriguing?
Greg Dulcich hasn't played for 5 games.
And that's all been healthy scratch, to borrow the hockey term.
Sure feels like they've made up their mind on him.
Are you not even curious, though?
That's a third-round pick, and they're not even playing him. That sure feels like Sean Payton has decided he's got his view of Greg Dulcich, and Greg Dulcich ain't his dude.
Fair enough, but I mean, you put Lucas Kroll in there, and frankly, switch them both out. I guess good for Kroll. He's caught a couple more balls than Dulcich has, but neither guy has necessarily been impactful on the offense.
Here's the key with Greg Dulcich: if he doesn't play, he can't get hurt.
Well, that's true, but isn't he at the end of his contract in this year 4 for him?
Or
is this year 3?
Is year, I believe, 3. Yes, 3.
So you still have another anyway.
Still have another year.
He's a third-round pick. I can't imagine you owe him a lot of money.
Don't imagine he's here next year.
You didn't trade him. I don't know if you tried to trade him.
I don't know if anyone
sounds like allegedly over the weekend.
Somebody has to want a player to trade him. Yeah. So not been able to stay healthy. Marvin Mims. I don't disagree with your point on Marvin Mims. I'd rather watch him on the field than Lil Jordan Humphrey, but Sean Payton, Lil Jordan's his boo. Sean Payton loves him. He's his Anthony Carter. He's going to play him.
All right.
That's his guy.
For those that don't remember, George Karl loved him some Anthony Carter at point guard. Point guard, right?
He sure did, yeah. Out of Hawaii, AC. Nice guy. I always liked AC.
No, look, someone's accusing me of a bromance with Dulcich. I'm just asking you to find out.
He's got great hair.
It's done. It's done.
He's swashbuckling.
But I keep hoping somebody somewhere is going to prove to be a tight end that can catch and run.
Hey, don't judge a bromance, all right? Don't bromance shame, okay?
Yeah.
Please.
No, that was we had a good first date during training camp, but here we are 6 weeks later, and I'm like, man, kind of tired of you.
Yeah.
This isn't working for either of us, right?
Here's the decision you have to make on Greg Dulcich right now. Is this breakup in person territory, or can you still ghost Greg Dulcich?
Can I just call you? We can do this over the phone, right? That's a good call.
Can you go full ghost right now?
This is total text.
Is it text breakup?
This is a complete text right now.
Yeah.
But I will say,
you let like 5 or 6 of his texts stack up, and then you just hit him back with "we good."
Don't you want? Here's my thing. This is where this is being influenced from. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Watching Baltimore last week. You just say to yourself, wow, they've got some speed. Wow, they've got some matchup problems. Wow, that would be fun. Don't you have to put at least for a couple of games, maybe not against the Chiefs because you got to play it, or I don't know, if you don't think you're going to win anyway, then against the Chiefs. I don't know. But the bottom line is, I would like to put the most explosive, potentially explosive team out there that you can, right? Don't you? Like, if a guy seems to have speed, and again, Dulcich did show before he got a couple of hospital balls thrown his way, that he decided he had shorter arms than a T-Rex, that he doesn't want to catch the ball anymore. But he was running away from people in camp. I wasn't the only one saying it. Other people on the station saw it. I would go back and say, hey, man, is that out of your head? You play a tough position. You're going to get popped every now and again.
Yeah.
You're probably going to get thrown the ball in not an ideal position. The job is to catch it. If you don't like it, I get it, but don't do the job. But if he could do the job, he, again, is a better athlete than anything else you're putting out there at tight end.
Right now, the problem is the only thing explosive about Greg Dulcich is his hamstring. So it's hard to play him.
What do we expect from Mims? Where can you put Mims? Like, could Mims play the Lil Jordan Humphrey role? Does Lil Jordan Humphrey block? Is that what we're missing? Because I get your bromance with Sean Payton.
Knows the offense, maybe. Familiarity
fair enough,
with system, I guess.
But honestly.
Blocks, I'm sure.
Lil Jordan Humphrey has done more. Lil Jordan Humphrey's played more volleyball than a Top Gun scene the last couple of weeks.
Seriously.
Getting the hand up there and popping that thing high. I mean, come on.
And yet you look at the end of every week, and snap counts are almost always highest for Lil Jordan Humphrey. He's usually number 2 right behind Cortland Sutton.
Well, because a couple games he did break a tackle. He did make something more out of it. They need guys to make more out of the play than it's called for if they're going to make the playoffs.
The issue with Lil Jordan is that there's a hard ceiling, and if you try to get more out of it, there's repercussions. And the repercussions are he either fumbles or he knocks balls up in the air and they get intercepted. And it's like, well, you know what? You keep throwing to Lil Jordan Humphrey. All right? Take your play that you get from him every week and just call it good. Don't get greedy.
How about this? I saw a note that Drew Sanders could be coming back. How about that?
Off the Achilles?
Yeah.
Already?
I guess.
He must have gone to a better doctor than Rodgers. 76ers center Joel Embiid has been suspended 3 games without pay for shoving a member of the media. Got into an altercation Friday night, shoved Marcus Hayes of the Philadelphia Inquirer for a really weird column that Hayes wrote about Joel Embiid, in which he mentioned Embiid's dead brother and son in the lead to the column.
Yeah, I don't.
It was a weird thing to write.
Right.
Like, feel free to right away
about the player questioning
Joel Embiid. Don't bring up his family. What are you doing?
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. You probably deserve to get shoved.
Yeah.
I'm not saying let's commit violence against the media, but bro, come on. Don't say that.
Yeah, don't.
Are you going to bring it up in the press huddle then next time?
Right.
Come on, man.
Joe Dumars said in a statement, mutual respect is paramount to the relationship between players and media in the NBA. While we understand Joel was offended by the personal nature of the original version of the reporter's column, interactions must remain professional on both sides. It can never turn physical. The reason why I say he says, while we understand Joel was offended, I think if he didn't have such good grounds and the thing that Hayes had written wasn't so weird and out of bounds, then the NBA would have been like, you're getting 10 games, dude. You don't push reporters. Okay, you don't get into physical confrontations with people inside your locker room. That's not okay. Instead, he gets 3 games. Here's the weird thing on the suspension. How do you decide when it begins? Because he's never going to play anyway. How do they determine that?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
If he is deemed ready to play on Wednesday, they're going to look at the team's injury report. If they deem him ready to play, that's when the suspension begins. That's kind of weird. Suspension determined upon whenever the guy can play. So now there's there's an impetus for them to hurry up and be like, oh, no, you're back and you're ready, so we can start the clock on this 3-game suspension. So then one day, eventually, you may play basketball again. They don't have a road trip to Denver in the next week, do they?
No.
Oh, okay. That would have been convenient for him to duck. Uh-huh. But I guess not. Joel Embiid suspended 3 games by the NBA. Power rankings coming up at 4:20. Keyword to text in, Chet for Nuggets Thunder tickets, 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. The keyword is Chet. It's hour number 2 of the show. You can still text in to qualify to win Nuggets tickets, as we're giving away a pair of tickets for Denver and OKC tomorrow night. The keyword to text in to 303-504-0925 is Chet.
Like Chet Holmgren.
Or
Chet.
Chet from Weird Science.
Yes.
Pick your favorite Chet.
I don't have a lot of Chets to choose from. What did you say it was short for?
Chester.
Chester.
Chester. Mm-hmm. I always go Chet Lemon.
Okay, there you go.
Former Tiger Chet Lemon. He was on the 84 World Series champion Detroit Tigers. Hit 20 home runs that year. 3-time All-Star Chet Lemon.
Yes, so it's not an aircraft for those texting that in. It's Chet.
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 Not jet.
Right.
Not
Chet.
Chet. The New York Jets.
They might. They lose any more games, they might be.
Bunch of Chets. All right.
And if your name's Chet, who's picking the winner? Are we doing the randomizer?
Find a Chet.
Do we have a Chet that's entering with the name Chet?
I'm looking up NFL Chets.
Do we have any NFL Chets?
Currently, no. I believe the last NFL Chet would have been Chet Brooks. Chet Brooks.
How could you forget Chet Brooks?
Won a couple of Super Bowls with the Niners.
When?
In the late 80s.
Okay, good for him.
Chet Brooks. He was a DB. That's all I got for you on NFL Chets.
There it is.
Has there been a hockey Chet?
Gosh, has there been?
Roman Chetmonic?
There you go. It's close you're going to get. I don't know. Hey, speaking of the hacky.
Speaking of Chets.
Alecki's coming back. Arturi
Lekkinen, heard of him?
There it is.
That'd be a fun name, Chet Lekkinen.
Well, suggest it to him. I don't know who he's got in his life. Maybe
we'll bring it up.
Maybe it'll be an option here pretty soon. By the way, hey, we were going to bring this up to you. We mentioned this story after you had to get up to do other business last night.
Yeah.
Do you know? Because we got asked, of course, a question. It was a question that I meant to ask Casey Middlestat. One of our great texters sent it in and just never felt like the right time because it was an intrusive question, but I like those. Did the Avs have a Halloween party? And it turns out they did.
Good.
Do you know what costume Gabe, Nate, and their significant others got together to pull off?
I don't.
I've been told, now it's 2 males, 2 females.
Uh-huh.
I've been told you're a fan of this band by Mark Springer. I was not aware.
Were they
a
ABBA?
big fan. There it is.
Nice.
He knows right away.
Nice.
Look, it's
well,
spring.
Swedish.
Spring new.
Yeah, Swedish. So naturally, Landeskog would be an ABBA fan, of
Sure,
course.
Sure.
Who doesn't like ABBA? Do you not? You don't.
No, I don't hate them.
Okay,
I
good.
just don't know much of that. I know Dancing Queen. And then people texted in some other songs that I've heard.
Then you know the best of it.
That's all I need, I feel like.
Yeah. Dancing Queen is one if I can catch that in the grocery store, if they're playing that on the ambient music inside Safeway, that's a good day. That's a good day when you get a little Dancing Queen in your life. Good tune. Yeah.
So yeah, they were ABBA.
So they were ABBA. Okay.
There are a couple dodgeball costumes out there.
Good.
It was Logan O'Connor and his, I believe, new wife went as the dodgeball couple. You know, the German?
Sure.
The big German gal. She was the big German gal. I think he was supposed to be
the big
Ben
German
Stiller's
gal.
character. I can't remember her name. So. I
can't either. He was white.
Josh Manson. Josh Manson and his wife went as, in 50 First Dates, Josh Manson was, I believe, the brother of Drew Barrymore.
Sure.
And then whoever, make a copy, David, who's that guy?
David Spade?
No.
Rob Schneider?
Rob Schneider, whoever his character was, that was Manson's wife. I don't remember any of these characters' names, but I knew who they were.
I feel like 50 First Dates I saw once, and much like Drew Barrymore's character, I don't remember.
Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
Come February on TBS, it'll be on most Sundays.
It'll be there? Okay, good.
On repeat.
We get our first college football playoff rankings today.
Okay, the football. Now, is it tonight that we get the poll or what is it? We're getting the college football field, right?
Yes.
Possible field?
Well, it's
how does it? What do I call this?
We get the first rankings.
And the top 12 are in, right?
No. So that's what's funny about this is that's not the way that it works. So the way that it works is we get we get the rankings,
Right.
but the rankings don't equal the seedings
because of conference championships and all that.
So the 5 highest ranked conference champions make the college football playoff. So let's say Boise State is ranked like 15th or whatever, but if they win the Mountain West as the 5th conference champion, they would supplant whoever is number 12.
Okay.
And, I mean, think about that, Andy. Right now, that could be 2-loss Alabama.
Right.
There could be a world where Alabama got the boot and Boise State got put in.
Seems fair.
It's,
although, yeah,
win your conference.
People will say,
win your damn
I want the
conference.
most entertaining deal, but I could live without Alabama for a year. This isn't your typical Alabama.
There's 12 teams already, and they're going to expand it eventually. It's going to go to 14 in a couple of years, but right now it's 5 highest ranked conference champions. Now there was a world where that 5th conference was the Pac-12, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
However, Washington State's 7-1 right now. The weird thing is they don't really have a conference to win, so
we'll see.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
I told you I might bounce this off you last week, waiting for this moment, so I'll do it now.
Okay, bounce away.
Will we ever have an NIT to the playoffs? Because as you said, there's 12. There's 12
football
already.
NIT.
Because to me, I could do 24, whatever.
You could take the other
24 is probably too many. Let me read
the assorted Gasparilla Bowls.
Okay, yes.
And okay.
You could create a second tier playoff.
The R&L Carriers Bowl, and you can take these bowls and then turn it into another playoff.
Well, but seriously, we would watch. People still watch the NIT. I'm not telling you it's appointment television.
They bet on it.
But people will watch it. If I'm sitting around on when does the NIT usually wrap up?
It's usually on the Tuesday and Wednesday during the NCAA tournament,
Right.
so you can do 5 nights of hoops if you want.
But isn't it like some cold March night or April night? It's still kind of chilly. There's the NIT championship. I'll give it a look.
There's a game on.
This is football. Americans watch football.
They do.
You can't tell me you couldn't do an NIT version of the college football playoff. Because now that I say that to you, I would say this. I don't even want the 7th playoff team right now in the NFL because I just feel like that game wastes people's time.
Hey, Broncos are the 7th seed right now.
I understand that. And do you want to watch them rematch Baltimore? I would ask you. Okay.
I do.
Well, then good for you.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure I'm there yet.
I want a playoff game.
But
I'll take it any way I can get it.
If I could I do think the top 20 college teams could be interesting against each other. Is that fair?
Sure. I think the 12-team playoff is awesome.
Yeah.
Right now, there's all this wild stuff going on at the moment. Okay, so let's see. At the moment right now, you're 5 highest ranked conference champions. So, and I'm going to do an assume, and assumption is the word, Nate, English. And with the awareness that this will change. Oregon will win the Big Ten.
Okay.
Georgia to win the SEC. Miami to win the ACC.
Yep.
BYU to win the Big 12. Not counting the Buffs out by any stretch.
No, but they don't
Shouldn't
play.
be. But they have 2 losses right now.
If they're
going to
win it, they'll have to win it in the championship game against BYU.
Yes, they'll have to knock off. So we'll just say BYU for now. Notre Dame is still technically football independent. So Boise State then as champion of the Mountain West would be the 5th. The next highest, the next ranked conference champion. I'm just looking at the AP poll right now. We don't have the official rankings. Is 8-0 Army, who right now is sitting atop the American. But Boise State 7-1, but their only loss is at Oregon, and they lost on a last-second field goal. And they had a fourth-quarter lead in that game. They almost got that game. So right now, Army could go unbeaten and be on the outside looking in. But the other wild thing about that, did you realize the final CFP rankings will be put out after the conference championship games? Army and Navy don't play until the following week in the Commander-in-Chief's matchup. However, that game will not count in the college football playoff rankings.
We're just doing it for tradition, baby.
That's it.
It's basically an exhibition.
Yes.
Except between the two academies.
Except it's one of the best rivalries in all of sports, and those guys lay it all on the line. Unfortunately, Navy lost. Who did they lose against? Rice? Yeah, Navy lost.
Was it Rice?
So
wow.
Yeah, Navy took an L, so they're not all going to be unbeaten.
Okay, what is the prime college football number? Is it 16? Because again, I think you could cut it at 16 for the big trophy, and you could do a second tournament of another 16 teams.
I mean, the key right now is you're giving first-round buys. So there's a huge incentive to being the best, scheduling tough, winning your conference, and getting a first-round bye. Like, if you're seed 5 through 12 in the college football playoff, you're going to have to win 4 games to win a national championship. Right. Feels unlikely. And especially because if you're seeds 9 through 12, your first game is on the road. Like, that first round is going to be played on campus, which is awesome. That's very cool, but, you know, the likelihood of a 10-seed Tennessee or something like that, or a 9-seed Indiana winning the national championship, I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's just highly unlikely.
You like the wild card going through?
It's really fun. There's a lot of pressure on the committee to get it right, obviously. Andy, I was a Harris poll voter in the days of the BCS. Back then, you only had to determine the top 2 teams in the country to go play for a national title. And it was always really obvious, okay? So, like, I took my poll voting extremely seriously, but also, like, I never had to make a killer decision on who was going to go play for a national championship. The 3 years that I did it, it was always like, oh, yeah, 1 and 2. Okay? Oh, it's Alabama and Ohio State or whoever it was in a given year. Yeah, you guys go play for a national championship. But, like, when you have to determine, like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, it's going to get heated.
Oh, yeah. It'll be big debates. It'll be like fighting over that middle round draft pick.
It's going to be great.
By the way, it was Notre Dame that got Navy. Thank you to the text line.
Ah, yes.
That was a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen with Notre Dame? Are they all of a sudden back in the thick of this thing? Because they had originally said
Navy also
Northern
lost
Illinois is not going to. Northern Illinois is not going to. That's
they
not going to go
losses.
away. Right?
And NIU has 4 losses on the resume.
No. I mean, so that's not going to go.
And they beat
Notre
Notre
Dame.
Dame.
Dragging Notre Dame down, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was the big upset week 2, wasn't it?
Was.
Northern Illinois?
Yep, sure was.
Yeah.
I'm from the northern part of Illinois.
And yet you didn't go to Northern Illinois.
You
just went to full Illinois.
I went to Illinois, yes.
You didn't want to separate any of the locations. You went to all of Illinois.
You ever been to DeKalb, Illinois?
No, it didn't sound fun, though. I don't like any of the
DeKalb, Decatur, Des Moines, Detroit.
I'll avoid those areas.
Power rank.
Detroit. I've been to Detroit.
What about Denver?
Well, no.
See, this town's great.
Ben,
are we the number 1 city in America whose first 2 letters are DE?
Probably.
I'll put us up there.
Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know them all off the top of my head, but I feel good.
I feel like we got a pretty good list right there.
Yeah.
We're better than Decatur, Illinois.
Yes.
We're better than Des Moines, Iowa.
Confident of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're doing fine for ourselves. Yes. Way to go, Denver. You ready for power rankings? Speaking of way to go, Denver, you ready to rank some power? Oh, man. What did losing 41-10 to the Baltimore Ravens do to the Broncos? Plus, another keyword when we return.
Ooh, a new one.
To win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Thunder tomorrow night. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Have you had your T levels checked? If not, you probably want to go and get that done. Everything we hear about these days are about political races. Luckily, I hope that ends today. But there's a far more important race that you run, and that's for yourself every day. It's the race to be your best that you can be. If your libido's low, you're feeling tired, you feel like you have brain fog, maybe not enough energy during the day, not the gains that you want in the gym, it's time to go get your low T checked. This can start affecting you as early as your 30s, and most guys are dealing with this, half are dealing with it when we get to their 50s. So if you want to go and talk about solutions, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First visit is real simple. You'll go and get your blood drawn. Takes about 30 minutes. You'll have your results. The cost of an appointment is only $99, which does include a medical consult with a teen PSA test. But if you sign up for a testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it is free. Find them on the web real easy at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call, 720-440-7900, and start feeling better.
Oh, it is power ranking time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, which we will dive into. We will tell you what everybody thinks of the Broncos and the national prognostications. But first, Andy, we've got another keyword. You have another opportunity to enter to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Thunder tomorrow night. We're going to give that keyword out this moment here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Again, the text number 303-504-0925. Text in this keyword, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets to see Denver and OKC tomorrow night over there at Ball Arena. Our keyword last hour was in reference to a Thunder player. Our keyword this hour is also alluding to a Thunder player.
Who came up? To be clear, these were not our choices, right? Are we blaming the boss?
No, they are. These
Did
were our
you
choices.
come up with this?
No, I didn't come up with it.
Oh, okay.
No. But there's no I in Kreckman and Lindahl. And Springer.
I did, Andy. These are my keywords.
There's two eyes.
There's no I in Kreckman,
There's
Lindahl, and
two
Springer.
eyes, and somehow we didn't see. These aren't Nuggets players. I do like who you're coming up with. It's just
these are fun names.
These are fun
I
names.
don't know why you picked the guy that triggers me the most. That seems to be. Did you know that?
Try
Are you going for that?
The bigger challenge is pick somebody that doesn't trigger Andy.
No, dude, Chet bugs me. I don't know why. Him yamming the other night and the big scream. He's just such a. You know what he looks like? Chet Holmgren looks like a character off of Lakers versus Celtics, the 88 edition that Hastings was in, where they've all got pencil-thin arms and they're all super skinny. Like nobody
The
now
tall
in the video
guys.
games, they all look like
Right,
G.I. Joe
right.
characters.
No.
But back in the day,
God, you're right.
they were just shorter, tall. Yeah, but now you won't unsee it.
The tall guys on those games, on Bulls Lakers.
Yes. Scotty was one of them.
Yeah.
I give Scott a hard time because he would lumber down the field or down the court.
Here's the weird thing, and I'm going way back. We're talking Genesis right now, okay? But, like, if you got your big in the right position when you would hit the shoot button, as long as you had, like, any sort of directional pad momentum towards the basket, they would do the white guy dunk, where they would just, like, go up with two hands. They would, like, float over to the basket and then dunk it.
Politely set it
Right.
in.
Right, and it would go down, but at least it went in. But if you didn't time the pressing of the shoot button right, then they pulled up for a mid-range, and their shooting percentage on those shots was 0%. They never made a mid-range bucket on that game.
But see, I had learned, and again, we're talking about like 9th grade Andy, 10th grade Andy. I didn't know Hastings at all, but he could shoot a three, we found out. I used to play my cousin in this all the time. And he was like my best Pistons three-point shooter. But I would have to dribble out half the clock waiting for his fat behind to get down the court so I could pass to him
Players
for a three.
were so slow on that game.
Oh, he was just like... Get down here. I need you to launch a three. Isaiah's not got it today.
Chet Holmgren is a player off Bulls
Does he
Lakers.
not look like that?
He
And
is.
then he goes... You're
It's
already
so good.
losing, and I'm mad.
I never heard
and
it.
then he goes and jams and gives you the, shut up.
I'll never unsee it.
God, just put a forearm. He's going to snap.
No, he's good,
It
though.
looks like a yellow pencil. He's a number 2 lead pencil.
He should wear number 2. That should be a rule.
That would be the thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's the new code?
Instead, he wears
code
number
word?
7.
Keyword.
The keyword this hour is Dort. The keyword is Dort.
Dort.
Dort. By the way, it's important to note it's Dort, not Bort. Okay?
Look at all this great stuff, Elise. Cool. Personalized plates. Barclay, Barry, Bert, Bort. Oh, come on, Bort?
Mommy, buy me a license plate.
No, come along, Bort.
Are you talking to me?
No, my son is also named Bort.
Dort, not Bort. Such a stupid joke. As in Lugans Dort. Also, we didn't ask anybody to spell Lugans.
Could have.
Can you spell Lugans,
No.
Andy?
Lugans who? What?
Dort.
Oh, that's his first name?
Lugan. Well, he's Lou Dort, but his full name is Lugans.
Lugans Dort.
He's Canadian. Go for it.
No idea.
Luguentz.
No, would not have gotten
Watch
it.
out for that silent U after the G. Lugansdort.
So there you go.
It's from Montreal.
Wasn't Dort some that old comics character? The guy that used to.
Are you thinking of Dorf?
Is it Dorf?
Dorf on golf?
What was the name? Yes.
Tim Conway?
Tim Conway.
With the shoes on his knees?
I kept coming up with Connolly. I'm like, Connolly was never a comic. Yeah, the shoes on the knees, which you always remember, right?
Dorf on. I rented Dorf on golf far too many times when I was 9 years old. I thought Dorf was very funny.
It does explain a ton.
My parents were like, "You're watching this again?"
Dort
is the word, as in Lugansdort.
Yes.
Dort.
We need more Bort license plates in the gift shop. I repeat, we are sold out of Bort license plates.
Not Bort, Dort.
Dort. That's your keyword.
We ready
Get
for
in
power
it.
rankings?
Rank
Let's
'em.
do power rankings.
We need more Bort license plates.
Music's been playing for a long time. Power rankings on the Craig and Lindahl Show, brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. Keyword Dort to 303-504-0925. Not dork like what we are. Let's start with ESPN. You want to start with ESPN?
Why not? Jeff Legwold's crew.
Here we go. We always start with ESPN. Last week, Andy, ESPN had the Broncos at number 16. After going on the road and losing by 97 scores to the Baltimore Ravens, the Broncos plummet all the way to 17. 17. One spot dip for the Broncos, according to ESPN.
Not too bad.
Could do worse. NFL.com. This is the league's own website.
Right.
This is where our friend Adam Rank works.
He didn't call us back last week. Maybe we're not friends
We're not friends anymore? We're back to acquaintances?
Yeah, I think the Lou Dort was too much for him.
What a Dort. NFL.com had the Broncos highest rating on the board last week. NFL.com said the Broncos were at 11, which was also a KNL power ranking record. It was the highest the Broncos have ever been rated since we have been tracking this. After losing 41-10 against the Baltimore Ravens, the Broncos tumble all the way down to number 15. 15.
All right. Still fair.
Fall down 4 rungs on the ladder.
Middle of the league.
Yeah.
Not bad.
TheAthletic.com. Now, The Athletic took a while to come around on the Broncos this year. They were perpetually one of the lower raters of the Broncos. Last week, got the Broncos when they were 5-3 after blowing out Carolina. Had them all the way up to number 15. This week, Andy, after losing at Baltimore, The Athletic moved the Broncos up. The Broncos go all the way up, ascend to number 14.
Boom.
On the power rankings, +1, says The Athletic. You get blown out on the road against the Ravens, we're moving you up like the Jeffersons.
Technically, they only had the bad second half or it was a blowout. It was competitive through the first half for the most part. That's a take.
Kind of.
That's a way to look at it. Had you not given up the 3-play drive right before the half,
yeah,
you'd have been right in that.
You'd have been right there. 24-10 at the break.
Who did they drop, though? They must have dropped somebody significantly for the Broncos to move up. That would be my guess. I know you probably don't have that on hand.
I didn't do the full study.
What, right? If somebody falls out of the top 15, that's what slid them up one.
14. They probably stopped overrating Dallas.
Thank you.
It's about time everybody does that.
What's your point?
I didn't expect to hear Jerry during this. That caught me off guard. Hello, Jerry.
Let's hear from CBS, Deion Sanders.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Last week, Pete Prisco at CBSSports.com ranked the Broncos at 13 in his power rankings. This week, after losing, the Broncos backslide to 16. 16, a -3.
Okay.
Says Pete Prisco.
Good old Pete.
Down 3 spots. TheRinger.com. Now, The Ringer, they have been the least impressed by the Broncos this
Lindsey
year.
Jones not buying any of this.
They're not fans, okay? TheRinger.com last week had the Broncos at number 23. They were not buying a blowout victory over the Carolina Panthers. After losing by 31 points against Lamar and the Ravens last week at M&T Bank Stadium, the Broncos stay 23.
Yeah.
23.
That, frankly, still feels a little low, but okay. For where they are right now, that still feels like a low ranking, but yeah, I don't think they deserve to go down much farther.
Didn't knock them for the loss. I guess that's generous of them. Pro Football Talk. It's a website where they talk about pro football.
Run by a lawyer.
Yes. Mike Florio. He's got just a wonderful helmet of lettuce.
That hair doesn't move in a windstorm.
They had the Broncos at 13.
Okay.
They lose on the road at Baltimore, and the Broncos droop down to 15.
Lawyered.
-2.
There it is.
-2. USA Today. It's in our country, and it was made today. Last week said the Broncos were the 19th best team in the NFL. Broncos lose in Baltimore. Get absolutely crushed. Nothing happens. They stay at 19. Stasis, says USA Today. 2 lowest ratings on the board. They didn't move them down. Maybe they looked at this as evidence of takes already had.
Well, the low ranking tells you what they expected right out of this game.
And
so
finally,
they weren't upset.
Yahoo Sports and our pal Frank Schwab, who we can only book him through his agent, even though we've known him for like 20 years. Frank Schwab rated the Broncos 14 last week. 14's important. That's the line of demarcation. You would be the final playoff team at 14.
He likes Sean Payton.
This week, the Broncos regressed to 17. So a -3 is the move, according to Frank Schwab. ESPN 17, NFL.com 15, Athletic 14, CBS 16, The Ringer all the way down to 23, Pro Football Talk 15, USA Today 19, Yahoo Sports 17, average 17.
Okay, I think it's all fair.
Yep.
Just because they're a middle-of-the-road football team. We all knew this. And quite honestly, the fact that the lack of movement occurred, I think most of the league knew it too. Nobody was shocked. Again, disappointed that the spread got as far as it did as far as your margin of loss? Yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think a lot of people had the Broncos going in there and winning that game.
Think about it this way. If your average ranking is 17, you are the best of the lower half of teams in the NFL.
Well, and you're right, and this is how they may
Silver
end
linings.
up. You're right there for a playoff spot, but you may miss it by a game or two. That could be how this goes down.
Highest rank on the board this week was the Athletic at 14, who moved them up after they got crushed in Baltimore. Lowest rank continues to be Deontay Lee of The Ringer. The biggest move this week, NFL.com, got a little over their skis up at number 11, moved the Broncos down 4 spots, dropped them 4 rankings to number 15. So NFL.com was the biggest move this week. The average movement on the board was to drop 1.5 slots. I didn't want to round that one way or the other, 1.5.
Okay, right now they sit 7th in the playoff chase.
Yep, 7th right now in the AFC.
That puts them. And do you know who the 7th is in the NFC? I haven't looked.
Let me pull that
because basically you're around the 14th, 15th spot. Just looking at the playoff rankings, you're 14th. Or
Green
13th.
Bay is 7th. Oh,
See,
wow.
I would make them at 14.
Here's what's kind of wild about this, is we talk all the time about the strength of the AFC, and I think for good reason, but Green Bay is the 7th seed at 6-3. Broncos are 7th seed in the AFC at 5-4. Broncos a full game up on Indianapolis at 4-5. Cincinnati is at 4-5. They still have Joe Burrow. Jets are 3-6. I mean, I'm telling you, the way that the standings are shaking out right now, Kansas City, clearly they're not going anywhere as long as Mahomes is healthy, and it helped that they got DeAndre Hopkins. Buffalo is awesome, and they're 7-2 right now. Pittsburgh at 6-2, and they were aggressive at the trade deadline. They made a couple of good additions. Houston is 6-3. The problem is the Texans aren't really challenged in their own division, even with the injury issues they have had. Baltimore is the 5 seed right now. Andy, I still think they're the best team in the AFC. Chargers are 5-3. They're pretty good. The Chargers are pretty good.
They're playing Jim Harbaugh football.
Jim's got that thing, and he's leaned heavily into Herbert in recent weeks, and Herbert's responded. He's slinging it. And the Broncos are at 7. Thank you, Jim. Colts are right now 8th. Cincy is at 9, but the Jets are at 10 and 3 and 6. I'm not worried about the Jets. They're a mess. Like, there's a lot of bad teams in the AFC. Here's all the 2-win teams right now in the AFC. Tennessee, Miami, Cleveland, Jacksonville, Raiders, New England. There's a lot of crap.
Right.
And we thought the Broncos were going to be down there with those kind of teams. Instead, they're 5 and 4.
Broncos are good. Cleveland's bad. That's probably the switch. Everybody else should not be shocked if they made up the top 10 of the NFL draft.
I mean, my answer is Cincinnati, the team that I'm most worried about that is currently below Denver in the standings of having a chance to supplant them.
Yeah, and I know Joe Flacco looked bad the other night, but that's still a pretty good Indianapolis team. He'll probably round into some better form. I don't know.
Yeah.
They were talking about that Minnesota Vikings defense has fooled some pretty good quarterbacks.
Oh, Flores is good, man.
And they'll run the football.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The Broncos do have to get ready for a whole bunch of running the football against them. I think teams are going to start, as the weather gets colder, it naturally happens anyway. I think teams are going to start to really see, did Baltimore find something the other day?
Line of demarcation in the NFC, by the way. Packers at 6 and 3. The Bears are 4 and 4. They're a mess. Did you see the interview, by the way, where DJ Moore was just like, he hasn't not lost the locker room. Eberflus is going to get canned.
Well, you saw the video of DJ Moore walking off the field mid-play. I think I sent that to you guys.
Oh, they're miserable.
I don't know if it's because Caleb ran away from him, but he literally left the field, and they still threw for a completion in a first
Trying to get Williams killed out there. Eberflus is terrible. Rams are 4 and 4. Rams are finding something right now. Niners are 4 and 4, and they're about to get Christian McCaffrey back. We think he's going to be
They've
practicing.
opened his window, but he's got 3 weeks to figure it out.
Yeah. NFC's awfully competitive right now. AFC, there's just not as many contenders. We're not at a place yet where I'm going to say, oh, it's a failure or a disappointment if the Broncos don't make the playoffs. I'm not there.
But it looks good.
It does look
there
good
for you right now if you want it.
There's winnable games on the schedule. There's also a bunch of really tough games on the schedule. You know, honestly, and you brought up the Cincinnati game earlier, you are going to have that game simply because of the standings. Power Rankings brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. Yes, the Broncos' average ranking after losing at Baltimore is 17, with Kansas City coming up here this week, Sunday at 11 a.m. Chiefs are undefeated. They just beat Tampa Bay last night on Monday Night Football because Todd Bowles has rocks for brains and decided, I don't need to go for 2 on the road at Arrowhead. Bad call. College football playoff ranking show coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll give you updates on all of that. But right now, coming up after the break, Aaron Gordon is going to be out for a while. Is this a good thing for the Nuggets, or could this send this team into further disarray? Andy Lindahl will tell you his take next. Basketball and hockey seasons are upon us. Great time to go to getsporttrade.com and download the Sport Trade app onto your phone today. Sport Trade is introducing a totally new way to get into the game. Sport Trade is Colorado's newest premium sports betting app, and one of the features that Sport Trade gives you is you can view the odds as probabilities. That's right. Let's say you're betting a hockey game. You take a team to win pregame at 40% odds. Well, guess what? They take a 2-0 lead in the first period. You can sell your bet at 70%. Again, it's getting rid of confusing odds. You don't have to worry about what plus 115 or minus 160 means. No, this just simply means buy low, sell high. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Again, download Sport Trade today at getsporttrade.com. The code is NATE, and you can get 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week with Sport Trade, and you can view those odds as probabilities. Again, guys, remember this: buy low, sell high. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, I'll be honest. I was a little surprised he played last game. Obviously, the schedule has not been overly kind to us early, but that is what it is. Aaron's been, dealing with some just, bumps and bruises. Nothing, I don't think, serious, nothing long term. But I'll have to talk to our training staff and get an update on that. and hopefully it's not anything significant because we have some really good teams coming in here, as we all know. We talked about that pregame.
Unfortunately, it's significant. Right calf strain for Aaron Gordon. He is expected to miss multiple weeks due to the injury, according to Shams. Multiple weeks. That's this week, and then there's probably next week, and then there's another week after that. That's how you get to multiple.
Yeah, it does feel like this is going to be, we'll be singing Christmas carols by the time he's back.
Ooh. I hope that's not. Well, actually, now that you mention it, I don't ever really sing Christmas carols, but people do that like in early December.
Have you had carolers in a while? I haven't had carolers at my house.
No.
I think one time in Aurora they showed up.
Do people still do
This
that?
is a little weird. I don't know.
I know like people do it at like nursing homes and stuff.
As a kid, we had them.
Do people go like walking around neighborhoods singing?
Wassailing? I don't know. Is that what a wassailing is? I don't know.
Because I feel like I'd probably just keep my door closed. They're outside
Nobody
singing.
answers anymore anyway, period. You know what I mean? Well, would you just say something through the Ring doorbell? Go ahead. We got it on.
We're recording. We'll watch it later. Multiple weeks for Aaron Gordon. Calf strain, Andy.
Not ideal.
No, it's not great. And he gave it a go last night. Didn't work. He got 4 minutes total in that game. All right. Who starts?
Scotty put out there that our guy Hunter Tyson could be up for it possibly. I don't know.
Okay.
How tall is Hunter? 6'9"? See, the problem is,
nice.
Do they have anybody else that is like Gordon's physical? He's your physical presence. I don't know that you have a big man that's going to be able to play physically the way that he has.
Oh, you lose your best defender.
Yeah.
You lose your above the rim threat, so your lob threat goes away. You lose Aaron Gordon.
Right. You lose the final piece that made you special.
You don't replace all the things that he does.
What? Okay, help me out here. Dario Saric. Is this a chance for him to play with Joker? Is that possible? Can they be on the floor together?
Yeah, they can. He
Would
can play
this
stretch
maybe
four.
get his game right?
It always helps to play with Nikola Jokic. Typically, everyone is better when they play with Nikola Jokic. I can't really think of a player that's ever been worse when they play with Nikola Jokic.
No, I know.
DJ doesn't get to play with Nikola Jokic.
Right, but, I mean, again, is this something where clearly Michael Malone has been...
Sarge didn't play last night.
Yeah,
DNP.
been frustrated. So
It's been terrible.
Is this a chance for you to maybe get him out there with Nikola, get kind of... It's his buddy, right? That's another reason why you kind of decided to make this move.
Yep.
So you get him out there, he gets comfortable, and things look better. I don't know.
Peyton Watson's the obvious choice, right?
Peyton Watson from last night, yes. Nate, I got to be honest.
He was injured in the preseason, too. He's looking healthier.
But I need the offensive game to evolve. Like last night, you know what was awesome? He cashed that three when he was wide open.
Yeah.
That
scary
was
shot.
one of those where I was like, no. Yes.
Yes. Scary shot, but he nailed it.
But I need that game to evolve a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They need more out of you than just the athletic, a little bit defensive freak. The athletic wild card.
So more minutes and more Jokic minutes.
Okay.
That'll help.
Sure.
Now,
I'm up for. What about Najee? What about Najee? Can Najee and Jokic exist together as well? I'll ask you that.
He's Zeke Najee. God, he didn't even play that bad last night. Still missed a dunk.
I know, but you're paying the guy $8 million. I keep telling you.
Took a three that clanked off the glass. Yeah, maybe you can play him and you can get trade value.
Thank you. That's all. If you get that out of this stint, then fine.
What happened to that guy?
I don't know.
He had that terrible game against Dallas last year, and it's like he just never recovered.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Is this where Sean Payton's doing this a little bit now, all right? Sean Payton, I think, is checking some of his natural coaching anger at the door with his young guy, in particular Bo Nix, in order to not stem development.
Sure.
Okay? Does Malone need to do a little of that with some of his guys? Like, has Najee, and Malone has a huge staff, so maybe I'm not even pointing to the right guy. But has the coaching staff done something that somehow gets these guys afraid to play and make mistakes?
I think it does for young guys. That should have gone away for Zeke.
You would think.
The moment they gave him the contract. But it seems like it all came back. It never took, With Zeke Najee, he never got beyond that. But also, he's just been bad.
I know.
He's been
I
bad.
know. I'm not knocking Malone for not playing the guy. Don't mishear
It's the right
me.
call.
But I'm just asking because, look, now you're in a situation where you don't have a choice.
I mean,
you're going to have to play some of these guys.
Things where it's just you just dribble the ball away, fumble, bad hands, those things
The
that have
bad
killed
hands
him.
things is massively frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. My answer is you start Peyton Watson.
Okay.
And you give Zeke those backup 4 minutes to start, which he's kind of already sort of moving in that direction. You started to see it last night. You give Zeke back up 4 minutes. I don't think Zeke has earned a starting spot. I think Peyton Watson has earned a starting spot. And, okay, let's talk about the mental part of what this move does, all right? If you put Peyton Watson in the starting lineup, here's a guy that, did not play as a rookie, kind of came on at the very end of the season, but wasn't in the championship rotation, played a lot last year and was up and down, to say the least, but he's crazy athletic. He's very good defensively. He has a jump shot that comes and goes. More often it's gone, but sometimes it returns, and he plays better offensive basketball. He's got shake. He's got crazy athleticism. He's got length, which you absolutely have to have. If Michael Malone simply went in there and said, oh, this is a no-brainer, Peyton Watson goes into my starting lineup, I give him these minutes while Aaron Gordon is out. Christian Braun was already a really good NBA player. You made him a starter, and he's playing he's sub-all-star level right now. Maybe there is an all-star in there with Christian Braun with the way that he's playing at the moment. Maybe this is the thing that says to Peyton Watson, you are here, you belong, you are our guy, and again, more minutes with Nikola Jokic, and you see a whole other level of Peyton Watson.
Okay. I'm down to try it for a couple games, but if it's not working, I think you got to rotate around and look at some other guys.
I mean, one of the hard parts, too, is the schedule is really tough.
Oh, yeah, this is not ideal. You got OKC.
Thunder, Miami, Dallas are your next three. You got to go to New Orleans, and then you go to Memphis. Good God, did you see Ja Morant last night?
Oh, yeah.
When that guy is not juggling Glocks, he is such a good basketball player.
By the way, is the New Orleans the start of your favorite time of year? Is that an Emirates NBA Cup game? Is it New Orleans in their
I think
group?
it is. Yes, I think it is. Yes.
Man.
Now that you mention it.
Hey, you're not going to have them for the start of the NBA Cup. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
That's a killer.
That's the huge headline. How'd you miss that, Kreckman?
That's a killer. No, you're
the
right
Emirates
about that.
NBA Cup.
You're right about that. Yeah, no, the Cup's going to start up here.
We're going to bust out the cool courts. You're going to get
a killer.
Do we do funky uniforms to go with the funky court?
Yes. Wait, is Joel Embiid going to be suspended for the start of the NBA Cup?
Possibly.
Oh, man. Oh, the integrity of the NBA Cup is not what it needs to be. Yeah, you're right about that. Pels is the first Cup game. I think Memphis is one the following Tuesday, right? Yeah, that's another group play matchup.
There it is.
Yeah, you have back-to-back against Memphis, Sunday and then Tuesday, but Tuesday is an NBA Cup game. They got to change out the court. Group play. Mm-hmm.
Look out. It's coming. It's in our lives.
Hey, Peyton Watson, go and win yourself an NBA Cup, my friend. That's right. Move into the starting lineup and get an NBA Cup. And give Hunter Tyson minutes. I like Hunter Tyson. He plays hard. His game is up and down, but he also has never played in the NBA. But he plays hard, and I appreciate that part of it. There's a Westbrook effect that's going on. These guys get on the floor, and they get it, man. And Russ had some great quotes talking about young guys playing.
Well, look, keep Strother in the rotation, man.
Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll do that right here at the top of the hour. Trade deadline day. The Broncos did nothing. Everybody else did a lot. We'll tell you all about those moves next.
Hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Your keyword to text in for Nuggets Thunder tickets tomorrow night, Dort. Dort.
Dort.
Dort. The word is Dort.
Lou Dort. Dort.
Text that in right now to 303-504-0925. Did
What? What about?
For some reason, that sounded to me like, do you remember when Eddie Murphy played Buckwheat?
Yes.
New Dort. Anyway, Lou Dort is his name. Tickets are still available for the Thunder game and upcoming matchups with the Heat on Friday, Luka and the Mavs on Sunday. Visit nuggets.com/tickets. And don't miss a second of Nuggets and Jokic Magic at Ball Arena. Jokic Magic. The word is Dort. Text it in right now to 303-504-0925, as in Thunder guard Lou Dort. We will have another keyword for you coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock.
Please check your autocorrect.
Dort.
Or if you're texting to talk,
Dort.
We've gotten all sorts of things close to what the word is supposed to be.
Don't call us that. 303-504-0925. Text in Dort right now.
Well,
New
the latest
keyword.
one was sort. That's where I think autocorrect got you.
I see that your sort is as big as mine. All right, let's do football news, Spring. It is time for the high five right now on NFL trade deadline day. Go ahead, Spring.
Yeah, trade deadline high five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Several contenders making trades today. The Broncos were not one of them. They did trade Baron Browning for a 6th yesterday, but no trades for the Broncos today.
Good. You got to move Baron Browning. You got a 6th-round pick in return. He was not a part of your plan. He was having a hard time staying on the field. You went with the healthy, consistent guy in Jonathan Cooper, and you gave him a contract extension. Kind of funny that all went down in the same day. But Baron Browning is gone. The Broncos did not give up any draft picks. Instead, they added to their draft haul for 2025 at this trade deadline. Chef's kiss. Keep doing those things. Keep adding draft picks right now. You are building. Don't forget that you are building just because you have 5 wins right now and you're in playoff position. You're not in position to do anything big. Your blowout loss at Baltimore should have served as the slice of humble pie that everybody needed around that place. I don't even say humble pie is not even fair. Reality. Just reality creeping back into the building. That's what you are right now. You're doing great. Keep building.
Yeah, nothing else to add to that. And maybe play your young guys. Make the playoff push while playing young guys. You're fine.
Yep.
Everything's on schedule.
Go win games. Go get better. Yeah, this is all good right now for the Broncos. No trades today.
High five.
The Steelers made a couple trades. They traded for Jets wide receiver Mike Williams in exchange for a 5th-round pick. They also acquired pass rusher Preston Smith from the Packers for a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, nice little moves right there for the Steelers. They needed another veteran wide receiver. They were. You heard them floated in Devontae Adams conversations as well as assorted other receivers. You put him in there with Pickens, who's a stud. This is good for Pittsburgh to add Mike Williams.
Yeah, the Preston Smith one's the one that throws me off. You had said it right there. Technically, right now, Green Bay is the 7th seed in the NFC. Why are they trading guys?
Because Preston Smith had no future there.
Well, there you go.
And Pittsburgh needed a dude, and Tomlin gets that out of those guys. Spring, do you have the audio, by the way? So Aaron Rodgers was on McAfee.
Doing his thing.
When the news broke that the Jets were trading Mike Williams. Now, since Devontae showed up and Garrett Wilson rules, so we knew Mike Williams was the odd man out. It never really worked for him there with New York. But this is interesting audio. Listen to Aaron Rodgers' reaction when he found out that the Jets were moving Mike Williams.
Yeah, Mike's a quiet guy. He just kind of goes about his business. Mike had a rough injury last year, that ACL. It's tough to come back from. And he worked his ass off all off season, wasn't around for a lot of training camp. He's working on the side. But I felt like, he was getting better throughout the early part of the season when he was, it felt like his speed was getting better and he was feeling more comfortable with it. That's a tough injury. I had that injury, and it's the mental part that takes the longest. But, Mike's a good guy. He'll be good in that locker room. Obviously, got a lot of great veteran leadership. He's had a nice career. and sometimes change of scenery is great for certain guys. I mean, she was great for me. It was fun, kind of get re-enthused and stuff. And we kind of knew with Devontae coming in that there'd be less targets for everybody because G's leading league in targets. He's gonna get his targets, and Tay's dynamic player. He's gonna get his targets. So if this gives Mike more opportunities, that's awesome. And we wish Mike well.
Wait, did he say the change of scenery has been great for him?
He says so. Yeah, he's in charge of everything.
What is he basing this on? His team is 3-6. He was out all of last year. They're an absolute mess. Green Bay is a playoff team. In what world was that great for you? The other part of this was he didn't sound real broken up about Mike Williams being there.
No, he wanted it gone the minute he didn't run the right route. That's why they went and traded for Devontae.
Weird, quiet guy. I don't know.
He's kind of a quiet guy, and then he talks about how he missed some of the... Yeah, so did you.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
You won your guy. You're in charge of the Jets.
Probably
All
doesn't
good,
want to
bro.
listen to your nonsense anyway, Aaron.
Yeah,
so.
he's psyched to be out of there.
Exactly. Mike Williams gets to go play for the Steelers and play for a playoff team.
High five.
A couple of NFC contenders making trades today. The Commanders trading a draft pick for cornerback Marshawn Lattimore of the New Orleans Saints.
Saints are in full sell, man.
Oh, they're
Firing
trying-
their coach, get rid of
After
everybody.
the coach gave us the big peach, the Tony Sperano peach speech yesterday.
By the way, how about that report from Shefty the other day that like everybody wants to go play in Washington?
I'm not shocked.
Cool new owner, awesome young quarterback. Suddenly, Washington's the hot place to be in the NFL.
Yeah, you flush the floater and everything's good. The air clears.
Suddenly, everyone's not grossed out by the bathroom anymore. I haven't used that one in a while. Go ahead, Spring.
And also, the Lions acquire pass rushers Darius Smith from the Browns in a draft pick swap.
Yeah, draft pick swap. I think they gave up a 5th and a 6th, but they got a 7th back as well. They needed a pass rusher. So the two former Packers Smiths both got moved on trade deadline day. And he's a Darius Smith, but he lands back in the NFC North as a member of the Detroit Lions. It's the move you had to make. Basically, everything else on the Lions is perfect. You had the Aiden Hutchinson absence. You needed to do something about it. They got aggressive and they made a move. The Lions have done a great job building. Like I don't want to sound like we used to always sound when we talk about baseball and be like, oh, look what Houston did. Look what the Cubs did. That's exactly how you do it. But God, look at what Detroit did. They decided they knew who they were. They loaded up on picks. They held their water. They had good coaches in place. They took Jared Goff to a level he's never been at, and they've done a killer job drafting. That's how it's done. That's why right now they can win a Super Bowl this year.
The other reason why it's a great move is Smith will be a good compliment when you do get Big Hutch back in the building.
Yeah, that will also be good.
You know that they said today Hutchinson might still try. Like if they were to make the Super Bowl, he might try to play in the Super Bowl.
Go and hobble his way
Bro,
through
you
a few
broke
plays.
your ankle. It's a Super Bowl, I guess. But
Hey,
good night. Anyway,
built
got to get there
differently.
first.
Yeah, and just RoboCop that thing up and get out there, my guy. RoboCop, by the way, was in Detroit. Go ahead, Spring.
Hey, the Cowboys at 3-5 were buyers today. They traded a 4th-round pick for wide receiver Jonathan Mingo from the Panthers. Of note, Devontae Adams went for a 4th. DeAndre Hopkins went for a 5th. Jerry used a 4th on Jonathan Mingo.
Why?
He went on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas today. This is before the trade deadline.
Did he threaten to fire him today?
No, apparently he
All right.
gave the Cowboys a pep talk in the locker room after the loss in Atlanta. The host asked him, what can you say about that pep talk?
Well, basically, without getting into anything about what I said, I wanted
what you're going to
at least them to hear a couple of experiences I've had dealing with a setback, dealing with hard times, and some basic examples of how people took those hard times and made it into something very important in their lives going forward. And that was basically it.
Dude, was he eating a McMuffin as he tried to answer that thing?
See, now there's one time I went to McDonald's and it was 10:32 in the morning. I couldn't get my Egg McMuffin. Now that was tough times. That was hard times, but I battled back that day.
I told him I'd buy this restaurant fire y'all, make me an Egg McMuffin. I know you got it back there. It's just the clock just turned right now.
Get your damn act together and get me a
Get
shaker
a
of salt and an Egg McMuffin.
Let's go.
Uh-huh.
He Bond helicoptered over there.
So that one time I couldn't find that bottle of Johnny Walker Blue inside my cabinet during the Travis Tritt concert there. That dude.
By the way,
how much did those players tune him out, by the way?
Trust me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's one of those where you stare at the rich guy and you go, pretend you're listening. Pretend you're listening. Give a nod. You
just want to be like, hey, can you quit making headlines that cause us headaches?
Make a vocal, Continue. Yeah, make it seem like, no. Yeah, I smiled and I agreed. Absolutely, we need to be better, sir. What did he just say? Act like you agree with it. You're enthused. That's never my internal monologue by at any meeting at work.
Wow. Can I add one more to this?
Go.
I told you guys, I don't know why. I guess because sports hashtags pop up in my feed.
Uh-huh.
Pope Francis put out there, the Saints are precious pearls and are always living and relevant because they provide a fascinating commentary on the gospel.
Precious pearls?
And then he had more to his tweet, right?
Okay.
But he hashtagged the Saints, and it showed, what's the name of their little logo, the banana-looking thing?
The fleur-de-lis?
The fleur-de-lis is next to the word Saints, so he hashtagged the football team in his tweet today. The Saints saw it, and they just quote tweeted it, and they go, "Thank you for your prayers, Pontiff. We need them."
That's good social media. But my favorite part of that I've never thought is that you said the fleur-de-lis looks like a banana.
It does. It looks like a peeled
like
banana.
a peeling banana.
I don't know what's going down on the bottom. The peel's going at the bottom, too. But the fleur-de-lis is just a banana. Someone saw a banana and goes, you know what? That's our symbol.
That's going to be ours.
Was that like a crusade or something? Where's that thing from?
The fleur-de-lis?
Yeah.
Yeah, something in like 16th century France.
Cool, Carl.
Cool, Carl. Now you know what? I never looked up the history of the fleur-de-lis.
Someone asked us the history of standing pat on our Bronco conversation, so I had to look it up. It was originally a poker phrase with pat equaling optimal, meaning you got great cards, I don't need any more, and then it got pushed over to politicians who basically didn't want to change policy.
The fleur-de-lis is a common heraldic charge in the shape of a lily, not a banana, a lily, Andy. Most notably, the fleur-de-lis is depicted on the traditional coat of arms of France that was used from the High Middle Ages until the French Revolution in 1792.
Do you like the fleur-de-lis or the Guy Lafleur?
I like the Guy Forget. How could I forget a guy named Guy? And finally, Spring.
There's another one. Where is it, Spring? I don't got it.
In non-draft news, the Broncos' next opponent, the Kansas City Chiefs, they played last night. They squeaked by the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. Patrick Mahomes hurt his ankle on a touchdown pass where he was scrambling before he threw. He stayed in the game. He finished the game after the game. Andy Reid said Mahomes is going to be okay.
He might have the loosest ankles in America. I mean, it's ridiculous how he can come back from those things. I told him I was going to take him out, and he about wanted to fight me. So, he's a tough kid.
Is that a compliment?
I guess. Better be called loose something else. The loose ankles. That's good. Steph Curry would like to look into some loose ankles.
He's got them loose ankles out there. It looked bad.
I know. He's hobbling around. He's like Rocky.
Just a chest pass flip over to Pirine. What the heck?
Jerk.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got college football playoff rankings. We'll give you updates on that when we come back. Plus Deion talking at practice today about where the Buffs are standing. Aaron Gordon is out. The Broncos off today. Didn't do anything at the trade deadline. It's all ahead on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Rad Power Bikes. Guys, e-bikes, they are so much fun. I'm riding a Radster Trail e-bike that I got from Rad Power Bikes. What do I love about this thing? Number one, I love that it is super easy to ride. So comfortable. Anyone can get on an e-bike, even me. You don't got to be wearing some medium spandex to get on a Rad Power Bike and go rip it up. Fully customizable. I got a basket on the back of that thing. Oh, man, put a cooler on there. Head off to the park. We're good to go. Plus, one charge gets me 50 to 60 miles of range on my e-bike that I picked up at Rad Power Bikes. The holiday season is right around the corner. Perfect time to go and get yourself a new e-bike. And by the way, if you heard this ad, go and tell them at Rad Power Bikes. Tell them Nate sent you. You heard this on Altitude, and you can get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of a new Rad Power Bike. RadPowerBikes.com, or go and check out their service center and showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards, where you can test ride any bike in their line. Again, RadPowerBikes.com. Check it out. Get yourself an e-bike. Change your life. We promised another keyword at 5:20, and we keep our promises. Asterisk when we remember. It is time for another keyword for you to text in to enter to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Thunder tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Yes, you can go to the game. We would like you to be there. We have given you two keywords so far. We've been leaning into the Thunder roster on this one.
With their funny names.
I'm very excited about the third and final for our show keyword that we will give you right now. You want to text it into 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. Champ, one price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925 is where you text this. You have to spell the name correctly. We're not going to give it to you. You got to earn this.
By Googling.
Yes. So, by making your phone do the work. So, the word this hour. Hartenstein.
Whoa.
Hartenstein.
Now that's a former Nugget.
It is. Isaiah Hartenstein. We're looking for just his last name, Hartenstein. 303-504-0925. Text the word Hartenstein to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets and OKC tomorrow night.
That was super annoying in the opener when I realized they don't even have him playing yet.
Now he's been banged up.
My gosh.
Hadn't seen the floor yet.
That lineup, man.
They paid for him.
They loaded up and they're ready for a run.
Got Caruso, got Hartenstein.
That's another guy that
big tough big. Hartenstein was a Nugget for one season. Eminently forgettable. He went to Cleveland the next year. Actually, he went to Cleveland, at the deadline? Wasn't even a Nugget for very long. And then played for the Clippers. Was okay. Went to the Knicks. Was a part of the Bing Bong Knicks, and he was pretty good. And he got good money to go play for the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's one of those guys where, like, credit to him. He developed, he put in the work, but also, in the always continuing Sisyphean task of trying to find a backup center, he'd be nice to have.
Well, I can't see that. I'm trying to take a picture of the dang college football field. This is where you've got to play guys to find out what you got before you lose them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But this is tough.
He wasn't very good. Tough. That's just it. He wasn't very good.
Well, because he wasn't playing. And how are you going to play? This team's locked up. This is the challenge of when you're this good.
Yeah.
You may have something, but you may not find out because there's no minutes for him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's tough when you're contending.
So this is how you've got to approach the Aaron Gordon. You have to find a positive in it because there's nothing you could do about it. So at least now you can play some young guys and maybe see what you have.
I have got college football playoff rankings.
Rank them.
Here we go.
College football. What's your big surprise? Was there one? Not really.
Not really. No.
Not yet.
It largely mirrors the rankings that are already out between the AP and the coaches poll. Shout out Army at number 25. Unbeaten Army comes in at number 25. A chance to win the American Athletic Conference this year. Colorado, number 20. The Buffs are number 20 in the first CFP rankings. Now, pay attention to a few things, okay? Let's look at the rest of the Big 12. K-State ahead of the Buffs at 19. Iowa State at number 17. Right now, Iowa State, after losing last week, tied with the Buffs in the conference standings. So that's okay. That's a little bit of good news right there. Again, Colorado is exactly where they need to be. Keep winning some games. BYU right now. Really, ESPN, you're not going to update this? Where did they put BYU, Andy?
BYU is number 4.
4. Wow.
Number 4. Top 4, Oregon, Georgia, Miami, BYU.
Wow. That's interesting. And I know BYU's unbeaten. In the old system where the top 4 went to the playoff, would BYU be number 4?
Great question. Great question. Well, Miami's sitting there at 9-0.
Yeah.
Oregon's 9-0.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia is the one that sneaks in there.
Yep.
At 7-1. But the one was, how about their loss? Their loss is to Alabama. All of a sudden, Alabama's feeling like everything's going to be okay, and nothing has been since that victory.
Finding their way. Yeah, finding their way right now.
Do you want the next 4?
Yes.
Okay, this is number 5. Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Tennessee make up 4 through 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is wild. This is wild. I never really thought I'd see the day with this school at number 9. But your Indiana Hoosiers, not for basketball, occupy the 9th place. They're in the college football playoff right now.
They, I believe, have the 103rd strongest schedule in the country. They haven't played anybody, but they blow everybody out.
Well, it's been good enough to get them there. They're also 9-0.
Wild.
Notre Dame at 10, Alabama at 11, and as you called, Boise State finds itself at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was interesting. I didn't see the second one. Our friend Bill Armstrong is having a little party because first out right now is SMU. They had a second out listed too, but I didn't get that on the graphic.
So BYU would okay, so I'm looking at the rankings right now. Hold on. In the rankings, BYU is 9. Miami is at 4, but in the seedings, BYU would be 4.
I'm giving you the seedings as they put it on there.
Yeah.
Trust me, it was screwing me up because by rankings, Oregon's 1, Georgia's 3, Miami's 4, BYU is 9, Ohio State's 2, Texas is 5, Penn State is 6, Tennessee's 7, Indiana's 8, Notre Dame 10, 11, 12. So Notre Dame, Alabama, Boise State all match their ranking to seeding.
Boise State is at 12. That's an interesting. It's interesting that they put Boise State at 12. Not to say that I necessarily disagree with it. Again, they've got a good resume, but also they put them at 12 because they are the 5th highest ranked team that leads a conference that has a great chance to be able to win their conference. And Boise State's schedule, I know they got Nevada this week. They'll play San Jose State and Wyoming in Laramie, and then they finish up with Oregon State. But they have 3 more games in conference, and they'll get to the Mountain West Championship game where they could play your CSU Rams, Andy.
We could have both CSU and CU playing for conference championships, and I don't even remember the last time that happened.
But the Buffs are 20.
Buffs are 20, so they're right there.
K-State at 19, Iowa State at 17, BYU at 9. Those are the 3 teams in the Big 12 that are currently above the Buffs. K-State 1 spot ahead of Colorado. K-State did beat CU.
And the next 2 games for CU are Texas Tech and Utah.
Yeah, Texas Tech, who is good, Utah, who is not.
Tech just upset Iowa State, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure did. Handed the Cyclones their first loss of the year. Otherwise, it would be down to BYU and Iowa State battling this thing out to the very end.
By the way, A&M, thank you, the 3-3-3 was second school out. So SMU first out, A&M second out as it sits right now. So that'd be 13 and 14th in the seeding.
Mm-hmm.
Not the rankings, the seedings.
Buffs at 20.
Work to do.
Phenomenal season for Deion.
Oh, it is.
Phenomenal season. And here's one of the other things you got to remember about CU, okay, is the committee will always try and tell you, we're not worried about the televised product, we're worried about the 12 best teams.
Liar.
Okay. Colorado does have sex appeal.
Oh, yeah.
Shedeur and Travis Hunter are 2 guys that could be in New York for the Heisman ceremony. Travis Hunter, people are still making arguments that he should be winning the Heisman Trophy right now. Ashton Genty's fallen off a little bit. Why, I don't know.
Because ultimately nobody values a running back the way they once did.
Probably. He had 149 yards, 2 touchdowns the other day against San Diego State. Didn't play in the fourth quarter.
Guy's amazing.
That's one of the other things about it is he's not finishing these games.
You're in a Terrell Davis town. I won't take him for granted. I'd love to see him as a Bronco.
Phenomenal
like
player.
a Denver Bronco. Not
right.
a boy. He's already a Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the Buffs are? They're the Sidney Sweeney of the college football scene right now. You don't get much more sex appeal than that.
Sexy.
Nate.
Okay,
Are you going to rank your sexy now? Who you want to counter with? Because I can see your brain working.
No, I was thinking about if you could give Ralphie what she has. But anyway, that's somebody can do that artist
right
rendering.
Now we
if
just
they
need
want
Ralphie to be able to run. To make the run. to not get cranky in the middle of the run.
That's good.
That's a big thing up there. You know that.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get so cranky. Come on, girl. You got this. Aaron Gordon is going to be out for some time. Nuggets get the win last night. Peyton Watson hit a huge shot Also, I mean, that go-ahead three, like, you cringe a little bit when MPJ passes up an open layup, but then you're like, oh, no, this guy grew up on analytics ball. Swing it out to the corner, and Peyton Watson drilled it. Huge shot right there. CB hit a corner three with 2.5 minutes left. RJ Barrett's three, in and out and in and out and in. Survival. Right now, this is what the Nuggets have to do. It's what the Avalanche have to do. Like two early season teams and 82-game schedules, you got to survive this part of the year. It's not going great for the Avalanche. They'll play tonight against the Kraken. Connor obviously has the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You want to hear it?
Arturi Lekkonen's back, though, so there you go.
Arturi Lekkonen. That's good news. Plus, what's the update on Nichushkin? He can practice?
So Nichushkin's back skating. He's practicing with the team. It's the 15th, I believe, is what isn't that what you told us yesterday?
13th, 15th?
The 15th is when he's allowed. We'll get the ruling, I think, that he's allowed back.
Cool.
Didn't you look that up and say it's the start of the road trip?
Did I?
You know, it's back to that thing where you and I talked, and
my memories are.
We're trying to remember what we talked about. But yes, I believe that he's eligible to come back as they start a road trip. I believe that's what you had said to us.
Okay.
And I trust you because you looked it up.
The Aaron Gordon.
Like Hartenstein. Hartenstein.
Stein.
It is Stein, right? Like a Stein of beer?
Hartenstein.
Stein. You got the
Stein. Uh-huh.
Real quick, since we got some text covered, who else you want to do? Should we just do the Jennifer Aniston of college football? Should we do decade appropriate, age
you were very
sex appeal?
I was going to say you were very of the moment with Sydney Sweeney.
Well, that's what
right
I was trying
there.
to do. But I mean, look, if we're going back, see, this is a rough one now because she's with Mr. Country Guy. But I'd take some Gwen Stefani sex appeal, some Jennifer Aniston sex appeal, some Jenny Garth sex appeal.
Who else you got for me? You got Blanche from the Golden Girls? What do you got?
I don't know. That's above us. What would be your age group? I got you out by a few years. Who would you go with?
Jennifer Love Hewitt.
There it is. There it is.
First pick, number 1 overall.
The Buffs have Jennifer Love Hewitt sex appeal.
I've told you my Jennifer Love Hewitt experience, right?
You might have, but go ahead.
Okay.
We've been on the air together 5.5 years, which is like 20 in radio
We remember
time.
things. We remember things.
Probably
We forget
told all
things.
the stories, but go ahead.
So I went to college in the remember Maxim magazine?
Oh yeah, how could we not?
I went to college in the Maxim era, right? And so Maxim always had like their like Hot 100 every year, which basically that was every issue, but they just ranked them in that one issue. Anyway,
yes,
Jennifer Love Hewitt. I have to admit, Andy, I was a little cold on her.
And then?
I didn't see it.
Oh, yeah, you have told me this. But then I saw her. I was at a Dodger game. I was at Dodger Stadium. I was on the suite level. And I walked past her in the hallway. And I got it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey.
It was like a choir of angels.
Sure.
The single light peering out from the clouds.
Yes.
You know, down upon her. It all made sense. That in that white tank top, in person, it all made sense.
Like Michael Air Jordan, gravity defying.
And it was one of those moments, Andy, where every dude in the hallway was just kind of like, and then we all made eye contact, like
just a moment.
Good.
Salute to greatness.
Good for you, John Mayer.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
It is indeed a wonderland.
Well done, sir.
Yeah. The person that I had, at the 2013 Super Bowl, where I was like, you were too stunning to even interview. I'm going to walk away. We are not the same species.
Okay.
Hannah, Derek Jeter's wife, Hannah, I can't remember the last name. Sports Illustrated model.
Hannah Davis?
The most stunning, and you can make all the jokes you want. I love eyes. The most stunning set of eyes that I had ever seen.
You're a big eye guy.
I am. She had beautiful eyes. I could not get over how gorgeous her eyes were. And yeah, and then Treadwell's like, let's all get a picture. I'm like, really? Why? To just show what a couple of bags of crap the two of us are? No, we don't all need a picture. But we took a picture.
Also, when you go through the starting 9 for Derek Jeter.
Oh, it's so strong. Was Scarlett Johansson in there? Because there's another buff sex appeal. Scarlett Johansson.
Minka Kelly, Jessica Alba, Vanessa Manillo. Throw a little Mariah Carey in there, some Jessica Biel for you, ScarJo, like you mentioned, little Tyra Banks.
Yeah, he did all right.
Jeets did fine for himself.
That's why I got those baskets.
But when it was time to give it all up, Hannah Davis.
That
got Jeets out of the game.
I believe she's a Sports. She was. So it was 2014 Sports Illustrated cover issue because that was when we interviewed her.
Okay, all right.
I met the Coors Light twins once. Not. That's
I always found that ad creepy.
Well, I was like, it was the first time where I was like, what shall we talk about? Your twins. That's it. I don't know what else to ask you. Is it cool?
Which one's older?
Yeah.
Do you feel
Who
older?
by a minute? So, yeah, Super Bowl brings you all sorts of opportunities to interview all sorts of interesting people. I interviewed Don King once.
Only in America.
The whole time he was waving flags. He insisted the headphones go on. He did not want
to the
back side of the hair. He did not want any of the hair
you don't
pressed
mess with
down.
that hair.
He had to have the look, but he literally just sat there. Shannon Elizabeth is strong. Jennifer Connelly, yes.
I once interviewed. Remember when the Broncos cheerleaders would put out the calendar?
Yeah,
they probably still do. I don't know, but anyway, it was like the calendar release.
Yep.
All right. In this one particular year, the girl that was on the cover was not also on a month.
Right.
So they had gotten 13 in there. And we got a chance to interview the cover girl. And she was like the star of the show, right? Like, I'm on the cover. I'm the Bronco cheerleader that's on the cover.
You ruined it, didn't you? Go ahead.
I told her, I'm like, you really don't want the cover.
You don't get a month.
You're just getting
pinned up against the wall.
Yeah, like you're just facing the wall all year long. Nobody knows you're there. Everybody else, they get at least 30 days. I guess February gets jobbed a little bit, but
sure.
Everybody else gets at least 30 days. You pick it up at the store, like, hey, look at the girl on the cover, and then you're forgotten. And I don't think she had considered that.
Yeah, I'm sure she had. I can see Nate Kreckman having a shattering moment.
Hot take it of you don't actually want to be on the cover.
No, you need a month too.
Yep, you do. You want one of those 31 days. That girl in August, I know you think you're better than her, but people are going to be looking at her.
Dame Judi Dench, sexy? Does that work? Raquel Welch sells the sexy for the older crowd. Or who was Chara? Remember, or Chara? Remember her?
Yeah.
I don't know if she had many lines, but she's on the Love Boat like every other week.
Little Anne Margaret for you. That Sophia Loren was a looker, let me tell you.
Barbara Billingsley, sexy. That's Beaver's Bob.
That's fine. We'll do hot old ladies. 303-504-0925. Chime in with your hot old ladies.
Yeah, before. I can't believe
we'll
I just said that.
We'll do it.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Hey.
Fire it off.
Yeah, we're talking veteran talent.
Yes.
Here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show this afternoon.
Long, distinguished careers.
The Vince Carters of the game, if you will.
Bo Derek, there's a good one. Farrah
strong.
Fawcett, there's a great call. Heather Thomas.
Now we're
Heather
talking.
Locklear.
Now we're getting to these places.
That's not quite old enough. I'm thinking more like we're talking black and white.
Yeah. Gilfs.
Who did we? Okay.
Go to break.
Yeah,
go to break. It's what we'll see.
Into the summer, I think you said Gabe was trying to get ready towards the start of the season.
Yeah.
And that can mean a lot of things, but how realistic is that to still happen at this point?
Well, I don't know about the start of the season because we're already here, right? And he's had some time off the ice. He's starting to feel better in the gym, and he just keeps working through his process. But we don't have a timeline on Gabe. Yeah.
That was Jared Bednar yesterday talking about the timeline on Gabriel Landeskog. Avalanche Kraken tonight. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Puck drop 7 o'clock, pregame 6:30 with Bird O'Connor's got the call tonight. So that was what was said yesterday by Jared Bednar. No timeline. Just now, we had a tweet come across that I couldn't read. This is from Adrian Dater. Andy, what is the update on Landeskog from Dater?
Yeah, so Jesse Montano had tweeted out that comment yesterday, and he said, man, this sounds like there might be a setback. That got on my radar yesterday.
Okay.
As you and I are talking in the break, this was in the last half hour as I see the timestamp, Adrian Dater tweets. Now, this is from Adrian Dater, okay? And there's speculation, I guess, involved here. It's not from the team. But Adrian Dater says from two trusted sources, which used to be the standard in journalism.
He's connected.
Landeskog suffered what was a significant setback, and a return at all is in real question. I hope this turns out to be wrong. He doesn't deserve this.
Significant setback.
So that is what Adrian Dater had tweeted within the last half hour.
There is a report that Gabriel Landeskog has suffered a significant setback, and his return is in question.
The report's from Dater. He's got it from two sources, he said, familiar with the situation.
Okay.
So
that is what is being said by a veteran, trusted reporter covering the
Avalanche. A guy that
Avalanche.
has sources. We know that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So take it for what it is. The team has not said anything.
Nope.
You saw Coach say it. Well, you heard Coach say it right there.
He
We
said
saw it.
said no timeline as of yesterday.
Timeline. But again, I think a lot of us thought after the end of year presser last year that the goal was this beginning. We saw a lot of Landeskog skating, and now all of a sudden we aren't. So make of it what you will. You and I are of the
not
belief this is a significant hurdle he's trying to come back from. So I've got fingers crossed. All I want to do is see the captain skate in that beautiful 92 again, because it's going to the rafters whenever he's done with it. But it is something to monitor. It is something. I know we're all on pins and needles for them to get someone back that can help. You know, they need NHL guys back in their lineup. They've got a lot of minor leaguers playing. We'll see if it affects them against the Kraken tonight. Val, we're hoping, is about a week away, right? What is today? The 5th? So a little more than a week away.
Hopefully next week he's back.
About next Friday. Friday, I believe,
starting
is the
to skate, we hope he's back.
Yes. Now, Arturi Lehkonen is back in the lineup tonight, I believe. So, look, man.
The likelihood of winning another Stanley Cup without Gabriel Landeskog.
It's proven to be tough because you've seen 2 years without it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Just like I did with
got to have Val this time.
The locker room presence of Jake Plummer, I feel like in some ways have probably underestimated the locker room presence of Gabe Landeskog.
It's captain.
He went and bought the hat. They were all wearing the big hat during the win streak. Guys were laughing. They were having fun. He just brings a balance to that room that I believe they need to have.
Now instead they lose 5-2 every time out. Gotta snap that tonight against the Kraken.
Well, and I think he's just
It's brutal.
He's the guy that has set their standard. Just the reality. That's what the captain does. If you're not doing it, they take the C away from you. He's never lost his C because he is the standard bearer. He's the standard kind of holder for them.
No NHL player has ever returned from his procedure, from a cartilage replacement. It's never been done. Lonzo Ball came back for the Bulls. Good. Not the same player. This is brutal.
Yeah, it just sucks to hear, man.
This is an all-time great. This is truly an all-time great. It feels a little bit like, and Andy, you will remember this, it feels like the end of Forsberg.
It does.
Do you remember when he couldn't find a skate?
Yeah, and every time it looked good. I also liken it to Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
Because they're all of the same stature. Elite players that you desperately want to watch again. And every time you hear things are on the right track, something would happen to derail the right track.
And the body just gets robbed.
Now, both Forsberg and Davis were able to play in a couple of games where, unfortunately, you would see that's not the same person, and it's sad. I don't know if we'll get that with Gabe. I don't know.
He's not going to quit.
No.
We know that about Gabe Landeskog. He's put in too much work. You get a procedure like that, you're working your way back into being an NHL player. You suffer a setback, okay, he's not going to quit. But there's also the part where it starts to become untenable for the organization, where it's like we now need to be on to the next thing. Like the schedule is, and we still have Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen. We're trying to win a cup.
Yep. And Devontae's.
Yeah, we've got superstar talent. We got a Hart Trophy winner. We got a Norris Trophy winner. We're trying to do this thing right now, but heart and soul of the team's not out there.
Well, the reality is he's on the books for this year. So at this point, you just hope he can find a way to come back.
Yeah.
The true indication of anything would be he'd be LTIR, and that's not happened yet. So let's just hope that Gator's wrong. But again, I'm not going to question a guy that's been around a team this long with the sources he has.
You listen.